The Zixiao Palace hung beyond the 33 heavens, revealing no visible trace, none but those fated could even glimpse its gate. Above the entrance, the three characters' Zixiao Palace were ancient and vigorous, their halos shifting like flowers in a mist, visible from afar, impossible to touch up close. 7 figures stood silent within the palace. At the center was the Dao Ancestor Hongjun, the first sage in the primordial world to tread the realm of the heavenly Dao and the only one ever to attain it. The 5 sages had all come from his lineage, honoring him as the ancestor of 10,000 dharmas and the source of 10,000 Daos. His figure was half hidden, half present, neither fully existing nor fading. With each breath, he rose and fell in resonance with the heavenly Dao. Behind him a star chart revolved, not a real image but a shadow condensed from the laws of the great Dao, flickering yet radiant. He sat on the high dais, moving not and speaking not, yet the entire Zixiao Palace was already enveloped by his presence. The other 5 sages, though each held a direction, with heavy aura and Dao light swirling around them, still felt a slight oppression in their chests, as if carrying 1,000 Jun. Which 5? Taishang, sage of Baiyang Palace on Mount Shouyang, Yuanshi, sage of Yushu Palace on Mount Kunlun, Yuhua, sage of Huahuang Palace on Mount Buzhou, and Zhane and Junti, the 2 sages of Lane Temple on Mount Samru. 6 great ones had gathered, yet one person was still missing from the sage thrones. Tongtian was not seated with the sages. He stood to one side, sleeves folded, eyes bright and clear, quietly watching the Dao resonance flowing from the sages. His expression was calm, with not the slightest unease. Another person in his place would long since have had their spirit shaken by the sage might filling the hall. Yet he was steady as a rock. He was originally one of the 3 parts of Pangu's primordial spirit, sharing the same root and fortune with Taishang and Yuanshi. Once those 2 had attained sagehood, his own speed at comprehending the great Dao abruptly soared, and his foundation had become deep enough to approach the sage realm. Within his body coiled primordial purple chi, the key to sagehood, waiting only for a single thought to unlock it. Attain the Dao. To him it was no more than raising a hand. If he merely founded a sect and stirred the merit of opening heaven, the sage seat would descend. Yet he stubbornly refused. Why refuse? Was becoming a sage really so important? Immortality. No one daring to bully him. A joke. He was Tongtian, born of Pangu's primordial spirit. With Taishang and Yuanshi still present, who would dare reach out to him? Who could do anything to him anyway? Why bind his own hands and feet by founding some sect? Hongjun had once said the paths to the Dao are 1,000 and 10,000. Choose any one. But for Tongtian, there was only one road, awakening the heaven-opening merit that slept in the depths of his primordial spirit. Founding a sect was not merely useless, it would become a yoke. Karmic entanglements would wrap tighter and tighter, the road narrower and narrower. He knew better than anyone, once the Jie Sect was established, when the investiture tribulation arose, he would be pushed to the crest of the storm. For sages besieging one person, victory would be dishonorable defeat, humiliating. In the end, he even swallowed the sagefall pill. For what? He wanted nothing. He did not want to found a sect. He only wanted to be an unfettered, wandering immortal, roaming free between heaven and earth, watching tides rise and clouds scatter, listening to wind in the pines and cranes crying overhead. He had all the time in the world. 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, all no more than a snapping of fingers. Why rush into the tribulation? Xia Qi founded Xiaoshang Tang, replaced Xia, and the Zhou house was about to rise. The investiture time was pressing closer day by day. Tongtian lowered his eyes and smiled. Without a Jie Sect, I'd like to see how you divide the blame, undermine one another, and perform that drama of 3 teachings jointly discussing the investiture list. His heart was thoroughly pleased. But that ease in Hongjun's eyes was an omen of heaven collapsing. Countless wandering immortals drifting outside the celestial order should long ago have been gathered back in. Only if Tongtian founded a sect could the scattered become a force. Then, using the investiture chance, those wandering immortals could all be struck from their old roles, entered into the divine register, and brought under the rule of the heavenly court. If Tongtian did not move, the board would stay frozen. How could Hongjun not be anxious? But this was not the heaviest matter. The 3 pure ones were one body, born from Pangu's primordial spirit. Yuanshi governed creation from nothing. Taishang governed being and non-being supporting each other. Tongtian governed being ultimately returns to nothing. Only when the 3 were united was the great Dao complete. Now Tongtian refused sagehood and refused to found a sect, so the link of being returns to nothing, hung empty. The heavenly Dao lost its balance. Karma clogged like a river-blocked mouth, and the longer it accumulated, the more dangerous it became. In time, that would surely cause heaven to collapse. Hongjun's face abruptly sank and his voice was cold as iron. Tongtian, when will you attain the Dao? The moment he spoke, the air in the Zixiao Palace solidified. The sages all tightened inside, even their breathing paused for a beat. The 5 sages looked at one another. Tongtian's aptitude was unrivaled in the primordial world. Taishang and Yuanshi had already taken sage seats, yet he made no move. What exactly was he planning? No one suspected his cultivation was insufficient. His mana was so profound that it almost matched the sage's. When he was called a lesser sage, all accepted it sincerely. If the three sovereigns of Fire Cloud Cave were to debate or fight him, the outcome would already be settled. Found a sect. He only needed to speak the words. But he would not speak. Master Tongtian raised his eyes, his tone as calm as if commenting that today's tea was lukewarm. This disciple is quite comfortable at his current realm. The five sages were momentarily speechless. Among cultivators who did not long for a single leap to heaven. Yet he waved his hand, shook his head, and said, comfortable. Comfortable in what way? Hongjun tapped the high dais with his fingertip, his voice low as thunder about to crack. Tongtian, I will give you the shortest possible time to attain the Dao. Otherwise, take a trip through the 6 paths of reincarnation. When the Dao Ancestor's words landed, every sage in the hall shuddered. Send Tongtian through reincarnation. Tongtian's primordial spirit was as firm as a boulder. The mystery of the womb naturally could not trap him. But Hongjun had clearly said before. He wanted Tongtian to reach the great Dao as soon as possible, the sooner the better. If he truly fell into reincarnation, walked through the mortal world anew, washed away old memories, and cultivated all over again, it would take at least 1,000 or 10,000 years. Wouldn't the date of attaining the Dao be forcibly dragged back? These words and those earlier words contradicted each other badly. All three pure ones felt their hearts sink. The Dao Ancestor was truly enraged. Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? You must know that Hongjun rules heaven, while Pingxin governs the earth. Back then, Hongjun used a simple trick to make sure that even after Pingxin stepped into the sage realm, she would forever remain in the 6 paths of reincarnation, unable to leave even half a step. Tongtian was one of Hongjun's 3 major direct disciples. If he were really sent into reincarnation, and Pingxin deliberately made trouble for him, who would dare speak up? Who could stop it? The 3 pure ones shared the same origin and breath, and at this moment their hearts moved as one. How could they let Tongtian fall into such a situation? Taishang's sleeve shifted slightly, and a breath of qi quietly emanated, seemingly present yet absent, and had already wrapped the entire Zixiao Palace. At first no one noticed anything unusual. Only when they came to their senses and looked closely did they realize they had long been caught in its force. It was the way of being and non-being, seemingly formless, yet truly omnipresent, neither contending nor revealing, yet leaving none able to escape. Niwa Jane and Zhuanti felt chills run down their spines. The senior brother's hand was truly hard to guard against. Taishang said slowly, Junior brother, I have always known you love freedom. But attaining the Dao is not a private wish, it is our duty. Completing the heavenly Dao and guiding all beings. This merit extends to heaven and earth. This matter cannot be delayed, nor can it be neglected. Yuanshi then raised his eyes, and the qi around him suddenly vibrated as if chaos had split open for the first time, clear and turbid, parting on their own. His Dao had always been to bring being out of nothing with the unmistakable authority of opening heaven and earth. Niwa and the other 2 changed color. Yuanshi's might was utterly different from Taishang's, yet it made it even harder to breathe. Once he seized the first move, his follow-up attacks would press down like the tide. Wave after wave, before one wave settled, another rose. Junior brother, what an immortal seeks is not personal freedom, but the peace of all living beings. Yuanshi's voice was not loud, yet each word rang like a bell. It is time for you to attain the Dao. The 3 pure ones were one body. How could Tongtian fail to understand their intent? But in his heart he only sneered. Do you truly think that just because the sorcerer demon cataclysm has just ceased, the world is now at peace? The investiture war was already grinding its knives in the shadows. Hongjun speaks pleasantly enough. Does he really want me to become a sage? If I founded a sect and attained the Dao today, tomorrow the 3 pure ones would be drawing swords on one another. Would the 2 of you still sit there so calmly, urging me to consider the greater good? He was no longer the Tongtian of old. He knew what came later. The talisman edicts of Zixiao Palace, the ambushes at Bo Palace, the toppling of the immortal slaying formation, the collapse of the 10,000 immortals formation. And that one sentence, the 3 of you, though brothers, will ultimately never walk the same road. At this thought, the back of Tongtian's neck froze. Why did Hongjun cling so tightly to the word founding a sect? He had never thought it through before. In the originally arranged investiture game, it was the 3 teachings that had to interfere in the mortal world and stir up a colossal uproar before Hongjun would appear to issue reprimands. But now that he thought about it, cold sweat broke out. If it was just to gather 365 true gods for Haotian, why must the Jie Sect be the one to act? The Western teachings hold Mount Lingshan and can absorb scattered cultivators as easily as turning over a hand. The human teachings and the Chan teachings have stern, deep-rooted traditions. Why must the Jie Sect open its convenient gate, gather all the unorthodox paths under heaven, and then be crushed by its own hand? The answer was almost bursting out. This matter had to be advanced by the three pure ones. Not one could be left out. What exactly is Hongjun after? Just to add a few divine seats to the heavenly court. As if I would believe him. Tong Tian's throat moved slightly, and a faint taste of iron rose at the tip of his tongue. A sign that blood qi was surging on its own when a conspiracy drew close. At this moment inside the Zixiao Palace, the qi of Hongjun, Taishang, and Yuanshi erupted together, pressing down like three colossal mountains. Even an ordinary Hunyuan expert could not withstand it for a single breath. In that suffocating instant, ding! The God-tier selection system has been activated. Tongshan's heart gave a violent leap. It worked. This was precisely the thing that had allowed him to seize this body. The system claimed to have been born of the great Dao itself. Above the primordial wilderness, no name stood higher. Unfortunately, it had exhausted its deepest reserves to bring him across, and after delivering a few lines of background, it had fallen silent ever since. Not even a whisper. All these years he had advanced step by step, sustained by this hidden confidence. Now at last his golden finger had come online. Random quest issued: establish a sect, and attain sainthood. Option 1, accept the decree, establish the Jie Sect, and attain the fruit of sagehood. Reward: a complete copy of the 10,000 Tribulations Sword Dao Compendium and a strand of Primordial Chaos Purple Qi. Option 2, refuse and reject. Reward: 3 million merits, a complete portion of Pangu's Heartblood, and the full text of the 99 Mystic Art. Tongshan's breath caught. Good heavens, both sides were genuinely top-grade treasures. Choose one, and he would follow heaven's will. The safe seat secured. Sword Dao reaching its pinnacle, the four immortal slaying swords truly transformed into blades of the great Dao. With primordial chaos, purple qi, anchoring his destiny, the Jie Sect would stand with twin sages, and the investiture war need not be lost so miserably. Choose 2. Pangu's Heartblood plus the 99 Mystic Art. That was a constitution leading straight to the great Dao. With 3 million merits, how many bottlenecks could he smash open? If he truly refined them, he would become a second Pangu. Why borrow the heavenly Dao to become a sage? How to choose? It was obvious. Hongjun's gaze was like frost as he spoke slowly. Tongtian, which is your answer? The 5 sages sat in absolute silence, their gazes all fixed upon him in unison. Since the Dao Ancestor had attained sainthood and opened his dais to lecture, when had they ever seen him lose his composure like this? For the first time they realized that when Hongjun's expression darkened, he exuded such a soul-shaking pressure. Cold dread crept into the hearts of the 5 sages, a chill running down their spines. Tongtian gave a light sigh. I had wished only to roam free and unfettered, yet my master and 2 senior brothers press me at every turn. Very well then. If it is sainthood you want, then sainthood it is. It is hardly some earth-shattering affair. Only then did Hongjun's expression ease slightly, yet inwardly he fumed. This Tongtian is indeed incorrigibly idle. Without applying some real weight, he truly thinks the sage seed is a fruit to be casually plucked in his spare time. Taishang and Yuanshi both exhaled in relief. That invisible crushing pressure just now had nearly suppressed their very spirits, making even breathing arduous. Fortunately, Tongtian had not pushed stubbornly to the breaking point, reigning in his momentum. Hongjun asked in a slow voice, when do you intend to establish your sect and attain sainthood? Establish a sect. Tongtian was taken aback. Master, why must I establish a sect at all? It is merely attaining sainthood. Why must I start something new? His tone was casual, as if he were commenting on the saltiness of today's meal. Hongjun's brow pressed down, and in an instant icy cold flooded the Zixiao Palace. The air seemed to congeal into blocks of iron, weighing heavily upon their chests. Had not only the 6 saints been present with none other nearby, even standing would have been impossible. All would have been ground to dust by that terrifying might. Hongjun's gaze was like a blade. Tongtian, are you testing my patience? Taishang and Yuanshi blurted out, Tongtian, watch your words. Sweat beaded on their foreheads. The deeper their cultivation, the more they understood Hongjun's unfathomability. A heaven Dao sage of the 7th heaven was before him like a child gazing into an abyss. Before a single thought could settle, they felt their nascent souls on the verge of cracking, life and death hanging by a thread. How could they dare let Tongtian continue to provoke him? They feared Hongjun might truly take the notion and send him into the cycle of reincarnation. Jane and Juanti secretly wrung their hearts. This Tongtian is truly charging toward his own doom. What a pity, what a pity. If he truly falls into the cycle of reincarnation, once the West will have no more worries henceforth. Tongtian, however, seemed utterly oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. He let out a bright laugh. This disciple is after all your personal heir, one of Pangu's 3 pure ones. What difficulty is there in attaining sainthood? He paused, his tone unhurried. Master, for us 3 pure ones, attaining sainthood requires but a single thing. Drawing forth the merit of heaven, opening hidden in the depths of our nascent souls. Taishang and Yuanshi nodded in agreement, approving inwardly. Hongjun's heart sank. Could he truly have found a way to break the deadlock? This is not good. That Tontian would attain sainthood was already a foregone conclusion. Only a matter of sooner or later. While Hongjun outwardly urged him towards sainthood, his true gaze was fixed upon the Jie Sect. If Tontian bypassed establishing a sect and carved another path, would that not mean slipping free of his control? For Hongjun, this was by no means an auspicious sign. I choose option 2, Tontian thought silently. He rose abruptly, his voice piercing the Zixiao Palace. Merit come forth. The god-tier selection system responded in an instant. Quest establish a sect attains sainthood. Rejected. Rewards issued. 3 million merits, a complete portion of Pangu's heart blood, the 99 mystic art. In an instant the 3 million merits descended upon him. Behind Tongshin's head a golden halo abruptly manifested, vast beyond measure, slowly revolving, as weighty as mountains bearing a yoke. As the first revolution completed, a deep, shin-yellow radiance suddenly bloomed from the depths of his nascent soul, surging like a mighty flood, the manifested merit of heaven opening. Jane and Junti watched with burning eyes, their throats subtly bobbing. Without comparison, one cannot know hardship. For the 3 pure ones, attaining sainthood was a trifling matter. They needed only to awaken the merit already within them, and it came as naturally as water flowing into a channel. Becoming saints was for them like pushing open a door and stepping through. Not so the 2 Western saints who had been forced to swear earth-shaking great vows and borrow merit from heaven itself. Easy to borrow, yet bitter to repay, entangled in karmic debts, with every step bound tight. The former inherited Pangu's legacy, the latter contended with heaven and earth over borrowed debts. For a time the 2 wore bleak expressions, their lips pressed tight. Yet what they failed to notice was that Hongjun's face had already darkened like ink, his fingertips trembling faintly. Tongtian had truly ascended to sainthood in a single step without relying on establishing a sect. Every carefully laid scheme had flowed away like water. Even Hongjun, the incarnation of the heavenly Dao, briefly lost his composure, a nearly imperceptible flicker of shock and anxiety passing across his brow. Unfortunately, every saint in the hall was raptly watching the ceremony, and none turned to look. Without a sect one cannot attain sainthood. Absurd. Hongjun mused darkly. No, I must force him to establish a sect. The 3 million merits surged without cease, drawing the merit of heaven opening from the depths of his nascent soul to pour forth. Primordial chaos, purple chi melted into his body as he seized the momentum of sainthood to refine Pangu's heart blood, his cultivation directly soaring toward the realm of heaven. Dao sage. When a sage is first formed, the heavenly Dao grants authority. The newly ascended may sense the pulse of the heavenly Dao and glimpse the profound mysteries of the sage realm. In theory, without external interference, a sage could perceive all things and be all-powerful, yet the abilities of a Heaven Dao-level sage stood even above those of a Heaven Dao sage, worlds apart, not to be mentioned in the same breath. Tongshin's form flickered between existence and nothingness, gathering and scattering 9 times. Each dissolution seemed to recast his form and spirit. Each reconsolidation made his aura 1 degree more unfathomable. At the 9th reconsolidation, a fierce, slaughterous aura surged forth, silent, yet like knives and axes carving straight into the soul. He gazed levelly ahead, his voice low, yet each word rang like a bell. My Dao is complete. The Zixiao Palace trembled violently as a blazing, magnificent aura shot toward the heavens. Though born of the same 3 pure ones lineage, it was wholly unlike Taisheng's stillness or Yuanshi's majesty. This aura was dark, violent, and untamable, carrying the primordial power of the age when heaven and earth were first split apart. Its edge gleaming sharp, aimed directly at the origin of chaos. A sage descended upon the world, and all living beings bowed their heads. Xian yellow chi churned and surged upward, golden lotuses of merit fell from the sky, and sweet rain showered across the primordial wilderness. Beneath the sage, golden immortals, wandering cultivators, demon kings, earth deities, all who had not yet attained the sage seat bowed toward the Zixiao Palace and proclaimed in unison, "We congratulate Sage Tontian on attaining the Dao." Boundless is the sage's longevity. Within the Zixiao Palace one could hear a pin drop. A sage attaining the Dao was for the myriad races of the primordial wilderness a blessing, fortune seen but once in 1,000 years. Sweet nectar fell, merit gold flowers drifted everywhere, dispelling illness, extending lifespan, fortifying foundations, and replenishing origin. Each was a tangible blessing. The myriad beings bowed to Tontian not out of reverence for an empty name, but in sincere gratitude welling from the depths of their hearts. Yet within the Zixiao Palace the atmosphere suddenly sank. The momentum of Tontian suddenly surged like a river, bursting its banks unstoppable. In the moment of becoming a saint, the authority of the heavenly Dao enveloped him. His fingertips trembled slightly, his robes moved without wind, and even his breath seemed to resonate with the tremors of the laws. The uncontrolled power and the surging path were nothing unusual, and but the blink of an eye it had already calmed as before. A chill ran through his heart. The Tao of Hongjun is like an unfathomable abyss. There is indeed a vast chasm between him and me. With this thought his resolve only strengthened. Establish a sect? Absolutely not. He lifted his gaze towards Taishang and Yuanshi only to see their expressions change suddenly, their brows furrowed tightly, and their fingers in their sleeves clenched quietly. The three pure ones originated from the same source. Their Daos were close, yet distinct. Yuanshi followed the path of from nothing to something, creating the heavens and the earth, giving birth to all. Taishang adhered to between existence and non-existence, harmonizing yin and yang, maintaining balance amidst myriad transformations. Tongtian tread the path of from existence to non-existence, severing the old to initiate the new, breaking and then establishing. When the three of them united, they represented the complete picture of the Tao of existence and non-existence. When separated, each held one and mutually exclusive. When a cultivator attains the Tao, their physical body transforms, and their divine soul merges with the heavens, thus becoming a link in the heavenly Tao. The three pure ones were exceptions. Their fortunes intertwined, their roots shared. In the moment Tongtian became a saint, Taishang and Yuanshi felt a simultaneous shock in their hearts. A great calamity was approaching. The Tao that Tongtian cultivated inherently focused on destruction. The four swords of extermination hung ominously behind him, unsheathed, yet already exuding a chilling aura. The two saints even faintly heard the heavenly Tao laughing. Not with joy, but with an urgency akin to a long-awaited rain. The accumulated grievances of heaven and earth had lingered for far too long, entangled like a net with karma. It was time for a great calamity to cleanse and rectify. Tongshan's attainment of the Tao was precisely the last key that opened that door. The calamity of slaughter has arrived. Taishang and Yuanshi felt a chill run down their spines. Since the dawn of the Primordial era, there had already been two great calamities. During the Longhan era, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans perished, and the western lands were torn apart for 1,000 miles, with only 1 in 10 surviving. After the battle between the Wu and the Yao, the heavens shattered, the Milky Way poured down, and Nuwa mended the sky, staining Kunlun with blood, with survivors merely 3 in 10. Which time was not a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Which time did heaven and earth not lose their color? Who would have thought that just a few million years later calamity would strike again? They suddenly recalled all the arrangements made by Hongjun, remembering each detail of how Tongtian was pushed onto the path of attaining the Tao. Could it be that the master had already calculated this? Is that why he forced his junior brother to attain the Tao? Thoughts surged, yet no words could be spoken. Among the three pure ones there was only silent astonishment and deliberation. Nuwa, Jane, and Zhuanti remained oblivious to the deeper meaning within. They only felt that Tongshan's attainment of the Tao was too easy, too abnormal. If he had long wished to attain the Tao, why wait until today? Could it be that there is another secret? Or did we overlook something? Among the 6 saints there were no fools. The simpler the matter, the less they dared to trust. Hongjun's expression darkened, his voice resonating like an ancient bell. Karma is blocked, killing intent fills the fields. The great calamity has arrived. A great calamity. Nuwa's fingertips trembled. Jane lowered his gaze to calculate, and Zuni's throat moved slightly. Each of their hearts tightened. Taishang and Yuanshi nodded silently. It was indeed so. Tongshan's face showed a look of astonishment, his brow furrowed slightly, his eyes wide open, as if he were truly stunned by this news. But the saints saw through it at a glance. It was fake. Too fake. So fake that it resembled a novice trying to act in a play. The 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect, refusing to accept the decree of Haotian, have already triggered the calamity of the immortals. This calamity has far-reaching implications above and below. Anyone with divine status or spiritual essence cannot escape. As for the matter of sealing the gods, you may discuss it among yourselves. The 6 saints fell silent. Once the words landed, there was no further sound. Hongjun's meaning was clear to all. To allow their own disciples to be listed, to heed the commands of Haotian, and to submit to his jurisdiction. Yuanshi's finger turned pale, fire igniting in his heart. That little Haotian, merely a gatekeeper, how dare he command my disciples? Anger bubbled like boiling water, yet not a trace showed on his face. He was always like this. The more furious he was, the calmer he became. No one spoke. Who would willingly send their cherished disciples onto the list of sealing the gods? Who would allow their disciples to be driven by Haotian, becoming mere messengers before him? What virtue and ability did Haotian possess? He was nothing more than a boy holding a whisk before the Dao Ancestor. Did he deserve this? In the hearts of the 6 saints the answer was clear. Tongtian lowered his gaze, his expression solemn, seemingly burdened with thoughts like a mountain. Yet deep in his heart he smiled gently. You want me to establish a sect? Huh. Just watch how this game unfolds. Tongshin's face was serious, yet his heart was like spring water breaking through ice, rippling with layers of smiles. Just now you were so aggressive, and now you look dumbfounded. The Great Calamity of Sealing the Gods. Since the dawn of the Primordial era, there have been 3 great calamities, and this one is the gravest. His thoughts shifted slightly, and past events surfaced before his eyes. In the first calamity of Longhin, the Dragon Phoenix, and Qilin clans vied for supremacy, and the ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and initial Qilin were defeated, forced to swear a heavy oath to the heavenly Dao, forever restraining themselves in the 4 poles never to take another step. In the second calamity of Wu and Yao, the Wu clan was scattered, and only a few remained among the 12 ancestral witches, while the Yao clan dwindled, and in the vast heavenly court, only the solitary shadow of Kunpeng lingered. And now this calamity is the third, and also the most severe. Though the first 2 calamities affected countless races, in the end no saints acted. Even when the Wu and Yao clashed and shattered the southern heavenly gate, toppling the Zhou mountain, the foundation of the primordial era remained unscathed, and heaven and earth stayed stable. This calamity is different. The 3 pure ones have turned against each other, and the Hongjun has acted, overturning the universe and shattering mountains and rivers. After the battle, Hongjun commanded Nuwa to reorganize the earth's veins. Once the vast primordial era, now only the 4 great continents remain known as the Earth Immortal Realm, the rest of the fragments scattered into the myriad worlds, surviving in attachment. The 3 pure ones were also granted the fallen saint pills. Their cultivation did not diminish, but their saintly positions were reduced. With Hongjun within them, they were no longer saints. From then on, all saints migrated to the outer heaven, lecturing on the Dao, uninterested in the mortal realm. The title of saint gradually faded from the 3 realms and 6 paths. Tongtian suddenly shivered, a chill running down his spine. No, something was off. His gaze darkened, as if the stars flowed beneath his pupils. 5 saints involved in the sealing of gods, punished and unable to leave, could be understood. But what about Nuwa? What crime had she committed? She merely followed Hongjun's mandate to open the great calamity, dispatching Fushi Jinwu and others to respond to the calamity, without overstepping by half a step. After the battle, she even personally managed the mountains and rivers, re-establishing Yin and Yang, her merits shining bright beyond reproach. But what was the outcome? She was still confined within the palace of Nuwa, unable to lightly tread into the lower realms. When the city gates caught fire, the fish in the moat suffered. Absurd. Tongshin's fingertips curled slightly, coldness spreading from his heart. A thought quietly took shape. Only this explanation could string together all the broken points. Later, in the 3 realms and 6 paths, there were no traces of saints to be seen. No, not even a whisper remained. Only some vague legends persisted, passed down through the mouths of mortals, growing fainter and more elusive. Damn it. I thought I had escaped the decree and I was free of calamities. How wrong was I? The current top priority is absolutely do not get entangled with this calamity in the slightest. His eyes flashed with brilliance. The decision made. Within the Zixiao Palace, silence reigned. The list of sealing gods hung in the center. The saints lowered their eyes, none willing to reach out. Nuwa stood up, her voice like clear spring water. Master brothers, I shall not establish a major sect. This list has nothing to do with me. May I take my leave? The saints hesitated, at a loss for words. There was truly nothing to refute. She was the mother of all spirits, having created the human race endlessly. Her merits were inherent. Why should she establish a sect? The word freedom was written just for her. What could stop her? It is naturally acceptable. Tongtian smiled as he stood up. Sister, your blessings are complete. The matter of sealing the gods should not disturb your tranquility. Once he spoke, how could the others do otherwise? They all responded in unison. Good. Nuwa smiled, gently nodding in thanks to Tongtian. Her delicate hand waved lightly, and the void split open, a line vanishing without a trace. Tongtian stood with a relaxed demeanor, saying, since junior sister has not established a sect, she is thus untouched by tribulations, and as I too have not established a sect, how can this divine ranking fall upon me? What do you all think? The crowd was momentarily speechless. With Nuwa just having left, the reasons were evident, and how could they show favoritism? Despite their reluctance, they could only nod in agreement. Good. Tongtian sighed deeply and shook his head. What is so good about proving the Dao? Once the Dao is proven, one cannot reside in the 8 scenery palace, cannot enter the Jade Void Palace, and must build a dwelling with one's own hands. Alas, how tragic. He bowed respectfully to Taishang and Yuanshi, 2 senior brothers. I shall go seek a mountain to establish my residence now. Taishang closed his eyes, and Yuanshi furrowed his brow, troubled and anxious about the matter of the divine ranking, barely able to pay him any mind. They merely waved their hands casually. Tongtian turned and bowed deeply to Hongjun. Hongjun sat upon a high platform, his expression calm and unchanging, yet his eyes shone with a piercing intensity. as if they could penetrate the surface and see into one's heart. Yet Tong Tian acted as if he were unaware. Seeing no decree descend, he imitated Nuwa, waved his sleeves, and directly vanished into the void. His laughter rang out clear and echoing, resounding through the 3 realms and 6 paths. Did Hongjun wish to force him to establish a sect and prove the Dao? It was utterly laughable. Without establishing a sect, could one not prove the Dao? Today, having broken free from constraints, he finally understood what true freedom and true leisure were. He stepped upon the void, each step blossoming with lotus. Purple chi surged 30,000 miles above his head, and auspicious colors surrounded him in layers. As his garments fluttered, he walked leisurely and unhurriedly. Suddenly an island appeared beneath his feet, vast and boundless, with hints of spiritual energy surging. It was the Golden Ao Island. Tong Tian paused to gaze at it. Having observed the primordial world for many years, he had long seen, through one truth, nothing was coincidental. For instance, this Golden Ao Island. In later generations, when people mentioned the Zixiao Palace, who did not know it was the dojo of the Tong Tian sect leader. But the one standing here now was no longer the fiery, protective Tong Tian of old. His methods, principles, and decisions were all different, completely unrelated. Yet this island stood right at his feet, perfectly positioned, neither too much nor too little. Coincidence? He did not believe it. If he had not yet proven the Tao, he might have believed it. After becoming a saint, as long as he seriously investigated, unless there was a major calamity of heaven and earth, there was nothing that could escape his perception. Everything has its origins, and cause and effect are like threads, endlessly interwoven. Just as he had spoken of establishing a dojo in the Zixiao Palace, that dojo was already completed. Wasn't it peculiar? Tong Tian suddenly recalled the time when Hongjun had given teachings at the Finshu cliff, distributing spiritual treasures. He was Hongjun's 3rd disciple, having received the most gifts: the 4 swords of extermination, the Pangu gold dough, the fishing drum, the purple lightning hammer. In terms of quantity, the other 5 saints combined had not even received half of what he had. If it were just for his own use, why would he need to prepare so many? Clearly they were meant to be reserved for his disciples. A smirk crept onto Tongshin's lips as a cold smile emerged. Hongjun had already planned for today back then. No, it was not just about him. It was likely that the 6 saints had been involved in this chess game since the moment they entered the Tao. A sudden thought struck him. With countless mountains and rivers in the primordial world, famous sites everywhere, why did I choose to establish a dojo in the East Sea? Indeed, why? This expanse of heaven and earth is so vast, and there are countless vacant blessed lands. He could easily choose a spirit mountain in the central lands, a branch of Kunlun, or even the western snowy peaks, or the southern fiery abyss. Yet he chose the overseas route. A thought crossed his mind. If the dojo is established overseas, the myriad immortals will naturally gather to him. With Golden Ao Island as the foundation, the scattered immortals of the 4 seas would surely revere him. He was inherently a saint, and it was only natural. Tongshin's gaze became calm. So it is. The primordial continent is vast and boundless, and the islands in the 4 seas are also profuse, not inferior to the lands. If he were to establish a sect on Golden Ao Island and set up the Tong Tian sect, the situation would be clear. 8 or 9 out of 10 scattered immortals from the 4 seas would gather under his banner. And where did these scattered immortals come from? They were remnants that survived the first calamity of the Longhan era, the remnants that lingered after the battle of the Wu and Yao, and the few who were reborn after the calamity. Tongshin's heart became clear. This is to sever old roots and cleanse the past. He shook his head, slightly, a hint of a smile forming. Hongjun's methods were indeed subtle. If he wished to eradicate old forces, why go through such a roundabout way and have to rely on him? No, it was not just that. His heart suddenly sank. Could it be that Hongjun's true intentions extend beyond this? The more he thought about it, the more fitting it seemed. Suspicion surged within him. If this were true, then this game would not be as simple as merely clearing out scattered immortals. Yet at the same time, the paths of the 6 saints would be completely blocked. He hesitated for a moment. If this were truly the case, then Golden Ao Island should not establish a palace. Ding! The God-tier choice system has triggered a random task. Task: construct the Zixiao Palace on Golden Ao Island. Option 1, accept. Reward: the mixed yuan unlimited great formation, the chaos bell, and a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. Option 2, decline. Reward: a movable immortal abode, the Zhou Tian star great formation, and a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. No need to think, right? Choose one. Tong Tian blurted out. Just the chaos bell alone was worth 10,000 years of hard cultivation. One of the 3 treasures of creation, only 3 innate treasures remained in the primordial world, embodying both offense and defense, suppressing the ages. In future battles, with the chaos bell above his head and the 4 swords of extermination at his disposal. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. The mixed yuan unlimited great formation sounded incredibly profound. Once the formation map was in his hands, he realized he had underestimated the system. The system's offerings could not be judged by common sense. This formation surpassed the Zhoutian star, and the mixed Yuan He Luo being the foremost protective formation of the palace capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from a Dao-level saint. In other words, unless Hongjun personally came, no one could shake the Bo Palace in the slightest. Tong Tian laughed up to the heavens, raised a finger, and proclaimed loudly, "Bo Palace establish." As the saint spoke, his words became law. In an instant, the chaotic and transformative energies surged down from deep within the Dao, completely falling upon Golden Ao Island. Following his will, a grand and ancient palace rose from the ground. Its flying eaves like wings, its corridor pillars resembling dragons, surrounded by swirling clouds with clear light flowing. In front of the palace, a stone plaque engraved with 3 characters in the common language of the myriad realms read, "Bo Palace." The palace was completed. He no longer hesitated. With a wave of his sleeve, the formation map flew out. Mixed Yuan, unlimited, great formation, activate. The Bo Palace was instantly enveloped in resplendent light. Within the light, scenes shifted, sometimes depicting the chaos at the dawn of creation, sometimes showing the end of an era with the great Dao unraveling. Layers of radiance overlapped. If any immortal were to mistakenly enter, they would instantaneously become disoriented, lost within the illusions of time. Tong Tian stepped inside, a thought flickering in his mind, and a piece of information quietly emerged. This formation comes with a time flow adjustment. 1 day in the outside world equals 10,000 years within the formation. He raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. Just what I needed. He indeed had shortcomings. The Tong Tian who crossed over had deliberately suppressed proving the Dao to avoid Hongjun's plots and wait for the system to awaken. After several Yuan meetings, the gap in magical power between him and the other 5 saints had already widened. Even though his foundation as a quasi-saint was solid, the magical power of a saint flowed like rivers into the sea, endlessly vast. A quasi-saint, no matter how thick, was ultimately just a pond. Now with this time formation, whatever the gap was, he would make up for it, or even surpass it. 1 day in the primordial world equated to 10,000 years in the formation. 100 years' time was equivalent to 1,000 years of hard cultivation for others. After another 100 years, he would surely stand ahead of the 5 saints. He stood in the center of the main hall of the Bo Palace, his fingertip brushing over a corner of the formation map, softly saying, "For this game, I will play along with you." Tong Tian calculated in his heart, 100 years should be enough. The origin lies in the 3 gifts bestowed by the divine selection system, the complete essence of Pangu, the 9 heavens mystic art, and the chaos bell. The 3 pure ones are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, inheriting his great merit in creating the heavens, thus possessing an innate foundation of the Dao. Yet there exists a flaw that remains unresolved. The primordial spirit shines bright like the sun and moon, but the physical body is frail and weak, struggling to bear the weight of the Dao. This layer of restraint hinders their ascent. Becoming a sage is not the end, it is merely the threshold of true enlightenment. At present, Tong Tian is merely a heavenly Dao sage, still situated in the 5th layer of the 12 heavens. Above him are the heavenly Dao-level sages, further above are those who are half a step towards the Dao. Having transcended the constraints of the heavenly Dao, at the very peak lies the sage of the great Dao. The reason sages do not perish is that their primordial spirits dwell in the void of the heavenly Dao. As long as the heavenly Dao endures, they remain eternally unbroken. It is precisely for this reason that they dare to forge ahead, unafraid of their own demise. However, after attaining sagehood, the quality of one's innate talent becomes paramount. Now Tong Tian has a chance to fill the gaps, a complete essence of Pangu and a body refinement technique tailored specifically for him. The 9 heavens mystic art. This technique is not simply a copy of ancient texts, but rather crafted by the divine selection system, based on his physical constitution, chi circulation, and the brightness and darkness of his soul fire, refined inch by inch through repeated adjustments. Others cannot practice it, attempting to do so will lead to collapse, but for him it is as natural as water flowing into a channel, perfectly harmonious. That which is compatible is the best. Returning to the present, Tongshan's current path is slightly inferior among the 4 sages. Jane and Junie have already stepped into the 6th layer of the chaos. He still lingers in the 5th. Nevertheless, he is meticulous by nature, and his progress is both steady and swift. Catching up is merely a matter of time. Activate the formation. Time formation. Accelerate the flow to the limit. 1 day outside equals countless years inside the formation. The great formation of chaos operates silently, and the scene of Zixiao Island's Bo Palace vanishes in an instant, as if it never existed in the primordial chaos. 33 heavens away within the Zixiao Palace, the sages sit in silence, each refraining from speaking. Haotian has recently established the heavenly court, and the positions of 365 deities remain vacant, awaiting to be filled. Logically, it should be the responsibility of the human teaching the Chan teaching and the Western teaching to jointly recommend candidates. Yet this task seems almost impossible. In the human teaching, only Xuandu remains. In the Chan teaching, the list of disciples from Zixiao Palace, including the 3 generations of disciples, totals merely 30, while the Western teaching of Jane and Juni has slightly more than the human teaching yet fewer than the Chan teaching, at most 50 to 60. Combined, the 3 teachings amount to less than 100. How can they fill 365 divine positions? Are they really expected to send all their direct disciples to the heavenly court to be commanded by Haotian? Does he dare? The 4 sages each cast their eyes downward, their internal anger surging. Haotian truly does not know the limits of his own mortality. If he continues this way, he will face utter annihilation, leaving not even a trace. A former gatekeeper of Zixiao Palace, fortunate enough to receive a hint from Hongjun, has transformed from a stubborn stone into a quasi-saint. Yet he truly believes he is the reincarnation of Pangu, wishing to command the disciples of the sages. This is utterly ridiculous. The 4 sages remain impassive. Taishang doesn't even bother to use substitution techniques. He does not believe that Haotian is truly bold enough to extend his hand. If he dares to forcefully seize the disciples of the 3 teachings, Taishang could easily disperse him with a mere wave without even needing to disturb the peaceful sage. Even Hongjun and the 4 sages are suppressing a wave of frustration. You favor Haotian, we accept that. But to be so blatantly biased is simply excessive. The 12 golden immortals refuse to bow to Haotian, and that is deemed the cause of the sacred killing calamity. How laughable. Does Haotian truly consider himself a sage? Refusal is good. Wonderful. The resentment in the hall thickens and nearly freezes into frost. Yet Hongjun, the Dao Ancestor, remains entirely unaware. How could he not know the number of people among the 3 teachings? Combined, there are less than 100. Oh, what could they do to instigate a great calamity? If a real fight breaks out, the elite of the 3 teachings would suffer over half their losses, and the subsequent upheaval in the Western lands, the reweaving of causality, and the shift of eras, would all be rendered futile. He has long made a decision. Tongtian must establish a sect. Tongtian ventures far overseas, widely recruiting scattered practitioners to establish the Jie Sect on Jiao Island, suiting his intentions perfectly. At that time, with the 3 teachings besieging him, the old forces will be overturned overnight, and the old order will be completely reshuffled. After the great calamity, the world will be renewed, paving the way for a new beginning. Every move and gesture of Tongtian is under the watchful gaze of Hongjun. He is the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Wherever his gaze falls, the laws extend. Who among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos can escape? But at this moment, Hongjun's heart suddenly trembles. This formation can actually isolate the heavenly Tao scrutiny. I have invoked the authority of the heavenly Tao, yet still cannot see through even the slightest detail inside. Tongtian, indeed, among the 3 pure ones, possesses the sharpest understanding and the most resilient roots. The thought arose, and he could no longer allow it to go unchecked. If this person were to remain outside the calamity, upholding his own integrity, the entire game would lose its pivot. He must be personally pushed into the center of the calamity. Hongjun suppressed the tumultuous waves, raising his eyes to scan the 4 sages in the hall. The resentment is so thick it feels as if it could drip down. This is not merely a great calamity, it is clearly an attempt to sever the roots of their Tao lineage. With less than 100 people, how can they seal any gods? It would be better to hand the sage positions over to Haotian, which would save effort. The 4 sages all turned their heads away, their gazes heavy as they fell upon the void. Hongjun understood clearly Haotian's actions had long been anticipated by him. This person is ambitious, yet shallow, narrow-minded, and restless, and is fundamentally incapable of comprehending the profound implications of the moves on the primordial chessboard. Years ago, his enlightenment was merely a spirit stone ordained by the heavenly Tao, allowing him to ascend to quasi-saint. Yet precisely because of this, his potential has long been exhausted, and his foundational roots have solidified like iron, leaving no room for further loosening. The enlightenment of a sage has never been a gift, but a seal. Yet Haotian fails to recognize his own position. Even though he once guarded the gate of Zixiao Palace for Hongjun, he remains merely a gatekeeper. In terms of foundation, he is inferior even to the 3,000 scattered immortals who listened to teachings in Zixiao Palace back, then let alone the direct disciples of the sages. Yet he dares to make the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching bow to him. This is not majesty, it is clearly foolishness. If it were someone else who would dare. Yet Yaoqi understands much better. She merely oversees the roster of female immortals and their duties, leaving everything else untouched. The distinction between folly and wisdom lies in this balance of advancement and retreat. Yet Hongjun happens to like Haotian precisely because he is foolish and easy to manipulate. The calamity of sealing the gods is about to begin, and it must be initiated by him. As for the sage's anger if they truly kill him, then so be it. For someone so oblivious, even if the sages choose to tolerate him for Hongjun's sake, Hongjun himself must still let him experience some hardship. Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Have you all come up with any proposals?" Taishang and Yuanshi sat silently without a word. In matters like this, what results can be derived from sitting idly for a year? It's absurd. They only regard Zixiao Palace as their own dojo, each focusing on comprehending the heavenly Dao. Hongjun's question seems to have passed through their ears like the wind, leaving no trace. As matters have reached this point, Taishang and Yuanshi have begun to discern the flavor. What Tongtian resists is not the path of enlightenment itself, but the very concept of establishing a sect. He truly is an insightful person. But if he is so insightful, why does he remain silent? With a turn of thought, the two felt enlightened. The path of enlightenment is what they are deeply attached to, and even if Tongtian were to lay it all out, they might not be willing to listen, potentially damaging their camaraderie. Only a fool would speak. Now that the situation stands as it does, how long has it been since the signs of contention among the great teachings have surfaced? Regardless, they will not seize this first opportunity. Jane and Zhuanti can no longer sit still, while Taishang and Yuanshi can remain silent due to their status as the Dao Ancestor's direct disciples. The pressure of being named disciples weighs heavily upon them, and they are keenly aware of their responsibilities. Zhuanti's face fell, his voice trembling. "Dao Ancestor, please clarify. The disciples of our Western teachings are already few. Where do we find so many candidates to fill the ranks? This cuts off the foundation of our Dao lineage. The Dao Ancestor once promised that the West would flourish, but if we cannot even protect a few disciples, how can we uphold the term great flourishing with just my senior brother and me?" As he reached the end, he truly began to cry, disregarding the snot and tears, his forehead heavily knocking on the ground. Our Western teachings suffer greatly. During the conflict between Dao and Demon, when the Earth's veins were destroyed and the spiritual mechanisms shattered, my senior brother and I, after attaining sainthood daily, scooped the holy water from the 8 treasures merit pool to nourish the earth, gradually reviving some vitality. After so much effort to cultivate a few promising talents, do they all have to perish in this tribulation? Moreover, why should the 12 golden immortals' calamity fall upon our Western teachings to bear? I earnestly beseech the Dao Ancestor to see clearly. He lay on the ground, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Yuanshi secretly gave Zhuanti a thumbs up. Brave, truly brave to say such things. Though this sounded like a grievance, every word pricked at the body of the heavenly sovereign. Even Yuanshi had to sigh, impressive. How could Hongjun not know? His expression unchanged, he said, "Rise." Zhuanti complied, wiping his face in a sniffling manner, feeling no embarrassment. Hongjun sighed softly. "I urged Tongtian to attain Dao for 2 reasons. The 4 saints were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, they were discussing the matter of sealing the gods. How did it suddenly turn back to Tongtian? They had long seen through Tongtian's intent. He simply wished to be an unrestrained and leisurely sage. Had it not been for the Dao Ancestor's pressure, he could have lived a tranquil life detached from worldly matters. Hongjun did not shy away from saying, "You do not know, Tongtian attaining Dao can indeed draw forth the merits contained within the primordial spirit. However, in my original plan, he was meant to establish a teaching to certify using the incense of myriad beings and the wills of the masses to push the great Dao to perfection. Who would have thought he would take a different path, not establishing a teaching, yet still attain certification? His attainment not only fills the void in the heavenly Dao, but has also birthed today's grand calamity of sealing the gods. He advocates for seizing a glimmer of hope, surely meaning to open wide the door's teaching without discrimination." Before he could finish, the 4 saints already understood. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged quick glances, both eyes shining with light. Indeed, if Tongtian were to establish a teaching, this matter would then be the affair of the 3 purities. Internal struggles are internal struggles. We only need to act at the right moment. Why force our way in? At that time, the Western teachings could assist one side and observe the fire from the other bank, waiting for the critical moment to stake our claim and secure victory. Tongtian wants to be a carefree sage. No way. Forcing him to establish a teaching is imperative. It is not the lack of numbers, but the imbalance that is concerning. Saints are not stone. They still possess feelings and desires. Otherwise, why would these disputes arise? Of course, in a certain sense, saints have long transcended the mundane. They are the tangible manifestations of the laws of the heavenly Dao. However, if one truly cultivates to the point where having feelings means being, without feelings, the realm may not necessarily increase, yet it is nearly akin to the heavenly Dao itself. Unfortunately, in the Zixiao Palace, none of the saints, including Hongjun, have reached such a state. Thus there arose calculations, dissatisfaction, and undercurrents. Why can Tongtian be carefree, while we must struggle for our lives in this calamity? Is this fair? The scale in the hearts of the two Western saints tilted immediately. Once tilted, they wanted to drag Tong Tian down with them. You refuse to establish a teaching. We insist that you must. If the three purities do not fight among themselves, how can the Western teachings rise to power? Jane and Zhuan-Ti exchanged glances again. No words needed, their thoughts had already connected. Tong Tian must be forced to establish a teaching. Hongjun sat upon the high platform, his gaze sweeping across the saints in the hall, a barely perceptible smile lifting the corner of his mouth. The fish has taken the bait. He had always enjoyed the feeling of looking down upon all beings, plucking at their heartstrings. Even the saints were merely pieces on the chessboard, obeying orders. Yet Tong Tian did not respond as expected, causing Hongjun's finger to pause, a hint of impatience crossing his brow. Taishang and Yuan Shi exchanged a glance, their hearts jolting. Jane and Zhuan-Ti thought of what they had thought. Jane and Zhuan-Ti did not understand. They had already deciphered 7 parts of the puzzle. How could the two Eastern saints not understand? This scene from beginning to end was all within Hongjun Dao Ancestor's grasp. No wonder Tong Tian was reluctant to attain Dao for so long. The crux lay here. In an instant, Tong Tian's old words resurfaced in his mind. If I attain Dao, the bonds of brotherhood will become difficult to preserve. What bonds? It is clearly the calamity of sealing the gods. Once the calamity begins, the three teachings will fight, blood-staining Kunlun corpses littering Penglai. If we are to talk of bonds, that would truly be a joke. Taishang and Yuan Shi had initially been secretly cursing Tong Tian for being lax, yet who would have thought he had already seen through this game, and quietly stepped back, avoiding that invisible threat. What was even more chilling was, they themselves had unwittingly become the most convenient knife in the hands of the Dao Ancestor. The absurdity of worldly affairs could not be more pronounced. The two suddenly recalled the great Dao that Tong Tian practiced from existence into non-existence, ruling over slaughter, overseeing the end of all things. Looking again at his life's treasure, the sword formation of slaying immortals, 4 swords hovering in midair, malevolent energy, soaring to the heavens, how could this be a good thing? Moreover, considering his methods, calculating the heavenly mechanisms, as if reading palm lines, seizing a glimmer of hope in the face of utter despair. The more they thought, the colder they felt, the chill rising from their feet. If Tong Tian were to establish a teaching, the three purities would surely turn against each other, and it would not take 3 days to see the outcome. No, it would be a matter of time with no room for negotiation. The two fell silent for a long while, pondering deeper. If Tong Tian never attains Dao, or establishes a teaching, can this heavenly killing calamity even stir up waves? It cannot stir up waves, unless Hongjun is willing to abandon his own Dao lineage. Otherwise, the three teachings cannot even gather 100 righteous gods. What can be used to fill the list of sealed gods? We must not allow him to establish a teaching, Taishang said quietly. Yuan Shi nodded. We share the same heart. But could they express this aloud? The regulations set by Hongjun are the ironclad laws of the wilderness. To violate them is to defy the heavenly Dao. Yet Hongjun said little, merely casting a faint glance at the saints, his sleeves lightly brushing. The 4 saints have debated for 3 years, and no conclusion has been reached. Let's disperse for now, we will discuss it again another day. The 4 saints bowed in unison. We respectfully send off Dao Ancestor. As the words fell, the high platform was already empty. Zhuan-Ti immediately turned to Taishang and Yuan Shi, his tone earnest. Brothers, Tong Tian has long stagnated in his progress. As fellow practitioners, how can we turn a blind eye? After all, he is the 3rd direct disciple of the Dao Ancestor. Jane immediately echoed, precisely. We ought to encourage him to rally to establish a tradition and illuminate the Dao Ancestor's gate. Taishang and Yuan Shi merely smiled lightly, neither nodding nor responding. They clasped their hands in a salute and turned to leave. 2 foolish ones. They had not even grasped the true intent of the Dao Ancestor, and still fancied themselves acting on behalf of the heavens. Previously, there remained a hint of support for Tong Tian, but now it seemed those 2 Western saints wouldn't even be able to wrap around a single finger of Tong Tian. The 2 returned to their own caves, their steps steady. As long as Tong Tian does not establish a teaching, the 3 purities shall remain the 3 purities. Jane looked at the 2 departing figures, frowning slightly. Junior brother, do the 2 Eastern saints seem to have a sense of avoidance? Zhuan-Ti chuckled lightly. It's merely about face. These old-fashioned figures value reputation above all. They may not admit it outwardly, yet are deeply fearful inside. We must continue to persuade until he has no choice but to comply. Jane nodded. Indeed. If it were themselves, this matter would be difficult to broach. But it can be done, just not spoken of. Thus the 2 set off together towards the East Sea's Golden Turtle Island, to the Zixiao Palace. When a sage descends, there is a celestial atmosphere. Purple chi pierces the sky. For 30,000 miles, auspicious clouds surge like waves in layers. Rosy light spreads like silk across the sea, and exotic fragrances float with the wind across the island, while golden lotuses bloom beneath their feet, releasing fragrance with every step. In an instant, many powerful beings of the primordial chaos were stirred, extending their divine sense in confusion. The two sages of the West, why have they suddenly intruded upon the sacred ground of the Tongtian sage, while giving lectures on Mount Shumi? Zhuan-Ti spoke aloud, his voice like a bell spreading across the golden tortoise. Tongtian Dao brother, senior brother Jane, and I have come to pay our respects. His voice rolled over the gates of the Bo Palace, penetrating deep into the inner hall. At that time, Tongtian was in closed-door cultivation, refining a primordial killing aura, his mind submerged in the profound. How could he spare any attention for the commotion outside? The hall remained silent with no one responding. Zhuan-Ti's face stiffened, his smile suddenly freezing. Though Tongtian was a direct disciple of the Dao Ancestor, he had only become a sage for 3 years, while we as named disciples have cultivated for millennia. In the primordial chaos, power is revered, and to leave one hanging like this is overly presumptuous. This Bo Palace must not be entered today. Above the primordial chaos, the sage is supreme. But above the sage, only Hongjun holds supremacy. Not due to his teachings, but in his true nature, the embodiment of the heavenly Dao, the body of the Dao, the master of the 6 sages, and also the only heavenly Dao-level sage in the primordial chaos. With the deepest Dao cultivation, the thickest magical power, and the hardest fist. The sages obey not out of fear, but because of the laws of heaven and earth. Hongjun is the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao is Hongjun. Between sages, the distinction of high and low is hard to determine. Without a battle, who is strong and who is weak remains a mystery. But sages are immortal. Once they engage, it results in mountains collapsing, stars falling, and space fracturing. Fighting for 1,000 years may not harm the roots. Exhausting for 10,000 years only leads to mutual destruction. Therefore, conflicts among sages have always been brief. Losing a single move means losing face. Retreating a half step means falling behind. Victory or defeat does not lie in life and death, but in demeanor and majesty, in that fleeting moment of composure. Only one person is the exception. Hongjun. He is the one who merges with the Dao, the heavenly Dao itself. The 6 sages face him as mere mortals gazing up at the heavens. Even their breaths must be held. This is not a difference in strength, but a difference in existence. For a heavenly Dao-level sage to subdue another heavenly Dao sage is not a difficult task. Yet Zhuan-Ti has the confidence, convinced that he can surpass Tongtian. This is simply because Tongshan's enlightenment is still fresh. He has been a sage for several Yuan meetings longer than Tongtian. His magical power is denser, the operation of the laws more familiar, and he even has a better grasp of the nuances of sage majesty. Zhuan-Ti sees through it all. Tongtian's nature cannot be persuaded. Even his own enlightenment was forced upon him by the Dao Ancestor, who pushed him against the wall. Can Zhuan-Ti's face compare to that of the Dao Ancestor? Absurd. Zhuan-Ti knows very well that Tongtian is most likely in closed-door cultivation, adjusting his saintly body and comprehending the saintly realm. He insists on knocking at this moment, just when Tongshan's limbs have not yet fully extended, his divine powers not yet flowing freely, forcing him into a confrontation. By the time Tongtian has refined his primordial body into one that is seamless, mastering the use of his saintly techniques, there will be no room for them to intervene. The calculations are clear and crisp. In the outside world of the primordial chaos, 3 years have passed, yet within the primordial infinite great formation, over 100 billion years of spring and autumn have gone by. Tongtian has long since refined all of Pangu's legacy, dismantling, reforging, and reclaiming the 47 layers of the Chaos Bell's restrictions for his own use. His cultivation has reached the 8th layer of the primordial chaos, quietly surpassing Jane and Zhuan-Ti. This startled him as well. He initially thought this formation was a shield for the mountain, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a staircase to ascend to the heavens, the highest level enlightenment formation, nothing more. Zhuan-Ti's voice came through the formation's walls, and Tongshan's lips curled, slightly devoid of warmth. Does he not know the calculations of the 2 sages? Fellow Taoists, I am currently in closed-door cultivation. Please withdraw swiftly. If you insist on forcing your way in, you will interrupt my path. Those who interrupt others' paths shall not live. With that said, do not blame me for the warning. Jane and Zhuan-Ti were both taken aback. Was this a warning from Tongtian? Jane pondered for a moment and spoke. All right, junior brother, let us return for now. Just posturing. Zhuan-Ti scoffed, not living. I want to see how he plans to enforce that. He did not believe that Tongtian truly dared to tear the facade. Nor did he believe that the newly ascended Tongtian could make him stumble. The 7 treasures wonderful tree responded with a sound, golden light wrapped in 7 colored flowing clouds, its branches swaying lightly, producing harmonious sounds, making the heavens tremble. The space above Golden Tortoise Island suddenly cracked open, with several fissures, chaotic air currents slithering in like snakes, hissing ominously. Zhuan-Ti called out with laughter, Tongtian Dao brother, if you do not respond, I will truly enter. Tongshan's voice was as cold as frozen ice from 10,000 years. If you have the ability, then come in. After a pause he added, when I exit my retreat, I will certainly visit the great Thundersound Temple and knock on your palace door 3 times as I did today. Please do. Zhuan Ti replied decisively, but his teeth clenched tightly. He always took soft threats rather than hard ones. He could endure humiliation, but he would never back down. Tongtian, a newly ascended sage, did not even bother to feign courtesy, clearly tearing his face in public. Where could he put that face? Good. Since it is so, I will not be polite. The 7 treasures wonderful tree swung out the 7-colored halo, expanding violently, crashing towards the main gate of Zixiao Palace. Jane sighed softly, his brows slightly furrowing. This action was too reckless. To summon treasures right in front of Tongshan's sacred ground was akin to slapping someone in the face. It might lead to a deadly feud. But thinking it over, with the current calamity of sealing the gods rising, the foundation of the Western teachings was unstable. If they could not suppress Tongtian, establishing the sect would be like building a tower on sand. Either way, it's a trouble. Oh, why not take a big gamble? What is there to fear? The brilliance exploded, and the 7 treasures wonderful tree struck solidly against the palace gate. Yet at that moment, as the eyes of the 2 sages narrowed sharply, an invisible barrier quietly rose, rippling like water, but steadily supporting that world-destroying blow. Zhuan Ti's tree hung in midair, unwavering. Tongshan's voice came from within the palace, each word like a knife, daring to invade my sacred ground and obstruct my path to enlightenment. Very well, I will not let you live. Since you have come to my door, I shall teach you a lesson. With a slight movement of his thoughts, he shouted, Primordial Infinite Great Formation Counterattack. The formation spun lightly, the 9-colored profound light suddenly bursting forth, causing the world to come to a standstill. As if Pangu's axe had cleaved through chaos, or the bell of the apocalypse signaled the return of the myriad realms to the void. The brilliance flashed heavily, crashing into Zhuan Ti's chest. In that moment, all the great beings of the heavens were left in a daze. Is this Pangu opening the heavens? No, it is the world returning to chaos. Discussions erupted, yet no one blinked. What they saw in that instant, whether it was the opening of the heavens or the extinction of worlds, in their eyes there was no essential difference. Opening the heavens is carving existence out of nothing. Extinction is grinding existence back into nothing. A hair's breadth apart, yet of the same origin. But in the eyes of the sages it was clearly different. In the Zixiao Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable stared at the distant 9-colored flowing light, murmuring to himself, indeed, it is the momentum of Pangu opening the heavens. He cultivated the path of creating existence from non-existence, recognizing the intent of the formation at a glance. The Dao rhythm concealed within that light nearly caused his heart to tremble. Tongtian Jr. brother has actually reached this level with the formation. His gloomy expression slightly lifted, a hint of a smile appeared with Pangu's blow to open the heavens. Zhuan Ti, I fear he will not fare well. He laughed heartily. Zhuan Ti is merely a sage from a side sect in the west, daring to act against him on Golden Tortoise Island. This time, he shall taste the weight of the eastern profound gate. Seemingly existent, yet seemingly non-existent. Taisheng's brow furrowed slightly. His Dao, existing between being and non-being, instantly unraveled the secrets of the primordial infinite great formation. From the infinite arises the ultimate, from emptiness emerges the grand path. This formation is both the end of annihilation and the beginning of manifestation. A tremor coursed through the heart of the Supreme. He had long understood that the path to the heavens was from being to non-being. Yet the current formation clearly transcended the old realm, reaching the domain of from non-being to being. If he were to advance any further, would he not truly achieve a complete understanding of the path of being and non-being? Could it be that the reason the Supreme had delayed in certifying his Dao was precisely to walk this path? Junior brother's exploration of the Dao is surprisingly deeper than mine. I had thought to urge him to ascend to the holy position early. What a joke. The Supreme stroked his beard and laughed, his expression relaxed. The 2 from the west, this time, they would likely suffer a heavy setback. This lad has his skills and formations already reached such a level. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun paused with a hint of surprise in his tone. This game was set up by his own hands. How could he possibly miss it? However, he never anticipated that Zhuan Ti would disregard his own dignity and act so recklessly, attempting to humiliate him publicly while Tongtian had just entered the holy realm when his foundation was still unsteady. Even more unexpected was that Tongshan's cultivation and formations far exceeded expectations. The path of being and non-being is truly the complete path of being and non-being. Hongjun's gaze darkened. Has he already reached this level of understanding regarding the primordial diagram? The Taiji diagram is known to all yin and yang fish, mutually containing and embracing each other. But what of the primordial diagram? Merely an empty circle. Yet this empty circle precisely illuminates the true meaning of being and non-being. No wonder he hesitates to certify his Dao. He is quite confident. Having comprehended the full picture of being and non-being, certifying the Dao for him is merely a matter of raising his hand. Oh, why the rush? Yet the power of this primordial infinite great formation must not be underestimated. Hongjun knew well that this time Junti would likely lose face in public. Let you lose face completely. This primordial infinite great formation, without beginning or end, without life or death, without form or substance, even I have no confidence in breaking it directly. He gently shook his head. Well, with these two from the west trying to force Tongtian to establish a teaching, it would surely be difficult. This was not a good thing for his own plans. Not good. Junti saw the world-shattering brilliance erupt, and his heart sank sharply. Senior brother, help me. Without hesitation, he spoke, disregarding his dignity. To break a formation, he still needed to rely on Jane. Jane had cultivated with him for many years, knowing his junior brother's temperament best. Normally stubborn and thick-skinned, he would never seek help, but when he truly spoke, it meant he could no longer bear it. At this moment, it was indeed the time he could no longer endure. Jane said nothing. His figure slightly swayed, and his golden body appeared in full glory. Beneath his feet, the 12-grade merit golden lotus slowly blossomed. His hands firmly pressed against Junti's back. A surge of profound magical power flowed in. Meanwhile, Junti had already manifested a four-headed 24-armed form, with all 24 hands gripping the 7 treasures mysterious tree, firmly supporting against the counterforce of the formation. The two saints revealed their true forms, their imposing might rising to the heavens as the clouds above Golden Turtle Island were torn apart, like a blade slicing through. The might of the saints was on full display. However, that strike that opened the heavens ultimately landed heavily on Junti. 10,000 rays of intense light burst forth, sweeping through the laws of the great path, the intent of destruction rushing forth. The power Junti had previously unleashed was returned unchanged, and even surged tenfold. A violent wind erupted in front of Zixiao Palace, forming a massive vortex wrapping the two and sending them tumbling towards the peak of Mount Xiumi, crashing heavily onto the protective great formation of Lane Temple. Bang! Boom! Not knowing how many layers of time and space they had broken through, the two fell to the ground, and the entire Lane Temple collapsed with a resounding crash, turning bricks and tiles to ash. Junti's face flushed red, his lips turning pale. The grudge of blocking the Dao shall not end until death. In the future, I will personally ascend Mount Xiumi. Tongshan's voice was neither hurried nor slow, yet every word struck firmly like nails driven into stone. Jane and Junti's expressions changed in unison. This was not a warning, but a clear declaration. The grudge of blocking the Dao is a matter of life and death. If it were them, it would be the same. But when it comes to oneself, the feeling is entirely different. That is Tongtian, one of the 3 purities holding the sword array of extermination, his cultivation evident even through the primordial infinite great formation, revealing just a glimpse. What made them even more frustrated was the force that struck them was all too familiar. It was precisely Junti's own strength, the momentum of the 7 treasures mysterious tree. This formation had not truly moved, it merely acted as a mirror, reflecting you, returning it to you, and then amplifying it tenfold. Purely self-inflicted harm. Such a saint coldly stating not to die until resolved. Who would dare take it lightly? Moreover, the calamity of the divine sealing is approaching. Whichever side Tongtian stands on will have a greater chance of victory. Dao Ancestor Hongjun had long made it clear the sword array of extermination can be set up by one saint, but can only be broken with the gathering of 4 saints. Tongtian clearly intended to remain carefree. If he does not establish a teaching, he will not involve himself in the calamity. Without involvement, it is equivalent to having all 4 saints present. Jane and Junti exchanged glances, their throats constricting slightly, their faces filled with bitterness. At this moment, who could still care about their dignity? Compared to the survival of the Western teachings, face truly mattered little. It did not matter at all. Junti lightly tapped with his fingertip, and the bricks and tiles of Lane Temple returned to their original positions, the eaves slightly raised, golden light shining again. The barrier fell silently, like a curtain of water dropping, isolating the internal and external sounds. Yet he still felt uneasy, sweeping his sleeve, and the heavenly mechanisms were thrown into chaos. The stellar trajectories shifted, the divination symbols shattered, even the method of deduction lost its basis. Jiayan's brow trembled slightly, his lips moved slightly. Junior brother, must it be so? How could it not be so? Junti sighed deeply, his voice tight. I have underestimated Tongtian the saint. His magical power may not be inferior to ours. As for his Dao cultivation, I'm afraid it surpasses both of us. Junior brother. Jiayan's pupils constricted suddenly. This is no exaggeration. Junti's expression turned solemn, no longer displaying the usual carefree smile. This is my repeated deduction. It cannot be wrong. We must immediately invite all the saints and clearly urge Tong Tian to establish a teaching. His expression darkened, his voice lowered to a whisper. If we fail, the Western teachings will be in danger, and perhaps even topple, which is no empty talk. Tongshan's Dao cultivation is indeed high, but could he truly have reached this point? Taishang and Yuanshi have not yet seen such urgency. But he has the sword array of extermination. Zhuanti smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Dao Ancestor himself said, one saint sets the array, 4 saints can only break it. Jia Yin's heart sank as if falling into a cold pond. This sentence was enough. There was no need to mention anything further. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he quietly said, one step short, and all will be lost. Zhuanti took half a step forward, his voice almost a whisper. Senior brother, we should act accordingly. Tong Tian remained completely unaware of the secret schemes of the 2 saints from the West. For him, the most lacking aspect had always been time. Even if he were to certify the Primordial within several Yuanhui, having narrowly escaped Hongjun's early layout, he ultimately still became a saint. But becoming a saint is merely the beginning of the great path. Refining the essence of Pangu requires time, breaking the 14 layers of the Chaos Bell's restrictions requires time, and comprehending the 99 mystic art requires even more time. Fortunately, the primordial infinite great formation is indeed a treasure. One day outside a myriad of years within the formation, truly living up to the name primordial. He did not pay attention to the 2 saints from the West, not because he had forgotten his grudge, but rather because he was tempering his timing, nurturing his sharpness. The hatred of blocking the Dao, how could it merely be a matter of life and death? When he cultivates to the 9th layer of primordial, it will be the time for him to emerge and settle accounts. Within the Bo Palace, Tong Tian operated his mystic art, while peeling away the chaotic clock's restrictions, yet he was constantly pondering one question: what exactly is Hongjun plotting? At first glance, this question seemed foolish. Hongjun, as the embodiment of the heavenly Dao, was merely tasked with maintaining the operation of the Dao. The great calamity of sealing gods was a predetermined tribulation. To follow it meant prosperity, while to resist it meant destruction. However, upon deeper reflection, something felt amiss. A predetermined fate. It was merely a thought in his mind. If Hongjun truly aimed to uphold order, why must he set up schemes at every turn, intertwining them so intricately? Tong Tian scoured the ancient records of the sealing gods, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Hongjun was counting the marks. It was not the usual cause and effect, it was the innate imprint that existed in the primordial chaos since the dawn of creation. Those who survived the Longhan calamity and endured the Wuyao tribulation, including the elders from Zixiao Palace, were all accounted for. These individuals had long been nailed into the sealing god list, embedded in the tribulation, unable to escape. After the journey to the west, the few remaining also quietly vanished, leaving no trace. He was in the process of eradicating the remnants of the chaotic demon gods. Not just the 3,000 obstructing entities, but even the traces of the Pangu great god were on the list for removal. The 3 pure ones swallowed fallen holy pills, relegated to beyond the heavens, never to descend to the mortal realm. Lady Pingxin was trapped within the cycle of reincarnation, her holy title only acknowledged in the netherworld. The remnants of Pangu had entirely ceased to exist after the journey to the west. Meanwhile, most disciples of the Jie Sect were descendants of the survivors of the 2 calamities. Tongshan's gaze was serene, as if a river of stars flowed within. If you wish to dominate the primordial chaos, then you must reckon with me to death or immortality. You wish to aid you? No chance. The marks of Pangu and the 3,000 demon gods are for the innate divine beings' roots, sources, and lifeblood. For postnatal beings, it might not be as critical. Innate divine beings are born bearing the weight of cause and effect. Though the 3,000 demon gods fell for obstructing creation, their paths were entirely encompassed by the heavenly Dao, their remains fused with Pangu's flesh and blood, forming the today's primordial chaos. The heavenly Dao records both merit and connection. The 12 ancestor witches were transformed from Pangu's essence, mingled with the demon god's malevolence, rooted in this very origin. Therefore, whether it is Pangu's imprint or the demon god's seal, neither is a mere shadow, but rather a living source of cultivation. As long as the marks in the heavenly Dao remain, future generations can trace back and inherit the insights of the great path endlessly. This benefits the many, yet harms but one. Hongjun. Tong Tian had guessed correctly. This was precisely Hongjun's scheme. He was one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods surviving the tribulation. First, he would certify as a saint of the heavenly Dao, then ascend to the apex of the Dao using the name of the heavenly Dao to carry out the act of cleansing. He thought that by merging with the Dao he would become the sole sovereign, yet upon surveying the heavenly Dao, he realized those old friends and rivals had long inscribed their own unique marks above the Dao. This feeling is truly hard to describe. Moreover, due to the peculiar nature of the 3,000 great path demon gods, as long as the Dao exists, they would eventually be able to reassemble their forms and spirits from the void and once again manifest in the world. The hidden danger is too great. The only ones capable of subduing the chaotic demon gods are other chaotic demon gods. Having reached this stage after enduring countless tribulations, how could Hongjun allow others to meddle in his power? If even the Pangu great god cannot be permitted, let alone the other chaotic demon gods. The need for a cleansing tribulation is justified. After the Wu Yao calamity, the number of cultivators has increasingly flourished, necessitating a thorough trial. But why should that tribulation's flames spread across the entirety of the primordial chaos? It is clear that Hongjun is intentionally fanning the flames simply to erase the imprint of the Pangu great god, while also sweeping away the remnants of the chaotic demon gods. Though Tongtian did not know how far Hongjun's plan extended, he had a rough understanding of its framework. He could not bear it. He would not obstruct the eradication of the chaotic demon god's traces. If one wishes to eliminate the imprint of the Pangu great god, it is absolutely impossible. The three pure ones are transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. Denying Pangu would mean severing the roots of the three pure ones and destroying the source of the 12 ancestor witches. This matter Tongtian would never concede. His gaze was calm. Without entering the game, one cannot truly see the connections within. So it turns out the sealing god tribulation is aimed precisely at this. He even suspected that the contention among the three pure ones and the fracturing of the primordial chaos were all orchestrated by Hongjun well in advance. The vast primordial chaos ended up reduced to the 4 major continents of the Earth immortal realm, shrinking by nearly half. The more he thought, the colder he felt. I Tongtian cannot coexist with you. Hongjun is a heavenly Dao-level saint. To topple him is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Without a divine-level choice system relying solely on arduous cultivation and enlightenment, even after countless tribulations and epics, one could hardly hope to catch up. But with the system, everything becomes different. Tongtian nodded lightly and smiled. The heavenly Dao Saint is divided into 12 levels, and he had firmly secured the 9th level. This cultivation had consumed the accumulation of several yuanwei. He believed that his current Dao attainment had already reached parity with the saints. A few more tasks would elevate his realm, just as water flows naturally. At present, his life treasure had been exchanged for the chaotic clock, and all 14 layers of restrictions had been completely refined, from which he derived 2 major formation diagrams. The Great Array of the Stars, and the Great Array of the Primordial River and Luo. His understanding of his own being and non-being had grown increasingly profound. Among the 3 great artifacts of creation, the chaotic clock is the only one that possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, perfectly aligning with the pivotal concept of being and non-being. This greatly benefits his path. Additionally, the 99 mystic art had been cultivated to the 5th layer. This was not the method originally passed down from Pangu, but rather a refined adjustment made by the system based on his root bone chi mechanism and divine soul characteristics. Specifically designed for Tongtian. The most suitable method for oneself is the true method, and it does not end there. He reorganized, refined, and purified his own great path, ultimately forging the golden chapter of the supreme, clear jade, celestial great Dao, which forms the foundation of the teaching of the supreme, clear lineage and the essence of imparting the Dao. In this way, billions of years passed in the blink of an eye. Tongtian stretched his muscles and bones, lifting the time restrictions of the great array of the primordial infinite. And after a brief calculation, only 3 years had passed in the primordial realm. He nodded slightly. The time difference had been smoothed out, and there was no longer any gap with the saints. As for the one in Zixiao Palace, 33 heavens away, there was no rush. There is plenty of time. Well, see slowly. He pushed open the palace door. Having been in seclusion for hundreds of millions of years, it was time to go out for a walk. The 2 saints in the west needed to be taught a lesson. The departure of a saint always heralds a grand spectacle. Purple chi filling the sky, auspicious colors, descending exotic fragrances wafting, and golden lotuses sprouting from the ground, all of which are commonplace. Moreover, Tongtian had not concealed his tracks at all, stepping on the void, his footsteps following the waves, the surface of the sea rippling with his presence, and then quietly calming down, leisurely and unhurried, as if a wandering true immortal, free and unrestrained. The saintly aura was reined in, revealing his true nature. He moved neither hastily nor slowly. He must go to Mount Sumru. It was there that Zhuanti and Jiejin had obstructed his quest for the Dao, and the cause and effect had grown deeply intertwined. This lesson must be taught, but he would never wish to be that knife in Hongjun's hand. Though Tongtian did not know how each of Hongjun's moves played out, he did see one thing. Clearly, the imprint of Pangu must be erased. This is Hongjun's true bottom line. He absolutely could not allow that. To a certain extent, the saints are all his companions on this journey. Unfortunately, these companions are still lost in their dreams, completely unaware that beneath their feet lies an abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Tong Tian would not foolishly expose everything. He would wait for them to awaken on their own, and then offer them the needle. That is called discretion. Otherwise, he would be suspected of sowing discord and harboring ulterior motives. Always playing the good guy. Too foolish. He was not in a hurry. After all, he never intended to establish any grand teachings. Let Hongjun grow anxious. This feeling is quite comfortable. He touched down on Jianeo Island in the East Sea, and for the first time, he carefully observed the coast of the East Sea. The primordial chaos is vast, and the East Sea is especially so. As far as the eye can see, it is boundless. Surrounded by water in the distance, the sea meets the sky, a line of deep blue spanning the heavens. He felt a sense of ease in his heart, as if his chest had also opened up a little. A gentle breeze swept by, and 3 colorful clouds danced around like familiar friends. Tong Tian laughed heartily, amused by the 4 little ones before him. So, it is you all come forth. The saint spoke, each word authoritative, and as soon as he finished speaking, the gentle breeze dispersed, and the 3 colorful clouds unfurled, transforming into 1 man and 3 women standing before him. The man stood tall with prominent features and a calm gaze. The woman at the front appeared serene and composed. The one in the middle had lively eyes and a face as radiant as a spring peach. The last one moved gracefully, her smile bright, with a wisp of cloud lingering around her fingertips. The 4 bowed in unison and said, "Disciples, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao, pay their respects to the saint." Tong Tian laughed again. Good. Good. I have a connection with you all. Do you wish to follow me in cultivation? Zhao Gongming and the others' eyes brightened suddenly, and without further thought, they prostrated once more. We wish to learn from Master. Since Hongjun began preaching in the Purple Sky Palace, enlightening the 3,000 listeners, the great Dao has gradually spread. Yet seeking the Dao in the primal chaos is no easy feat. Just considering one's origin can block 9 out of 10 cultivators' paths. Among the 5 saints of the East, Taishang's teachings accepted only Xian Du, who was still of the human race. Yuan Shi's teachings were slightly broader, with only about 20 names on the roster of Yushu Palace, including the Bai He boy. In Yuhua Huang Palace, all were servants with none imparted. As for the Earth Mother, her teaching grounds were deep within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Who would dare approach there? Going there might mean losing one's very soul. The difficulty of seeking the Tao is truly more perilous than ascending to the heavens. Upon hearing Tong Tian's intention to accept disciples, the 4 immortals' hearts raced. This was not merely becoming a disciple, but rather it was a destiny bestowed by the heavens. Good, good, good. Tong Tian looked at the 4 youthful faces before him, growing more pleased with each glance. Their personalities resonated, and their camaraderie matched his desires for a disciple. What are outer and inner sects? Under Tong Tian, there is no need for such distinctions. Once you enter this door, you are family, and all are treated equally. He raised his hand and pointed. 4 beams of clear light entered the foreheads of the 4, and the Shangqing Yuqing Jinzhong was quietly imprinted within. His voice was slightly deep, yet every word reached their ears. This is the fundamental law of my Shangqing lineage. Understanding it leads to longevity, and the realm of saints is not a mere illusion. He was not boasting. The primordial purple energy granted by the divine selection system was quietly residing deep within his purple mansion. That was the key to becoming a saint. Can disciples become saints? He was confident in his heart. Zhao Gongming and the others stood frozen in place, their faces drained of color, then suddenly flushed, their throats burning, barely squeezing out a single phrase, "Thank you, Master, for granting us the law." As the Shangqing Yuqing Jinzhong entered their sea of consciousness, it flowed like a living entity, their spirits humming, as if thousands of whispers resonated simultaneously. This was not an ordinary attack method, nor a rigid formula. It was a net that encompassed all possibilities. There were no fixed paths, no singular answers. It merely reflected the essence of the cultivator. If you are the wind, it teaches you how to wield the wind as a blade. If you are the clouds, it guides you in gathering and dispersing it while inhaling and exhaling the world. Zhao Gongming understood the Qing Ling Feng. Lei Ju Yunxiao grasped the Su Ni Ning Guangshu. Bixiao's hand glowed with a line of azure light, and Qiangxiao's feet were already surrounded by the shadow of a lotus. All derived from the same principle, yet each followed their own path, perfectly aligning with their essence, without a hint of error. This is what is meant by teaching according to one's abilities. Tong Tian saw the 4 with closed eyes, their breaths gradually stabilizing, and knowing they were entering a good state, casually landed on a solitary island, allowing them to quietly cultivate. Coincidentally, this island was called Sainthood Island. He looked up at the sky, a slight smile on his lips. Not establishing a sect does not mean not accepting disciples. Is this principle not clear enough? Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao still felt somewhat dazed. as if stepping on floating clouds afraid to take a step. It was all too sudden. Cultivators in the primal chaos toiled day and night, often breaking through thousands of mountains for a single true word. Today they merely encountered the saint on a casual stroll, mustering their courage to ask a question, and unexpectedly became his direct disciples. If this news were to spread, no one would believe it. The dignity of the saint does not allow for casual closeness. If it weren't for the swirling purple energy in the sky, the auspicious clouds that did not disperse, and the exotic fragrance that penetrated their very bones, how could they dare take that step? Yet it was precisely that step that unveiled their fates and established their master-disciple relationship. Only upon revisiting the Shangqing Yuqing Jinzhong did they realize what it meant by the great Tao is simplicity itself, encompassing all things. The keys that were once incomprehensible now pierced through at a glance. The confusions that had once twisted around in circles were now fully understood. Most remarkably, this law had already been engraved into their primordial spirits, tirelessly accompanying them day and night, as if taught by a master. From adjusting breathing and establishing a foundation to probing the primordial chaos, every detail was clear, every phrase could be followed utterly straightforward with no need for speculation. If they still did not understand what kind of opportunity they had stumbled upon, then they truly wasted these several thousand years. Tong Tian stood with his hands behind his back, seeing the four's breaths deepen their divine light, raining and gently nodding, "Not bad, not bad. Their roots are clear, their hearts are righteous, and their understanding is sufficient. Having found such good seedlings, why rush to travel? There is no need to hastily seek misfortune from the two saints of the West." Now for the third time. He had clearly deduced that the first disciple under Tong Tian should have been Duo Bao. How was it that with a shift of wind and a scattering of clouds it had changed to Zhao Gongming and the three Xia? Hongjun's fingertip paused midair, the divination signs thrown into complete disarray. A coldness settled over his features. The heavenly Tao manifested at the very moment the saints attained the Tao. The heavenly Tao itself had already been altered. In the old trajectory, Tong Tian was destined to ascend to the saintly throne after Taishang and Yuanshi. Yet somewhere an error had occurred. To this day, he had not attained it. One misstep, and the entire board shifts. The bonds of master and disciple, shattered one after another, severed cleanly and completely. Now the four originally designated outer disciples had entered the sect, but of the four personal disciples there was not a single trace. Hongjun's brows were heavy with thought. Duo Bao was precisely the crucial link. So many matters relied on him to connect the threads, so many schemes depended on him to bridge the gaps. If this link were missing, how could the subsequent moves be arranged? His heart sank. To cleanse the traces of the 3,000 great Taoist demons, to weaken Pangu's divine mark. This was indeed his desire. But it was not for the sake of sole dominion over the primordial world. He was already the embodiment of the heavenly Tao itself. To speak of control again would be absurd, wouldn't it? Would it not be an insult to him, Hongjun? Everything he did was for one single purpose, to transcend the heavenly Tao. Yet this grand ambition, before it had even begun, had already encountered hidden reefs. Tongtian, you must establish the Jie Sect. Before the words even faded, his gaze had become a drawn blade. Otherwise, I want mine, sending you on a trip through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tong Tian remained utterly oblivious. Had he truly known, he would never have agreed. Would he be the kind of fool to knowingly jump into a trap? He had always avoided thankless tasks with great haste. At this moment, all his attention was on the 4 disciples. Having just accepted them, the novelty had yet to wear off. The 4 disciples possessed excellent aptitude. Within just a few days, each had independently derived a combat art suited to their own nature from the Shangqing Yuqing Jinzhong, and had rebuilt their foundations upon it. This step was of utmost importance. Previously, the 4 had cultivated based on instinct, their methods crude and their gains limited. The old power was completely washed away by the new techniques, causing a significant drop in his realm. Tongtian, however, remained unconcerned. Power is easy to cultivate, but progress in one's path is difficult. With an unstable foundation, no matter how high the building is, it remains a dangerous structure. The Shangqing Yuqing Golden Chapter thoroughly refines and reorganizes the 4 small foundations. All the dross is removed, leaving only the essence clean and neat, without any hindrance. On the surface, it seems the path has regressed, but in reality, it is solidifying the foundation. Otherwise, even if one reaches the pinnacle of Quasi Saint, it would still be a paper structure. How long could it withstand a few blows? Who can say for sure? From today onwards, these hidden dangers will be completely wiped away. Despite their limited insight, the 4 small ones have heard the legends of preaching from the Zixiao Palace. They secretly thought, even if Hongjun Daozu were to come in person, it would be difficult to possess such means. It truly felt like a miracle. As the foundational techniques began to take shape, the 4 of them hurriedly prostrated on the ground, saying, "Thank you, Master, for imparting the techniques." The joy of gaining the Tao filled their hearts. Tong Tian glanced at the four. The joy of gaining the Dao is indeed great, but if one cannot attain great freedom and liberation, it is ultimately just an illusion. Your current level of cultivation is nothing in the vastness of the primordial chaos. One could easily grasp it and find it everywhere. Do not be complacent. The four of them bowed their heads in agreement. Indeed, having just taken the first step, they were already thinking about reaching the summit. How ridiculous. As this thought arose, a flush crept onto their faces and a sense of shame quietly surfaced. To speak plainly, a calamity for immortals is approaching. Those who cannot maintain their Dao heart will be swept into the currents of tribulation in an instant, and a name will surely be left on the divine list. Ah! Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao Bixiao, and Xiongxiao all trembled in unison, their spines cold. They had just realized the Dao. How could it already tie into a great calamity? It's truly terrifying. Tongshan's expression remained unchanged. I am not trying to scare you. The primordial chaos will change. The Dao Ancestor has already issued a decree. Within 1,000 years, an unprecedented calamity for immortals will surely arrive. If you can pass through, the path ahead will be smooth. If you cannot, then you will truly be on the list, listening to the orders of Haotian every day. The four of them froze in place, then knelt down suddenly. Zhao Gongming's voice tightened. Master, please save us. Tong Tian sighed softly in his heart. In the past, when Wen Zhong faced calamity, Zhao Gongming had risen in anger, leading to the three Xiao's involvement in the killing calamity, ultimately resulting in their annihilation. Now the situation has reversed, making one smile. He slightly raised the corners of his lips. Just maintain righteousness and virtue, and the flames of tribulation will naturally avoid you. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. A calamity personally decreed by the Dao Ancestor sounds truly chilling. But since Master has said there is no harm, then there truly is no harm. What is there to fear? Tong Tian continued. The calamities of the primordial chaos are ever present. Even without this one, due to the accumulation of causes and effects, sooner or later there will be another storm. In dealing with others, techniques, conflicts are inevitable. The Dao is the foundation, and magical treasures cannot be lacking. Especially when comparing those of the same level, a suitable treasure can often turn the tide. Yunxiao stepped forward half a step, lowering her sleeves and bowing her head. Please guide us, Master. Tong Tian nodded. Among the four disciples, only she had a unique constitution and calm disposition, most to his liking. As immortals seeking the Dao, we must align with the heavenly Dao. Even with my current cultivation, I can only say one thing. The Dao is without end. The four small ones nodded earnestly. Their master Tong Tian, revered as a sage, yet speaks of the Dao is without end, which shows the vastness, depth, and inexhaustibility of the great Dao. People often say sages know everything and can do anything. This is not wrong, but there must be a limit added. Within the realm of heavenly Dao sages, I can indeed know myriad matters and control myriad powers. But to speak the truth, it requires that other sages do not interfere. If one steps outside the realm of heavenly Dao sages, then the claims of knowing everything and being able to do anything can no longer be mentioned. The Dao has no end. Above the heavenly Dao sages, there are heavenly Dao level sages, namely Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Above the Dao Ancestor, there is still half a step into the great Dao. Only beyond that is the true great Dao. Tong Tian swept his gaze over the four lightly, sighing, saying, this is to give you an understanding. The Dao is without end. The path of seeking the Dao is eternally boundless. Even the Dao Ancestor does not dare to claim complete knowledge. How much less can you all? If so, then magical treasures are the most practical reliance. Magical treasures are divided into innate and acquired, unrelated to yin and yang. Strength and weakness do not depend on the name of the treasure, but rather on the amount of laws contained within. In battles of the same realm, it is ultimately about whose treasure contains more complete, richer, and more vibrant laws. He raised his hand, drawing forth 36 sea-controlling pearls that floated in midair before Zhao Gongming, their light, deep, and serene, faintly echoing with the sound of tides. Zhao Gongming, these are 36 sea-controlling pearls. You must refine them with care. This treasure can be used for offense and defense, can smash opponents, and can also trap them. If your cultivation is deep enough and your power sufficient, coupled with the Qian Kuan ruler, you can open the 36 heavens with ease. As his voice paused, his expression turned serious. In the future, if you encounter someone wielding the Qian Kuan ruler, you must eliminate them without mercy. This is your destined calamity, and there is no room for leniency. Until the restrictions are lifted, you are not allowed to leave Zixiao Palace. Zhao Gongming was both surprised and delighted, cradling the pearls with both hands, bowing deeply. Master is a sage, and every word is a heavenly law considering my interests. If I do not fully refine these 36 pearls, I will not step out of Zixiao Palace. Tong Tian turned to Yunxiao, slightly raising his lips, and with a light tap of his finger, an object appeared. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper for neutralizing others' powers is just what is needed now. What is its brilliance? You should contemplate for yourself. Yunxiao lowered her head to receive it, her fingertip touching the cool surface of the dipper, yet it seemed to have countless swirling currents hidden within. She said little, firmly supporting it, and nodded in agreement. Tongtian was at ease. This girl has always been calm, and with a treasure like the Hunyuan golden dipper, she would naturally comprehend its intricate connections. He pointed again, and two azure-black dragon shadows suddenly took form, coiling like rings, their scales glistening, the sound of dragon roars, yet to be unleashed, yet winds and thunder had already begun to stir. In my early travels through the primordial chaos, I saw a pair of male and female flood dragons stirring the rivers and seas, harming lives. I acted to subdue them. Initially intending to send them into the cycle of reincarnation, I reconsidered, for they have endured years of hard cultivation, which is not easy. So I refined them into a weapon specifically for the protection and combat of my disciples. Zixiao, this treasure belongs to you. Zixiao reached out to catch the golden flood cut, feeling a weight in her hand, a chill penetrating to the bone, the cries of the dragon souls faintly echoing in her ears. How could two Quasasana-level flood dragons be ordinary? Her eyes instantly lit up, gripping it tightly. Xiao could no longer hold back, bouncing closer. Master, what about mine? What about mine? Tongtian shook his head with a smile, lightly waving his sleeve, a silver needle and a plain handkerchief falling into her palm. Xiao clapped her hands and laughed. Her senior brothers and sisters each received one item, while she uniquely received two. The needle is called the Rui Divine Needle. Its size can be adjusted at will, capable of breaking spells and formations, and is indestructible. The handkerchief is called the Tiendi Brocade Handkerchief, adept at capturing, though it cannot compare to the Taiji diagram of the Grandmaster. In terms of holding others, it is not far behind. Xiao spun around in delight, her little braid flying up. Tongtian nodded. You all should practice refining for a while. I will take you to see a real battle of techniques. Huh. The four little ones were all stunned. They had just said that the calamity for immortals was approaching, and to avoid disaster at all costs, yet now they were to actively seek someone to fight. Yunxiao frowned slightly, a thought flashing: who could fight alongside Master in techniques? Besides sages, who else is worthy? Tongshan's expression was calm. I had a prior appointment with the two saints of the West, and I must go. It is just right for you to see what it means for cultivators to battle with techniques. As soon as these words were spoken, the four little ones fell silent. Yet their hearts felt as if they had been scorched by fire, heating up intensely. A sage's battle of techniques. Who has ever seen such a thing? Since the 6 sages of the primordial chaos attained the Dao, there have been occasional conflicts among the sages, but they have never fought face to face. A century ago, that incident was hardly worth mentioning. While Tongtian remained in seclusion, Zhuan Ti merely knocked on the gate of the Zixiao Palace, only to be rebuffed by the immense power of the Hunyuan Wujin Great Formation, which sent him crashing back to Mount Shumi. Was that called a duel of magic? At most it was just a knock on the door, after which the master chased him away with a broom. Tongshan's lips curled slightly, a smile that did not reach his eyes. The saint spoke with the celestial decree. His words were solemn oaths. He had once told the two saints of the West the grudge against obstructing the Dao was irreconcilable, and without a doubt it must be avenged. Since he had made the promise, he would certainly fulfill it. He was not in a hurry. The calamity of the investiture of the gods. He did not wish to get involved. No teaching, no recruitment, no acting on behalf of the heavens. Hongjun sought to use him as a weapon, yet could find no justification. There were plenty of excuses. The new saint's foundation is unstable. A sudden enlightenment requires seclusion for comprehension. Ordinary immortals could spend millennia in seclusion, as a great saint who would dare to say no if he chose to retreat for 7 or 8 yuan meetings. By the time he emerged, the investiture of the gods would likely have turned to ashes. Where did his confidence come from? Because he was the last among the 6 saints to enter the sacred realm. Being late had instead become his protective charm. If you have the ability, why don't you also take your time to attain the Dao? Tongtian set out with his 4 little disciples, moving leisurely and without concealment. Above him the purple aura surged for 30,000 miles, auspicious colors billowing like tides, and the rosy light poured down like rain, while golden lotuses sprang forth from the void, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. Anyone with a bit of Dao attainment would know at a glance Saint Tongtian has arrived. The news spread like the wind through the forests, instantly reaching the sacred grounds of the myriad saints in the primordial chaos. Taishang and Yuanshi were originally manifestations of one entity with Tongtian. Before Tongtian attained the Dao, he was either at the Baiyang Palace on Shouyang Mountain or at the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. His childlike heart had long been well understood by the 2 elder brothers. The junior brother is indeed carefree. Even Taishang, who usually adhered to the path of forgetting emotions, couldn't help but express a hint of admiration. Yuanshi's frown eased a bit, and he smiled slightly. He seized the opportunity so naturally he can be more relaxed. Our Dao cultivation indeed lags behind that of our junior brother. The two fell silent for a moment. When Tontian delayed his attainment of the Dao, both Taishang and Yuanshi were anxious and urged him at every turn. They were nearly exasperated. But when the day came for Tontian to truly become a saint, the natural connection between the Pangu primordial spirit stirred, and the two saints suddenly understood they had wronged him. It turned out that the longer he delayed, the better it was, forcing Hongjun to readjust the grand trend of the heavenly Dao. But once he became a saint, the path of existence and non-existence would be complete, and the calamity of the investiture of the gods would be like a bow fully drawn, no longer able to delay. This feeling left the two saints who regarded themselves as the rightful heirs of Pangu feeling stifled. Falling behind Tontian by this much was not merely a matter of Dao cultivation, but also of fortune, opportunity, and courage. None could suppress it, leaving them quite frustrated. But who else felt this frustration? The two saints of the West felt it even more. A century ago, Jie and Zhuan aimed to protect the foundation of the Western teachings, intent on finding a substitute to endure the calamity of the investiture of the gods. After much selection, they had their eyes on the newly enlightened Tontian. The newly established saint, whose Dao cultivation was unsteady, was ideal for manipulation, forcing him to establish a new sect and share the burden of calamity. Who would have thought that even the gate of the Zixiao Palace would remain untouched, and he would be sent flying back by the Hunyuan Wujing Great Formation, causing even their own Thunder Sound Monastery to collapse into dust. The face of the saint was thoroughly humiliated before the 3 realms and 6 paths. From that day forth, Jie and Zhuan both understood one thing: while Tongshan's magical power might not yet be at its peak, his depth of Dao cultivation had quietly surpassed theirs. What sent chills down their spines was they had truly obstructed his path. The grudge of obstructing the Dao was irreconcilable. Anyone in their place would find it impossible to simply laugh it off. Jie and Zhuan had long prepared a comprehensive plan, just waiting for Tontian to strike. But no one had expected that the retribution would come so swiftly and so soon. How long has it been? At most just 100 years. Has Tontian already emerged from seclusion? Could it be that among the saints a rogue genius has indeed emerged? In such a short time his magical power has also risen. Jie and Zhuan could no longer care to calculate the calamity of the investiture of the gods. Tontian must have already left Golden Ao Island and could strike at Mount Shumi at any moment. Putting everything else aside, they must stabilize him first. Even if Tontian emerged from seclusion in haste, and his power was not yet sufficient, he was still a saint, and his Dao cultivation stood there. Who would dare to treat him lightly? Even they would not dare. But what nearly made the two saints restless was Tontian was indeed coming, yet this saint was actually walking along the way while teaching his disciples. Teaching indeed. Those 4 little ones had only recently entered the Dao, their realms barely reaching the celestial immortal stage. It seemed like this was Tongshan's first time as a teacher. Full of enthusiasm, he stopped mid-journey to impart teachings, speaking freely about whatever came to mind, finishing one lesson before moving on to another. For a saint, the journey from Golden Ao Island to Mount Shumi was merely a thought. Yet he took more than a decade to make it. Jie and Zhuan finally couldn't hold back. If you're going to fight, just fight. Can we please get it over with? They truly wanted to shout across the void. Hurry up and let's have our battle. We still have to busy ourselves with the investiture of the gods. Their nerves had long been stretched thin, hanging in suspense every day, not daring to slack off. How swift is a saint's pace? 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers is but a step away. Accompanied by the 4 little disciples, he still arrived in an instant. Yet Tontian did not mention when he would depart nor when he would arrive. What was the next moment? 3 years later? 10 years later? No one could say for sure. Even the heavenly Dao saint could not predict his timing. As long as he had not yet reached the West, all other matters were put on hold. All that remained was to wait silently. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. Tontian. Could it be that he is here specifically to exhaust our minds? He had no leisure to bother them. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. For the first time as a teacher, he was teaching Hansen without any hesitation. These 4 disciples would one day be the face of the Jie Sect. If he did not teach them well, and they walked out to be laughed at as merely average under Tontian, how would he maintain his dignity? He had always been serious. After all, the Thunder Sound Monastery of Mount Shumi would not escape, so there was no rush. He leisurely continued his journey, completely unconcerned about Jie and Zhuan, who were becoming increasingly anxious. The 4 little ones, however, were like parched earth encountering sweet rain, eagerly absorbing every profound word of the Dao that Tontian expounded. Previously, they had relied solely on instinct, wandering and cultivating for several Yuan meetings to reach the celestial immortal stage. Why was it so difficult? It wasn't a lack of talent, but a lack of a wise master. Now they were fortunate enough to be taken under the wing of Saint Tontian, receiving supreme teachings and innate spiritual treasures. Such an opportunity would make 9 out of 10 cultivators in the primordial chaos pound their chests in envy. If they did not give their all, they would feel ashamed. Tong Tian looked at the light in their eyes, his heart immensely comforted. Indeed, imparting the Tao had long engraved itself deep within his primordial spirit, and even upon returning to his saintly position, it had not changed. In fact, it was even more grounding and satisfying than competing in magic or scheming. Until one day a thought flashed through. Alright, he still needed to find Jane and Zhu to settle the old scores. He gathered the four little ones into his sleeves, his expression solemn. Let's go, we will head to the Thunder Sound Monastery on Mount Shumi. After having a battle with the two saints, we will return home and teach you well. The four little ones looked up at him, their eyes bright, as if stars had fallen into their pupils. That light was respect, faith, and unreserved admiration. The Western teachings were guarded by two saints, yet his master did not take it at all seriously. The four little ones, being formed from clear winds and colorful clouds with their innocent hearts, were naturally perceptive. They could clearly sense that their master was not boasting, but simply stating an exceedingly ordinary fact. Far atop the peak of Mount Shumi, Jane and Zhu gazed at Tongshan's figure simultaneously, letting out a sigh of relief. Tong Tian, you have finally come looking for us. As for Tongshan's earlier words, the two saints merely regarded them as a passing breeze, exchanging smiles, without further comment. Those who step into the holy position of the Tao, who among them is not endowed with immense power, deep fortune, unwavering will, and profound wisdom. Everyone believes themselves to be the greatest in the primordial world, refusing to yield to one another. Among the saints there is no need to be angered by such words. Tong Tian took a step forward with the four little ones, and instantly arrived at the ancestral vein of the West, the heart of Mount Sumeru. With a voice like a thunderous bell shaking the three realms, he called out, Jane, Zhu, I have come. Simple and straightforward, without a hint of concealment. Taishang and Yuanshi exchanged glances across the void with a slight smirk at the corners of their mouths. Both were pondering how would Tong Tian conclude this thread of cause and effect. Though his Tao skills were extraordinary, his magical power was ultimately his weak point. After all, he was the last among the 6 saints to attain the Tao. Do not forget, the Western Church has 2 saints standing together, and throughout the primordial world only the Chan school can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And within the Chan school, Taishang still holds the position of deputy master. Tong Tian neither established a sect nor joined one, much like Niwa, wandering alone, all by himself. Can he truly gain an advantage right under the noses of the 2 saints of the West with only his own strength? Jane and Zhu were already waiting at the front of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple. Upon seeing Tong Tian descend, they hurriedly bowed in greeting. Jiayan's face was pale and his voice tense. Dao brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Oh. Tong Tian remained expressionless. If it is a misunderstanding, then let you experience firsthand what a misunderstanding truly entails. With a flick of his robe sleeve and a pointed finger, he shouted, sword come. As the saint spoke, the world dimmed. An ancient diagram suddenly appeared above Tongshan's head, spinning rapidly, and with each rotation it grew larger, until in the final turn it was even larger than the entire Grand Thunder Sound Temple. As the image pressed down, the entire temple was instantly engulfed. Following that, 4 rays of celestial light tore through the sky from the east. The sword's radiance was blazing, overshadowing the sun and moon, and the cosmos fell into chaos. The 4 little ones glanced up and felt their souls tremble, their vision going dark. Thankfully, deep within their primordial spirits, the Shangqing Yuqing golden chapter began to circulate on its own, stabilizing their minds as they caught their breath. The hearts of the 4 were racing. What kind of ferocious sword was this? Tong Tian flicked his fingers lightly, and 4 swords responded, disappearing into the formation. He casually waved his hand, and a thin layer of light shield rose around each of the 4 little ones. Come, I will show you what it means to duel in magic. The 4 tightened their clothes, holding their breath and focusing as they stepped forward with their master into the formation. The scene within the formation sent chills down their spines. This formation created a realm of its own, isolating the inside from the outside. Black mist surged, and the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind rampaged. A chaotic aura reminiscent of the beginning of creation rushed toward them. Upon closer inspection, what was thought to be black mist was in fact a substantial killing intent condensed from countless murderous thoughts. The calamities of earth, water, fire, and wind were exceedingly dangerous. With the cultivation of the 4 little ones without their master's protection, the moment they stepped in, they would likely be reduced to ashes before they could even form a thought. At each corner of the formation hung a celestial sword, the sword energy chilling its edge, causing pain even from a distance. The 4 dared not look directly at them, only daring to glance sideways before hurriedly lowering their heads. Zhu cried out in alarm, Dao brother, why set up the execution sword formation on my Mount Sumeru? The execution sword formation is the #1 killing formation under the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. There is a poem to testify. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel once hidden beneath Mount Sumeru. No need to invert yin and yang for forging. Indeed, there is no water or fire to temper its brilliance. The execution sword is sharp, slaying immortals and causing chaos among them. The transformations of the immortal slayer are boundless. The blood of the great Luo golden immortal stains the garb. Even a great Luo golden immortal, if unprotected by a supreme treasure, would face certain death if they entered this formation. The four little ones dared not look directly at the four swords upon first seeing the formation, and that was precisely why. However, the saints were even more aware of another old matter. The four execution swords originally had no formation diagram. During the battle of Dao and Demon, the four swords belonged to the demon ancestor Luo, who will later Hongjun killed the three corpses to break the formation, slaying Luo, who and refined his remains to create the execution sword diagram, thus enhancing the power of this formation. Jane and Zhuanti had long been on guard against this, fearing that Tontian would summon the four swords. Who would have thought he would not beat around the bush, setting up the formation upon meeting them, without a word, directly nailing the execution sword formation to Mount Sumru. Jian's already troubled face deepened with worry. Dao, brother Tontian. Could it be that there is truly some misunderstanding here? Isn't that so? Zhuanti immediately chimed in, his tone as familiar as chatting with an old friend. Dao, brother, last time at your Dao field, it was I who suffered losses. The implication was clear. I was the one who was wronged, yet you come to ask for an account. How unreasonable. Clearly taking advantage, yet pretending to be aggrieved. Tontian laughed heartily, turning to the four little ones and saying, remember, from now on, when you see practitioners of the Western Church, keep your eyes wide open and your ears perked up. This lineage is best at turning black into white, calling a deer a horse, and cannot be taken lightly. The four little ones replied in unison, we will obey Master's teachings. Even Zhuanti with his thick skin could not help but feel his ears heat up, lowering his head to rub the sleeves. Jane hurriedly added, Dao, brother, please see. Last time we came there was indeed an important matter to discuss, and there was absolutely no malice. He and Zhuanti had long been intertwined in cultivation. Though he seldom employed Zunti's tactics, he was already well versed in them. The two shared a lineage. Their skills in face-saving were not far apart. Yet no matter how much they inverted black and white, they could not deceive the eyes of those ultimers in the primordial world. What were the two saints of the West scheming? Everyone knew. To force Tontian to establish a sect. In their eyes, how much power could a newly ascended saint possess? Were they not to be manipulated at will? Things did not go as they had intended. Jane and Zhuanti hadn't even touched the gate of the Zixiao Palace when they were sent back to Mount Sumru by the primordial Wuji Grand Formation. More embarrassingly, their own Grand Thundersound Temple was smashed to pieces by these two saints. The myriad worlds witnessed this, their faces thoroughly losing all dignity. Fortunately, they ultimately did not gain any advantage over Tontian. This became the only excuse they had to save face. Tontian raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Otherwise, do you truly think that after the execution sword formation descends, I could still remain this composed? Jane and Zhuanti felt relieved. With that, the meaning was clear. He had no intention of truly using lethal moves. The Dao Ancestor had long concluded the execution sword formation set by one saint can only be broken by four saints. They did not speak of it, yet in their hearts they believed. Who would dare dismiss the words of the Dao Ancestor? Tongshan's tone was calm. I will only set this formation upon Mount Sumru for 1,000 years. Boom. The smiles on their faces froze and their hearts tightened. 1,000 years. In that time, how many changes could occur? Who could make such a prediction? As soon as the thought completed, Tongshan's voice reached their ears again. On the day I first attained the Dao, you chose to disturb me. Fortunately, my abilities are limited, and I did not cause much trouble. As for the retribution of cause and effect, I will not make things difficult for you. Just 1,000 years of confinement. Calculating the time, the calamity of the gods may still be far off. Jane and Zhuanti felt a tightness in their throats, nearly unable to speak. So that's how it is. The calamity of the gods is a situation all the great teachings of the primordial world must face. All saints are within the calamity, unable to evade, only left to confront it. The Western Church is also among them, already devising countermeasures. But if the execution sword formation is truly nailed to Mount Sumru, before the calamity arises, their foundation would be destroyed. Before the battle even begins, their fortune would collapse. This is not a duel. This is pulling the rug out from under them. Zhuanti could not help but shout, Tontian, you have gone too far. Are you not being excessive? Tontian's gaze turned cold. I have just stepped into the realm of Huanyin, and you barged into Zixiao Palace without invitation. If it were not for your shallow cultivation, what plight would I be in today? You should reflect on this. Now you come to cry injustice. How laughable. Then let you also taste the feeling of being blocked at your own doorstep. Jie and Zhuanti regretted their decisions deeply. How could they have been so foolish as to provoke this calamity? Isn't this inviting a fierce tiger into the house, and then cleaning its claws? Zhuan Ti went all out, sternly declaring, Tong Tian, if it comes to worst, we will perish together. The aura of the saint suddenly surged as deep as an abyss. The calamities of earth, water, fire, and wind surged within the Zixiao sword array, yet could not approach. Amidst the sword energy, a murderous intent solidified. Even the 4 disciples standing behind Tong Tian felt a pressure on their chests, struggling to breathe. The might of the saint was indeed as such. Tong Tian, however, threw his head back and laughed, his laughter clear and tinged with amusement. Threatening me. Threatening me. He did not diminish his smile. All right, I will play with you until the end. As his voice fell, the Eastern Zixiao sword, Southern Lu Xian sword, Western Xian sword, and Northern Zhu Xian sword all buzzed in unison. For beams of sword light shot into the sky, tearing apart the void, their sharpness aimed directly at the great Thunder Sound Temple. The Zixiao sword array, the deadliest formation under the heavens Dao. If a saint entered the array, a slight misstep would lead to disgrace. Each beam of sword light that struck would injure a Deluo golden immortal, and even a Zhuan saint would suffer from it. Yet those beams of sword light did not rush towards Jie and Zhuan Ti. Tong Tian understood well, no matter how sharp the 4 Zixiao swords were, they could not break through the defense of a saint's origin. Unless the power doubled, otherwise it would be futile. The hardest battle before was merely taking a petal of celebration from Yuanshi. What he wanted to destroy was never a person. It was the great Thunder Sound Temple. Once the sword array was set, the entire temple was enveloped in the sword domain. 10,000 sword energies cascaded like a waterfall, crashing violently against the protective array. With a crisp crack, the array patterns shattered inch by inch, fragments scattering in all directions. Jie and Zhuan Ti reacted swiftly, pushing with both palms, momentarily expanding the protective array. But the sword energy was relentless, crashing against the light barrier, creating colorful ripples that sparkled brilliantly. The expressions of the two darkened. As the formation began, they already felt their chi being locked, their powers operating sluggishly, and even retreating was difficult. One saint breaking the formation was a delusion. 2 saints working together. It would still be unsolvable, not to mention escaping. As long as the great Thunder Sound Temple stood, as long as the disciples remained, the very roots of the Western sect were here. If they fled and abandoned the temple, wouldn't the Zixiao sword array become a guillotine hanging over their heads, never allowing them peace? This strike hit the vital point, precise, ruthless, and painful. Tong Tian stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. If you want to play, then come. I have all the time in the world. Tong Tian, Dao brother. It's a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Zhuan Ti's voice changed pitch as he hurriedly shouted. Jie quickly added, Dao friend, please calm down. It truly is a misunderstanding. Their previous arrogance turned to humility. Nothing could surpass this. The 4 disciples looked up at their master's back, their eyes shining. Their master faced 2 saints alone, forcing the other side to plead for mercy on the spot. What grandeur! They were still inexperienced, only seeing the surface. Tong Tian understood in his heart, no matter how strong the Zixiao sword array was, it could not suppress 2 saints. Oh, what truly crushed them was the Western sect itself. The teachings of Taishang and the Chan teachings of Yuanshi each had their own retreat and their own plans. Only Jie and Zhuan Ti had bet everything on the West. Every brick, every tile, every monk, every disciple, every incense, and every candle were all tied to their blood and sweat. This was their Achilles heel that they could not evade. When Jie and Zhuan Ti attained sainthood, due to their insufficient merits in establishing the teachings, they had to make a grand vow to the heavens Dao. This vow was not mere empty words. Relying on the Western sect, they had to advance a massive amount of merit in advance to ascend to the saint position. But the karmic debts of the saints were as heavy as mountains. Having borrowed from the heavens Dao, they must repay it exactly. At the very least, one condition: the West must prosper. The Western sect was no longer merely a venue for teachings, but was the foundation for their existence, the proof of their vows, and the burden of their lives. If the sect encountered trouble, the debt would be hard to clear. If the debt was hard to clear, the heavens Dao had its own methods of reckoning. In the primordial chaos, although saints were supreme above the saints, there was still the heavens Dao. Debts to anyone else could be discussed, but the debts to the heavens Dao could not be delayed a single penny. The consequences of that need not be elaborated. It was clear that they would not be good. Thus the Western sect could not collapse, could not decline, and certainly could not sever its roots. Even if the Hongjun Great Tribulation failed, as long as the teachings remained, it would not be considered a true defeat. Defeat. The Western sect would never lose. Victory was inevitable. But right now, it was indeed tricky. When Jie and Zhuan Ti's gazes met, they both saw the anxiety in each other's eyes. They had long known that Tong Tian's path was unfathomable, but they had not expected it to reach such depths. He had merely set up the Zixiao sword array on Mount Shumi, yet it left the 2 saints unable to advance or retreat, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Jie raised his voice, his tone pressed with 3 parts bitterness and 7 parts solemnity. Tong Tian, Dao brother, we miscalculated, it was indeed wrong. I hope you can be magnanimous. To be confronted at their doorstep and still have to bow and apologize. The saints had their faces practically scraped against the ground. But the situation was beyond their control, they could not afford to hold on. Tong Tian grasped their vital point. The Zixiao sword array stood firm here, neither attacking nor breaking, only defending and never withdrawing. Even if he maintained it for another 1,000 years, until the moment before the Hongjun Great Tribulation began, no one could find a fault in him. His reason for coming was too righteous. The grudge against blocking the Dao is one that cannot coexist. That day when he was blocked outside Zixiao Palace, Jie and Zhuan Ti remembered clearly. There was no anger in his eyes, yet colder than anger, no sadness on his face, yet heavier than sadness. Tong Tian slowly said, "All right. My 4 disciples, 1 person, 1 piece of innate spiritual treasure." Jie and Zhuan Ti's expressions changed drastically. This was outright robbery. How many pieces of innate spiritual treasure does the Western sect possess? Not even every personal disciple is guaranteed a share, yet now, they must first offer it to Tong Tian's disciples. As the two were about to grit their teeth, they heard Tong Tian add, "The Qing Lian Bao Se flag is currently in your hands, right? My few disciples have shallow cultivation and weak powers, they must have a treasure to defend themselves. Hand it over together." Jie and Zhuan Ti's pupils constricted their throats, tightening simultaneously. "No way. That is the treasure of my sect. These are the only conditions." Tong Tian glanced sideways, his tone as calm as the wind brushing over a mountain cliff. "Whether you agree or not is up to you." He paused, his sleeves slightly raised, and the 4 long swords buzzed incessantly. Zixiao Lu Xian 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 Ju Xian, the sword energy, surged like a tide, crashing against the protective shield of the great thunder sound temple, creating layers of colorful ripples. He paused, his sleeves slightly raised, and the 4 long swords buzzed incessantly. Zixiao Lu Xian 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 Ju Xian, the sword energy, surged like a tide, crashing against the protective shield of the great thunder sound. In those days when the Dao and demon clashed, Luo Hu and Hongjun were still at the peak of Zhuan Saint, a battle of magic nearly turned the entire Western world to dust. Now with Tong Tian personally in control of the sword array, its power was more than doubled. Even with Jie and Zhuan Ti joining forces, they felt an immense strain. The Great Thunder Sound Temple was the headquarters of the Western sect, and also the Dao ground of the 2 saints. The palaces extended, the golden tops connected with the clouds, covering the entire summit of Mount Shumi. The scale was such that even the ancestral shaman would feel constrained within. The larger the area, the more difficult it was to defend. Sweat appeared on the brows of the 2 saints, their knuckles turning white. Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao Bixiao, and Xiongxiao sat steadily in the formation, their expressions relaxed. They did not dare to look directly at the 4 swords' true forms. Even the residual sword intent alone made their souls tremble, and just a slight focus seemed like being pierced by 1,000 blades. However, turning to observe the flowing energies of the sword formation, the trajectories of the sword chi, and the rhythm of the flickering shield, they found it quite enjoyable. The fierce sword light of the 4 swords of Zixiao collided with the shield of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, its might diminishing layer by layer, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand multiple times. The sharpness fully retracted, leaving only a trace of lingering resonance that could be appreciated. This perfectly aligned with the 4 young ones' understanding. Deep within their primordial spirits, the Shangqing Yuqing golden chapter flowed silently, each word resonating like a bell, each sentence glowing with light, not expounding on profound theories, but merely performing sword intent. The true essence of killing that cleaved through chaos and severed causality was gradually seeping into their sea of consciousness. This was indeed a rare opportunity to comprehend the sword. The Shangqing Yuqing Golden Chapter contained the complete score of the 4 swords of Zixiao, originally the highest sword technique of the Shangqing lineage, only accessible to direct disciples. The 4 young ones had never even touched sword chi before. How could they have imagined that upon opening their eyes for the first time, they would see the true appearance of such a fearsome treasure known throughout the ages? Tong Tian had never taken the Western saints seriously. Time-consuming. He had no sect to establish, no temple to guard, and no incense to tend to. 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, was merely a moment's nap. With a slight flick of his sleeve, he lightly pointed, casually instructing the 4 young ones to lower their wrists. Threatens, when wielding their swords, relax their shoulders half a fraction and create a slight delay in their steps. Not many words were spoken, but each one resonated clearly. The 4 young ones felt as if thunder had rolled through their ears, their hearts suddenly illuminated like bright lamps, a clear sword melody rising around them, their robes moving without wind, and a cold outline of the Zixiao sword intent began to emerge between their brows. Though they had only grasped the surface, roots had already taken hold. Tongshan's eyes slightly raised, nodding inwardly. Indeed, they were full of spirit. Do not underestimate the term surface. With their current celestial cultivation, to be able to touch the edges of the Zhuxian sword intent within the residual sword light was already a rarity. Taking another half step forward would be the threshold to entering the inner circle. As their cultivation progressed, this intent would naturally flow, like spring waters rising silently, overflowing the banks, becoming seamless. Who would have thought that a saint would personally teach them the sword? Jane and Zhuanti felt a heaviness in their chests, a bitter taste rising in their throats. Had they known that the cost of the 7 treasures wonderful tree crashing into the Bo Palace's mountain gate back, then would be so heavy. Zunti's fingers turned pale as he whispered, "Senior brother, we cannot delay any longer. We must ask Brother Tontian to leave quickly." He paused, lowering his voice further. "If this continues, not only will we fail to stabilize our foundation before the calamity of sealing the gods, but even our disciples will not be able to meditate in peace." Indeed. Jane slowly nodded. The might of the 4 swords of Zhuxian, even if a saint personally arrived, could only diminish its sharpness and unload its force, but it was impossible to eliminate its root. Though the sword light was blocked by the shield 9/10 of the time, the residual killing intent still pierced through the soul like a cold needle. The disciples of the Western Church turned pale, their thoughts scattered, and even the most basic visualization methods were hard to stabilize, let alone cultivation. The Western Church was the foundation of their establishment and the source of their teachings, allowing no room for error. Junior brother Jane closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again there was no ripple in his gaze. It's time to stop. Zhuanti felt a rusty taste on his tongue. He had spent years running to Panglai to gather a piece of innate spiritual treasure. Swindling and using all kinds of tricks, was it easy? He took a deep breath, raising his voice penetrating the heavens. "Brother Tontian, what you say we in the West accept. I will compensate." The 4 young ones stared blankly at the azure flag in their hands. Zhao Gongming scratched his head. "Master, is this the Qinglian Bao's flag?" Looking left and right, it was merely a palm-sized plain azure flag. The flag surface flat, the pole unmarked, and not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation could be detected. But why did Jane and Zuni's faces turn ashen, as if someone had just drained them of 300 years of cultivation? It turned out that the 2 saints of the West had gritted their teeth and acknowledged. They had no choice but to. If they continued to stalemate, Tontian could indeed trap them here for 1,000 years. Thus Zhao Gongming obtained a Qingping sword, Yinxiao received a Dinghai pearl, Bixiao got a binding dragon rope, and Xiongxiao was awarded a primordial golden dipper. Finally, even the Qinglian Bao's flag that suppressed the fortunes of the West was presented. Causality, that was how it was settled. Though the 4 young ones had just embarked on the path of immortality, they had already tasted the flavor. This was not compensation, but clearly a bloodletting. They were elated, their eyes shining. Master was too tough. Yet Tontian maintained a calm demeanor. He knew all too well. The 2 saints were not willing to give, but they had no choice. If he did not settle this matter today, tomorrow he would indeed dare to set up the Zhuxian sword formation and sit outside the great Thunder Sound Temple for 1,000 years, watching how the disciples of the Western Church would cultivate, refine, and live. One cause, one effect. The Tao of Heaven is like a scale, and even a saint cannot lean to one side. In the wilds, one cannot be soft. A little softness and others would think you have a brittle bone and a bent spine. Over time, even speaking would go unheard. Just like the old ancestor Hongjun, one of the earliest great powers to transform after the opening of the heavens, holding the 9/9 scattering soul red, gored a single strike, could shatter stars and fell moons, but due to his gentle nature, he would yield in situations, and over time no one took him seriously. When Emperor Juntai and Kunping teamed up to kill him, he did not even leave room to fight back, and had to be reborn. Being a good-natured person is a virtue, but in the wilds it means your blade has not been drawn yet, and you have already dulled its edge. Jane and Zhuanti barged into the Bo Palace, having come in accordance with the rules. If Tontian tolerated this later, when speaking of the sect leader of the Jie Sect, others would only shake their heads. Oh, that easygoing one. The 4 young ones did not understand these intricacies, only staring blankly at the azure flag in their hands. Just such a flag. Why were the 3 saints wearing stern faces? What was its power? Seeing this, Tontian laughed and flicked Zhao Gongming's forehead, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Do you still think the sky is narrow? With a casual shake, the azure flag silently unfolded, half an inch of blue light, spreading like mist, and then suddenly vanishing. Treasures have spirits, the better ones are hidden deeper. Ever heard of that? This flag is one of the innate 5 directions, 5 colors flags. Dao Ancestor Hongjun personally said, when the 5 flags gather set up, the innate 5 directions, 5 colors, 5 virtues, great formation, even a saint entering the formation finds it hard to escape. Hiss! The 4 young ones collectively gasped, staring dumbfounded at the azure flag, as if recognizing it for the first time. Tongshan's gaze fell on Yunxiao. Yunxiao, you are steady. This flag shall be presided over by you to be refined. In the future when it is used it must be with your nod. Disciples obey. The four bowed in unison. Zhao Gongming with a temper like a fierce wind ignited easily, but with Yun Xiao beside him even the most urgent flame could not burn out the rules. Without returning to the Jianao Islands Bo Palace, Tongtian turned and headed towards the 8 Scenery Palace of Shouyang Mountain. He had to clarify some matters face to face with Taishang. The 4 young ones had always followed the master's orders. Wherever master went they followed. Upon entering the 8 Scenery Palace, Tongtian walked, as if returning home, raising his hand to summon Xuandu, who immediately appeared. Take good care of your 4 junior brothers. I have important matters to discuss with my senior brother. Do not disturb us. Xuandu bowed in acknowledgement. In the early years before Tongtian attained enlightenment and became a saint, he never set up another cave abode. His movements would be either in the 8 Scenery Palace or in the Yushu Palace, free and unfettered. Tongtian turned to the 4 young ones and said, "This is the Dao ground of your grandmaster. He is best at alchemy and weapon forging. Take anything that catches your eye, no need to be polite." Tongtian. Taishang rushed out from the hall. "Since you are a teacher, how can you let your disciples act recklessly? This is their first time entering the 8 Scenery Palace." Tongtian shrugged and smiled. "If my senior brother cannot even give them this small favor, it would seem rather stingy." Taishang shot him a glance, the corner of his lips twitching lazy. Before his words had even faded, 4 pieces of magical artifacts had already flown out from his sleeves. A pair of divine hammers fell into Zhao Gongming's hands, while 3 treasured swords hovered in front of the 3 Xiaos. The 4 bowed deeply in gratitude, their eyes filled with joy, and followed Xuandu as they departed. Suddenly Taishang's expression became solemn. "Junior brother, why must you come at this time?" The state of tranquility and non-action was his foundation, and emotional detachment was his shell, yet this statement forcefully created a crack. He paused, waved his hand, and the heavenly secrets scattered instantly. With a flick of his sleeves, layers of barriers silently unfolded, enveloping the entire 8 Scenery Palace tightly. Tongtian glanced sideways. "Senior brother, can all your restrictions truly stop the gaze of the Dao Ancestor?" Taishang's face was as deep as water. "Speak. Do you know why I have never established a great teaching?" Tongtian sneered. "All teachings in the world are merely a knife for the Dao Ancestor to cut down the old and establish the new. The primordial deities of the initial creation, those who escaped the 2 calamities, and the scattered immortals. Every single one is on his list for reckoning." Taishang believed it. The 3 clear ones of Pangu were originally one entity, and there were profound connections in their primordial spirits. Before Tongshan's words faded, his heart had already become clear. Yet his face gradually grew serious, the calmness fading with a mountain-like weight of gravity pressed between his brows. Logically speaking, he only had Xuandu as his disciple, and the foundation of the human teaching was shallow, making it the least likely to be manipulated. But hearing this now, this shallow had unexpectedly become the sharpest flaw. "The deepest imprint of the old dynasty is from our Pangu lineage." Taishang's voice was as cold as frozen iron. "For 10,000 years. Were the old dynasty's imprints really those scattered immortals? No. All the tribes of the wilderness, even the innocent children of the mountains, know this world was split open by the axe of the great god Pangu. The mark of Pangu is the heaviest, hardest, and most indelible mark of the wilderness. The Pangu lineage is filled with strong figures. Among the sages there are the 3 clear ones and Pingshin. Within the witch tribe, the 11 ancestor witches dominate the heavens. Their fierce might has long been etched into the bones of all tribes." Taishang slowly spoke. "No wonder Pingshin has been trapped in the underworld, unable to take a single step. No wonder Gonggong dared to crash into Mount Buzhou, causing the heavenly pillar to collapse and the sky to split. No wonder after the battle between the witches and the demons, there will be another upheaval. The Dao Ancestor has a good plan. The heavens govern the earth, and Pingshin oversees them, which was originally harmonious. But Hongjun secretly employed means to lock Pingshin in the 6 paths of reincarnation, making the underworld a cage. The heavens pressed down on the earth, and the situation became a foregone conclusion. When Mount Buzhou shattered and the witches and demons battled again, it was clear to any discerning eye who would be favored and who would be suppressed. Both of those tribes are remnants of the old world, traces that must be erased. There is no need to say much about the witch tribe. Pangu's essence, blood mixed with the aura of 3,000 demons. The demon tribe is also not an outsider, as Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai are both transformed from Pangu's right eye, and the chaos bell was given by Pangu himself. That kinship hidden in the bloodline cannot be concealed. Hongjun naturally could not tolerate it. Taishang closed his eyes and sat quietly, his form flickering between clarity and obscurity, the Dao rhythm circulating around him like mist and smoke, with every grass and tree in the 8 Scenery Palace breathing in sync. Tongtian silently admired. Taishang truly deserves to be the first among the saints in Dao practice. If it weren't for my insights gained from the time array in terms of realm, I would indeed fall short of him. But after witnessing this today, it has made me understand the path of existence and non-existence much more clearly. His cultivation has now reached the 9th layer of the Dao of Heaven's primordial unity, surpassing both in cultivation and power. The Dao of Taishang to him was like a timely help during a snowstorm. For those who cultivate the Dao seeking friends, and probing the Dao is precisely for this. The stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Staying behind closed doors only leads to a dry well. Taishang remained oblivious to the fact that his Dao rhythm had fully manifested, continuing to ponder in silence. Among the 6 saints, Yuan Shi is known for his calculations, which everyone knows, yet Taishang's wisdom is never loud. He adhered to tranquility and non-action, and non-action does not mean doing nothing, but rather, because of having no attachments, he does not get stuck. Because he does not get stuck, he reaches everything. The true essence of tranquility and non-action reveals itself in changing situations and stabilizes the chaos. After a long time, Taishang opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. I have already comprehended the Dao Ancestor's intentions. The Fengshen Great Calamity is just a pretense. The real strategy is to clear the old and establish the new. Among all teachings, the first to be targeted is the Changjiao. On the contrary, the human teaching remains calm. The human race is a post-celestial being and does not fall under his purview for cleansing. Tongtian laughed loudly. I see eye to eye with you. Why did he rush straight to the 8 Scenery Palace upon receiving the news? It was because Taishang's human teaching suffered no harm in this calamity. As for the decline of the human teaching after the calamity, for mortals it may be a catastrophe, but for the saints it is merely a fleeting cloud. As long as the human race does not perish, the human teaching will not die. As long as there is a spark, it can ignite the ashes. These matters are not worth mentioning. Taishang said the key to breaking the situation lies entirely with Yuan Shi. Hurry and find him. Wait. Tongtian cheerfully blocked him. Master brother, may I borrow the Li Di Yin Guang banner? Taishang remained silent for a moment. You just obtained the Qinglian Baos banner from the hands of the 2 saints of the West. Why are you now eyeing the treasure of the 8 Scenery Palace? Oh, Tongtian raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the Taiji diagram and the Linglong Xuanquang Tower are not more precious than a flag in your eyes? He said solemnly, Senior brother knows that I have already acquired 2 of the 5 directions 5 colors flags. If I can obtain the Li Di Yin Guang banner from Xuandu, the 5 flags will unite, and I will be able to arrange a great formation. The 5 directions, 5 colors, 5 virtues, great formation. Taishang murmured, his gaze sinking heavily on Tongshan's face. Did you say the words, not establishing a great teaching yourself? Naturally, it was I who spoke those words. Tongtian laughed heartily. He then shook his head and sighed. If it weren't for your urging, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to achieve enlightenment. Wait a minute. Tongshan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Enlightenment. He still needed to attain enlightenment himself, but what about the Dao Ancestor? Was the cleansing of the old dynasty's imprints truly just to casually deal with some remnants seeking a peaceful mind? The more he thought, the heavier his heart became. With Hongjun's level of cultivation and realm, the 6 saints of the wilderness had no chance to act in front of him. But why must he completely erase the traces of the 3,000 great Dao demons? Unless... Tongshan's eyes suddenly became clear. It was probably for this reason. In that case, he wanted to stir up this game. The Fengshen Great Calamity, he had already stirred it up. Taishang shook his head. Forget it, I will give you the flag. But you must provide a proper explanation to Xuandu. Rest assured, rest assured. Tongtian laughed heartily. I will grant him the Shangqing Yuqing Golden Chapter. How about that? Taishang's eyes glinted. Good. Tongshan's Dao practice has always been valued by the 3 clear ones. Compared to a small flag that is rarely used, this weighty teaching is more to Taishang's liking. Moreover, although the innate 5-color flag is precious, there are more than 10 treasures in the secret treasury of the 8 Scenery Palace that can match it. Xuandu is his only personal disciple. Whatever treasure he wants, he can simply speak up. The 2 saints looked at each other, each harboring their own schemes, yet both wore an open smile. After discussing the important matters, they each took their leave. After the Fengshen Great Calamity, there will be plenty of leisure to discuss the Dao and delve into the mysteries. At this moment, however, it was not the time. Xuandu was still in a daze, suddenly raising his head, his voice trembling slightly. Master, the Shangqing Yuqing Golden Chapter, bestowed by Uncle Tongtian, seems to be alive. The Supreme One's divine sense swept lightly, and in an instant he understood. Your master, Uncle Tongtian, possesses profound attainments, indeed surpassing me slightly. This method of teaching is truly tailored to the individual. He paused for a moment, and continued, what a pity he is unwilling to establish a teaching. Otherwise, why should the myriad immortals wait so long to pay their respects? Xiandu nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme One suddenly paused, his expression slightly tightening. Why did I just say that? Clearly, it had already been agreed with Tongtian the three pure ones would unite to face this calamity. How could he inexplicably lament his reluctance to establish a teaching? The Supreme One's heart trembled. Only the heavenly Dao or the Dao Ancestor could disturb the thoughts of a sage. The corners of his lips raised slightly, a silent cold laugh escaping. Indeed, as Tongtian anticipated, the Dao Ancestor's ambitions extend far beyond this. However, the heavenly Dao, despite its ability to stir emotions, is ultimately an external force. If the heart remains unmoved, the wind cannot rise. The Supreme One lowered his gaze and calmed his spirit, entering a state of meditation. Tongtian, accompanied by Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, excitedly ascended Kunlun Mountain, heading straight to the Jade Void Palace. The four were genuinely delighted. Along the way, they had received so many gifts that their hands were sore. Now each person possessed 3 innate spiritual treasures, and any cultivator from the primordial wilderness who saw them would surely feel envious enough to grind their teeth. Upon entering the Jade Void Palace, the four had already learned their lesson. Upon seeing Yuan Shi, they all stepped forward and deeply bowed. Zhao, Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, Bixiao, pay respects to Master Yuan Shi. May Master enjoy boundless longevity. The flattery was loud and crisp. Even Yuan Shi, whose expression was usually somber, couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth and sighed. You are entering the sect of Master Tongtian for the first time, so be diligent in listening and do not waste this opportunity. His cultivation is the deepest among us 3 pure ones, and every word he speaks resonates with the heavenly Dao. Do not be negligent, do not be lax. After a series of earnest admonitions, he talked on for quite a while. The four stood with their hands lowered, listening very attentively, frequently nodding, feeling that every word of their master was reasonable. Tongtian sat to the side, smiling silently, just watching quietly. Yun Zhongzi, Nanji Xinwen, and Guangchengzi were secretly puzzled. Their master had always been taciturn and disliked speaking too much. Why today was he so verbose with the 4 new junior brothers and sisters? Could it be that they possessed some extraordinary qualities? The several great beings repeatedly scrutinized them, looking left and right. Solid foundations, dignified demeanor, they were indeed fine materials, but apart from that there was nothing astonishing, nor any peculiar omen. Tongtian remained silent, just smiling as he looked at Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi, feeling helpless under the gaze, could only sigh. You are visiting for the first time. How could Master give you nothing? Come forward to receive. The 12 golden chapters of Yuan Shi. Yun Zhongzi and the others were stunned on the spot, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. That was the 12 golden chapters of Yuan Shi, the fundamental inheritance heart method of the Yuqing lineage. Among the immortals listed on the roster of the Jade Void, very few had fully comprehended it. How many people spent their entire lives without even grasping the first volume? And now how fortunate it was that the 4 newly arrived junior brothers and sisters could actually swallow the entire thing in one go. Was the sun rising from the west? Tongtian shouted lightly, aren't you going to express your gratitude? The 4 were overwhelmed with joy, bowing again in unison, their voices clear. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. May Master enjoy boundless longevity. Yuan Shi's heart tightened, but there was nothing he could do. Since the Supreme One had already bestowed the 4 treasures, it was too late to reconsider. Yun Zhongzi and the others had shallow cultivation and were completely unaware of the unusualness. Yuan Shi, being a sage, had a vision that surpassed them by thousands of mountains and rivers. With just one glance, he saw the treasure light fluctuating on the 4, clearly stamped with the words 8 Scenery Palace. His brows furrowed deeply. This must be the handiwork of Tongtian, deliberately carrying the Supreme One's items on them, making it impossible for him to refuse. Though Tongtian did not establish a great teaching, Yuan Shi was different. The foundation of the Changjiao had already been set, and its fortunes were tied to it. There was no avoiding this great calamity. The disciples under his own command could not even gather sufficient treasures. For example, the real man Huang Long was still using an old sword. How could he, like the Supreme One, generously bestow treasures? That was absolutely impossible. If treasures could not be given, then he could only offer up the secret manual. Yuan Shi comforted himself inwardly. The 12 golden chapters of Yuan Shi Tongtian must have thoroughly perused. Oh, let it be, it is merely an attempt to inspire some new thoughts. Yun Zhongzi, Guangchengzi. Tongtian spoke directly, his tone as familiar as if he were in his own preaching hall. You two, take the junior brothers and sisters and wander freely in the Jade Void Palace. I have important matters to discuss with my senior brother, so you may withdraw for now. Yun Zhongzi smiled and cupped his hands. Master Uncle, I have recently gained some insights into refining treasures and dare to borrow your 4 swords of annihilation for a look. This person was indeed one of the foremost masters in the Eastern Mystical Gate for refining artifacts, specializing in studying the major famous implements. The items he crafted had at least 5 or 6 parts of the original's power. Yuan Shi had just suffered a loss and immediately responded, Junior brother Yun Zhongzi seldom speaks lightly, do not be stingy. Tong Tian did not even raise his eyelids, just borrowing 4 swords. Take them away. Move the sword formation as well to avoid further disturbance later. Yun Zhongzi beamed with joy and cheerfully led the 4 juniors out the door. Yuan Shi watched their retreating figures unable to help, but Tong Tian is truly generous. The number 1 killing formation of the primordial wilderness, and he lends it out without even blinking. He felt a bit more at ease in his heart. However, Tong Tian suddenly fixed his gaze on him, his expression calm, yet the undercurrents within caused Yuan Shi to be momentarily stunned. Senior brother Tongshan's voice was calm. Your Chanjiao is hanging by a thread. How can you still? What nonsense? Yuan Shi suddenly raised his head, his brows sharply furrowing. He scoffed. The Pangu banner suppresses the fortunes of my Chanjiao. Who dares to touch it? Destroy my great teaching. A fool's dream. Every teaching established by a sage must have a supreme treasure to stabilize its fortunes in order to endure endlessly. And only the 3 sacred artifacts of the opening of the heavens could bear this responsibility: the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and the chaotic bell. Because they have partaken of the merits of the opening of the heavens, they contain innate energy, thus the most capable of stabilizing the fluctuations of fortune. If any one of them is lacking, even if it flourishes for a time, it will merely be like oil on fire, burning hotter and hotter until it extinguishes abruptly. Yuan Shi had never thought that Chanjiao would fall. He looked at Tong Tian with a hint of amusement, waiting for him to continue. Senior brother Tong Tian said without any change in expression, just now the Grand Master has already handed the Li Di Yin Guang flag to me. What? Yuan Shi's expression changed suddenly. Tong Tian raised his hand to reveal a small red flag floating in his palm, its radiance gentle. The fire and tint contained it was indeed the Li Di Yin Guang flag. The flags are divided into 5 directions, and this flag belongs to fire, its color like the morning glow just touched by the sun. Yuan Shi, though proud, did not dare to underestimate the vision of the Supreme One and Tong Tian. More clearly, in terms of understanding the great Dao, Tong Tian had gone further than both him and the Supreme One. He solemnly asked junior brother, what on earth has happened? I want the Wu Ji Xing Huang flag from your Jade Void Palace. Tong Tian replied directly. He knew well that Yuan Shi was suspicious and thoughtful. The more he beat around the bush, the harder it would be to gain his trust. Instead, being straightforward would appear more sincere. Enough. With your insatiable greed, the banner is yours. Hand it over. Tong Tian reached out. Yuan Shi chuckled helplessly. Fine, take it. Speak quickly, what is this all about? The Wuji Xinghuang banner in hand. Tongshan's fingers lightly traced its surface, his expression easing slightly. After a long, careful examination, he slowly spoke. That innate supreme treasure anchors destiny. This is beyond doubt. But for all things there is always an exception. What of Dongwang Tai? A rare sovereign among the demon race, his boldness and cunning unmatched in the world. Was his companion innate treasure, not the chaos bell? And what was the result? A chill ran down Yuan Shi's spine as realization struck. The demon heavenly court had been utterly annihilated, hadn't it? Emperor Jun and Tai, how brilliant they were. They managed to derive the 2 great formations, the Zhou Tian Star Do and the Hunyuan Hala, from the chaos bell itself, overcoming greater numbers, with fewer, forcing the Wu tribe into a mutual ruin that even the saints beneath Hongjun privately praised. But no matter how dazzling the genius once fallen, they are merely a legend. On the great Dao, only those who survive have the right to continue. Even the chaos bell couldn't hold the fate of the heavenly court, and in the end it shattered alongside it. Sweat began to bead on Yuan Shi's forehead. Senior brother Tong Tian said in a low voice, a cold smile flickering at the corner of his lips. Have you ever considered that the cataclysm of the Wu and demon was too conveniently timed? Lady Pingxin has been trapped deep within the 6 paths of reincarnation ever since, never taking a single step out. Even Buzhou Mountain was toppled by Gonggong's charge. That was the spine of Pangu himself, the main pillar holding up the heavens. During the first great war between Wu and demon, when the Wu tribe was on the verge of driving the demons from the heavenly court, why did the Dao Ancestor suddenly intervene? And having saved the demons, why did he remain completely aloof during the second war, not even showing his face? Yuan Shi's already stern expression darkened further. He smelled it. That familiar scent, the stench of back when he hadn't attained sainthood, he wouldn't have bothered to think about such things. Once he became a saint, the past was already set in stone, and pondering it was pointless. But Tongshan's words triggered a sudden realization, a loud bang in his mind, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. There was definitely something fishy about this. Senior brother, ponder this tribulation of the investiture of the gods once more. You and I are both saints. We know full well what the immortal killing tribulation truly is. Tell me, does this tribulation truly warrant such a massive upheaval? Tong Tian let out a hearty laugh. The 12 golden immortals refused to bow to Haotian, and that constitutes a killing tribulation. Absurd. Yuan Shi's brows furrowed tightly. He had initially thought it was just a casual excuse Hongjun had conjured to fulfill some heavenly mandate. But hearing Tongshan's words, it was clear a blade was hidden beneath that excuse. His voice dropped to a near whisper, each word as cold as frost. Junior brother, teach me. Tongtian, however, abruptly changed the subject. Senior brother, haven't you, and eldest senior brother, always wondered why I never established a great sect, never walked the orthodox path to enlightenment? Yuanshi remained silent, just listening intently. This was indeed a matter he and Taishang had privately pondered for years. If I were to establish a sect upholding the principle of education, without discrimination, welcoming all with spiritual nature regardless of origin or background. There are countless loose cultivators in the primordial wilderness. If I but spoke, 10 out of 10 would likely flock to my banner. This investiture tribulation on the surface is a shared tribulation for the Rinshan and Jie Sects, but in reality, it's a fratricidal war among us three pure ones. If you don't act personally and don't join forces with eldest senior brother, how could you possibly suppress me? Tongshan's expression was calm, as if discussing the weather. Yuanshi's face turned ashen, almost gray. He looked up to the heavens, a bitter smile twisting his lips. What a Dao Ancestor, what a saying. Heaven and earth are not kind, treating all things as straw dogs. So in his eyes, even saints are but pieces on the board to be used and discarded at will. Tongtian had already left with his 4 great disciples. But those few words struck Yuanshi's ears like a bronze bell, echoing relentlessly in his sea of consciousness. With my means I dare not boast idly, but the coming of 10,000 immortals is no empty claim. Eldest senior brother's Ren sect, counting even Xuandu, has but 1 disciple. Your Chan sect, with all names on the roster, barely numbers a few dozen. 10,000 against 100, how could I lose? Thinking it over, there's only one path. You and eldest senior brother must personally enter the fray. Otherwise, no number of immortals can fill that void. Since you've both descended, I have no choice but to accompany you. I will deploy the immortal killing sword formation at the throat connecting Shichi and the Shan capital, blocking your eastward advance. There is no other way but to break the formation. The immortal killing sword formation, set by one saint, can only be undone by the combined might of 4. You will have no choice but to seek outside help. Junior sister Nuwa has never bothered with this murky business, and Lady Pingxin cannot leave the underworld. After much deliberation, besides Jane and Junti, who else is there to turn to? Tongtian spoke with composure, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. But a chill crept up Yuanshi's spine. He performed a silent divination. If Tongtian truly established his sect, and the investiture tribulation arose from internal strife among the 3 sects, it would indeed unfold exactly as described. Only in this way could the Ren and Chan sects be guaranteed victory. Otherwise, how could a few dozen people possibly withstand the might of 10,000 immortals? Tongtian wasn't finished. His next words made Yuanshi's fingertips go numb. For saints against 1, the Jie Sect would be doomed to defeat. Senior brother, don't think it ends there. The Dao Ancestor will surely appear with a ready-made excuse. Unauthorized meddling in the mortal dynastic cycle, causing the foundations of the primordial wilderness to shake, leading to an irreversible calamity. He will surely punish us. My guess is at the lightest we'll be confined for 1,000 years, barred from the mortal realm. At worst, hell bestow the saintfall pill, severing our divine souls from the heavenly Daos covenant and uprooting our saintly foundations. Tongshan's tone was as indifferent as cold tea, but sweat began to seep from Yuanshi's forehead. Since the golden immortal stage, a cultivator's physical body has reached the state of no leakage, impervious to heat and cold, wind and rain. The body of a saint is even more so, an integrated whole, immune to all calamities. Yet at this moment, sweat droplets rolled down his face one by one. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it was sheer terror. He even wanted to cover his ears and listen no more. But Tongtian spoke again. Senior brother, we 3 pure ones share a single origin, all personally taught by the Dao Ancestor. Don't you find it strange? He is pure and inactive, abhorring slaughter above all. Why would he want us brothers to tear each other apart? The flourishing of the mystic sect is the fruit of his lifelong teachings. But look at the present. The Ren sect has but 1 disciple, Xuandu. The Chan sect has only a few dozen followers. The Jie sect hasn't even been established. Where is this prosperity that leads to decline? What is he after? Some things left unsaid are like flowers in a fog. Once spoken, the chill seeps straight into your bones. The more Yuanshi thought, the colder he felt. This entire investiture tribulation from beginning to end was shrouded in a single inescapable web. Tongtian finally uttered the sharp, needle-like truth. Eldest senior brother, and I have calculated. Someone is using this heavenly tribulation of slaughter to specifically erase the imprints of the 3,000 great Dao demons. The mark of Pangu himself is among them. The target had finally revealed its full form. Yuanshi Tianzuan had always been renowned as the wisest among the saints. If he still couldn't read between the lines after Tong Tian had spelled it out so clearly, then his title of first strategist would truly become a joke. Saints take on disciples based on fortune, but place even greater emphasis on their foundations. If a disciple's origin was a primordial demon god with deep roots and a solid background, their future path on the Dao would naturally be broad and lofty. Taisheng's Ren sect, due to its specific founding principles, only accepted a single human disciple Xuandu. As for Yuanxi's Chan sect and the Western sect of Jane and Juni, the mainstays of their teachings were almost without exception beings of primordial divine origin. They were the true backbone of both sects. As for the loose cultivators of the primordial wilderness, almost all who had cultivated to the golden immortal level and above were without exception of the primordial lineage. If the heavenly tower stands as a grand sect, those golden immortals and great Luo who wander outside its gates will surely flock to it. However, what truly weighed heavily on Yuan Shi's heart was another matter: who could bear the deepest and heaviest mark of the demon gods aside from the Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth. The three treasures of heaven can indeed suppress the sect's movements, no doubt. Yet if Hongjun Daozu truly decides to intervene, how much can mere treasures withstand? Yuan Shi felt a slight relief inside. Fortunately, the Wujixing Huangqi was delivered in time. He then smiled faintly, though the joy did not reach his eyes. A wise decision is most hindered by ignorance. Now that the cause and effect are clear, even if Hongjun were to personally intervene, he would dare to face it heat-in. Moreover, he was never alone. Tai Shang guarded the shadows like a mountain, while Tong Tian moved through the situation like a breeze. The three had already silently formed a strong alliance. He looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling absurd, yet exhilarated. Daozu, who calculated through countless tribulations, probably never anticipated that the three saints would join forces against him. But on second thought, the power on his side was ultimately somewhat thin. After all, Hongjun was the first to attain the Dao position in the wilderness and the beginning of the saintly Dao. Could they truly shake this supreme existence? The four children flitted around Tong Tian, their laughter crisp. Even the wind stirred by their sleeves was filled with joy. In their hearts that day, the day when Saint Tong Tian personally accepted them as disciples, was a blessing exchanged for a lifetime of fortune. Since following their master, their horizons had been dramatically broadened. Not to mention anything else, just receiving gifts had them almost overwhelmed. Senior brother Xian Du had a calm demeanor, merely nodding with a smile upon seeing them, speaking little. However, Yun Zhongzi and Guang Qingzi, among the other teaching senior brothers, were quite different, pulling them to sit under the corridors of the Zixiao Palace, explaining the great power's hidden secrets and key points of cultivation in detail. The few children just beginning their journey truly realized what they encountered was no ordinary opportunity, but a miraculous fortune, each having 3 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. Such a configuration, even Guang Qingzi, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, could hardly boast of more. Not to mention the 2 fundamental scriptures, Yuan Shi 12 golden chapters, and Shangqing Yuqin golden chapters. The former encompasses all paths beneath the saints, while the latter points directly to the gates of saintly realms. Most importantly, until now the calamity of immortal slaying has not yet arrived, remaining pure and undisturbed. Xian Du cannot escape, Yun Zhongzi cannot escape, and Guang Qingzi certainly cannot escape. Those who have already reached the great Luo, or even approached the threshold of quasi-sainthood, would change countenance at the mention of the slaying calamity. The dangers within are needless to say. In contrast, the lives of the 4 children were as if they were soaking in a honey jar. Tong Tian spoke, his voice not loud, yet every word struck deep into their hearts. We seek the Dao, the treasures are assistants, but the self is the foundation. Short in cultivation, no matter how many treasures they are, but empty shells. First refine the treasures I have granted you before discussing further. The 4 responded in unison, we shall obey the master's teachings. Their hearts became brighter. A myriad of thoughts could not compare to a single hint from their master. The Yuan Shi golden chapters sweep away all obstacles below the saints. The Shangqing Yuqin golden chapters clearly delineate how saints refine their Dao fruits and deduce heavenly mechanisms. What remains is simply the willingness to sweat, stay up late, and persist. If one cannot endure even this bit of hardship, what can be said of cultivating immortality or seeking the great Dao? Yun Xiao circled around Tong Tian, lightly looking up and asking, Master, didn't we just come from second uncle's place? Why are we still on Kunlun Mountain? Tong Tian smiled, to meet a guest. Just at West Kunlun. The eyes of the 4 children widened in an instant. Is it the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool? During their visit to the Zixiao Palace, Guang Qingzi leisurely brewed tea, recounting the numerous great powers of the wilderness one by one. If this matter were to fall to Xian Du, he would surely sit in silence, as tranquil as water. However, Guang Qingzi was different. The immortal who struck the bell of Yusu and the foremost among the 12 golden immortals. His connections were extensive, and his speech was eloquent, perfectly suited for this task. Yuan Shi places a strong emphasis on rules, and his disciples also act according to principles. Thus Guang Chengzi spoke with particular detail. There is a female immortal in West Kunlun who commands all the female immortals, known as the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. Originally a maiden serving in the Purple Cloud Palace, she received teachings from Daozu and achieved quasi Sainthood, choosing West Kunlun as her Dao ground. Among the 4 children, 3 were girls, and they had long held admiration for this Queen Mother. As Tong Tian set out, he naturally exuded the aura of a saint, purple qi spanning 30,000 miles, auspicious light, surging like a sea of clouds. The Queen Mother had long led the other immortals to welcome him 10 miles out, waiting quietly outside the mountain gate. Though she held the esteemed position of the chief female immortal, the status of a saint surpasses all. While Tai Shang and Yuan Shi could sit in the palace to receive guests, she could not afford to be disrespectful. Taking the initiative to greet him was both a matter of respect and propriety. As the 3 children laid eyes on the Queen Mother, they were momentarily stunned. She stood there commanding yet unyielding, without smiling, yet bringing forth strength. The elegance between her brows carried the weight of a millennium, and her demeanor exuded the calmness of time. Beautiful, yet not gaudy, serene, yet not cold, every movement resonated with the rhythm of the Tao. Tong Tian paused, slightly nodding in appreciation. Sorry to trouble you, junior sister. I have urgent matters to discuss. The Queen Mother smiled, faintly lowering her gaze. Please, senior brother. In the wilderness, saints are revered. Oh, she may have once served in the Purple Cloud Palace, but in the end, she was merely a jade maiden on duty. Her roots, background, and foundation were all inferior to those of a saint. She understood this point clearly. Tong Tian's words were genuinely a compliment to her. A warmth surged in her heart, and a smile surfaced. The two took their seats in order, and Tong Tian did not beat around the bush. Junior sister, I have come for the Su Se Yunjie flag. Why did he insist on gathering the 5-color flags? It was because back when he placed the 4 swords of Jixian on the western Mount Sumeru, a thought suddenly descended. Task: gather the 5-color flags of innate origin. Choice 1: accept it. Grant a thread of the source of the power of the Tao, a chaos pearl, and 14 strands of primordial purple qi. Choice 2: decline it. Grant a thread of the 3,000 sources of the Tao, a Qian Kuan, ding 30 million years of Tao power, and 36 strands of primordial purple qi. Tong Tian did not pause even for half a breath, nodding his head. The chaos pearl and the source of power. These two were worth much more than 14 strands of purple qi. He was a saint. Purple qi was already an external matter to him. The Queen Mother's expression dimmed slightly. Senior brother, please see clearly. I was originally a jade maiden guarding the Purple Cloud Palace, enlightened by the Dao Ancestor, which is how I attained my current level of cultivation. The Su Se Yunjie flag is one of the rare pieces of leverage I have. If I lose this flag, I would be like a blade without a sheath, subject to being chopped down. Tong Tian laughed heartily. What you say truly pains my heart. I have something here that upon seeing will surely bring you joy. He reached into his sleeve, revealing a wisp of purple qi in his palm. The Queen Mother's breath suddenly hit. Without waiting for Tong Tian to speak again, she swiftly handed over the Su Se Yunjie flag. Her motion, so quick it bordered on urgency, as if lingering for a moment longer would cause that purple qi to fly away. Let's trade. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Now that's refreshing. He gently pressed the primordial purple qi into the Queen Mother's palm. Her fingertips trembled, her heart racing. This was not an ordinary gift, it was proof of becoming a saint. Attaining the Tao does not rely on the accumulation of realms, but on whether the primordial spirit can truly anchor the heavenly Tao. Primordial purple qi is that anchor. Without it, even the highest of powers are but mere floating weeds. Even if one reaches the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, they remain but a speck of dust beneath the heavenly Tao. The calamity of the wilderness does not extinguish. Sitting high on the cloud platform today may lead to being caught in the slaying calamity tomorrow. Even someone as strong as her would not dare to claim certainty. The other great powers may hold a glimmer of hope, but she already knew the path ahead was severed. She was once a piece of extreme divine stone in the chaos, transformed into a person by Hongjun, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood in one step. Yet this transformation sealed all her paths of progress. Ascending to the heavens is easy, but moving forward thereafter is difficult. As she watched the later arrivals step over her shoulders one by one, she could only sit silently in the jade pool, counting the hours each day. Who would have thought that Tong Tian would bring this thing? She did not want to inquire about its origins, only recognizing one thing: from now on this strand of purple qi belonged to her. The 5 directions and 5 colors flags combined could not compare to this strand. That Tong Tian was willing to trade it meant she had gained a considerable advantage. She immediately drew in qi, and as the purple qi sank into her nascent soul, the veins of the heavenly Dao became crystal clear in her consciousness, flowing like sweet spring water. She knelt down, her forehead touching the ground. Senior brother, your great kindness, Jade Pool. I do not know how to repay it. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze. The Hongming purple qi. Something that even saints would lock away in their life apertures. How could Tong Tian easily give it away? Even if he himself did not use it, what about his disciples? Duobao, Jinling, Wudong. Which of them was not waiting for this opportunity? Her ears turned hot, and a faint blush rose on her face. Could it be that senior brother Tong Tian looked at her differently? Ordinary people give gifts primarily to those they are close to. Such a precious item, if not due to special feelings, would it be so easily entrusted? The plain-colored cloud realm flag. Is it worth it? Not worth it. She realized the flag is a decoy. The purple qi is the true essence. Her heart tightened slightly, like a small deer bumping against her ribs. If I can truly attain the Tao, then perhaps I would be worthy to stand by his side. Junior sister. Tongshin's voice deepened, and there was a rare solemnity in his brow. He was unaware of the turmoil in her heart. This matter must not be leaked. And do not think that having obtained it means you can sit comfortably in the saint's position. He paused, his voice like iron. You should remember the matter of Hongjun Ancestor. Jade Pool shivered all over, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. Yes, Hongjun. How kind and deeply rooted that ancestor was, yet because of a strand of purple qi he was hunted down, plotted against, lost his saint position, and ultimately had to disperse his power and reincarnate. Did Hongjun bestow him the purple qi out of compassion or to test him? Opinions varied, but the result was there. Holding a gem brings guilt, 4 words bloodily carved into the monument of the Primordial. Her face turned pale, and she bowed again, her forehead pressed against the cold ground. I ask senior brother for guidance. Tongshin's robe sleeve lightly brushed, and a gentle force lifted her body. Just remember one thing. His gaze was like a deep abyss staring directly into her eyes. Jade Pool held her breath, not even blinking. This matter, do not mention a single word. If one person does not speak. He looked up, pointing his fingertip toward the sky. Do not even mention him. Jade Pool suddenly raised her hand to cover her mouth, her fingertips cold, her mind buzzing, yet she dared not let a single word slip out. She was clever, too clever. That finger did not point to any particular saint, nor to any mighty figure. It was the heavens. It was the Tao. It was those eyes that always looked down, never spoke, yet knew everything. The meaning could not be clearer. Even Hongjun Daozu could not know. If spoken, it would be catastrophic. Jade Pool's heart sank, and she believed Tongshin's words. Unable to articulate the reason, she felt a sudden chill deep within her nascent soul, as if a fine string was plucked by an invisible hand, buzzing incessantly. This was a whim, a spontaneous warning from her nascent soul. In the realm of cultivation, there has long been a conclusion: it is better to trust the flicker of the nascent soul than one's own thoughts. She did not hesitate. Once her thoughts settled, she believed it. Tong Tian nodded, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. There is another matter, junior sister, must accumulate more merit. The Hongming purple qi is indeed foundational, but merit is like fuel, both are indispensable. Only by the two working together can one attain the saint position. We the 3 purities, Nuwa, Jiejin, and Zhuanti, without exception. Jade Pool's heart warmed, such a secret if not revealed by a saint who could comprehend it. Tong Tian chuckled lightly. Junior sister now presides over the head of the female immortals. Though your daily actions may seem small, they are as steady as flowing water, and merit will arise naturally. If you encounter great opportunities or great merits, do not hesitate, reach out and act. Once you do, you will be a true saint. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Jade Pool bowed, bowing 3 times. Tong Tian laughed heartily, bidding farewell to Jade Pool with the 4 little ones. He walked briskly, feeling bright in heart. Having completed the task of the divine level choice system, he had also casually planted a pawn. Playing chess. Who doesn't know how? The layout is the breath of saints. Whether it is the heavenly Dao Hongjun or the 6 saints, every move they make in the eternal river does not concern itself with immediate gains or losses. What they focus on is the end of the primordial and the beginning of the era. But the feng shui catastrophe came too suddenly and violently, like a thunderclap splitting the sky, disrupting all chess games. Long-term strategies. For now, set them aside. In this current situation, the first priority is to survive. Tongshin's gaze deepened slightly. At this moment among the saints, he was the only one truly free to act, because his karmic ties are the cleanest. The Empress Pingxin is locked in the underworld by Hongjun, unable to step out of the threshold. The Zixiao Palace is filled with demon tribe disciples. The calamity fire has already burned to the doorstep. Taishang and Yuanshi each have their great teachings. Their incense is the karma. The more prosperous the incense, the deeper the entanglement. Jiejin and Zhuanti are the same. The Western teachings have just been established. Their foundation is not stable, making the karma even more tangled. Saints themselves are untainted by dust, but their disciples' teachings are ultimately threads in the net. Once the threads move, they tug at the corners of the saint's garments. Tong Tian chuckled inwardly, only my sleeves are empty, not tied to a single thread. This cleanliness is something he earned by delaying the attainment of the saint fruit. But with just this little purity, it cannot turn the tide. Even that pawn from earlier was merely a foreshadowing, not a winning move. He lifted his gaze as if penetrating the long river of time, landing far away. In an instant, countless thoughts erupted like sparks, and then returned to silence. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The most important thing to do now is to wander aimlessly across the Primordial. Having been in closed-door cultivation for too long, his bones have stiffened. If he does not set out to walk around, he would be doing a disservice to his own feet. On the road, there are certainly connections to be made. He faintly sensed that there was a master-disciple contract waiting ahead. Not establishing a teaching does not mean not taking on disciples. Would countless immortals come to pay homage? He found it noisy. If he could teach out 14 saints, then in the future for matters of the world would he still need to speak personally? His disciples' words could change the landscape. 14 saints. Who would dare to obstruct? Thinking of this, he chuckled to himself. Tong Tian walked casually with the 4 little ones. Wherever they went, that was where they would settle. The 4 little ones had grown up on the 3 immortal islands in the East China Sea, and this was their first time stepping onto the primordial continent. They gazed at the mountains and rivers, cities and people, their eyes shining brightly, chattering non-stop. Just past the Whitebone Mountain, suddenly a person knelt down by the roadside with a thud, forehead touching the ground, voice trembling. Saint above. I am disciple Shiji, an alchemist of Whitebone Mountain. Having practiced for several epochs in ignorance, seeking the Tao without a path, yet the heart of the Tao has not extinguished for a day. I implore the saint to show mercy and take me as your disciple. You and I have fate. Tong Tian stopped, laughed heartily before the words were finished. A point of golden light entered Shiji's brow. The supreme clear jade celestial golden chapter has been engraved into his nascent soul. This is the fundamental law of my teachings. Take your time to comprehend it. Today the honored one travels through the primordial. There is no need to remain at Whitebone Mountain, just follow along. After the journey, we will return to Zixiao Palace for cultivation. Shiji trembled all over, repeatedly bowing, voice choked with emotion. Once that technique entered his consciousness, it rolled through like spring thunder over frozen earth, the nascent soul buzzing, and he could not help but want to sit down and meditate immediately. She glanced at the beginning of the scripture, and her mind was instantly immersed within, unable to extricate herself. Tong Tian raised his hand, pointing to the 4 figures before him. These are your 3 senior brothers and senior sister. Acknowledge them first. As for treasures, there's no rush. Once we return to the Azure Tour Palace, I shall bestow them all at once. Shiji's throat tightened, and her fingertips tingled with joy. She had thought receiving the great Tao was already a stroke of heavenly fortune. How could she have expected treasures as well? This was no mere apprenticeship. It was as if she had stumbled upon the very gates of destiny. What Tong Tian valued was never one's origin, background, or even innate talent. Beneath a sage's tutelage, inner demons dissolve on their own, and resources are inexhaustible. Talent, merely a matter of time. The true thresholds were only 2: a sincere heart and an unyielding Tao. The path of cultivation had no end. Sages, deathless and eternal, still pondered daily and observed ceaselessly. As for those juniors lingering outside the mountain gates, what did they truly know of attainment? In Tongshin's eyes, attaining enlightenment and becoming a sage was merely pushing open the first door. Everything else was nothing more than standing on tiptoe, peering in from the threshold. And Shiji, with her single phrase, "The heart that seeks the Tao has never once been extinguished," had already answered every question. She had always prided herself on profound cultivation, her every thought fixed upon the great Tao. A faint, deep smile curved at the corner of Tongshin's lips. Shiji was originally an uncarved boulder from the dawn of chaos, having absorbed the mysteries of creation to cultivate her sentience. Curiously enough, a stone also lay by the shores of Owli Nation, untouched by wind and frost, unmarred by sun and moon. Over the long passage of time, it had begun to faintly emanate a glimmer of spiritual light. When Shiji's cultivation reached its consummation, it would be fitting to send her on a journey, having this enlightened stone guide that newborn one. Now that would be a truly marvelous affair. Since taking Shiji as a disciple, it was as if a sluice gate had been gently opened. Disciples came seeking him one after another. Jinling, Wudong, Wuyun, Luoxian. They all gradually pledged themselves to the Azure Tour Palace. Before Tongshin's seat, figures grew denser, robes rustling in multitudes. Yunshao stood before the steps and asked softly, "Master, are you to keep taking disciples in this manner?" Tong Tian shook his head. "How could that be? My sect's number is fixed at 36, no more no less." As his words fell, the heavens trembled faintly, and the 9 skies quivered in silence. When a sage speaks, it is heavenly decree, who once uttered, all laws respond. His words were not spoken lightly. One gives birth to two, two to three, and three to all things. This was the eternal truth. But if Hongjun were taken as the founding patriarch with 6 direct disciples, then for Tongshan's lineage the number 36 was fixed by the heavenly Dao itself, not to be increased or diminished. Yet this number was not one Hongjun had personally decreed. In the purple firmament palace, Hongjun's eyes snapped open. Tong Tian had deviated from the path once more. His heart sank. How could it veer again? The 3 pure ones were born from the threefold division of Pangu's primordial spirit, 1 in origin, 3 in manifestation. Together embodying the Tao of being and non-being, Yuanshi wielded creation from nothing, governing the dawn of heaven. Taishang upheld the balance of being and non-being, overseeing the harmony of the world. Tong Tian commanded the return of being to nothing, presiding over the transformations of the end. The 3 were interlocked, forming the very pivot of the primordial world's operation. But Hongjun was displeased. He was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. If the sages each acted on their own, severing their own karmic ties, what would become of the heavenly Tao? Not to mention that this Tao of being and non-being in his eyes still bore the unerased imprint of Pangu, the lingering traces of the 3,000 demon gods. They had to be thoroughly pared away and recast anew. Even if they were his direct disciples, he could no longer afford to care. Yet now Tong Tian had deviated from the destined track once again. Hongjun's fingertips stilled, his gaze sharp as a blade. His return of being to nothing can actually touch the fluctuations of the Tao's very source. As expected of Pangu's transformation. Truly extraordinary. We cannot wait any longer. The tribulation of enfeefment must be set in motion ahead of schedule. If the sages are given time to recover. He paused, his jaw tightening. Even if I fear nothing, it would still be a nuisance. At this moment Tong Tian was treading the clouds, the eastern sea shimmering beneath his feet, his disciples clustering behind him like stars, ever growing in number. The count of 36 was nearly full, but not quite. Yet Duo Bao and Changer Ding Guangxian were not among them. Hongjun's expression turned abruptly cold. Behind him a phantom shadow wavered, life and death revolving, illusion and reality interweaving, a deathly stillness quietly seeping through the pillars of the purple firmament palace. It was true absolute cessation, so profound that even dust froze in its presence. But the palace held only him alone, no one else bore witness. He calculated once more on his fingers, his gaze sharpening. It wasn't just Duo Bao and Changer who had failed to arrive. Of the 3,000 mortal guests who should have been abducted by the Western teachings, only Wu Yunxian alone had entered the Azure Tour Palace gates. And according to his earlier divinations, Wu Yunxian's entry into the West would have been like a clay ox plunging into the sea, utterly useless to the rise of the Western teachings. A chill ran through Hongjun's heart. Something was wrong. Very wrong. A coincidence. Or had Tong Tian already glimpsed a fraction of the truth? No. Though Tongshan's cultivation was profound, he had yet to possess the ability to pierce directly into the hidden currents of heavenly destiny. All his schemes were concealed in formlessness, every step sheathed in shadow. He slowly exhaled, his voice so low it was nearly inaudible. The heavenly Tao is plucking the strings for him. Then let us play the tune ahead of time. With that, a single thought surged across the primordial wilderness. All sages hastened to the purple firmament palace to deliberate on the great tribulation of enfeefment. Tong Tian paused midair above the eastern sea, a speck of spiritual dew from Guiling's initiation still clinging to his sleeve. He looked up, mildly surprised at, summoned again. He had just finished accepting Guiling, and the heavenly star count was perfectly complete. He had been about to return to the palace to open the altar and expound the Tao, only to be interrupted by the Dao Ancestor's summons. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. You all return to the Azure Tour Palace first. Devote yourselves to contemplating the Shangqing Yuqin Jinzhong. Once I return from the purple firmament palace, I shall explain it in detail. There's no rush. With a single flick of his robe, the group stood within the palace gates. He casually activated the formation's core, and the flow of time abruptly accelerated. One day outside the palace, and within it countless eons had already passed. These disciples, like himself, had never lacked for opportunities. What they lacked was time. The human and Shan teachings had opened their mountain gates 100 years earlier. Their foundations were already deep and flourishing. The Azure Tour Palace had started late, and only bitter cultivation could close the gap. Having settled everything, Tong Tian finally drifted away on the clouds, unhurried and at ease, as if heading to an idle chat. After all, he had not established a great sect. The matter of enfeefment had nothing to do with him. His 36 disciples had but shallow karmic ties. They might not even qualify to enter the tribulation. Naturally, he bore no burden. Upon arriving at the purple firmament palace, he gave a slight bow to the assembled sages. You all may deliberate as you wish. But why summon even junior sister Nuwa and myself? Zunti smiled in response, his tone gentle, yet the warmth never reached his eyes. Brother, your words missed the mark. In the past, alone and unattached, you could naturally stand aloof from worldly affairs. But now your gates flourish and disciples crowd your halls. When the immortal slaughter tribulation descends, how could you remain untouched? He had settled his karmic debt with Tongtian earlier, appearing serene on the surface, but a thorn had always lodged in his heart. Until he dragged Tongtian into the waters, this matter would never be finished. Before the echo of his words faded, and before Tongtian could speak, Yuanshi suddenly interjected, Zuni, your words are wrong. All present were startled. Zunti, Jane, and Hongjun all looked up, faces marked with bewilderment. Where did this come from? Yuanshi was actually speaking up for Tongtian. Last time he had urged Tongtian to establish a sect and prove the Dao, and yet in a mere few hundred years he had suddenly reversed course. Yuanshi spoke coldly. Junior brother Tongshan's newly accepted disciples have yet to even grasp how to write the character Dao, let alone comprehend principle and face the tribulation. Between them and junior brother Tongtian, there exists only a single thread of master-disciple fate, with no other entanglements whatsoever. On what grounds do you presume to force them into the tribulation? Before his words had fully faded, Taishang spoke slowly. Junior brother Tongtian, junior sister Nuwa, you may take your leave. Neither of you has established a great sect, and you are not within the bounds of the enfeefment tribulation. I so permit it. A gleam of light sparked in Tongshan's and Nuwa's eyes, and they immediately bowed low. We obey the decrees of our two senior brothers. Jane and Zunti's faces darkened abruptly, their hearts tightening. They suddenly realized an extremely perilous truth. The two brothers had always advanced and retreated together, but the three pure ones of Pangu were likewise a block of iron, and now even Nuwa had silently aligned herself with that side. If Tongtian is truly driven to desperation, will Nuwa then take action? With the four saints joining forces, how will they defend themselves? The two of them felt alarm bells ringing in their minds. Is it settled then? With just a word from Taishang and Yuanshi, Tongtian and Nuwa have been removed from the calamity. How many disciples do the three teachings combined have? Is it enough to fill the calamity's flames? Moreover, is it not too obvious for you to form an alliance right in front of us? Tongtian suddenly composed himself, his gaze sweeping over the two, his voice heavy as iron. Do the two friends from the west have any objections regarding me and sister Nuwa? Jiejing and Zhuani were momentarily speechless. Objections? Naturally there were. But what good would it do to voice them? Since Taishang and Yuanshi have spoken and Tongtian and Nuwa have taken their stand, the momentum of the four saints has been established, pressing them to consider every breath they take. If they truly provoke Taishang and Yuanshi, pushing Tongtian and Nuwa away, there would be no need for any calamity. They could simply admit defeat. Zhuanti hurriedly forced a smile. You misunderstand, Dao brother. How could we dare to have doubts? We just have some minor matters to sort out. He knew full well that Tongshan's temperament was like fire, easily ignited, yet his cultivation was unfathomably deep, his combat strength unrivaled among the saints. He didn't want to experience being trapped in the Zhujian sword array and enduring 1,000 years in the West again. By then the flowers would have wilted, and even the ashes would have been blown away. Tongshan's expression softened slightly. If that's the case, you speak. Zhuanti turned serious, bowing deeply. May I ask, Dao Ancestor, is it permissible for the two friends Tongtian and Nuwa who are not involved in the calamity to proceed? Hongjun raised an eyebrow, slightly casting a cold glance at Zhuani. This person is notoriously thick-skinned, yet today seems to know when to advance and retreat. If you keep making a fuss, I might just lend you a hand and muddy the waters. But you withdrew first. How boring. The six saints had long since set the course in secret, yet came to ask me if it was feasible. Must it be this? Convenient. Hongjun simply uttered a single word, feasible. Indeed. Zhuanti sighed bitterly and shook his head. Dao Ancestor has said it early on, this matter is to be decided by the saints. With so many from the three purities, we can only accept it. However, thinking it over, it might not be a bad thing. If all three purities were to join in, it would indeed be hard to cope, now with only Taishang and Yuanshi remaining. That changes things. I humbly request the Dao Ancestor to clarify, any saint not participating in the calamity is forbidden from leaving the palace or descending to the mortal realm to interfere with this great calamity. Anyone who steps outside the mountain gate will be considered as having directly entered the calamity. Hongjun's temples twitched slightly, and his fingers almost curled in annoyance. This idea is terrible. Even the wind would avoid it. His original intention was to use the calamity's flames to engulf all scattered immortals, cleansing the remnants of the 3,000 paths and erasing the lingering might of Pangu. If Tongtian does not take action, who will incite the blood of the myriad immortals? Who will force the myriad spirits to disrupt their ranks? But once the words are spoken and authority handed to the saints to backtrack, would only harm his own status as Taoist. He snorted lightly. that should be the case. Zhuanti let out a long breath, turning to the other saints with a confident smile. You all have heard the Dao Ancestor's decree. If Tongtian and Nuwa descend the mountain, it is a rebellion against the heavens, and they will be counted among the calamity's participants. Tongtian lowered his gaze, appearing to sigh. What a pity. I was still thinking. His words abruptly halted. Jiejing and Zundi's hearts raced. That was close. They nearly fell for the three purities trap. With Taishang and Yuanshi pressing from the front, Tongtian was setting a trap in the dark. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they might have been led to a flaw by those words of what a pity. Tongtian, despite his exceptional cultivation, has always been straightforward. How could he think of such convoluted tricks? The one behind the scenes must undoubtedly be Yuanshi. Too cunning. Zhuanti remained impassive, casting a heavy gaze at Yuanshi, his eyes filled with deep meaning, as if saying, I have seen through your scheme. Yuanshi slightly raised an eyebrow, his expression calm, yet a hint of a smile flickered in his heart. This person truly considers himself the key to breaking the deadlock. His gaze subtly drifted, casually passing over Hongjun. He saw the Dao Ancestor sitting at a high platform, his face ashen, his lips tightly drawn like a bow drawn to its limit. He exchanged glances with Taishang, both understanding without words. What Tongtian said is absolutely correct. Hongjun indeed intends to expand the scope of the sealing calamity. Then we must be even more cautious at every step. Yet Yuanshi showed no signs of fear. What is truly to be feared has never been a strong enemy, but rather a confusing situation shrouded in ignorance. Once the cause and effect are clarified, Yuanshi will naturally have a countermeasure. What he needs to do now is to make Hongjun firmly believe that he and the other saints are all within his grasp, with only Nuwa and Tongtian as exceptions. Every movement of the saints perfectly aligned with their true nature, neither biased nor flawed, leaving no room for error. Tongshan's heart was slightly eased. The support that Zhuanti inadvertently provided was just right, filling in all the gaps. Now only the final step remained, to withdraw and observe the changes. He bowed slightly to Hongjun with a smile. Master, since this matter does not involve me and Sister Nuwa, I shall take my leave. Hongjun nodded slightly, his sleeves brushing lightly, granting his permission. Tongtian bid farewell to the four saints with cupped fists, laughing heartily, and turned to step onto the clouds, heading directly back to Zixiao Palace. A cold glint flashed in Hongjun's eyes. As the embodiment of the heavenly way, if he were to truly take action against the saints, he would find himself restricted. He is indeed the only one to have stepped into the realm of the heavenly way, but because of this, he is also limited. The saints' primordial spirits have long been entrusted to the void of the heavenly way, neither born nor extinct. Unless one can forcibly extract their souls from the void, any punishment or retribution would merely be scratching the surface. Moreover, saints are naturally connected to the heavenly way. To plot, one must wait for the heavenly secrets to be obscured. For instance, when the great calamity approaches and chaos reigns, only then may there be a possible opportunity. If not for this moment, the instant a thought arises, the four saints would have sensed it. What Hongjun thinks they would know even before him. How could there be any scheming? One must either scheme within the calamity or quietly place their pieces long before the saints achieve enlightenment, laying plans that span countless years. Beyond these two paths, there are no other options. He is both the embodiment of the heavenly way and yet must confront a group of saints who resonate with the heavenly way. Not daring to harbor even half a thought, he simply lowered his gaze, letting the four saints argue endlessly while he wandered in the void, merging with the heavenly way. The sealing calamity was a scheme he established from the moment he became a saint. No one can escape, no one can evade. Tongtian returned to Jiao Island's Zixiao Palace, and his disciples rushed out upon hearing the news, their faces filled with joy. Zhao Gongming stepped forward, his voice trembling. Master, where have you been all these years? We've missed you, dear. Everyone chimed in, eyes wide with longing. Tongtian smiled. He had indeed left all 36 disciples in Zixiao Palace, but had conveniently activated the time array within the Hongjun Wujidi formation. One day in the wilderness equated to millions of years within the array. He had only lingered in Zixiao Palace for a year, yet his disciples had endured countless spring and autumn cycles within the array. He walked over slowly, observing each one. Seeing that everyone's auras were steady, their powers deep as an abyss, their foundations solid without a hint of flaw, and each one at ease and carefree. Tongtian nodded slightly. Good, very good, extremely good. This Hongjun Wujidi formation within Zixiao Palace contains a marvelous function known as the time array. One day outside has passed as millions of years within the array. Upon my return, only a year has passed in the wilderness. The 36 disciples exchanged glances, gasping in shock. Some minds began to churn with the thought, if one lingered within the formation, would they not gain countless more years of cultivation than others, and thus attain the Tao all the sooner? Tongtian saw through them at a glance, and shook his head with a chuckle. Though time within the formation stretches long, in the end it is not the boundless primordial world. The laws are incomplete, the foundations flawed. To reach the realm above Deluo, one must personally touch the heavenly Dao and comprehend its laws to forge one's Dao foundation. Even if you were to enter seclusion for 100 million years, you would still need to venture forth into the world to sever karmic ties and refine your great Dao before you could step into the Quasi-Saint realm. This formation merely saves you some effort. Do not assume that because a cultivator's lifespan is endless you can rest easy. The tribulations of the primordial world follow like a shadow, one after another, relentless and suffocating. With the slightest misstep you fall into reincarnation, never to rise again. Thus you must be ever vigilant. The disciples fell silent, then voiced their assent in unison. Tong Tian casually waved his sleeve, and several dozen spiritual treasures flew forth, landing steadily in each person's hands. Gifts from a saint. How could they be ordinary? These were supreme treasures that Hongjun had once bestowed at the Funbao Cliff, which had later all come into Tongshan's possession. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze across them, speaking warmly. These years, have you encountered any doubts or difficulties? He had intended to expound the Dao in detail, fulfilling his duty as a teacher. But to his surprise, the disciples exchanged glances, then all lowered their heads and shook them in silence. Tongshan's gaze shifted and landed on Shiji. You? Speak your mind. Shiji immediately stepped forward, her voice clear and bright. Master, you are truly remarkable. Before her words even faded, a smile had already crept onto her brow. The Shangqing Yuqian golden scripture you bestowed. Every word is a pearl, every sentence conceals profundity. Your disciple has pondered it to this day and finds only that the deeper she reads, the more profound it becomes, and the more she cultivates, the steadier she grows. This tome encompasses all things. Should your disciple encounter any confusion, the Shangqing Yuqian golden scripture reveals the answer on its own. Most importantly, when to comprehend and how to apply oneself. All is decided by your disciple alone. Were it not for senior brother Gongming's reminder, your disciple would not even have realized how much time had passed. So it was the Shangqing Yuqian golden scripture, the general outline of the Taoist path imparted upon entering the sect back then. Yet it was more than just an outline, it was finely detailed, every thread leading to reason. It was like a seasoned guide, paying no heed to seniority or background, and tailoring a path of advancement according to each individual's aptitude and disposition. Thus, whether Tong Tian was present or not was hardly of consequence. In other words, this Shangqing Yuqian golden scripture was a wisp of true intent personally forged by Tong Tian, guiding at every turn, watching over at every step, never absent. Tongshan's heart relaxed. Earlier he had been anxious to rush back to Zixiao Palace, fearing his disciples had neglected their studies. Now it seemed that in their self-directed cultivation they had been thorough and orderly. This lingering worry had finally been laid to rest. Do not be complacent. His voice deepened. Within Zixiao Palace there is no tribulation, lightning pressing down. If you wish to advance your realm, you must eventually leave the palace and brave the world. Tongshan's expression turned solemn. You must firmly remember one thing. On the path of seeking the Dao, the saintly position is merely the starting point. You still linger outside the gate of the Dao, far from having truly entered its hall. Never harbor arrogance in your hearts. The 36 disciples bowed their heads in unison, yet their hearts churned like crashing waves. In their master's eyes, attaining sainthood was but the true beginning of the journey. The threshold was so high it inspired awe. By this reasoning, the mighty figures renowned throughout the primordial world, the 3 sage emperors Xinyuanzi, Kunping, Yunzongzi, and their ilk, had not even knocked upon that door. Zhao Gongming and the others were both shaken and secretly inspired. Their master Saint Tongtian held them in such high regard that the standard he set began with attaining the Dao. So they were not of mediocre aptitude after all. They truly possessed the fortune to knock upon the saintly gate. What cultivator did not yearn to attain sainthood? The longer one cultivated, the more one understood the vastness of heaven and earth and the depth of the great Dao, and the heavier one's reverence became. Previously they had thought that to cultivate to the Quasi-Saint realm, like senior brother Yunzongzi, to live long and behold eternity, was already a great blessing. Who would have thought that in their master's eyes that was merely a soft sigh before the true beginning? How fortunate they were to be counted among Tongshan's disciples. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Every disciple under my tutelage shall attain sainthood. Otherwise, why would I have taken you in? To embarrass me. The 36 disciples immediately prostrated themselves in salute. Your disciples shall devote themselves wholeheartedly and never fail your master's grace and high expectations. Oh, Tong Tian raised an eyebrow with a smile. You doubt me. Before the words faded, his robe sleeve drifted lightly, his fingertip pointed, and a purple aura soared into the sky, surging like tides, its radiance flowing and mesmerizing. Primordial purple chi. Their breaths seized in an instant. The Shangqing Yuqian golden scripture stated it clearly, when this aura appears, sainthood is within reach. It was the proof of attaining the Dao, the credential for ascending to the saintly throne, and the only key that could unlock the saintly gate. Even with transcendent cultivation and boundless magical power, without this aura one could never cross that final threshold. But with this purple chi in hand, once one's cultivation was perfected, one's power purified, and one's merits complete, sainthood was merely a matter of time. The 36 disciples never imagined they would personally receive this opportunity. "What are you gawking at?" Tong Tian chided lightly. "Hurry and take it in." Startled from their reverie, they hastily steadied their minds and drew that wisp of purple chi deep into their nascent souls. Tongshan's expression turned grave once more. "Do not think that with the purple chi in hand you are assured a saintly seat. Have you forgotten the matter of Patriarch Red Cloud?" Their hearts jolted as if struck by thunder. Patriarch Red Cloud, the most ill-fated soul of the primordial world. He had started with a winning hand, yet played it into total defeat, falling in the most aggrieved manner. Even now mentioning him still made one's heart tighten. Tongshan's gaze swept across the assembly. "You have been in seclusion within Zixiao Palace for hundreds of millions of years. Have you sensed anything amiss?" The disciples exchanged glances, and ultimately their gazes fell in unison upon Yunxiao. Tong Tian was inwardly curious. By old precedent, the 4 inner disciples and 4 outer disciples each had their own hierarchy. Even when she had entered the sect in this lifetime, Yunxiao had not been the lead disciple. Yet now among the 36 disciples, whether by age, cultivation, or prestige, she was regarded as the foremost. The position of Grand Senior Sister was unanimously acknowledged without a single objection. There was a hidden mystery to this. Among these disciples, Jinling Wudong, Guiling Wangxian, and Zhao Gongming, was any of them not a standout talent of their time? Yet it was Yunxiao who had become the one all looked to. Tong Tian remained impassive, waiting for what came. Yunxiao stepped forward and gave a formal bow. "To answer, Master, your disciples within Zixiao Palace have not dared to slacken day or night. We have savored every word of the Shangxing Yuchen golden scripture and constantly contemplated the principles of the heavenly Dao with not a moment of neglect. All the senior and junior brothers have been diligent and self-disciplined, advancing without cease. Yet why is it that only our magical power grows daily while our realm remains utterly stagnant?" The others nodded in succession, their expressions earnest. Tong Tian smiled. "Tell me, why do you think?" Yunxiao answered crisply, "Your disciple believes it is because Zixiao Palace has sealed away the heavenly tribulation." Tong Tian nodded. "Correct, you have seen it right." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "Since you already know the root of the problem, why not step out of the palace yourselves and face the tribulation heat in it?" Yunxiao lowered her head, her voice clear and respectful. "Your disciple dared not. Master instructed in the past we must diligently study the Shangxing Yuchen golden scripture within Zixiao Palace and await Master's return. Without receiving Master's personal instruction, how could your disciples presume to leave on our own?" Tong Tian nodded. "Good. This was your first trial, and you have all passed. If you could not even clear this hurdle, you would not be worthy of my tutelage." His eyes gleamed, and he spoke with a smile. "Yunxiao, from this day forth you shall be my chief disciple." Yunxiao froze, her fingertips curling slightly. After a moment she lowered her head and closed her eyes, her voice deep yet clear. "Yunxiao humbly obeys Master's command." Not a single disciple voiced a word of objection. She spoke with clarity and composure, displaying measured responses in every situation, and her eloquence revealed no trace of arrogance. The crowd was convinced not because she held a title, but because they all recognized her true worth. Tong Tian laughed loudly, his sleeves fluttering lightly as 4 beams of cold light tore through the air, hovering steadily above the palms of Yunxiao, Bixiao, Qiongxiao, and Shiji. "The 4 swords of extermination will now be in your hands. You 4 be my sword-holding disciples." He observed clearly as the sword was released, the aura around the 4 surged abruptly like a hidden dragon breaking through the abyss, soaring upward. Tong Tian merely said, "Go, the tribulation is at the door." After the 4 immortals took the swords, the energy shifted dramatically. From the originally gentle immortal light, a fierce edge quietly seeped out. Within her usually calm demeanor, a hint of an imposing presence emerged, forbidding anyone to approach. Instruments of slaughter easily taint one's spirit. For ordinary cultivators, mere contact is perilous. A slight misstep could lead to a deviation in their Dao heart, resulting in being consumed by the sword intent. Yet Tong Tian was utterly unconcerned. The might of a sage does not lie in avoiding danger. With the chaos bell settled in his sea of consciousness, even if his 36 disciples faced countless tribulations, it was as if he could observe the patterns in his palm. Moreover, this was all part of his scheme. The 36 disciples were all outstanding figures of their time, but the 4 from Yunxiao stood out, benevolent, yet possessing a strong backbone, steadfast, yet adaptable. However, the primordial chaos does not value gentleness, only strength. If even Hongjun faced treachery 3 times, how could the 4 untested lot of lotuses withstand it? Holding the sword was not for command, but for immersion. The killing intent of the 4 swords of extermination was not meant to incite bloodlust, but to teach one to understand sharpness, recognize power, and discern deceit. When the sword intent penetrates the bones, one's temperament naturally transforms. This matter requires no further words. Heaven and earth will bear witness. Tong Tian waved his sleeve. Go face the tribulation. The 36 responded in unison, turning away and positioning themselves around the 4 cardinal points of Jiao Island. In but a moment, dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder roiled, and the tribulation clouds surged like a tidal wave, swiftly swallowing the clear skies above Zixiao Palace. Tong Tian stood outside the palace doors, gazing upward. The tribulation clouds hung low, almost brushing against his crown, heavily pressing down on the entire island. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The timing his disciples had cultivated was sufficient. After all, within the time formation of Zixiao Palace, they had tirelessly pondered the supreme clarity jade, celestial golden chapter, for over billions of years. This method is the ultimate secret of the supreme clarity, and the 36 were all rare Dao seeds. After billions of years of meticulous cultivation, breaking through the barrier, would the heavenly tribulation still wait? Even more astonishing, 36 people would face it together. The gathering of the heavenly gang numbers has never been seen since the dawn of the primordial chaos. Tong Tian stood with his hands behind his back, his voice resonating like a bell. Today the 36 disciples of Zixiao Palace shall shake the very foundations of the primordial chaos. The tribulation clouds grew thicker and denser, almost tangible, as if one could reach out and grasp the thunderous essence. No practitioner with a legacy would dare act in such a manner. One person facing tribulation is like sharpening a blade. You over 30 facing it together is akin to using heavenly thunder as firewood. And if it burns brilliantly, there won't even be ash left. The buildup of thunderous power is not as simple as adding a few bolts of lightning. It is the resonance of the will of heaven, a violent echo at the level of the laws. In the 33rd heaven, within the Zixiao Palace, the Taishang Yuan Shi Jie and Zhuan Ti were involved in a heated argument over the matter of the god-sealing list, when suddenly they all paused in unison. Even Hongjun, seated on the high platform, slowly opened his eyes. 5 pairs of eyes pierced through the layers of heavenly curtains, landing squarely on Jiao Island's Zixiao Palace. Under the watchful gaze of the 5 sages, they all focused intently. Deep within the tribulation clouds, thunder had actually condensed into a liquid form, swirling and rushing within the clouds like a river flowing upwards. Zhuan Ti stroked his beard and laughed. Brother Tong Tian, as a new master dares to let his disciples face the heavenly tribulation together, truly bold. Taishang and Yuan Shi exchanged glances and smiled, feeling that Tong Tian's actions were indeed quite spontaneous. The 3 sages bore no trace of worry. If a sage's personal disciples cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation, it would indeed become a joke. Wait, Jie suddenly frowned. Take a closer look at the cultivation levels of your disciples. The other 3 smiled slightly, dismissing the concern. How long had Tong Tian been accepting disciples? Stabilizing their original realms is already no easy feat. How much further could they possibly progress? But upon a second glance, all 4's expressions changed. This magical power, so profound, like an abyss, if one said they were great Luo golden immortals, I would believe it. This is not merely due to enlightening, but their foundation is astonishingly solid. Facing this tribulation, they have ample surplus. But Tong Tian took them in just a moment ago. Unless a time formation. Before his words fell, the 4 sages understood. The formation was no secret technique in the primordial. Bodhi set up the Bodhi Great Formation, and those who entered must return to the west. Taishang arranged the 2 instruments. Fine dust formation, nearly impossible to break. Each sect's sages excel in this path with endless means. However, while they understood, their doubts only deepened. Who doesn't know that time formations have immense consumption? Who doesn't know that setting up a formation requires exhausting the essence, drawing the star tracks, and locking the flow of time? For Tong Tian to quietly unfold a formation spanning billions of years for 36 disciples. The thoughts behind this were even more inscrutable than the tumultuous tribulation clouds. Look at the Dao practices of your disciples. They were clearly not cultivated in mere thousands or tens of thousands of years. Even if they practiced the supreme clarity great method, such speed is impossible. The path of cultivation has its own principles. Without the guidance of a great power, how could one ascend to the heavens in a single step? It relies entirely on the painstaking practice of day after day, year after year. This matter cannot be faked in the slightest. What kind of sharp insight do sages possess? With a single glance they could discern. Tong Tian's disciples clearly had a foundation that could only be measured in billions of years. Jie and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, their hearts sinking suddenly. They suddenly recalled Tong Tian's words before closing his door outside Zixiao Palace. When he spoke to the two of them, the grudge against the Dao cannot be shared. Initially, the two saints of the West thought Tong Tian had just entered a meditative state for a short while, but who would have guessed that he had long since sat through several epochs in the depths of chaos. Fortunately, Tong Tian only took a few spiritual treasures to conclude their grudges, lightly glossing over the causal ties. Had he truly torn faces at that time, the Western teachings would have found it hard to sustain even a hint of incense. The two felt a chill run down their spines, their fingers trembling with fear. This thought should not have emerged. But the oppressive force emitted by those disciples in Zixiao Palace during their tribulation was far too real to be ignored. Tong Tian had always been straightforward in accepting disciples, casting a wide net throughout the primordial chaos without concealment. Their backgrounds and origins they had seen clearly back then. 1,000 years. 10,000 years. Even if one spent 1,000,000,000 years, they could not accumulate such profound magical power. It was evident. All resentment and grievances vanished in an instant. How could they still feel angry? They didn't dare to be angry at all. Tong Tian the sage was magnanimous, resolving grievances with external matters. The Western teachings had truly gained an enormous advantage. Yuanshi suddenly spoke up, his tone even senior brother, regarding the formation laid down by brother Tong Tian. We may be able to study it further. Upon speaking, he paused, then quickly lowered his voice, seeming to realize he had misspoken. Taishang shot him a sidelong glance, not uttering a word, yet his gaze clearly conveyed, "What's the rush? Can't we discuss it again in Zixiao Palace?" Jie and Zhuan Ti suddenly brightened up. What were the four saints arguing about just now? Wasn't it about the combined number of disciples from the human sect, Chan sect, and Western sect, not reaching the count of 365 deities? The god-sealing list remained unresolved, and Zixiao Palace had already spent far too long. Yet Yuanshi's words were like a needle piercing through that layer of paper. Not enough people? Then what's there to worry about? Isn't there a time formation? Brother Tong Tian's chaos and boundless formation allows for tens of thousands of years within the span of a single day in the primordial chaos. Though the Western religion's arts fall short of such refinement, scaling down the ratio should suffice. Where one day passes in the primordial chaos, 10,000 years unfold within the formation. Surely this is feasible. Still some 7 or 8 centuries remain before the investiture of the gods' tribulation commences. This span of time is more than enough, not only for 365 divine appointees, but even for 3,650. As for whether Yuanshi unwittingly disclosed the secret, or concealed a deeper stratagem, Jane and Zhuanti had no patience for such speculation. To them, the great prosperity of the West stood paramount. Until the celestial merit owed to the heavenly Dao was fully repaid, it weighed upon them like a thorn embedded deep beneath the skin. All else must stand aside. The two exchanged glances, unspoken understanding passing between them. The three Eastern sages benevolent and righteous. Yuanshi's countenance remained grim, yet the corner of his lips lifted almost imperceptibly. He knew full well Jane and Zhuanti would inevitably follow suit. What the West lacked most was never people nor treasures, but time. He gave no outward sign, merely inclining his head ever so slightly toward them. A gesture so subtle it nearly vanished into stillness. He also knew the two sages would not probe deeply into his hidden designs. Not out of folly, but sheer lack of leisure. The immense debt of celestial merit borrowed from the heavenly Dao pressed heavily upon his heart, demanding daily reckoning. Until it was settled, grand schemes spanning millennia were unthinkable. Every move now served only one purpose: the path to Western prosperity. A cold sneer flickered within Yuanshi's mind. Western prosperity. More likely, but another pawn in the Grand Patriarch's game. Yet the thought was instantly severed. Within the Zixiao Palace, no idle speculation about the Grand Patriarch could be tolerated. Slip once, and it became damning evidence. His peripheral gaze swept toward Hongjun, and indeed he caught the faintest hesitation in the Grand Patriarch's brow. Yuanshi mused inwardly, seeking to cleanse the ancient imprints left by Pangu and the primordial demons through the investiture tribulation. Let us see how you erase them. Already he envisioned what lay ahead. After the second investiture, Jane and Zhuanti would return westward and widely open their mountain gates. So long as cultivators possessed adequate roots and temperaments not utterly flawed, they would all be accepted. What the investiture battlefield demanded was never peerless generals, but destined souls, those fated to anchor formation nodes, bear heavenly punishment, and fulfill karmic decrees. The Western religion sought to preserve its own Dao lineage, not serve as vanguard for others' ambitions. Though hundreds of millions of years might fail to produce even a single Deluo immortal, forging countless Xian immortals and Jin immortals was well within reach. Such cultivation would satisfy the criteria for inscription on the divine register and entry into formations beyond reproach. And as for Yuanshi himself, he too would pursue precisely the same course. Previously ignorant of the Grand Patriarch's intent, he had stood paralyzed. Now that a sliver of insight had been revealed, his sole countermeasure crystallized into a single word. Recruit. Were not 3,000 scattered immortals already awaiting beyond the Jade Void Palace? From among these immortals, he would select only those who achieved enlightenment through postnatal cultivation. Within the human race, 2 disciples would be broadly accepted. Why such deliberate choice? Because they were all postnatal beings, untouched by even a trace of Pangu's primordial breath, unmarked by any imprint of the primordial demons. Even if every last one perished before the investiture altar, their true spirits would ascend directly onto the divine register, attaining immortal godhood, eternal and undying. This was a genuine path to immortality. A subtle sharpness stirred within Yuanshi's heart. You wish to erase Pangu's seal, to purify all traces of the primordial demons. Then I shall fill the central formation of the investiture with nothing but postnatal cultivators. Dare you attempt to cleanse them? Such was Yuanshi's unparalleled strategic depth and precision, the deepest scheming and most incisive action among all the sages. Even the Grand Patriarch was subject to calculation. Yuanshi had never been benevolent. More precisely, no sage was. Whoever secretly laid traps against him would face immediate, thunderous retribution. Not even the Grand Patriarch stood exempt. Thus, when the 2 Western sages journeyed to Zixiao Palace to obstruct Tongtian's path, Tongtian immediately deployed the severing sword formation, pressing it down upon the summit of Mount Sumeru, demanding 4 primordial spirit treasures and the azure lotus-colored banner, an uncompromising transaction. Jane and Zhuanti silently acquiesced. Though afterward they felt slighted, neither uttered a word. The dignity of a sage brooked no insult. Every being who had attained sagehood possessed profound karmic fortune and ironclad, while vast celestial merit and unfathomable magical power. They might praise another's cultivation prowess, but deep within each held only himself supreme. Only I am sovereign was the very essence of sagehood. Yet rules still bound them. Even the Grand Patriarch remained within their scope. Should any sage transgress, the others would unite without hesitation to punish the violation. With strategy set in motion, Yuanshi did not relax. Until matters reached final resolution, who dared declare the outcome certain? Just as earlier he and Taishang had repeatedly urged Tongtian to found his sect swiftly and attain sagehood, truly intending his benefit at the time. Yet only after Tongtian actually established his sect did Yuanshi suddenly realize how utterly mistaken he had been. Among the 6 sages he had long been renowned for his intellect. This time he resolved to learn from that error. Though appearances suggested perfect preparation until the final moment arrived, no one, not even he, dared swear the result was sealed. Not even by a fraction. Yuanshi inwardly probed, where lies the flaw in my plan? It appears there is but one. The 12 golden immortals. Hongjun used them as catalysts to ignite the investiture tribulation. He would never permit them to remain aloof. If they truly abstained from battle, it would hand adversaries a pretext, perhaps even provoke sanctions against us. This matter requires meticulous contemplation. Perhaps I ought to consult elder brother Taishang and Tongtian together. There must remain room for negotiation. In Yuanshi's eyes, among all the sages of the heavenly Tao, only Tongtian merited sitting shoulder to shoulder in philosophical discourse. Taishang, though revered, would yield half a step. After all, even before attaining sagehood, Tongtian had already grasped the direction of his own Tao, and possessed the acuity to unravel Hongjun's intricate machinations thread by thread. In both cultivation attainment and strategic ingenuity, Tongtian truly surpassed him by a narrow margin. Only this one being deserved his full intellectual candor. At this thought, Yuanshi lifted his gaze toward the direction of Jiao Island, and paused, startled. Have my junior disciples' heavenly tribulations not yet concluded? It has nearly been a year. Taishang remained silent, yet the customary serenity upon his face cracked, revealing a fleeting fissure. He suddenly recalled Tongtian's words, if I establish a sect embracing the principle, teaching without discrimination, and 10,000 immortals gather, what marvel is there in that? At the time he had taken it as mere bravado, now revisiting it, he realized this was no boast but plain truth. No outsider knew how much time the 36 junior disciples had spent training within Zixiao Palace's temporal formation, but in the mortal realm of the primordial chaos, scarcely a century had passed. Within just a century their cultivation had advanced astonishingly. Foundations profoundly solid, harmonious, and utterly free of superficiality. Especially Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao. Their mastery of the supreme clarity Tao had seeped into their very bones, while the jade clarity transmissions had quietly merged with them, achieving seamless synthesis. Crossing another heavenly tribulation would be effortless. Taishang momentarily lost himself in thought. By contrast, Xuandu seemed like deadwood. Jane stroked his beard and sighed, truly worthy of admiration, Brother Tontian. 36 disciples simultaneously undergoing the Deluo immortal tribulation. Indeed a sight to behold. Xuanti rarely solemn, murmured low, metal endures eternally, Deluo is indestructible. 36 gene immortals ascending together. The primordial chaos has never witnessed such a spectacle. Only then did Yuanshi perceive clearly within Zixiao Palace 36 disciples were invoking the tribulation simultaneously. This was the ultimate heavenly tribulation any cultivator of the primordial chaos could face. To surmount it meant entering the Deluo realm, transcending the 5 elements, entirely freed forever from ordinary heavenly tribulations. Beyond this threshold awaited only the human tribulation, the tribulation of human hearts, of karmic entanglements, of fate's contention, far more perilous by 100-fold. A thought stirred within Yuanshi, perhaps I should send some disciples to Zixiao Palace for training. Having already bestowed the 12 chapters of Yuanshi, why let them go to waste? Tongtian's mastery in teaching disciples proved astonishingly potent. Why not employ it without hesitation? After all, he was Yuching of the 3 pure ones. Tongtian surely would not refuse him outright. Jane and Xuanti exchanged a glance, their thoughts aligned. Fortunate, truly fortunate. How fortunate they had refrained from forcing Tongtian into the investiture tribulation. The 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect are already quite formidable. If the 36 great Luo golden immortals of the Zixiao Palace were added, why fight at all? Just burn incense to apologize and relinquish the ranking. The great Luo golden immortal tribulation has always been the life and death trial that the ancient practitioners yearn for the most, yet also dread deeply. Those who successfully transcend it have a 90% chance of survival unless they encounter the catastrophic calamities of the boundless tribulation. As 36 individuals transcend the tribulation simultaneously, the heavens and earth show no signs, yet the ancient realm holds its breath in silence. At the peak of the western Kunlun mountain, the Yaoqi sits on her throne gazing east. The 36 disciples have successfully transcended the tribulation, and the tribulation clouds above the Zixiao Palace dissipate, like ink, the lightning completely receding. Her heart jolted, almost speechless. In just a few years the Sage of Heaven has accepted these 36 disciples as his students. They have already broken through the threshold of the Great Luo. At this rate of progress, it won't be long before they catch up to me. Indeed, not a moment can be relaxed. If I don't put in more effort, I won't even have the chance to stand before him and speak. How can one swallow the— Yaoqi lowered her gaze, her fingertips unconsciously pinching her palm, the words of Tongtian, accumulate merit to become a sage, still echoing in her ears. Throughout the ancient realm the mighty beings turned their gazes. Deep within the underworld the subtle glimmer of the 6 paths of reincarnation stirred as a figure slowly opened their eyes. Goddess Pingxin has awakened. Her gaze was calm, lacking sharpness, yet it seemed capable of soothing the sorrows of eternity. She is the most extraordinary among the 7 sages of the heavenly Dao. Her primordial spirit not residing in the void of the heavenly Dao, thus not considered a true sage. Yet she governs the core of reincarnation, determining life, death, and decay. Even if Hongjun were to arrive, he would find it difficult to shake her slightest authority. Hongjun controls the heavens, while she governs the earth, thus defining their boundaries. Hongjun confines her within reincarnation, yet cannot restrain her gaze. The past and future unfold before her like open bamboo slips, every detail clear. Even as the great calamities surge and causal ties entangle like a web, that line remains taut, unalterable and unchangeable. She once believed there would be no turning point in this life. Until that day, when Tongtian attained the Dao, the heavens and earth changed color. Since then the veins of the ancient realm quietly shifted, the old order shattered, and new marks began to emerge. Truly worthy of being the Sage of Heaven who transcends existence and non-existence. My hopes now rest upon you. Don't let me wait in vain, Tongtian. She spoke softly, her voice as light as a breeze passing over the Mingpa Bridge. Within the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian was focusing on observing the tribulation when he suddenly heard a crisp sound in his ear. The divine level choice system has released a random task. Assist Pingxin in attaining the Dao. Option 1, accept. Gain the source of power Dao, the source of reincarnation Dao, and a strand of Hongmeng purple energy. Option 2, refuse. Gain the source of reincarnation Dao and a thread of the 3000 Dao laws heavenly Dao and a strand of Hongmeng purple energy. Tongtian raised an eyebrow slightly. The land of reincarnation, public and selfless, is witnessed by the heavens and earth, while Hongjun stands by, later reaping the rewards for himself. This matter was clear to all in the ancient realm. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, coldness rising to give Hongjun a headache. That is something he would not seek. Yet this task came in a strange manner. The source of reincarnation had preparations on both sides. Accepting or refusing both options provided it. This indicates that someone has already regarded Pingxin as a guaranteed individual, while he himself is merely the last door pushed forward. If Hongjun truly took action, he would not merely use words. Tontian lightly tapped his fingertips on the table. He had no choice but to venture into the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, 36 beams of golden light soared from the tribulation clouds, steadily landing on the shoulders of the disciples. The heavenly Dao bestows rewards, and the faint light of the Dao flows among them. Not forcibly imposed laws, but rather the subtle insights that resonate best with their roots and paths. Above the great Luo lies the Kwasa Saint. Ordinary practitioners either choose a Dao law to cultivate to the extreme, or use innate spiritual treasures to sever their 3 corpses, advancing through the Dao within the treasures. Yet Tontian has never mentioned the term severing corpses. Back then, when Hongjun severed the 3 corpses, he was forced into a corner. The sword array of the immortals was unbreakable by any, so he had to personally enter the fray, transforming himself into a blade to dismantle the 4 swords of Luo Hu. Afterwards, his hatred lingered, and he even refined Luo Hu's remnants into a sword diagram. This matter is known throughout the ancient realm. Later, when the 6 sages attained the Dao, none took this path. The 3 pure ones relied on the merits of opening the heavens, Nuwa on the merits of creating humanity and mending the heavens, and the 2 Western saints on their aspirations to establish teachings. With countless paths of the Dao, why tread the bloody footprints of predecessors? The great Luo can transform into many, and severing the 3 corpses once more is merely redundant. As for those innate supreme treasures capable of severing true spirits, the Taiji diagram is in the hands of the Taishang. The Pangu banner belongs to the Primordial and the Chaos Bell. A warm, faint light flickered in Tongshin's sleeve and vanished. He spoke of none of this. 3,000 Dao. He lacks nothing. The fragments of laws given by the divine level system, he can easily expand into an entire vein. Not to mention, they are of the source level. Even if just a strand, it would be enough for the disciples to ponder for 10 years. Tontian is not concerned about gathering all the laws. The Dao flows like a river. A ladleful is sufficient. Greed leads to indigestion, causing one to lose their original intent. No sage in this world can exhaust all laws. The old saying is clear: what is useful is the best. Tongshin's Dao has long been established. Rooted in existence and non-existence, this is also the path walked by the great god Pangu. All laws must act in accordance with Tongshin's intent. In other words, the laws follow the person rather than the person being bound by the laws. He brought the 36 disciples back to the Zixiao Palace and simply instructed: you have just entered the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Do not be arrogant. Focus on closing yourself off to cultivate within the palace. I will go out for a while. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the underworld are the most secretive and crucial place in the ancient realm. There is no other place that can compare. Back when Pangu opened the heavens, the divine axe split the chaos and the ancient realm was formed. The aftershocks of the axe resonated through the void, striking the surroundings of the ancient realm, producing numerous small realms scattered like stars. These realms are called the myriad realms, existing in dependence on the ancient realm. Yet this dependence is indeed a hidden danger. The myriad realms depend on the ancient realm, yet do not return to its dominion. They do not add a shred of fortune, but rather siphon the ancient realm's source daily like a festering sore. Moreover, the situation is more troublesome. After the beings of the ancient realm die, their souls have nowhere to return, drifting aimlessly, unable to transcend. Until Huta sacrificed herself to transform into reincarnation, granting liberation to the beings of the ancient realm and incorporating all the myriad realms into the order of reincarnation. From then on, a grand cycle connecting all realms, endlessly recurring, established its foundation, allowing the ancient realm to continue its vitality. The merit of Hutu is immeasurable. Tontian recalled this matter, his heart trembling slightly. Great love is formless and utmost fairness is selfless. The 2 words Pingxin are indeed deserving. Dressed in imperial robes, Pingxin sat upright on the throne. Upon seeing Tontian appear, she surprisingly rose from her seat, her expression slightly astonished. Dao brother Tongtian, you arrived truly quickly. I sensed something in my heart, and Dao brother arrived. Tontian nodded slightly, offering a half bow to show respect. In that instant, he had understood the origin of the divine level choice system's task. Pingxin too may have sensed Hongjun's scheme. He lowered his voice, knowing the goddess has great powers. Please temporarily shield us from the eyes and ears of the saints. Do not worry, Dao brother. Pingxin smiled. Once in this 6 paths of reincarnation, even Hongjun himself cannot see through my affairs within reincarnation. Tontian secretly praised Pingxin's abilities far exceeded what he had previously imagined. The other heavenly Dao sages likely remain unaware of the means she possesses. However, the realm of calmness was still deeper than he had anticipated. Dao brother, she said, her gaze clear, but her voice slightly heavy. I have repeatedly traced back through the long river of primordial history. and have seen it all. I have seen the myriad scenes flowing through reincarnation. I witnessed the three pure ones being reprimanded by Hongjun swallowing the fallen saint pill imprisoned beyond the 33 heavens. I have seen Nuwa sent far beyond the heavens to establish another temple. I have also witnessed the calamity of the journey to the west after the canonization, where Jian and Zhuti were strictly forbidden to step into the primordial realm. Can you imagine? At that time, there was no saint left in the world. Tong Tian raised his eyes to look at her, his expression unchanging, yet his heart surged like crashing waves. Could the land of reincarnation truly reach such a point? Pingxin quietly looked back. Do you not believe, Dao brother? Though I am confined within reincarnation, the abilities I should possess have not diminished in the slightest. Otherwise, how could I contend with Hongjun? Her tone was calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter. I have traced the river time and again, just to seek that one thread of change. Yet no matter how many times I looked, the outcome remained the same. Over time, even I was beginning to believe it myself. Until that day, when a saint verified the Tao and spoke, I do not establish a great teaching. The entire river of history suddenly trembled. I looked again, and within the river branches and vines flourished countless possibilities surged forth. That was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. Her lips curled slightly, her smile warm like the first awakening of spring. Do you know who this person is, Dao brother? Tong Tian laughed heartily. If we are to speak of humility, then it must be me. It is indeed you, Dao brother Tong Tian, Pingxin replied decisively. You have not yet verified your saint status, yet you have already glimpsed the opportunities of the future. Such accomplishments are far beyond my own. Tong Tian merely smiled, not responding. What could he say at this moment? It was all superfluous. He understood in his heart, if it were not for his sudden emergence, what Pingxin saw would have been the inevitable future. It was precisely for this reason that he understood why Hongjun had to meddle in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Once it fell into his hands, everything would be set in stone. Even if the saints possessed the ability to transcend heaven and earth, they would find it difficult to break free. He raised his eyes and smiled. Can you guess, my lady, why I have come today? Pingxin's gaze flickered lightly. Since you called out, I do not establish a great teaching. The future is no longer a single line. Pingxin truly could not fathom. After a pause, she added, but no matter how it changes, it is still better than going back the old way to the end. Things cannot get any worse than they already are. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Your insight is like a torch, my lady. As the words fell, he lightly tapped his fingertip, and a strand of primordial purple energy quietly condensed, gently falling into Pingxin's palm. Pingxin was taken aback, her fingertips trembling slightly. Primordial purple energy. It was indeed primordial purple energy, the true key to becoming a saint. Hutu had transformed into Pingxin, ruling over reincarnation, her merits long since complete, her primordial spirit nearly pure and benevolent. Yet she lacked this single strand of purple energy, which was stuck outside the door to the saint position, making it impossible to advance. If she could refine it, verifying the Tao and becoming a saint would be a matter of course. She gazed at the swirling purple light in her palm, her voice slightly hoarse. Dao brother, could this be the one that has escaped? In the primordial realm, primordial purple energy was considered a fixed destiny. From where exactly did Tong Tian obtain it? After contemplating, only this one that has escaped made sense. That thread of hope was indeed Tongxin's Tao, understanding the changes of the flow of heaven and earth, confronting difficulties, and fighting for that slender chance of survival. And this path of survival I tread upon, was it not sent to me by Dao brother Tong Tian himself? Tong Tian smiled, and raised his hand, sending a ball of clear light into Pingxin's primordial spirit. This is... Pingxin's pupils constricted slightly, her primordial spirit trembled violently within. That light was warm, but not scorching, tranquil, yet containing myriad transformations, clearly the Tao fruit. Tongxin's tone was calm. It was an accidental acquisition, not in line with my path. Instead, it resonates with you, my friend. Pingxin's fingertips trembled slightly, her heart feeling hot. This was indeed not Tongxin's Tao. That was the Tao fruit of reincarnation, and it was not condensed by the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm, but by the source of the chaotic void, a grand-level reincarnation Tao fruit. She was originally the master of the primordial reincarnation. If she refined this fruit, she would dominate the life and death cycles of the entire chaotic void. The master of reincarnation is an anomaly in any realm. While others seek transcendence in their cultivation, she stands at the center of reincarnation. Others avoid life and death. As if avoiding calamity, she holds life and death as easily as breathing. Without her, time cannot form a river, causality cannot take root, chaos loses its order, and the primordial realm loses its foundation. She has seen through the past and future, neither born nor extinguished, neither increased nor decreased, existing in harmony with the Tao. Pingxin was indeed the master of the primordial reincarnation, ruling over the 6 paths, guiding all beings back to their origins. People often say that Hongjun determines the great trend, but this statement does not withstand scrutiny. Although Hongjun is the embodiment of the heavenly Dao, he still has blind spots. Hoodoo, however, has no dead angles. No matter how the great trend surges, or how causality intertwines, even the slightest change in spiritual dynamics, she is fully aware of it. If reincarnation cannot illuminate all, how can it be called reincarnation? Hongjun's calculations against Hoodoo stem from this. Even he himself could not fully foresee the variables, but Hoodoo sees through them, as if in clear water. He wanted to cleanse the old scars of Pangu and the 3,000 demons, and thus could not avoid this ancestor which burdened with dual marks. Hoodoo was transformed from Pangu's essence and fused with the malice of the 3,000 demons connected to the bloodline of the primordial realm entwined with its flesh. This connection was too deep, too significant to be overlooked, and even more so too delicate to be disturbed. Pingxin looked directly at Tongtian. Dao brother, do you know what weight this Dao fruit you have handed me carries? A good thing may not necessarily suit my taste, Tongtian replied candidly. My aspirations lie between beginnings and ends, and my rise and fall are dictated by my heart. It is too heavy, and I cannot bear its weight. He gently shook his head. The reincarnation is tied to the pulse of chaos. A single misstep could collapse all realms. My temperament is too restless to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Pingxin raised an eyebrow. Are you jesting with me? With 36 outstanding disciples under your command, I see that a few of them could endure the pressure. Why not leave it for your own disciples? Tongtian laughed heartily. Their talents are not lacking, but their temperament, roots, and destiny cannot compare to yours. The four words selfless and impartial, they cannot write nor can they reach that level. His expression suddenly became serious. Moreover, they are not of the Pangu lineage. The Pangu lineage. Pingxin's lips curled slightly, her smile, not reaching her eyes, yet containing 3 parts of certainty. Tongtian nodded, speaking slowly. Indeed, it is the Pangu lineage. Pangu opened the heavens, transforming into the primordial realm. His primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones. His essence birthed the ancestor witches. His body became mountains, and his bloodlines formed rivers and seas. We were born to carry on his aspirations and continue his lineage. The 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestor witches all originated from a single source. His gaze fell back on Pingxin. Just like this realm, the only one capable of establishing reincarnation is you alone. Hoodoo transforming into reincarnation was not out of momentary compassion, but was a result of causality. The primordial realm was formed by Pangu slaying the 3,000 demons, and Hoodoo was born from the essence of Pangu, mixed with the malice of the demons, inheriting both the merits of opening the heavens and the fruits of subduing demons. Only she could embed reincarnation into the blood and bones of the primordial realm. If it were anyone else, their foundation would not align and would rather become a source of calamity. Tongtian spoke frankly. Hongjun has grand ambitions, though I still cannot see through them. What can be done now is to straighten the backbone of the Pangu lineage a little more. Reincarnation is the root of the primordial realm. It must not be loosened in the slightest. He cupped his hands towards Pingxin. My lady, would you be willing to help me this time for the sake of the Pangu bloodline? Pingxin lowered her gaze, gathered her sleeves, and bowed deeply. I shall obey your command, Dao brother. The two of them extended their right arms, their palms meeting. Clapped. A crisp sound echoed, and the Tongtian inquired, Your Highness, do you require me to protect you while you refine the purple qi and forge the Dao fruit? No need, Pingxin replied, raising her gaze, her voice clear and resonant. In the realm of reincarnation, even Hongjun must adhere to the rules. With her words, an aura of authority radiated without anger. This was the confidence of the Lord of Reincarnation. No need to contend, yet the edge lies concealed. No need to speak of power, yet the force is already palpable. Tongtian clasped his fists and, bowing slightly, took his leave. Farewell. Dao brother. Pingxin paused briefly, her gaze falling on the slightly dazed face of Tongtian, and involuntarily exclaimed, If you have leisure, do come by often. With the pact established, the weight in Tongtian's heart dissipated. The Lord of Reincarnation stood on his side. Even if Hongjun were to unleash his wrath, it would be difficult to suppress him. The sages do not perish, they endure, coexisting with heaven and the Dao. On the surface, the path of retreat seemed secure. In truth, it was not. Tongtian understood clearly. Hongjun held the fallen sage pill capable of forcibly extricating the primordial spirits of the sages from the heavenly Dao. Once consumed, one would lose their sage position, leaving only the body of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. The name might sound similar, but when faced with Hongjun, even a confrontation would be unnecessary. The great Dao of the Honghuang would naturally intervene. It would not tolerate a Hunyuan wandering outside its control within its own territory. However, with the Lord of Reincarnation secretly backing him, it would be difficult for Hongjun to easily grasp him. Moreover, Tongtian himself had hidden cards. Facing Hongjun, one could never have too many trump cards. The fear lay in them not being strong enough. He had waited too long for this day. To eradicate Hongjun and rectify the Dao. In the high seat of Bo Palace, Tong Tian sat still. Below the 36 great Luo Jingxian stood with bowed heads, their eyes filled with admiration. The sage was indeed all-powerful. Recalling the previous few Yuan meetings, he had relied entirely on instinct to stumble forward without a master or mentor. After enduring for so long, not only had his magical power increased slowly, but he had also been unable to even touch the edge of the heavenly Dao. How unlike now? A single casual remark from the sage illuminated the great Dao before his eyes. In the Shangqing Yuqing Jinzong, even the path to becoming a sage was laid out clearly with no reservations. Even the Hongming purple qi had been bestowed upon them. That was the foundation of becoming a sage. Now that they had passed the heavenly tribulation, they firmly occupied their Daoyuo fruit position. How far could the quasi-sage be? How far could the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian be? They believed that as long as they followed their master and listened to his words, achieving the Dao was merely a matter of time. Tong Tian's gaze swept over everyone. Indeed, you have not slackened. After a pause he added, but remember, achieving the Dao is the true beginning of cultivation. You are not even quasi-sages, yet still standing outside the threshold. Be diligent, do not be lazy. The 36 bowed in unison. We will comply with the master's decree. They believed this. Even as great Luo they believed. The more they cultivated, the clearer it became. The sea of the Dao is boundless. The more one knows, the more one realizes how little one knows. The previous bit of arrogance in retrospect was merely like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Tong Tian suddenly raised his eyes, his lips curling slightly. San, Xiao Shiji, go to greet your master uncle and second master uncle. The four women responded and stood quietly outside the palace door. In less than a moment, purple qi spanned across the sky and celestial flowers fell silently, an exotic fragrance lingering. The Supreme and the Primordial arrived with their disciples, stepping on clouds to Jineo Island. Yun Xiao by Xiao Qiong Xiao and Shi Ji bowed in greetings, master uncles. The master commanded us to await the master uncle and the fellow disciples here. The Supreme scrutinized the four closely and nodded in approval. Your foundation is solid. Good. Primordial's face lightened slightly, revealing a hint of a smile among Tong Tian's disciples. You four leading is excellent. Xiandu stood beside the Supreme. Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi stood behind the Primordial. As their gazes met, they all felt a jolt. The four women were wearing swords at their waists. Clearly the four swords of extermination. No one had expected that the foremost disciple under Tong Tian would actually be four female immortals. If not for their unfathomable cultivation, who would dare give them such powerful weapons? Who would dare take on such a title? The foremost disciple of a sage has never been just for show. Controlling yin and yang, stabilizing the myriad realms, gathering merits, only those with both virtue and talent could hold such a position. They must also understand worldly affairs and navigate them appropriately to be worthy of this title. Among the disciples of the sages, the foremost disciple has always been under the direct protection of the sage, untouched by disasters, and their cultivation proceeds smoothly. The foremost disciple of the Supreme Xiandu is the only one in human education, which speaks to his significance. The foremost disciple of the Primordial Guang Chengzi once served the human Emperor Xianyuan. That is not a mere title. The two foremost disciples of the sages immediately memorized the four women. With Tong Tian's protection, their paths would only widen. Yun Xiao raised her gaze and smiled. Neither servile nor overbearing master uncle, fellow disciples, please follow us into the palace. With that she turned and led the way. The Supreme and the Primordial exchanged glances, both sighing inwardly. Each of the four had their own charm, but the one truly capable of shouldering the task was still Yun Xiao. The two sages nodded with smiles and led the group into Bo Palace. The disciples inside the hall had already lined up, bowing in unison. We pay our respects to Master Uncle. The Supreme nodded slightly, and the Primordial stroked his beard in praise. Before the words fell, the Primordial suddenly spoke, his voice deep, like a bell. Master brother, today, I borrow your Bo Palace for a use. The hall fell silent. Yushu Palace, 8 Scenery Palace. Which one is not a top-tier Taoist venue of the Hongwang? Why borrow Tong Tian's Bo Palace? If this word spreads, it would surely cause people to gossip behind their backs. Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Their master had always been aloof. Even the Dao field of Tong Tian he had never looked at twice. Why did he speak up today? The Supreme, however, replied calmly, Master brother, I share the same intention. The atmosphere in the hall momentarily became tense. While Primordial's words were still under consideration, the Supreme would also do the same. Xiandu, the great master, felt a shock in his heart, finding this matter too absurd to believe. The Supreme Sage had always been tranquil and untroubled, never contending, never disturbing, never taking, not even occupying a wisp of cloud. Yet in this situation, Even he wanted to borrow Tong Tian's Bo Palace. Xian Du Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi were not newly emerged loose cultivators. They were all great Luo Jingxian, who had broken through thresholds, and Xian Du was even half a quasi-sage, his perspective far beyond that of ordinary immortals. Their thoughts turned, and they understood there must be some mystery within Bo Palace. The Primordial scanned the expressions of the disciples. The 36 Jingxian in Bo Palace sat like pines, their faces calm and unperturbed, yet Xian Du and the other three frowned slightly, their gazes shifting, clearly burdened with doubts pressing at their throats, but not daring to ask. The Primordial nodded inwardly. It was indeed true that Tong Tian's disciples had cultivated some composure. Looking back at his own disciples in front of him, he suddenly felt a bit silent. He turned to the Supreme Master. Brother, it would be better for you to speak on this matter. The Supreme lowered his gaze, his sleeves slightly, moving his voice calm as still water. It is more appropriate for the Master Brother to lead the discussion. Primordial paused slightly, his gaze meeting Tong Tian's, seeing him nod. Then he straightened his expression and spoke. In our quest for the Tao, what we have always lacked is not spiritual herbs or treasures, nor is it opportunities or fortunes, but time. With these words the hall fell silent. The Hongjun does not keep track of years, the sun and moon cycle, like breathing. Who does not say long live with heaven? How did it become the most precious thing in the mouths of sages? The Primordial's expression was grave, his voice resonant like a bell. When a cultivator enters the Tao, it is a race against time from the very beginning. The calamities of the Hongjun are not merely thousands, the extending health Long Han Red Bright, opening Emperor, and Upper Emperor. These 5 calamities hang like blades over the head, passed down from generation to generation. Upon closer examination, there are still 3 disasters and 9 difficulties. Further down, there are human calamities and killing calamities. Now the killing calamity of the immortals has already begun. In the whole Hongjun, those who have not yet verified Huan Yuan, without exception, are all within calamity. The backs of the immortals tightened. Stepping onto this path, one seeks the freedom of eternal life, yet the very words eternal life have always been exchanged with one's life. For every bit of fortune gained, a corresponding karma is owed. For every realm ascended, an additional shackle is added. Heaven's way does not deceive, it only speaks of equivalence. Even a great Luo golden immortal is considered a sect master in today's primordial chaos, yet before the iron law of equivalence they still find it difficult to progress. To escape the tribulations there is but one path: enhance your Tao practice, refine your magical power, and accumulate good deeds. Yet all of this requires time to build up piece by piece. As long as you are not yet a saint, your time will never be enough. Yuan Shi's tone suddenly turned cold. Do not assume there is still plenty of time. Aside from us saints who can accurately predict when your next calamity will strike. Below, everyone responded in unison, their voices not loud, yet each word was sincere. There was not a hint of embellishment in this statement. Since the dawn of the primordial era, there have been great calamities such as the Longhan and Wuya. In the early days of Longhan, Quasi saints roamed the mountains, and great Luo golden immortals were as numerous as wild grasses. During the height of Wuya, under a single prince of the Golden Crow, there were 3 rows of guest elders at the great Luo level. And now, when a great Luo golden immortal emerges from seclusion, the local caves must be incensed to welcome them. Yet in this celestial calamity, the great Luo has surprisingly become the mainstay. Just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. Yuan Shi suddenly raised his hand, pointing towards the depths of the Bo Palace. Within this palace, a single day equals millions of years in the outside world. Such means can only be achieved through the primordial chaos. What a... The 3 from Xian Du almost exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder the disciples under Master Tong Tian had 36 individuals attain the great Luo within a century. It turns out they had long been putting in effort in places invisible. A single day of seclusion equates to 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. If one were to reckon it honestly, it is likely that they have practiced for 10-fold or even 100-fold longer than us. The disciples of saints have similar qualifications. If one can reach this step, why can't others? Just as the confusion was resolved, a pang of jealousy quietly surfaced. This thought was not limited to them. Even the 2 high-seated Taishang and Yuan Shi were slightly taken aback. The 2 saints had long known that the Bo Palace had a time formation, yet they assumed that a day becomes 1,000 years was the utmost limit. That was already an astonishing feat. Who would have thought that Tong Tian had buried it even deeper, 10 million years? Yuan Shi did not pause. Do you really think this is enough? He swept his gaze over the astonished faces, sparing no mercy. Naive. All time formations must isolate the inner and outer worlds, creating a self-contained realm. Yet the principles of heaven and earth have always been one gain for one loss. Within the formation, refining magical power is as swift as a galloping horse. Yet for cultivating the Tao. He paused, articulating each word. The laws are incomplete. If the laws are incomplete, then the way of heaven is flawed. If the way of heaven is flawed, understanding becomes as elusive as a flower seen through mist. One can only gather strength, but cannot comprehend the Tao. This is an ironclad rule of the primordial chaos, which no one can break. The three from Xiandu were once again perplexed. If that were truly the case, how did those 36 within the Dao Palace attain the Great Luo? To reach the Great Luo realm, one must witness the true meaning of the way of heaven. Is it something that can be attained by merely sitting with eyes closed in meditation? Yuanshi suddenly reined in his authority, sighing, "This is the truly impressive aspect of Master Tong Tian. Within the Dao Palace, the laws are complete, akin to the primordial chaos." He looked towards Tong Tian, speaking sincerely. "Your path, younger brother, is unfathomably deep, indeed surpassing mine." Yuanshi, though extremely proud, never concealed another's strengths. When others possess higher Dao attainments, he acknowledges it, though feeling a bit stifled, is only human. Yuanshi is an exceedingly proud saint. Anyone who can attain the saintly position must possess profound fortunes, exceptional wisdom, iron will, and celestial powers. They all believe they are the pinnacle of the primordial chaos, and even Hongjun is merely someone who has walked a step further on the path. They never deceive themselves. Tong Tian's Dao attainment indeed surpasses that of Yuanshi, and Yuanshi is well aware of this, and has always acknowledged it. However, he never anticipated it would reach such heights. Within the Dao Palace, it is as if a miniature primordial chaos. The laws are complete, and the Dao rhythm self-generating, yet embedded within the primordial chaos itself. Once the time formation operates, the cultivation time gained by the disciples under Tong Tian far exceeds that of outside cultivators by millions of times. Yet this calculation cannot be made so simply. Yuanshi understands better than anyone how could his own disciples possibly close themselves off in Kunlun Mountain or the 8 Scenery Palace for millions or even billions of years in peace. It is fundamentally impossible. The mortal world is like a furnace refining bones and burning deities. Karma is like a net densely woven across the heavens. Even quasi-saints find it difficult to escape entanglements, let alone the rest. Where is there a pure land? A moment of laxity and calamity will descend. How many Yuan meetings have passed since the Wuya calamity? The primordial chaos cultivators have yet to recover even 70% of the atmosphere from the early days of Longhan and the height of Wuya, and a new round of calamity has already burned to their doorstep. How can one still talk about closing oneself off to comprehend the Tao? There is simply no time for such leisure. Yet in Master Tong Tian's case it is possible. Upon reflection, cultivation time multiplied by millions, calamities reduced by millions. If this is not a divine ability, then what is? Thus Yuanshi must fight for this opportunity for his disciples. He is certain that Taishang holds the same thought. After all, before Tong Tian attained sainthood, he had frequently borrowed treasures, sought elixirs, and borrowed jade slips from his 2 elder brothers. Even after attaining the Tao, he often brought along the 3 Shaos, Zhao Gongming, and other personal disciples to visit, ostensibly to seek advice, but in reality, he specifically asked for treasures. Now it is his turn to play the same trick. What harm is there? The 36 disciples, upon hearing this, suddenly felt enlightened. It turns out there was such profound meaning hidden behind. Their respect for Tong Tian deepened another layer, thickening further. Looking across the entire primordial chaos, which master would go to such lengths just to pave a stable long road for their disciples. Just look at the eyes of Xian Du Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi. Their eyes were hot, lips tightened, even their breathing became short, clearly envious to the point of gritting their teeth and trembling with jealousy. The disciples' gratitude need not be spoken. Recalling the strand of primordial purple qi within themselves, only one thought remained: hurry and attain the Tao, so I can serve my master well. Xian Du is a quasi-saint, and Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi have already attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal, among the few mighty figures in the primordial chaos. Yet at this moment they genuinely felt jealousy. Who would not be jealous? Time multiplied by millions, calamities reduced by millions. This is not cultivation, this is a blessing exchanged for one's life. Master Tong Tian does not establish a teaching sect. This time's sealing of God's calamity has nothing to do with his disciples. Among the direct disciples of the 3 purities, only those from the Dao Palace live the most carefree and unrestrained lives. How could the mighty figures watching not feel envious? Not jealous. It is impossible. They must be jealous. Yuanshi turned seriously towards Tong Tian. Younger brother, what do you think about this matter? Look at what my elder brother is saying. Tong Tian laughed heartily. We of the 3 purities share the same origin. Once this is said, it seems to create distance. Borrow. It must be borrowed. Yuanshi and Taishang are in sync with each other, and they are even more in agreement with Tong Tian. Not borrowing. That would be foolish. It is undoubtedly necessary to borrow. Hongjun wishes to erase Pangu's remnants and wipe out the marks of the 3,000 demon gods, and he must borrow the disciples of all saints to incite the calamity. The loose immortals are the first to bear the brunt, and then it will be the turn of the saints themselves. Once they see through Hongjun's schemes, they will do the opposite. You want to activate the killing with the positions of 365 righteous gods. Fine, I will gather them. But not a single innate loose immortal will be there. All will be disciples with clean backgrounds who have cultivated in the postnatal stage. Let's see how you will write and act. The teachings of the human school and the interpretation school are indeed the main forces of this calamity. Even if Yuan Shi and Taishang do not come, Tong Tian must personally invite them. Now that they have taken the initiative to come, it has saved him a trip. However, no one ever values something given freely. Even between brothers, there is a principle of reciprocity. Tong Tian chuckled, saying, "Senior brother borrowing is not without cost." Taishang and Yuan Shi exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. Indeed, they had come. This youngest disciple of the Sanqing, who is always shrewd and never soft-hearted, prompted Taishang to ask, "What are your plans, junior brother?" Yuan Shi shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "Do not ask for too much, junior brother. The treasures in my treasury are far from being as abundant as yours. What you two brothers say is overly polite." Tong Tian feigned displeasure. "When have I ever done such a thing? We three are originally one." Taishang and Yuan Shi pretended not to hear. This sage has indeed led a whole team of disciples to break into the 8 Scenery Palace and Kunlun Mountain, waiting for rewards. Small talk. Just listen. If his wishes are truly not met, he will simply turn and leave, not even telling you which direction the Bo Palace's door opens. Tong Tian maintained his smile and slowly laid out the conditions. "What I propose will certainly not make it difficult for the two of you. Once the 2 teachers' nephews arrive, I would trouble you 2 senior brothers to each lecture for 10 million years. How about that?" The disciples, upon hearing this, all smiled brightly. A 10-million-year lecture by the Sanqing sages. What an immense fortune! In the vast wilderness, there is no more supreme discourse on the Tao. Listening to the sage teach is for them a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sages also need to ponder the heavenly Tao. Who has the time to open a forum every day? Yuan Shi hurriedly asked, "But is it not 10 million years in the Hongwang realm?" Ha ha ha! Tong Tian laughed heartily. "If senior brother truly wishes to miss the Fengshen great calamity, your junior brother will naturally not stop you." "Not at all." Yuan Shi let out a long breath. It was good that it was not. He was genuinely worried that Tong Tian would bring up this matter. "Junior brother's high-mindedness, I will remember it." Senior brother notes it down. Yuan Shi's tone was sincere, every word grounding. He suddenly realized. Tong Tian inviting him and Taishang to lecture together seems to be for the benefit of the disciples, but is it not also paving the way for his own disciples? Although the new disciples Yuan Shi received are merely for the purpose of dealing with the calamity and not yet ready for grandeur, the 3 sages lecturing together can refine even a piece of crude iron into spiritual brilliance. Even a piece of dead wood can sprout green branches. Whether in cultivation or in the divine way, one can maneuver freely and with ease. A thought flashed in Yuan Shi's heart, suddenly rose with a sentence: why not sweep away the Western teachings as well? Among the sages of the Honghuang, he has always been the first in terms of planning and layout. Instantly, dozens of paths and various possibilities surged in his mind. The more he deduced, the more feasible it seemed. The corners of his lips curved slightly, his smile faint yet steady. Seeing this, Tong Tian could guess what Yuan Shi was plotting, and that who was most likely the 2 on Shimi Mountain. However, as long as they do not come for him, let them be. Once matters were settled, Taishang and Yuan Shi did not linger, and they bowed to Tong Tian before turning to leave. They came swiftly and departed just as briskly. Tong Tian watched their retreating figures, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Everything is proceeding step by step. He turned back to the eager disciples in the hall, his voice not loud, but clear. "Though you have attained the great Luo Golden Immortal, you must not be complacent." The 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching were stuck at the great Luo for too long, allowing Haotian to exploit the gap and become ensnared. "The 3,000 laws I bestow are all different, so you must contemplate them earnestly. The sooner you step on the threshold of the sage, the more stable your footing will be in the Hongwang." The 36 disciples responded in unison, their excitement slightly tempered, their expressions gradually solemn. The old tales of the Fengshen Tong Tian had long since elucidated. There was no respect for Haotian among the people of the Bo Palace. A mere gatekeeper in front of the Dao Ancestor, daring to meddle in the sage's game, truly unaware of the consequences. What will happen in the future is a matter for later. For now, they should focus on the primordial spirit, thoroughly digesting the true meanings of the 3,000 great ways. The laws Tong Tian imparts are not mere generalities. 3,000 is a virtual number encompassing all. What each person gains is determined by the divine level selection system, based on their root temperament and fortune, with none repeating and none redundant. Even comprehending just a trace of it is enough to knock on the door of quasi-saintship. Seeing the disciples gradually intermeditation their breaths, deepening, Tongtian nodded silently. He himself still has the great way unfinished. The source of power, vast and robust, is waiting to be deeply excavated. With his disciples advancing like a tide, how could the teacher afford to stop? He turned and entered the quiet room, closing off his retreat. The news of Taishang and Yuanshi visiting the Bo Palace quickly spread throughout the Hongwang. The movements of the sages affect everything. Powerful figures from various sides speculated it has been a long time since the Sanqing gathered. Oh, what could this meeting possibly be for? Tongtian is the youngest among the Sanqing, having attained enlightenment the latest. However, this time it was his two elder brothers who took the initiative to visit, which is quite unusual. Those who harbored this doubt were not sages. The likes of Xinyuanzi, Kuanping Mingi, and Haotian are at most at the quasi-saint level with limited perspective, can only guess and discuss. But in the eyes of the sages there was another atmosphere. Deep in the cycle of 6 paths they calmly raised their gaze and smiled faintly. This branch of the Pangu bloodline has truly come into its own in a new way. With Tongshan's rise, the fortune of the Hongwang rippled like water, with each wave hiding different trajectories. She has waited for this moment for countless epochs. Her heart warmed slightly, yet also carried a hint of hesitation. Did he truly take to heart those few words of guidance from Tongtian? Outside the 33 heavens in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sat motionless, his gaze piercing through the void, landing outside the Bo Palace. The Hunyuan Wujin Great Formation was like mist and abyss, isolating even his divine sense. Tongshan's progress in the Dao was almost surreal. Hongjun sighed softly. Removing the Pangu imprint and erasing the remnants of the 3,000 demons is already an urgent matter. But now Tongtian has emerged, acting in accordance with the heavenly Dao, speaking with reason, leaving no flaws to be found. He was momentarily thrown off balance. As if the chessboard hadn't changed, but the player had altered their strategy. Something feels off. But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. With his mind slightly settled, Hongjun made a quiet decision. The original grand plan must be implemented ahead of schedule. Despite the myriad changes among the sages, some matters are ultimately unavoidable. He shook his head slightly, his form transforming into a wisp of clear light, silently disappearing. On Shumi Mountain at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Jane sat on a lotus platform, his expression calm. Zunti's 7 treasure marvelous tree lightly swayed in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. Others thought the Sanqing were merely reminiscing and chatting about trivial matters. But they knew. The Fengshan Great Calamity is approaching, and Taishang and Yuanshi should have been busy, yet they made time to visit the Bo Palace. Even if they only stayed for a quarter of an hour, it would be enough to make one's heart race. Zhuanti whispered, "Senior brother, with the Sanqing's secret discussion, how should we respond?" Ordinary cultivators think a quarter of an hour is just a quarter of an hour, but they know if Tongtian sets up a time formation one day in the Bo Palace is but a moment outside. That quarter of an hour might already be several months' worth of time. Jane slowly joined his palms, his voice low and deep. "We shall continue to prioritize the acceptance of disciples. As the great calamity approaches, time is of the essence." Jane spoke these words with a hint of fatigue in his brow. Taishang and Yuanshi, one being the master of the human teaching, and the other the respected figure of the Chan teaching. Although Tongtian has yet to establish a doctrine, the 36 great Luo golden immortals beneath him possess an aura as deep as the abyss and a profound understanding of the Dao. Who would dare to underestimate them? Tongtian does not set up a teaching system. With the onset of the sealing of God's calamity, it brings Taishang and Yuanshi closer together. This is both reasonable and in accordance with customary laws. Even the two saints of the West, despite their myriad thoughts, cannot find fault. Would they really stop the brothers from conversing? That would be aggressive and would undermine their own position. Fortunately, Tongtian has not entered the calamity. Otherwise, with just the 36 great Luo forming a formation, who among the Western teachings could stabilize the situation except for the two of them? Zhuanti looked down in silence. People only think he is carefree and jovial, but little do they know that those who can tread the sacred realm all have hearts as clear as mirrors, calculating every detail. That relaxed demeanor is merely a thin veil draped over a brilliant pearl. Jane sighed. What is most urgent now is to gather disciples widely and quickly send them into the time law array. Now that we are in the game, there can be no ambiguity about victory or defeat. Zhuanti nodded. Exactly. Who would wish to be the loser? The three purities are plotting, and aren't they also scheming? It's merely a matter of who plays their cards better. Moreover, the merits of the heavenly Dao are right before us. How could we stand idly by? Zhuanti suddenly raised his eyes. Senior brother Taishang and Yuanshi have both gone to the Bo Palace. Could it be for that formation? Their eyes met, and they understood each other without words. Yes, it must be for this. The 36 great Luo in the Bo Palace are shaking the primordial chaos. In just 100 years, they have managed to cultivate 36 great Luo golden immortals. This defies logic. Let alone 100 years, even 1,000 or 10,000 years transitioning from celestial beings to great Luo is not something ordinary cultivation can achieve. If it were the saints enlightening them, the foundation of those great Luo would indeed be too shallow. If the two saints of the West were to take action, they would at least have to point out a quasi-saint. Just like how Hongjun Daozu enlightened Haotian and Yaodai back in the day. But if that were the case, the disciples' paths would be nearly sealed, making it difficult to progress. Jane and Zhuan-Ti both shook their heads simultaneously. What kind of person is Tong Tian? Would he really sever his own limbs and engage in such short-sighted actions? There remains only one possibility, the time law array. Only there does the passage of time differ vastly from the primordial chaos. Beneath the facade of 100 years, it has truly endured countless eons of bitter cultivation. Indeed it is. A glimmer flashed in Zhuan-Ti's eyes. Senior brother, how about we also take a trip to the Zixiao Palace? Jane waved his hand, no need. Previously, when we ascended to Jianeo Island and our words clashed, Tong Tian was already displeased. To go again would only invite reprimands and lose face. Zhuan-Ti's expression darkened slightly, unconsciously pinching the edge of his sleeve. One misstep leads to a series of delays. Although the cause and effect have been resolved, the path only grows narrower. Jane said no more, simply stating, I shall take the lead in gathering disciples. The number of 365 is non-negotiable. He changed the topic and asked, have there been any good candidates lately? Upon hearing this, Zhuan-Ti's spirit instantly lifted. Yes. There is a cultivator named Duobao whose fortune is profound and whose roots are extraordinary. It seems he is subtly connected to the great rise of the West. Jiayan's heart trembled. The great rise of the West is tied to their lives. If this child is indeed the key, he immediately began to calculate. At this moment, Duobao was quietly cultivating in the Thunder Sound Temple, untouched by calamity, and the heavenly secrets were clear. After a moment, Jane opened his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. It truly is him. In the future, he will transform into the Tathagata and take charge of the Western teachings. Wonderful. Zhuan-Ti's smile deepened. Not only that, there is also a long-haired Dingguang immortal who is also a pillar of our Western teachings. With the onset of the sealing of God's calamity, the decree of the Dao Ancestor has spread throughout the 3 realms and 6 paths. The scattered cultivators of the world are responding and eagerly wishing to join. He smiled broadly, his eyes even curving. Who would have thought that their own dojo could be so bustling? Jiayan's joy had not faded, yet his brows furrowed slightly. This matter is too smooth. Could it be a trap set by others? Senior brother, you worry too much. Zhuan-Ti waved his hand. The human teachings and the Chan teachings are all expanding their recruitments. The name of the 8 immortals has spread, and Taishang does not even reject ordinary scattered immortals. What does our little commotion amount to? Jane still found it odd. The Dao Ancestor's decree has always been kept secret. Those involved in this matter are all saints. How could the news leak? Junior brother, be cautious. Zhuan-Ti suddenly let out a cold laugh and looked up at the sky. Do you know who spread this word? Jane was taken aback. You found out. Zhuan-Ti's lips curled up slightly. The one who disseminated it is Haotian. He dares. Jane abruptly stood up, his sleeve brushing against the table, causing the jade slips to vibrate. Anger surged like a tide. For instance, Hongjun Daozu, the 3 purities Nuwa, and even Zhuan-Ti have all been secretly weighed by the saints. Yet they never expected it to be Haotian. This person truly has no sense of restraint. Stirring up the ceiling of God's calamity is one thing, but the saints are too lazy to bother with such trivial fame. Who does not know in their hearts? Haotian is merely a catalyst, a pretext used by Hongjun to stir the winds and clouds. However, what he has done since then has not pleased any of the saints. He originally was just a young boy sweeping the floor at the gate of the Zixiao Palace, but due to fortunate coincidence, he caught the Dao Ancestor's favor. After the calamity of the Wu and Yao, he was appointed as the sovereign of the 3 realms. To put it bluntly, he stepped onto the threshold of the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun enlightened him, but without great fortune, even if he endured countless tribulations, he would merely be a quasi-saint. His background is set, and his weight was never derived from cultivation. He is a wedge used by Hongjun to suppress the saints and govern all realms. Yet this wedge does not recognize itself as such. Does he really intend to have the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teachings bow down to him? The saints merely scoffed inwardly. Playing such tricks in front of the saints is even more ridiculous than mortals wielding blades. At that time, the 3 teachings of the primordial chaos were clearly divided. The eastern lands had 2, the human teachings, and the Chan teachings. The western border had 1, the western teachings. If Haotian truly dared to force Xuandu to kneel, it would be equivalent to slapping Taishang Laojun across the face. Does he even deserve that? Disciples of the Western teachings are numerous, and they are far beyond Mount Sumru. More importantly, the two saints there jointly manage the teachings, unlike the Chan teachings where Yuanshi has actual power, while Taishang Laojun merely holds a nominal title. Furthermore, the disciples of the West rarely tread upon the Eastern lands. If Haotian wishes to establish his authority, he wouldn't even find a shadow. Counting on his fingers, only the Chan teachings would be the easiest to target. The reason is quite simple. Although the 12 Golden Immortals are great Luo Golden Immortals, Haotian is already at the peak of Quasi Saints. In terms of Dao cultivation, he surpasses them. In terms of status, he bears the title of Great Heavenly Sovereign of the Three Realms and has the seal bestowed by Hongjun. If the 12 Golden Immortals do not comply, he can immediately file a complaint to the Zixiao Palace, if they truly kneel. Even better, the 12 Golden Immortals represent the face of the Chan teachings, and if their face bows down, the entire Yushu Palace will be diminished. At that time, he could use this matter to pressure the human teachings and the Western teachings. Even the Chan teachings bowed down. Do you still intend to resist? This method is more ruthless than imperial scheming and harder than the regulations of the two saints of the West. And the result? The 12 Golden Immortals completely ignored him. Thus, the ceiling of God's calamity was opened. It would be strange for the saints to have any good feelings toward him. Zhuan Ti coldly spoke. I will find a reason sooner or later to make him dissipate in both body and spirit. He thought of the Western teachings and truly believed that with Hongjun's protection, he could walk freely under the eyes of the saints. It was laughably naive. Beneath the saints, all are like weeds. Even if he truly killed him, Hongjun would not ask a single question. The might of the saints must not be taken lightly. This is a hard rule, not mere words. Haotian insists on poking that iron wall with his finger, allowing him to jump around for a few more days. Afraid of death. He had long forgotten how to write this character. Zhuan Ti had already devised several plans in his heart. If he couldn't kill him, he would send him into reincarnation. If 1 cycle wasn't enough, then 10 cycles. If 10 weren't enough, then 100. He would watch to see when he could crawl out of the 6 paths. The name of the saints cannot be humiliated. Yaoqi, however, was so worried that she couldn't sit still. Senior brother, how can you spread the words of the Dao Ancestor everywhere? She truly did not expect Haotian to be this bold. Did he not know that the saints were already utterly tired of this calamity? He still dared to drill and not afraid of attracting fire to himself. The saints coexist with the heavens and endure with the Dao. They are immortal and indestructible. A mere quasi-saint like him had no room to struggle. She was well aware the Dao Ancestor appointed this position firstly as a reward and secondly to resolve causal relations. But Haotian did not think so. He only felt that he was the lord of the 3 realms, and even the saints should yield 3 points when they saw him. Wasn't this rushing towards a dead end? After all, he had lived within this palace wall for so many years. She truly did not want to see Haotian repeat the same mistakes. Haotian waved his hand. Junior sister, your words are incorrect. The things I do align with the heavenly Dao and follow the flow of fate. They are precisely what pushes the great calamity to arise. The Dao Ancestor would only nod upon seeing this. Junior brother, Yaoqi exclaimed anxiously, you have offended the saints. The saints. Haotian suddenly chuckled, coldly pointing at the empty Dan terrace above the Lingxiao Hall. I am the lord of the 3 realms, personally appointed by the Dao Ancestor, ruling over all heavens and worlds. But look. His voice tensed. On this Lingxiao Hall, not even a few decent ministers can be gathered. His expression slightly stiffened. Have the saints ever looked at me with a proper gaze? Since they do not respect me, why should I respect them? The more he spoke, the more anxious and heavier it became. Yaoqi listened as her heart sank bit by bit. This was not a discussion of politics, but clearly madness. Haotian clenched his sleeves, gritting his teeth. I must let them know that I am not made of mud, but a person who stands tall in the world. Indeed, I have accepted the Dao Ancestor's guidance to ascend, but it does not have to end here. Junior sister, could it be that the Dao Ancestor granted you the primordial purple qi? Haotian's eyes suddenly ignited with fire. Junior sister, if I could truly unify the 3 realms, borrowing the incense of myriad worlds, the will of all beings, and the merits of heaven and earth, I might be able to break the shackles of the heavenly Dao and ascend to the saint position. Yaoqi trembled, all over, her mind buzzing. It was all wrong. Completely wrong. Hongjun had never granted him a shred of primordial purple qi. Thinking about it, one could understand that kind of supreme treasure. How would the Dao Ancestor easily grant it to someone? Back then, when Tong Tian was willing to bestow her one, it was already an exception. But this was not the main point. The main point is, Haotian truly wants to go against the heavens. Yao Kai's fingertips turned cold, her chest tightened. In the wilderness, those who dare to speak against the heavens have never lived past 3 days. Was this ambition? This was pushing oneself into the furnace. She never expected that her senior brother, who guarded the gates of the Zixiao Palace with her for hundreds of thousands of years, would be so resolute. Hongjun the Dao Ancestor is the heavenly Dao and Haotian is the one appointed by the Dao Ancestor. Yet now he wants to go against it. What exactly is he plotting? It's incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Yao Qi no longer dared to linger in the heavenly court, hurriedly bidding farewell to Haotian and turning to head towards the western Kunlun. She could see clearly. Haotian was destroying his own foundation, not only offending the various heavenly Dao saints, but also angering Hongjun the Dao Ancestor. What kind of fate would he face? She could guess it with her eyes closed. Haotian watched Yao Kai's distant figure gently shaking his head. Junior sister, you are ultimately not of the same path. I had originally planned to carry you to witness the Saint Realm together. This opportunity is one you let go of yourself. His eyes burned brightly as if igniting two clusters of dim flames. I will definitely unify the wilderness. Ha ha ha. He did not know that as soon as his words fell, the heavenly Dao had already rippled. Beyond the 33 heavens in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's lips curled slightly. Little brat, you truly dare to go against the heavens. After nurturing for so many years, it was indeed difficult to tame his wildness. After pausing for a moment, he chuckled softly. However, to go against it is good. If he does not go against it, how can I make my next move in this game? The entire Zixiao Palace fell silent like an icy abyss. On Janeo Island in the east, Tong Tian suddenly looked up. Haotian actually truly harbors thoughts of going against the heavens. What a fool. But Hongjun not only does not suppress him, but instead indulges him. There must be a ghost. Now his cultivation had reached the 10th layer of the heavenly Dao Saint's primordial chaos, just at the beginning of the last 3 layers. If he could completely refine the source of the laws of power and ascend to the 12th layer, he would need to prepare for breaking the calamity. Above the saints, there was no ordinary cultivation, there was only one calamity. Breaking the calamity. There are countless methods, all leading to the same destination, either triggering a massacre calamity, or opening up a world, or acting on behalf of the heavenly Dao to govern the world, or personally destroying the world. For example, Pangu's proof of the Dao involved opening up chaos and slaying 3,000 demon gods. Even Tong Tian himself did not know when his calamity would come or how it would manifest. Only when it arrived could the truth be seen. Could it be? Hongjun wants to break the calamity. A thought struck his mind, sending a chill down Tong Tian's spine. All those previously incomprehensible aspects suddenly connected. The wilderness has few cultivators, their causal relations shallow. He insists on stirring up a boundless great calamity, having already merged with the Dao to become the embodiment of the heavenly Dao, yet still insists on erasing the traces of Pangu and the 3,000 demon gods. Haotian's rebellious thoughts had already been warned by the heavenly Dao, yet he turned a blind eye. Previously it only felt strange, but now it was suddenly clear this is paving the way. Hongjun is the only heavenly Dao-level saint in the wilderness. If he truly succeeds in breaking the calamity, he would step half a foot into the great Dao, surpassing the heavenly Dao level. Everything made sense. But the calamity of a heavenly Dao-level saint, how perilous is it? It is necessary to sweep away all variables and eliminate all hidden dangers to have a glimmer of hope. But Tong Tian was stuck on one point, unable to get around it. Does Hongjun truly have that cultivation? In other words, has his realm truly reached the end of the Dao merging level saint? It is not that he is overconfident. Even relying on the divine level choice system, devouring the rare treasures of heaven and earth, and painstakingly cultivating for several primordial meetings, he could barely touch the threshold of the 9th layer. What about Hongjun? In such a short time, how could he climb to the 12th layer? It does not conform to common sense. Tong Tian trusted his own roots, and also trusted Hongjun's aptitude. He would not be far superior to himself. Then the problem becomes glaring. Even he struggled to reach this point. What could Hongjun rely on to leap forward? More importantly, Hongjun does not control the heavenly Dao, but merges with the Dao. Without a flesh body, without limitations of self, coexisting in symbiosis with the heavenly Dao. But after merging with the Dao, how could his cultivation still grow? In a word, it points to the crux. Hongjun is the heavenly Dao, yet the heavenly Dao does not exist for Hongjun. Where the heavenly Dao is deficient, he makes up for it. Where the heavenly Dao is complete, he is merely a sliver of light within it. The world calls him the representative of the heavenly Dao, which has never been an empty title. Tong Tian grew colder as he thought, if Hongjun's Dao cultivation is not complete, what will he use to break the calamity? The laws of the great Dao are strict, and the heavenly Dao cannot be altered. Until he recalled Hongjun's indulgence towards Haotian, a chill surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. Unless he intends to disrupt the order of heaven's Dao, forcing it to become imbalanced and escape forcibly amidst the chaos. The more he deduced, the more certain he became. Yet the more certain he was, the heavier his heart felt. With insufficient Dao cultivation, yet pulling the entire primordial world as a stepping stone. Hongjun, it is either you or me to the death. Understanding this situation, Tongshan's fingertips trembled slightly. He immediately sealed off this line of thought, cleansing it completely from his mind. This matter could neither be contemplated nor spoken of. Hongjun is the embodiment of the Dao. Even with his divine-level choice system by his side, he preferred to proceed cautiously, never daring to advance even a bit. Otherwise, Tontian would not have been so resolute in not establishing a grand teaching. Once a sect was established, it would be tantamount to voluntarily stepping into the calamity of the gods. How could he still possess such transcendence and freedom as he did now? Earlier he had not understood the gravity of it, and had thought it merely a common calamity. Now Tontian had unraveled all the causes and effects. The depths of the primordial waters are unfathomable. But it echoed that old saying, the most unsettling thing is never the danger itself, but the uncertainty of where the danger lies. Now that he knew the root of it, he was no longer afraid. Not afraid does not mean he could let his guard down. In front of Hongjun, he still felt like an ant before a mountain vastly outmatched. He had to calculate carefully and lay the path meticulously, not allowing any slip-ups. This matter he decided to keep to himself. He would not speak of it to anyone. Taishang and Yuanshi already knew enough. The Dao heart had not yet been completely refined, disturbing her at this time would be ill-timed. But he trusted her. When the time came, the Lord of Reincarnation would certainly take action. After all, who would underestimate the one who governs the six paths? If anyone truly regarded her as a gentle and virtuous ruler, they would likely be left with nothing but bones. Her true self was the most daring and combative among the 12 ancestor witches. His thoughts settled in an instant, all threads of confusion untangled in a moment. Every clue fit perfectly with no more hindrances. Tongshan's expression remained unchanged without a ripple of disturbance. Outside the Zixiao Palace, the Wujia Grand Formation silently flowed, not knowing how many seasons. He slowly opened his eyes, his voice not loud, but every word was firm. Yunxiao, Bixiao, Xiongxiao, Shiji, you four go out of the palace to greet the two masters and the fellow disciples. The 36 golden immortals awoke in unison, their hearts warmed. Was it time for the lecture that the master had arranged with the two saints? They were completely unaware of the passage of time. Even after comprehending within the formation for millions of years, it felt like the blink of an eye. Those who attain enlightenment are often oblivious to the length of time. As this thought flashed by Yuanshi's words from years ago, as cultivators what we lack most is time, suddenly struck his mind. The saint's words were indeed not empty. Everyone felt even more grateful. If it were not for the master using his supreme power to set up this formation, personally imparting the mysteries and protecting their minds, how could they have such an opportunity? To have entered Tongshan's door in this life was indeed a stroke of immense fortune. When Taishang and Yuanshi saw the four girls come out, their gazes met, and they understood each other. Yuanshi smiled and nodded. It is indeed delightful that the four disciples have made such progress in their Dao cultivation. He then turned to his own disciples and said, you must take them as a mirror, constantly reflect on yourselves, and never become complacent. Taishang also spoke gently. In the future, interact more with these inexperienced juniors of mine. Yunxiao lowered her gaze and restrained her sleeves, replying neither hastily nor slowly. We disciples have shallow foundations and truly do not dare to accept such praise from the two masters. Her tone was calm, neither proud nor timid, as if she were not speaking of herself. But these words fell on the ears of the disciples of the Chan and Rin teachings like a sudden clap of thunder. When had their own master ever praised juniors like this? The new disciple who just joined did not count, but what about the senior disciples like Xuandu, Yunzongzi, Guangchengzi, and Shijingzi, who had followed for many years? Which one had not been scolded more than praised? To receive a word of approval from a saint was a coveted honor for the disciples of both teachings. Who would have thought this glory would first fall upon the four disciples of Master Tontan? But everyone was puzzled. Were Yunxiao and the others really that profound? They did not seem like it. All four were women, and Xuandu and the others could not scrutinize them closely, so they buried their doubts deep within. Yuanshi pondered. Good seedlings. They had touched upon the threshold of quasi sainthood with hearts of Dao clear, and their paths harmoniously aligned with their beings. Rare. He was almost certain after this lecture the four would surely enter the ranks of quasi saints. To be promoted to quasi saint at the Deluo stage does not require transcending tribulation, it relies on enlightenment and opportunity. Such individuals are indeed geniuses in cultivation. Tongshan's disciples possess truly discerning eyes. He had originally thought all the talents of the primordial world were already gathered, yet who knew that there were still hidden gems so profoundly concealed? Glancing again at his own 12 golden immortals. After years of hard cultivation, they were still revolving around the Deluo stage, and had yet to even touch the edge of the quasi-saint door. In contrast, those under Tontian were advancing like a raging river, unstoppable. The balance in Yuanshi's heart suddenly collapsed. It is not fear of comparing goods, but fear of comparing people. Suddenly, he darkened his expression and let out a heavy hum. The disciples of the Chan teaching felt a chill run down their spines, exchanging glances. The master had been perfectly fine just a moment ago. How could he suddenly darken? The four girls led the way as Taishang and Yuanshi along with the crowd entered the Zixiao Palace. The hosts and guests settled down and exchanged pleasantries. Just as Tongtian was about to speak, he suddenly felt a slight stagnation in the flow of energy. Something was off. The 8 immortals of the upper cave. Why would they appear at this time? Logically, they should only have emerged during the peak of the Tang dynasty. But the destinies of the several people before him were unmistakable. Having cultivated on the overseas Palai island, they were known to have practiced together. The 8 immortals of the upper cave. Everything was in chaos, completely out of order. His fingertips moved slightly, quietly deducing the heavenly secrets, and his expression began to show signs of change as he whispered, "Master brother, these 8 immortals of the upper cave." Cough. Taishang's expression darkened slightly, carrying a hint of helplessness. "I cannot neglect this. The unease in my heart grows heavier. I must allow Dong Wang Gong to manifest ahead of time." The 8 immortals of the upper cave were originally the pillars of the human teaching after the journey to the west. Once the journey was completed, the Buddhist sect flourished, while the Chan teaching had Yunzongzi holding down the fort. The human teaching relied on the 8 immortals to support the scene. The Buddhist sect had journey to the west, while the human teaching had journey to the east. Each led the way with their own flair. The saying "the 8 immortals crossed the sea," each showcasing their powers, refers precisely to them. In earlier years, Dong Wang Gong fought a bloody battle with the Eastern Emperor Tai, resulting in his physical and spiritual annihilation, leaving only a remnant of his soul quietly protected by Taishang. By the heavenly cycle, he should have entered reincarnation and been reborn as Lu Yan, known later as Lu Dongbin or Lu Chunyang. Who would have thought that he would manifest ahead of time before that time? Additionally, Li Xian Tai Guai Li Zhongli Quan Han Zhongli Han Xiangzi Chaoguojulan Saiha and He Xiangu, all 6 were present. Tongshan's brow furrowed. These 8 should have only emerged during the Northern Song dynasty. Now they suddenly appeared in the primordial world, clearly disturbing the fate of the Xianmen. He couldn't help but smile faintly. Taishang always maintained composure and would never overlook such a detail. Indeed, Taishang's voice came through, "Disciple, as of late the deductions of the heavenly secrets have increasingly left me unsettled. This calamity of establishing the gods on the surface concerns setting divine positions and distributing fortunes, but in essence it is a struggle between the innate and acquired paths. The appearance of the 8 immortals is also not a coincidence. It is precisely driven by the great trend." Tongtian nodded. This was indeed reasonable. Even without them, the future human teaching still had the 4 great celestial masters, 4 great true persons, and the 5 ancestors of the north and south, among other prestigious figures echoing throughout the land. In contrast, the Chan teaching had few prominent figures in the future aside from Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng occasionally revealing their tracks. It was already rare. As his thoughts shifted, he understood it clearly. He mused, Taishang is indeed worthy of being the head of the 3 pure ones, able to see through the root cause at a glance. His gaze shifted towards Yuanshi, and Tongtian suddenly felt a chill. Everything was in chaos, completely out of order. The disciples responsible for the affairs on the Fengshan platform, except for Yang Rin, the 3 Xiaos, Yin Zhao, and Yin Hong, who had yet to take shape, were almost all present. Zhang Zia and Shun Gongbao were unexpectedly mingling among the disciples. Shun Gongbao was somewhat understandable. Having entered the sect 1,000 years before Zhang Zia, his seniority was evident. But how could Zhang Zia, who hadn't even been born yet, be sitting there to listen? What astonished people even more was that Yang Jian had also come. If he were to hear the Tao here for countless years, how would he need to rely on others or schemes to rescue his mother from Peach Mountain in the future? Scanning to the side, Master Du stood nearby, accompanied by his disciple Li Jing, who was holding a delicately crafted spirit pearl in his arms. Indeed, it was that spirit pearl. Niwa had truly entrusted him to Yuanshi and sent him here. Tongshan's heart jolted, thoroughly convinced. This was not the sealing of gods, it was clearly bringing the entire lineage of the future here. If the spirit pearl were to receive teachings here, his status would immediately surpass Li Jing. In the future, he might not even be reborn into the family in Chintang Pass. Wait. Something was off. Tongtian suddenly paused. Many of the disciples under Yuanshi were not from the Chan sect at all. They were Nuwa's people. The 3 demons of Xianyuan's grave, Qingwan, and the spirit pearl. Not a single one was missing. His heart suddenly understood Yuanshi must have convinced Nuwa to take the initiative to join the game. This game of chess had become truly interesting. This sealing calamity seemed to have no resemblance to the old tales. Yuanshi seemed to sense something and transmitted a message. This matter originates from the intention of the Saint Nuwa. Your cultivation is unmatched among the saints. We 3 pure ones have always respected you, and the temporal array you have arranged is unparalleled in the Holy Realm. Sister Nuwa may be hesitant to come directly fearing rejection, so she took a few detours and first sought me. The decision on whether these few people stay or go rests solely with you. Tong Tian gently shook his head. Reject? He would be more than willing for all the saints to work together. If the East were united, the two saints from the West would merely be marginal guests. Even if Hongjun were to personally arrive, he would dare to confront him directly. Instead, he felt a bit more relaxed. If he could sense the peculiarity of this calamity, how could Taishang and Yuan sure be oblivious? They might not fully grasp the cause and effect as he did, but as saints, just relying on scant clues would be enough for them to deduce quite a bit. For instance, the key to this calamity did not lie with the innate divine beings, but with the postnatal beings. That was enough. He silently counted his own cards. The human sect and Chan sect were already prepared, since Nuwa had entered the game. Pingxin should have already attained the Dao right. Tong Tian suddenly paused. Not a trace of the saint's attainment was felt. According to the norms, when a saint steps onto the great Dao, there should be signs of celebration in heaven and earth, with purple qi rising from the east. But on Pingxin's side it was as quiet as a deep pool. Yet he was absolutely certain Pingxin must have become a saint. This was not speculation, but the clear intuition from the depths of his primordial spirit in that moment. There is an old saying in the wilderness. It is better to trust a sudden impulse than to trust one's own calculations. He quickly understood, with the primordial purple qi in hand, mastering the source of reincarnation in his heart, attaining the Dao was merely a matter of time. She does not reveal her presence, naturally having ways to obscure celestial phenomena. Tongshin's lips curled slightly. No wonder she is the one who masters reincarnation. With that, he felt even more at ease. This was also a hidden card in his hand. A chill rose in his heart. You can break the calamity, but you should not drag the entire wilderness down with you. If only one person is to die without involving the saints or disturbing the myriad immortals, we may not just stand idly by. But if you are greedy for life and fear death while trying to take advantage of others, then do not blame us for leaving no room for negotiation. Taishang spoke gently with the three pure ones gathered, and the multitude of sages present. Let the lecture commence. As his voice fell, all the disciples were invigorated. When the saints opened the lectern, it is said that not only ordinary disciples, but even the direct disciples of the human sect and Chan sect may not all have this opportunity. Each sect sent their top disciples to preside over the lectures. The human sect was presided over by the Grand Master Xuandu, while the Chan sect had Yunzongzi Ronding and the 12 golden immortals taking turns. New disciples listening to the scriptures and learning the laws were mostly taught by these powerful beings without needing to face the saints' teachings directly. The threshold for the saints' lecturing is extremely high. Without a solid foundation and extraordinary insight, one does not even qualify to understand. For example, Zhang Zia, who had painstakingly cultivated for 80 years in his past life, could only grasp the superficial. The true meaning of the great Tao is something the saints convey effortlessly. How could he possibly comprehend it? But this time is different. The three saints take turns on stage, each speaking for 10 million years. Such an opportunity is rare in the ages. If one cannot even endure 10 million years, it shows a lack of affinity with the Tao. If a cultivator lacks even this bit of concentration, what else could they seek for longevity? It would be better to descend the mountain early, marry, have children, and live a mundane life. This is the reality of the wilderness. Tongshin's gaze swept over Zhang Zia, suddenly noticing a strange light rising from the depths of his soul. Serene, constant, and ceaselessly flowing, precisely embodying the essence of reincarnation. If he hadn't touched the true meaning of reincarnation on the edge of chaos earlier, he would have found it hard to notice. So that's how it is. His thoughts stirred slightly. All the confusion is actually Pingxin quietly pushing things in the background. She has already attained the Tao and become a saint. With this as evidence, point me with a finger. Tongshin's lips curled slightly. The master of reincarnation descended from the bloodline of Pangu. How could he be silent? Taishang smiled and said, Zixiao Palace is your dojo. Why don't you start the lecture first? I dare not. Tong Tian clasped his hands. As the eldest senior brother, you should set the first example. You are quite right. Yuan sure nodded in agreement. He has always valued rituals and order, and this was to his liking. Taishang no longer insisted, slightly nodding. If that's the case, I shall proceed first. He began to lecture, not directly addressing the Dao De Jing or Huang Ting Jing, but starting from the most ordinary point. What is qi? What is breathing? What is the yin-yang harmony within each breath? Tong Tian and Yuan sure understood clearly. There were too many new disciples from the human sect and Chan sect. If he started with the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, they might not even touch the threshold before dozing off. Without a solid foundation, a towering platform cannot be established. They borrowed the temporal array in Zixiao Palace precisely for this, 10 million years, enough to root deeply and walk steadily. When the saints lecture, even if they speak the simplest principles, they possess immense power. In an instant, petals from the Zixiao Palace's ceiling fell, and golden lotuses burst forth from the ground, with the aura of the profound and yellow mist enveloping the area. Taishang sat on a high platform, a golden wheel of merit slowly rotating behind his head, the rhythm of the Tao, flowing with the light, silent, yet deafening. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian listened quietly, their gazes sweeping back and forth across the disciples. They all understood all laws return to their source. The profound emerges from the superficial. No matter how intricate the technique or extraordinary the method, it all sprouts from the simplest, knowing the constant is clarity. Thus the old saying is clear: without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. More importantly, within the foundation lies a person's Tao. Taishang spoke of qi, spoke of breathing, spoke of holding softness as strength. Each word intertwined with existence and non-existence, give rise to each other. Difficulty and ease create each other. He spoke of the virtue of water, which benefits all things without contention, spoke of the stillness of the heart, which does not disturb, yet clarifies itself. If the listeners truly absorb this, they would know that his Tao does not reside in the heights, but in the depths, in the softness and the silence. Only those with true insight can see the tremendous power hidden beneath this simplicity. Taisheng's tone was gentle, like a stream flowing over stones. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian quietly observed the expressions of their disciples, who slightly furrowed their brows, who trembled at their fingertips, who suddenly closed their eyes in concentration, and who seemed distracted, as if half listening. Yuan Shi sighed inwardly. Ultimately, he cannot compare to Tong Tian. Among the same batch of newcomers, it is only those under his tutelage who truly listen and internalize, practicing diligently upon returning. The more advanced my people become in cultivation, the more they feel that it is nothing extraordinary. His heart ignited with anger, yet he suppressed it, hiding his emotions. Which ones? Ci Hang Wen Shu Pu, Xianju Lu Sun. Even the deputy headmaster Ran Deng merely watched from the sidelines, a slight smirk playing on his lips, neither laughing nor serious. Instead, the newly admitted disciples and the remaining 8 of the 12 golden immortals held their breath, their spirits collected. Some had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, others had tears in their eyes, and 2 of them sat cross-legged on the spot, their energy subtly resonating with the teachings of the Supreme Master. Yuan Shi's heart sank. Strange. It is understandable that the disciples of the Supreme Master can absorb the teachings. It is not surprising that the 36 direct disciples of Tong Tian, with their exceptional talents, can do the same. Why is it that these few among us are so wooden-eyed? He felt a tightness in his chest, wishing he could just grab them and shake them a bit. The sage is expounding the Tao. Even if he speaks of how to chew food, how to lift one's feet, while walking, those are still words spoken by the sage. Each word is golden, each sentence radiant. To hear one sentence can save 10 years of detours. To comprehend a bit can spare 100 years of arduous cultivation. Yet these 4 people do not even lift their eyelids. Yuan Shi shook his head repeatedly, almost wanting to sigh aloud. Senior brother, Tong Tian unexpectedly transmitted his voice through divine sense. These 4 disciples are not simple. Oh, Yuan Shi nearly laughed. A great opportunity is laid before them, yet they do not even blink, and you call them not simple. Is this not mocking my disciples' lack of talent? He raised his eyes to retort, only to see Tong Tian's expression serious, with no hint of jest, revealing a rare solemnity. Senior brother, check their fate lines. Tong Tian's voice deepened. This is truly not an ordinary matter. Yuan Shi's pupils constricted. He was more aware than anyone of Tong Tian's abilities. The 12 golden immortals were always by his side. He could count precisely who had deviated even a fraction of their breath during meditation last night. Yet Tong Tian dared to say not simple. Then there must indeed be something amiss. Yuan Shi's fingertips subtly moved while his gaze discreetly slid past Ci Hang's lowered eyelashes, when Shu's left hand resting on his knee, Pu Xian's slightly tensed forearm beneath his sleeve, and Zhu Lu Sun's unmoving right hand at his side. He withdrew his hand, saying nothing. But that moment of silence was louder than thunder. The 12 golden immortals, also known as the 12 head immortals. The term head does not signify ranking, but rather the essence of their roots. When Yuan Shi took disciples, the first thing he looked at was their origin. Chaos remnants, innate spiritual fetuses, stellar cores transformed into shapes. All could be accepted. His Tao was to carve existence from nothingness, establishing reality in the void. It emphasized understanding the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, elucidating the profound truths of the Tao. In other words, his Tao is the way of governance. Guangcheng Zi and Qijing Zi had both assisted the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This perfectly illustrated Yuan Shi's Tao to leverage the governance of humanity to deduce the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Ultimately, it is to carry the Tao through governance. Since he was a cultivator responsible for overseeing the world in Yuan Shi's stead, he naturally had to be upright, dignified, and act with propriety. Otherwise, sending them out would tarnish the reputation of the Zixiao Palace, and Yuan Shi's authority would also be disrespected. He has always been strict with his disciples, yet he could not resist the influx of seekers. The Zixiao Palace is indeed located in Kunlun Mountain, but how vast is Kunlun? Among the loose cultivators practicing outside the palace, there are over 3,000. Although they have not entered the gates of Zixiao, they are reluctant to leave the mountain in search of another path. The role of a sage inherently includes the responsibility of enlightening and guiding the myriad immortals. Teaching is not solely for personal disciples. Opening a teaching platform must also benefit all who are fated. Yuan Shi could not possibly confine his teachings to just a few people. Thus, the 3,000 guests of Kunlun Mountain stand guard outside the palace every day, listening to the winds for insights and observing the clouds for meanings. Being close to the source gives them a head start. In the primal chaos, seeking the Tao is exceedingly difficult. When a sage imparts teachings, even if they do not provide fundamental texts like the 12 golden chapters of Yuan Shi, it is already a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for loose immortals. Over time, these people began to revere Yuan Shi as their sect leader, setting up incense altars, establishing divine positions, and worshipping morning and evening, seemingly becoming the outer congregation of the teaching. Once a system is established, it requires governance. Yuan Shi then selected 12 individuals from among his disciples, each of whom had attained the great Tao fruit position, hence known as the 12 golden immortals, and because they led the 3,000 loose immortals, they were often revered by their fellow practitioners as the 12-head immortals. Different names, yet no difference in essence. All were personally chosen by Yuan Shi, with their life experiences and backgrounds thoroughly scrutinized. Why then did Tong Tian particularly say not simple? Yuan Shi has always respected Tong Tian's Taoist achievements. Seeing his serious expression, which did not seem like jest, his heart immediately sank. Could there be hidden circumstances that I have yet to perceive? At this moment, the Supreme Master is expounding the Tao to a profound degree. All disciples are immersed in a state of enlightenment, including C.I. Hang, Wen Shu Pu, Xianju Lu's son, and Ran Deng, without exception. Yuan Shi knew that this was a great fortune. Such sudden enlightenment is rare, and opportunities slip away swiftly. Once everyone awakens, their Tao practices will surely ascend. Yet he felt no joy whatsoever. His mind was only occupied with one thought: how many twists and turns are hidden within these 5 individuals. Fortunately, the 5 were currently wandering within the exquisite teachings of the Supreme Master, their minds clear as mirrors, utterly transparent. Although sages may not know all the causes and effects of ancient times, when closely examining a few nonzigs, it is akin to observing patterns on one's palm. In the primal chaos, no sage wishes for their own secrets to be fully exposed to others. Hongjun Daozu sits in Zixiao, yet has never rashly claimed to know all the heavens. But at this moment, it is only necessary to calmly deduce. Indeed, the fates of the 5 are clear, their origins flawless, and they are indeed old disciples of Zixiao. Yet that faint, elusive thread of causality is clearly connected to the 2 leaders of the West. Yuan Shi's gaze turned icy. It is actually the 2 saints of the West. He transmitted his voice, secretly his tone like cold iron. This matter must not be left unresolved. Tong Tian, however, smiled faintly. The 2 saints of the West. What does that amount to? Yuan Shi was taken aback, his expression suddenly freezing. Are they not the 2 saints of the West? He paused, his breath instantly calming down. Among the 7 saints of the primal chaos, excluding the 2 from the West, the others hold no deep grudges against Yuan Shi. If it were not for their intervention, who could silently manipulate the chess game of both Yuan Shi and the 2 saints of the West simultaneously? In the vast primal chaos, there is only one person. Hongjun Daozu, who rests high above the clouds, having attained the great unity. Tong Tian's fingertips curled slightly within his sleeves, a cold smile forming in his heart. Just moments ago, he was still puzzled. The 8 immortals of the upper cave, Li Jing, Ling Zhuzi, all appeared, which was already strange. Now, even these 5 old disciples of the teaching still entangled in the causal lines with the Western sect. Yet Yuan Shi had already resolved to sever their foundation, ensuring the West would never have its day of greatness. Now, just when the matter has come to this point, a hitch has arisen. There must be a sage orchestrating the moves from behind. Who could make Yuan Shi oblivious, the West unaware, while all the saints fall into the net except that figure who uses the Tao as a furnace and calamities as fuel? The chessboard is the primal chaos, the pieces are myriad immortals, and even the sages are but idle pieces on the board. Yuan Shi's throat moved slightly, suddenly chuckling softly. Junior brother, it seems that even the 2 saints of the West are part of that figure's scheme. He understood completely. Such a grand design could only be orchestrated by Hongjun. The murderous intent surged suddenly, then instantly retracted. It was as swift as an illusion, yet could not escape the perception of the two sages atop the high platform. Taishang inhaled and exhaled while teaching, casting a sidelong glance with eyes as calm as an ancient well. Utantian gently shook his head. Senior brother, knowing who is moving the pieces is enough. Stopping him from dropping pieces is more effective than cutting off his hands. The road is still long, why rush? Yuanxi's heart trembled, and he slowly exhaled. Indeed, the road is still long. The saint's primordial spirit resides in the void of the Dao. Oh, as long as the Dao does not collapse, his body will not perish. Even if the Dao topples, the primordial body will not be destroyed. A thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly became clear. What is contended is never a moment or a place, but after countless calamities who remains steadfast at the chessboard. Hongjun can plot against the saints all because his Dao cultivation is a cut above the rest. He is the only saint in the primordial chaos who has stepped into the realm of the Dao. To calculate others, one must have the advantage of innate talent. Yuanshi was well aware of this. When the Dao speaks, it is an iron law. Even if the words deviate by a third, they become heavenly laws and decrees. Want to overturn Hongjun? There is only one path surpassing him in Dao cultivation. Yuanshi never felt inferior to Hongjun. Those who can attain the saintly position, who among them does not possess great wisdom, great courage, great fortune, and great magical power? In his heart the scale always weighed himself the heaviest. Hongjun merely walked a few steps ahead. He, Yuanshi Tianzuan, will catch up eventually. By that time, cause and effect will be settled in one stroke. What needs to be done now is to endure and break the situation. It is not about recklessly charging into the 33 heavens to reason with that individual. That is the act of a mere commoner, which Yuanshi has always looked down upon. Taishang's gaze swept over Yuanshi, giving a slight nod, then returned to teaching. Tantian sighed inwardly. Taishang truly lives up to his name. His Dao aligns best with the teachings under the three pure ones. Yuanshi taught the creation of something from nothing, while Tantian demonstrated the transformation of something into nothing, both belonging to the pinnacle. Only Taishang guarding change within stability, and stability within change moves freely between existence and non-existence. This is the Dao of balance. For both disciples of Zixiao Palace and Dao Palace, this is the most stable entry point. If Yuanshi or Tantian were to speak first, it would distort the original intention of this gathering. Tangshan's peripheral vision swept towards Jiangxia. The shadow of that useless cultivator from his past life was too deep, knowing that he would later succeed Yunzongzi and take charge of the third generation of teaching, but for a moment, it was hard to erase. Yet this person before him is clearly waiting for the right moment to unleash his potential. Though late to enter the Dao, his roots are deeply planted. This point is quite similar to the teachings of the human teaching. Interesting. As Taishang's teaching delved deeper within Dao Palace, the light of the Dao overflowed like water, silently permeating every inch of space. The disciples bathed in it found their bones comprehension, magical power, and Dao cultivation quietly elevated. Why do the saint's disciples need to possess excellent innate roots? Simply because when the saint speaks, it is a process of washing the marrow and reshaping the spirit platform. Tongtian slightly nodded. Disciples of the three pure ones benefited greatly. The younger generation of the human teaching and the teaching of the revelation advanced at an astonishing rate. Even the outstanding veterans of both teachings made significant progress. Yet the ones truly reaping the rewards are still from his own sect. This is not boastful but a fact. Among the 36 direct disciples, the imprint of the Shangqing Yuqing Golden Chapter has already been etched into their primordial spirits. This magical method is the lifeblood of the Dao Palace lineage, equivalent to Tongtian himself, residing in their hearts, ready to provide guidance at any moment. Though they share the same origin, each naturally evolves various Dao techniques and methods based on individual endowments, character, and aspirations. Truly a case of teaching according to one's talents. What is even more remarkable is that the Shangqing Yuqing Golden Chapter possesses the quality of compatibility. When Taishang speaks of those esoteric points that are difficult to understand, it automatically records them. When disciples' Dao cultivation is sufficient, it plays back repeatedly until fully comprehended. With this ability at hand, one cannot afford to be slow. There is also a hidden benefit. Deep within the primordial spirits of the 36 disciples, they have all refined the primordial purple energy. This is the foundation for becoming a saint, and the proof of being connected to the bloodline of the Dao. The entire Dao Palace reveres Tongtian as a deity, and as soon as the purple energy is conferred, it is immediately refined. Although their power is still shallow and their merits not yet fulfilled, they are innately close to the great Dao, and their speed of comprehension is rare among the powerful of the primordial chaos. To not be quick is simply impossible. Tongshan's lips curled slightly. This time the borrowed time array from Dao Palace was worth it. Yuanshi was also satisfied with the progress of his disciples. The three Pure Ones gatherings for teaching and discussing the Tao have always been ordinary. But how can any past occurrence compare to this one? Previously it only took 100 years at most, or 1,000 years at best. Who among the saints would spend 10 million years in detail to teach hand in hand? What a dream. Yet this dream has now become reality. The disciples of Zixiao Palace saw their Tao cultivation soar, and Yuanshi smiled. However, when his gaze shifted to the 36 figures of Zixiao Palace, his smile faded, replaced by a hint of undeniable envy. Hongjun's discernment in selecting disciples is truly exceptional. I originally thought the 4 sisters of Yunxiao were outstanding, but unexpectedly none of the other disciples are mediocre. After this round of teaching, I fear a large number of potential saints will emerge. In contrast, my disciples seem rather dull. When the saints travel, all beings in the primordial chaos are affected. Taishang and Yuanshi ascended to Zixiao Palace once more, with purple energies spanning the sky and auspicious colors filling the heavens. Heavenly flowers danced endlessly, and exotic fragrances permeated the 8 desolates. Ahead, several dozen disciples opened the way with the green bull and the unicorn soaring through the clouds, their hooves lightly tapping the cloud gas, surged their steps leisurely. Shumi Mountain's great thunder sound temple saw Jane and Zhuanti seated together, their expressions cold. Senior brother, the 3 Pure One spectacle is more imposing than the teachings themselves. Zhuanti's lips curled slightly, a smile, not reaching his eyes. It seems like they are purposely putting on a show for us. Even disdainful of hiding. Jane lowered his gaze, the creases between his brows deepening. Junior brother is mistaken. They never intended to hide at all. Zhuanti paused, his expression slightly darkening. They won't even pretend. The calamity of the canonization is about to begin, with Taishang, Yuanshi, Jane, and Zhuanti all involved. Each with their own schemes, each calculating their own accounts. The 2 saints of the West eagerly recruited disciples, not shying away from worldly rituals, not hesitating to compromise, seeking merely to bolster their confidence. Secretly, they remained vigilant against the movements of the 2 Tao brothers of Yuqing and Taiqing. They were certain that the 2 in the East must be doing the same. Who would have thought, with over 200 years until the great calamity begins, Taishang and Yuanshi would personally lead their disciples straight to Jianao Island's Zixiao Palace. Without avoiding the heavenly secrets, without concealing their tracks, and without the slightest hesitation. It was as if the matter of canonization was not as important to them as a teaching session. What is this if not disdain? Zhuanti stared at a certain spot in the void and suddenly asked, Senior brother, can that time array in Tongshan's palace really support such confidence? Saints are not ordinary beings. Those who can achieve the primordial unity are all individuals with deep wisdom, iron will, immense fortunes, and profound magical power. Fools cannot attain the saintly position, nor can they sit steadily on a cushion. The 3 Pure Ones are transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Their roots are thick, rare, in the primordial chaos. Who dares to truly consider them as brutes? But if not reckless, what does this act explain? Zhuanti himself did not believe. Dreaming too much can lead to missteps. Jane slowly said, Brother Tongtian once taught 36 great Luo golden immortals within 100 years. This matter is known to all the saints. He paused for a moment. If they believe in this formation, they might seize a chance for Tao cultivation sedimentation. It is not entirely without basis. The saints observe the heavens and the earth, comprehending all laws. The Zixiao Palace has a time formation, which is not a secret. What truly baffles is why do all the saints feel that this formation can truly influence the success or failure of a great tribulation? This is the crucial unresolved point. Zhuanti suddenly laughed heartily. If the 3 from the East truly bet their victory on this formation, then our chances of winning in this battle have surpassed 70%. He laughed freely without any hesitation. The time formation. He had several in his hands. This formation can indeed shorten the arduous cultivation period and assist disciples in rapidly accumulating power. However, its fundamental constraint lies not in speed, but in completeness. The laws contained in the formation materials determine the limits of the formation's evolution. Simply having the time aspect only hastens the foundation. Without the reflection of causality, luck, violence, and various great paths, no matter how fast the accumulation, it is still like floating weeds without roots. In the primordial cultivation, no matter how thick the power, if one does not understand the heavenly numbers, does not connect with the great Tao, and does not grasp the power of change, when faced with tribulations, one will still be reduced to ashes. The level of Tao cultivation is the key. 1,000 great Luo cannot compare to a single Quasi-Saint's instantaneous insight. 10,000 Quasi-Saints cannot break through a saint's flick of the sleeve. This is the reality. Jane also showed a hint of a faint smile. In this battle we indeed have a chance of victory. Zhuanti ceased his laughter, his tone turning light, yet sharper. That child Haotian has truly been of great help. He referred to him as child with familiarity but without a trace of warmth. Every move of the Emperor Haotian was like observing palm lines in the eyes of the saints. A quasi-saint insisting on stirring the chess game of the saints. It is either naive or self-deceiving. Only because the Great Tribulation is approaching and all parties need to hold back has he remained unharmed thus far. Otherwise, just based on attempting to scheme against the saints, it would be enough to ensure his death without leaving a trace. Jane rarely relaxed his brow indeed. If not for the strong assistance from the great heavenly venerable Haotian, how could Duobao Changer Methria the Green Lion and the White Elephant turn around and join our Western faction? Although they come from a background of scattered cultivators, each has stepped into the realm of Great Luo. Especially Duobao. His aura is already close to the peak of quasi-saint. With just half a step, he could touch the threshold of the saint realm. If it were not for the impending enfeefment, our Western faction would have long been on the rise. Hundreds of thousands of golden immortals and Great Luo have returned to the sect, the incense gradually growing and the Dao lineage flourishing. If this is not considered a great rise, then what is? Since the establishment of the Western sect, has there ever been such a bustling scene with talents converging? The two saints sat quietly, yet smiles had already spread to the corners of their eyes. It was as if they could already see the Western sect's fortunes rising like the sun, clearing the debts owed to the heavenly Dao one by one. Carefree and effortless. This is the day they have waited for too long. In this enfeefment calamity, our Western sect will undoubtedly thrive. At the Zixiao Palace on Jianao Island in the East China Sea, deep within the Supreme Ultimate Great Formation. After the Supreme spoke, the Primordial began to follow. In the outside world, only 2 days have passed, yet within the formation, over 20 million years of spring and autumn have already passed. Now Tongtian sits on the lotus platform expounding his Dao. The three purities impart the Dao. Their paths are consistent from shallow to deep, from simple to complex, ultimately returning to simplicity, returning to the essence. This arrangement allows disciples of ordinary qualifications to establish themselves steadily, while those with differing endowments can each follow their own path. Truly, it is the method of the saints' teachings. This arrangement allows disciples of ordinary qualifications to establish themselves steadily, while those with differing endowments can each follow their own path. Truly, for instance, Yun Zhongzi stands alone in the first rank. Xian Du Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi Lu Yin, and Li Xian are all in the same rank. Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao belong to a separate rank. The disciples of Zixiao Palace each have their own characteristics. This ranking is firmly established in the hearts of the Supreme and the Primordial. When the three purities expound, the Dao flowers from the heavens fall, golden lotuses surge from the ground, and the energy of the Xian and Huang circulates. Although these phenomena are wondrous, they are merely trivial details that assist in enlightenment. What truly matters is the endless light of the Dao rhythm that naturally overflows from the saint's mouth. The Dao rhythm is the manifestation of the heavenly Dao, carrying the power of the most fundamental laws already permeating within and outside the Zixiao Palace, invisibly pushing the comprehension of all disciples to an unprecedented level. They are not merely listening to the Dao, but participating in the Dao within the Dao. Therefore, under the saints, the root and bones are not the most crucial matters. As long as one can enter the mountain gate, even a stubborn stone can be transformed into a vessel. Shurji is a clear proof. She was originally a stubborn stone born from chaos. After countless years, she accidentally sprouted spiritual intelligence and was able to take shape. However, after countless Yuan meetings relying solely on her own exploration, she could only cultivate to the celestial, immortal realm. Beyond that, advancement was difficult. It was her sincere heart towards the Dao that moved the Tongtian saint, and she was unexpectedly accepted into the sect. She was given the Shangqing Yuchan Golden Chapter, purging her old learning and re-establishing her Dao foundation. In just a few 100 million years, she ascended to the position of Great Luo Golden Immortal and was even appointed as one of the 4 Great Sword Maidens. Later, she was bestowed the primordial purple gas. The path ahead was clear, and the proof of the Dao was foreseeable. This is the weight of great opportunity. The primordial suddenly realized that his earlier predictions were mistaken. The disciples under Tongtian are far more prosperous than he had anticipated. He initially thought that after the Supreme's teachings, only Yunxiao, Bixiao, Qiongxiao, and Shurji had hopes of stepping into the quasi-saint realm, who knew that in addition to the 4 sword maidens, Zhao Gongming, Wu Yunxian, and 8 others also successively attained quasi-saint fruit positions. Altogether, that is 12 upper disciples. In contrast, under himself, only Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Ding Jinren, and Qing Su Dao de Jinjuan have barely reached the threshold of quasi-saint. The other golden immortal disciples have not even touched the edges. Not afraid of comparisons of goods, but rather of comparisons of people. The primordial felt truly dissatisfied. Why? His disciples come from a more righteous background, have deeper comprehension, and longer cultivation time, even their hearts towards the Dao. Oh, The Primordial's heart jolted. The heart towards the Dao. He had never noticed that the flicker of heart fire in the 12 golden immortals was even inferior to Shun Gongbao. When it was his turn to open the platform to expound the Dao while he breathed in the deep principles, he secretly observed the disciples beneath him. Upon seeing this, the depression in his heart only deepened. The Zixiao Palace has added 12 Quasi-Saints. Below Great Luo, one must transcend the heavenly tribulation to break through. Above Great Luo, one must merge the laws into the Dao. As long as the laws are complete, even if one falls into the time formation, things can progress effortlessly. The Primordial finally understood Tongxin's acceptance of disciples is never arbitrary. Those 36 disciples subtly conceal regulations: 12 upper immortals, 12 middle immortals, and 12 lower immortals, layered and interconnected. No matter how one divides them, each possesses the potential of a Quasi-Saint. The only difference is timing. If a sect were to be established, it would be the first, middle, and last batches of 12 upper immortals, endlessly continuing, living on incessantly. Even if a sect is not established, if it were not for the current enfeoffment calamity, solely based on the Zixiao Palace disciples branching out, the Shangqing lineage should have already spread throughout the primordial world. The disciples of Tongxin's sect truly make one envious. Not only Tongtian, but even the disciples of the Supreme are advancing remarkably. The 8 immortals of the upper cave are all nearing the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Looking over to his side among the newly accepted disciples, only Yang Jianling, Zhuzi Jiangxia, and Shun Gongbao could hold up the scene. Li Jing, no matter how hard he tried, was merely a golden immortal. Among the 12 golden immortals, only 4 touched the boundaries of Quasi-Saint. At this moment, the Primordial calmed down, instead silently contemplating. Fortunately, I made the decision quickly. Otherwise, how could I have seen through the hidden worries of the Chan sect? How fortunate! How fortunate! If not for observing the time formation of Tongxin's disciples, I would still be in the dark. If this matter drags on, it will surely ruin the foundation of the Chan sect for generations to come. He suddenly became alert. The Chan sect has now revealed a situation where its high-end combat power is compared to the teachings of Rinjiao, and the Zixiao Palace, the disciples of the Zixiao Palace, had become the weakest. Adding to the advantages of the 3 purities teachings, it was common to require a few more yuans to gather. Their schemes were never about the moment or the game, but rather about an eternal strategy. The saints preached without rushing for immediate gains, using the vast wilderness as a chessboard and all living beings as pieces, making silent moves with the outcome revealed only after millennia. They aimed for long-term merits and established an indelible faith. As for the sudden upheaval of the Fengshen calamity, it was ultimately just an unexpected interlude in the grand scheme. Though the saints did not know why Hongjun initiated the Fengshen calamity, they were all aware that if this tribulation succeeded, the structure of the wilderness would undoubtedly change. The danger lay silently, yet it pressed heavily upon one's breath. No one dared to underestimate the Fengshen calamity, not even the saints. Yuan Shi, known among the 7 saints of the wilderness for his strategic prowess, had laid a plan that extended beyond the present, reaching into the depths of eternity. Now witnessing the 12 golden immortals' incapacity, the alarm bells in his heart had long since rung. These 12 were the face of the Zixiao Palace, the foundation of the teaching of the Dao. If someone were to publicly declare their incompetence before the words, even settled spittle would drown the threshold of the Zixiao Palace. But Yuan Shi understood in his heart they truly were incompetent. What an opportunity to hear the teachings of the 3 purities. Each lecture lasted for thousands of years. Back then, when Hongjun held court at the Zixiao Palace, the audience was filled with the Luo golden immortals, and a single lecture lasted merely 3,000 years. Before the 3 purities became saints, Hongjun had already paved their path. The later generations merely had to follow their trail, saving effort, time, and tribulations. This was akin to planting trees by one generation, providing shade for the next. Not to mention the 3 saints sharing the stage, their radiant Dao light interacting and resonating, their combined might far beyond that of a single saint. Yet even so, none of the 12 golden immortals managed to break through the threshold of Quasi-Saint. How could Yuan Shi not be alarmed? The 4 juniors of Yang Jian, after the teachings of the 3 saints, had firmly stepped into the ranks of the Luo golden immortals. If it weren't for fearing they would miss this great opportunity, Yuan Shi would have already pushed them out to face the tribulation. Looking again at the Zixiao Palace. Among the 36 disciples under Tongtian, those last 12 indeed achieved Quasi-Saint, as he had predicted. Yuan Shi's heart tightened. What weight did having 36 Quasi-Saints carry? During the initial calamity of Longhin, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was at its peak and cultivators were at their zenith, there had only been a total of 108 Quasi-Saints. In the calamity of Wu and Yao, there were 12 ancestral witches, 12 Quasi-Saints. Among the heavenly court, the Quasi-Saints numbered only 7 or 8. Yuan Shi sighed inwardly. If these 36 entered the calamity, what of the Western teachings? It could be broken with a snap of the fingers. But this was absolutely impossible. Tong Tian was resolute in not establishing a major teaching, and no persuasion would change that. Initially, it could be said to be his own unwillingness. Yet as the Fengshen calamity approached, Yuan Shi became increasingly certain. As long as the two saints of the West were not blind, they would never allow Tong Tian to establish a teaching. The reason? Need it even be said? 36 quasi-saints. Enough to crush the foundation of all disciples under the saints. Thankfully, Tong Tian was one of the three purities. Otherwise, the Zixiao Palace would likely be crushed to the point of not being able to lift its head. Suddenly Yuan Shi froze, a thought flashing like lightning. Wait. Perhaps it is possible. Who can truly know the inner workings of the Zixiao Palace? Even the maddest person would not believe that all 36 of these disciples have indeed become quasi-saints. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I fear I would not believe it myself. Putting myself in others' shoes, others would certainly not believe it. This matter can be done. He was the most adept at strategizing among the saints, calculating people in the void. It was instinctual. If Hongjun were to hand over all authority to him, the saints would have to flip over in his grasp to breathe. With his mind made up, Yuan Shi no longer hesitated, calming his heart and focusing on listening to Tongshan's teachings. The way of the three purities was divided. Yuan Shi presided over from nothing to something. Taishan guarded between existence and non-existence, while Tong Tian expounded from something to nothing. The three interlocked, forming a harmonious representation of the great Tao, beginning, continuation, and end in a perpetual cycle. Their mutual validation was in itself the greatest opportunity. While listening, Yuan Shi pondered and compared it to his own understanding. But as he listened, a chill ran down his spine. Tongshan's Tao is profoundly remarkable. This is not merely from something to nothing, it seems like. He has already glimpsed the mechanism of from nothing to something and touched upon the pulse of between existence and non-existence. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards Taishan. The eldest senior brother sat with his eyes closed, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The space between his brows relaxed, clearly having entered a state of forgetting himself. A glance around revealed the other disciples, either sitting cross-legged in concentration or bowing their heads in enlightenment, each immersed in the teachings, completely unaware of the passage of time. Yuan Shi felt a sinking in his heart. Tong Tian not only comprehended the Tao of the three purities. He was forging a new path by merging the three teachings, quietly stepping out with a new approach, existence and non-existence, as one forming its own cycle. After years of arduous cultivation, reaching the 7th layer of Huan Yuan and leveraging the discussions of the three saints, he had barely climbed to the 8th layer. But Tongshan's cultivation was far beyond his own. Looking at Taishan's demeanor, it was not merely courtesy or modesty. He was genuinely absorbing the teachings deep within his heart. A thought suddenly flashed through Yuan Shi's mind. Could it be that among the three purities, I am actually the weakest? As soon as the thought arose, it could not be suppressed any longer. He was a saint. Saints are rational, and their thoughts are not empty. In that moment, he suddenly understood this was not an illusion, but a genuine indication. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, one of the three purities, the head of the teaching of the Tao, the master of the Zixiao Palace, had unexpectedly become the one with the shallowest cultivation among the three purities. In that instant, even the corners of his sleeves trembled slightly. Yuan Shi immediately set aside all thoughts, focusing entirely on listening to Tongshan's teachings. In an instant, he gained profound insight. The sequence of this lecture, arranged by Taishan and Tong Tian, was indeed extraordinarily exquisite. Taishan's Tao of existence and non-existence was most suitable for laying the foundation for the disciples of the three teachings. His own from nothing to something seamlessly followed Taishan's principles, deepening and developing, while Tongshan's from something to nothing was not merely a conclusion, but an elevation, guiding all disciples back to the source through retrospective validation and breaking through obstacles. This was no ordinary lecture. It was clearly a grand rotation of the great Tao, intricately linked and progressively layered. Yuan Shi himself was like drinking fine wine. The deeper he listened, the clearer his understanding became. He wished for this meeting to never end. Not just him, but even Taishan, along with all the disciples of the 8 Scenery Palace, Zixiao Palace, and Zixiao Palace, shared this sentiment. 3 million years of listening to the teachings, his Tao progress surged exponentially faster than he had ever anticipated. The transformation of his realm had long surpassed his previous pursuits. Such a Tao discussion, even if one were to listen for 10,000 epochs, would not grow weary. Even when the immeasurable calamity approached, who would be willing to withdraw? To hear the Tao in the morning, one could die in peace by evening. The immortals in the Zixiao Palace felt as though the great Tao was between their breaths, right before their eyes. No, they were clearly standing right beside the Tao. But no matter how unwilling they were to disperse, the lecture ultimately came to an end. Moreover, it ended rather suddenly. As per usual after a great being's lecture, there would be a segment for discussion, each sharing their insights, mutually referencing, and verifying complementing each other's strengths to aid in progress. However, it was exempted here at the Three Purities. What was there to debate? A saint's teachings spanning thousands of years had already made the principles as clear as a mirror reflecting the moon, every detail visible. The three understood each other's depths and shallows, needing no verbal testing. This was not the method of ordinary discussions on the Tao. As Tongxin's last words echoed, all the celestial beings in the hall awakened and prostrated, saying, "Thank you, the three esteemed ones, for your teachings. May your holy lives be boundless." Yuan Shi's expression momentarily faltered as he clasped his fists and said, "Senior brother, you flatter me. Among the three pure ones, my cultivation is the shallowest, and I am deeply grateful for your guidance." Upon speaking, he felt a hint of bitterness within himself. He had thought that although he might not compare to Tongtian, he at least stood shoulder to shoulder with Tai Shang. Yet in comparison, he found himself at the bottom, being the last. This position was hardly dignified. Tongtian, however, laughed heartily and stepped forward, saying, "With the three of us together, there must be my master." The younger brother expressed his gratitude to the two senior brothers for their teachings. He forcefully pushed Tai Shang and Yuan Shi forward. It was not easy for Hongjun to forcibly break the tribulation. He had now united with the heavenly Tao. Since creating the world was impossible and destroying it was against his true nature, there was only one path available: to instigate a massacre and gather merit. All subsequent arrangements, including the great tribulation of sealing gods, stemmed from this. Tongtian did not explicitly inform Tai Shang and Yuan Shi of Hongjun's schemes, not due to mistrust, but because the matter was too perilous. If Hongjun were to forcefully break this tribulation, it would harm the fundamental interests of all the saints, and no one would wish to support him. However, if any hint of this leaked out, it would be detected by Hongjun, leading to unpredictable consequences. After all, he was the only heavenly Tao-level saint in the Honghuang. Though Tongtian took the opportunity to discuss the Tao with the three pure ones and thoroughly refined Pangu's heartblood, achieving the 11th level of the heavenly Tao saint, he still did not dare to claim absolute victory. What he could do was only to create chaos, delay, and secretly dismantle. Hongjun's breaking of the tribulation had a strict rule: not a single trace of Pangu's true essence or the marks of the 3,000 demon gods could remain. Leaving even a trace would break the tribulation. Furthermore, Hongjun did not dare to directly act against the saints. The saints held authority for the heavenly Tao and were the pivot of its operation. Should he act rashly before accomplishing anything, he would face backlash from the heavenly Tao. This gap was Tongxin's opportunity and also the saints' lifeline. Whether it be the sealing of gods or the journey to the west, they were merely pieces on Hongjun's chessboard. Yuan Shi suddenly smiled and turned to Tongtian, saying, "Junior brother, why not establish a great sect? It could be named Zixiao." His eyes sparkled brightly. "If you establish a sect relying solely on the cultivation of the 36 disciples from Zixiao Palace, the Western sect, it could be easily shattered." Tai Shang's gaze flickered slightly. Indeed, Yuan Shi's calculations were profound, ranking him above all the saints. Allowing Tongtian to establish a sect was indeed the most straightforward, stable, and beneficial move. Tongtian cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Shi, his expression peculiar. He truly could not fathom why was this senior brother so eager for him to step up as a flag bearer. His original intention was to remain in the shadows, quietly observing the changes, not to be placed in the spotlight as a target. If he had not already seen through Yuan Shi's calculations, he might have suspected him as a spy planted by Hongjun. Tongxin's smile remained undiminished as he slowly said, "Senior brother, you are mistaken. Even if I do not establish a sect, the Western sect is by no means a match for the human sect or the Chan sect. Senior brother Xian, Du, junior brother Yun Zhongzi, and even the 4 swords of slaying immortals. Which of them is not reserved and adept in divine methods?" Yuan Shi sighed lightly at these words, lowering his gaze in silence. Yet in his heart, he was even more certain. This sect, junior brother, must establish it. It must be particularly noted that the bond between the three pure ones is no longer as distant as in past lives. Now they are truly of one blood and mind, as if they were extensions of each other's arms. Back then, Tongtian willingly delayed his path to enlightenment, often traveling between the 8 Scenery Palace and Zixiao Palace, which earned him today's seamless understanding. Yuan Shi never intended to calculate against Tongtian. His true targets had always been the 2 saints of the West. Only Tai Shang and Yuan Shi understood how difficult those disciples in Zixiao Palace truly were. Those 36 quasi-saints. Just uttering that number made one feel tense. With such power, if the saints stood by idly, toppling any sect would be no problem. Yuan Shi thought of how the human sect and the Chan sect were locked in a fierce battle with the Western sect, while Tongxin's Zixiao suddenly produced 36 quasi-saints pushing against the West. Just the thought of it was enough to make one feel ecstatic. Coincidentally, Tai Shang was also pondering the same. Tong Tian immediately spoke up, "Senior brothers, what is the Western sect? Before you two, they are merely chickens and dogs. I have never established a great sect, and you too have heard this before. This matter shall not be mentioned again. In Bo Palace, teaching disciples and discussing the Tao or leisurely wandering through Honghuang is what suits my heart." Tai Shang and Yuan Shi were both furrowing their brows in anger. He was indeed still that lazy Tong Tian. The two saints exchanged glances, unable to persuade him, nor could they force the issue. Tai Shang quietly transmitted a message to Yuan Shi. "Junior brother Tong Tian is lazy by nature. This matter should be approached slowly. What should they plan?" This youngest among the three pure ones was not like them. Their own disciple could come out and demand rewards from the two senior brothers in person, something they saints truly could not do. Yet Tong Tian was familiar with the process and spoke up without hesitation. What if they wanted him to relent? Items like Ling Bao and Ling Jin were essential, not a single one could be absent. The two saints had already made up their minds they must gather more good items to ensure that Tong Tian would change his stance. The three saints each took their leave and returned to their own Taoist temples. Tai Shang addressed the 8 immortals saying, "When you return to Penglai Island, do not cross the tribulation together. With your cultivation level, crossing the Great Luo Golden Immortal Tribulation is not a big deal, but if you all attract the heavenly thunder together, the danger will multiply. You are not like the 36 disciples in Bo Palace." The 8 immortals bowed in unison, bidding farewell to Tai Shang before turning to leave. Xiandu remained silent for a moment, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Master, I always feel that the disciples in Bo Palace carry an oppressive aura that makes it hard to breathe. It would be strange if you didn't feel it. Those are the 36 Quasi Saints." Xiandu's expression changed drastically as he gasped coldly. In Yusu Palace, Yuan Shi was also warning his disciples, "Your cultivation is full and your power is abundant. You can no longer suppress it. You must quickly cross the tribulation. However, do not gather at Kunlun Mountain. Each should return to their own caves to cross. Those without caves should line up on Kunlun Mountain. Do not emulate those disciples in Bo Palace and gather together to cross the tribulation. You do not possess their foundation." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and sent out Ling Zhuzi and Qing Wan, transforming them into 2 streams of light, flying towards the direction of Nuwa Palace. These 2 were naturally arranged by Nuwa. On Mount Sumeru in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Jian and Juani had just finished their work and were guarding a formation. This formation was refined using the principle of incorporating Sumeru into a mustard seed, also belonging to the Tao of Time. In the east, there was the time formation of the 3 saints, while in the west, there were the shared methods of the 2 saints. Once a saint comprehends a principle, they understand myriad laws. Apart from the fundamental paths being different, the various wondrous applications are roughly similar. Jane and Juanti simultaneously raised their eyes, sneering. Senior brother Tai Shang and Yuan Shi have been in Bo Palace this time for much longer than last time. Juani smirked. Last time was half a day, this time a full year. Perhaps the 3 Tao brothers truly believe that a full year is enough. Jian's tone was so flat that it was hard to discern any fluctuations. The 2 exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. No matter how profound the time formation was to the outside world, it was merely a year. They had long calculated. Even if the primordial chaos lasted for a day, with the formation enduring for 10,000 years, it would only amount to a mere 390 million years in total. This little amount of time is hardly worth mentioning. Just as he was about to mock again, a sudden chill ran through his heart. The entire eastern primordial chaos was completely engulfed by the heavenly tribulation. From the Penglai Immortal Island, one of the 3 immortal islands overseas, to the outside of the Nuwa Palace atop Mount Buzhou, from the depths of Kunlun Mountain to the peak of Zixiao. Across the eastern lands, tribulation clouds surged, densely packed and impenetrable. How many cultivators were there in the primordial chaos? Every year there were those who transcended tribulation, yet never had anyone witnessed such a scene. Hundreds of cultivators simultaneously attracting tribulation with layers upon layers of tribulation, clouds low enough to seem within reach. The heavenly tribulation is the test of the heavenly Tao. Cultivators yearn for it, as it signifies a breakthrough in their realm. Yet they fear it, for a single bolt of lightning could mean the destruction of both body and soul, forever falling into the void. Now, with this overwhelming force of tribulation, even the seasoned loose cultivators stood frozen in place, forgetting to breathe. Beneath the tribulation clouds, countless cultivators looked up in a daze, feeling a heavy pressure weighing down on their spines, causing their fingertips to tremble. Who is transcending the tribulation? Someone murmured to themselves, their voice dry. Jane and Zunti's faces turned pale, and they were silent. The loose cultivators of the primordial chaos were unaware of the reason. How could they be confused? These clouds of tribulation clearly stemmed from the teachings of Rinjiao and Chanjiao. The sages remembered every detail. Just a year ago it was all too clear. Even though the time formation of the Zixiao Palace was exquisite, it was merely the result of accumulated magical power. 1 or 2 disciples making rapid progress could be understood, but all disciples breaking through and simultaneously attracting tribulation. Absurd. They did not believe it. As sages they were most familiar with the path of time. Could there be any trickery involved? Any time formation to alter the internal flow of time compared to the outside world time formations are not only for acceleration. Some cultivators deliberately set up deceleration formations for special needs must be isolated from the outside, forming a small domain. The laws within are inherently flawed and difficult to complete. Therefore, accommodating 1 or 2 or even 3 to 5 disciples transcending tribulation is still within reason. It is permissible for a sage to carefully set up a formation with a special treasure. But for so many new disciples of Rinjiao and Chanjiao to simultaneously trigger heavenly tribulation, such a thing has never been seen in history. What kind of defiant formation did Tongtian set up in the Zixiao Palace? The earlier tribulation that 36 disciples faced should have sounded the alarm, but considering they were all disciples of the Zixiao Palace, it was assumed that the formation within the palace was most in tune with their paths. Tongtian must have harmonized the corresponding laws, making it seamless. Nothing more than that. They had been careless. Who could have anticipated that the great time formation within the Zixiao Palace could truly encompass 3,000 paths? Jane and Zunti's gazes collided, and they both denied it in their hearts. Wasn't this akin to creating a small world? Would Hongjun Daozu truly allow this? Absolutely not. The 3 purities had indeed placed a heavy bet this time. Who knows how many heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and innate spiritual objects were filled into the formation. They had no idea that this formation had not consumed a thread of Tongshan's magical power or a single external object. It was merely a reward bestowed by the divine level selection system. This matter even Hongjun was unaware of, let alone the 2 saints of the West. Senior brother, the 3 purities are intent on obtaining the Fengshen Great Calamity. Zunti's lips curled slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Jane did not respond, only lowering his gaze in silence. This calamity was of great importance. The fate of the 3 teachings of Rinchan and the West was entirely tied to it. Who would dare to hold back? Who would dare to be negligent? Especially the Western teaching could not afford to lose. The survival of the great teaching was the foundation for repaying the merits of the heavenly Tao. If they were to fail in this calamity, the rise of the West would be like a tower in the mist, never to have a solid foundation. But if they succeeded, the rise of the West would come naturally. Zuni's thoughts raced. The 2 saints of the West had always had clearly defined roles. Jane was steady and serious, predominantly in charge of the face of the teaching. Zuni was sharp and exposed, specifically handling matters that could not be clearly stated. The 2 complemented each other, bringing the Western teaching to its current situation. Observing the foundations of the 2 teachings' disciples, there should be no major issues during the tribulation crossing. Jane spoke calmly, but every word was solid. After all, it is a realm personally elevated by the 3 purities. Zhuanti scoffed. If those favored by the sages endowed with luck cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation, it would truly become a joke. The disciples of the sages are naturally protected by luck, and their cultivation path is smooth sailing, far beyond that of ordinary loose cultivators. He was not wrong in saying this. He smiled broadly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. But if the 3 saints of the East think that with this little means they can force us to submit, they are too naive. 3 years without seeing each other, one must look at them with new eyes. Our Western teaching is no longer the same as before. The disciples of Rinjiao and Chanjiao. He paused, lowering his voice. I'm afraid they are about to experience what it means to face a deeply ingrained tribulation. Since Haotian has been jointly honored as the Grand Heavenly Venerable by the Xuanmen, his divine positions should be filled by the disciples of Rinjiao and Chanjiao. He chuckled lightly, but the smile was cold. They were certain that the 3 saints of the East would not even glance at them. Yet they did not know that the Quasi saints and Luo Jingxian, secretly accumulated by the Western teaching, had quietly gained momentum. When the time came to act, the disciples of Rinjiao and Chanjiao would undoubtedly crumble. Jane raised his gaze, his eyes deep. Junior brother, do not forget the Zixiao Palace. Zunti's expression paused, and he slowly nodded. How could one forget? The great protective formation of the Zixiao Palace set up by Tongtian is simply unfathomable. And Tongtian himself is so carefree that it is dazzling. What right does he have? What right does he have to not establish a great teaching while no one dares to disturb him? What right does he have to sit in the Zixiao Palace imparting teachings and having a tranquility that even Nuwa finds hard to obtain? What right? Zhuanti never concealed his jealousy. What troubled him even more was that this person was not only carefree, but also the formation he set up exceeded everyone's calculations. That battle in front of the Bo Palace back, then though it concluded the cause and effect still made his cheeks burn with shame when recalled. Yet even so he had not lost his composure. He understood the implication behind Jian's words. Not a single disciple of Hongjun's sect can be left alive. This was the killing intent that Jian had not spoken out loud. Since the Western teaching already possessed strength, why not seize the moment and sever all ties with the disciples of the three purities? Zhuanti pondered for a moment. Senior brother at the time of the second sealing of God's Tongtian made it clear that he would not involve himself in this calamity. If we forcefully involve his disciples, it would be unjust and improper. Then force him to establish a teaching. Jian's voice was low, but each word was like a nail. Only by establishing a great teaching can he enter the game of sealing gods. Then we would have just cause to sweep out his disciples. The great teaching of the sages is deeply rooted and flourishing and cannot be wiped out completely. But as long as the disciples of the three purities are severed, talents will dwindle and the next generation will be lacking. Our Western teaching can then take advantage and rise, leading to the great flourishing of the West, as it should be. The discussion of the 3 times of sealing gods must involve Tongtian. We must force him to establish a teaching, and he cannot take a step back. What senior brother said is absolutely correct. Zhuanti interjected, his tone resolute. We must not let him escape. He raised his gaze, the smile at the corner of his lips growing colder, each word enunciated. What right does he have? What right does he have to be a carefree saint? The 2 saints of the West gazed at the surging tribulation clouds in the eastern sky, their hearts slightly shaken. The entire eastern world was almost completely swallowed by the tribulation clouds. The cultivators over there, especially the loose immortals, had long since ceased to sit quietly in their caves. They could not sit still. The tribulation clouds were extremely low, dark, and heavy, as if one could grasp them with a hand. Even the mountaintops were pressed down a notch, only a few feet from the ground. The aura of the heavenly tribulation spread across the land, penetrating everywhere. Even though the formations in the cave are layered and impregnable, the moment the tribulation aura descends, my heart tightens and my fingertips tingle. Every renowned spiritual mountain and blessed land is undergoing tribulation. After all, they are disciples of the sage. Under the sage's guidance, there is the fortune of the sage shining upon them, inherently benefiting from the remnants of the Dao, and naturally the blessed lands of famous mountains and rivers cannot lack their presence. To be accepted under the sage's name alone surpasses the painstaking efforts of others for 1,000 years. Who among the eastern cultivators would want to miss this opportunity? They hasten to the periphery of the tribulation site, standing at a distance. It is not that they do not dare to approach, but rather they do not wish to act recklessly. This distance is like a taut bowstring. Take another half step forward, and one could be swept into the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation is the Dao's examination of those who have reached the required cultivation level, which must be faced alone. Others intervening. It is possible. However, if a bolt of lightning strikes, should someone block even a fraction, the heavenly might would double, block once more, and it would double again. The 36 disciples of Bo Palace undergoing tribulation on the same day create a thunderous momentum, yet it is a strict taboo in the cultivation world. Going through tribulation together may feel exhilarating, but annihilation of both body and soul could happen in an instant. No one takes this lightly. Even the most reckless loose immortal would not dare to gamble their life against the will of heaven. Moreover, those undergoing tribulation must have protectors by their side. Getting too close, and a mere glance from the protector could lead to suspicions of ill intent. If one were truly struck down by a sword, there would be no place to plead their case. For a loose immortal to request a protector is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but for the sage's disciples, protectors are not requested, they are waiting to take turns. How many people sharpen their minds in vain, yearning to climb the walls of the sage's sect, but failing? If they could seize the opportunity to become familiar with the tribulation, they would gladly kneel to do so. Ultimately, witnessing how others withstand the heavenly tribulation is a rare opportunity for one's own cultivation. A loose immortal happened to encounter Yang Jian undergoing tribulation outside the Jinsha cave at Inquan Mountain. The real person Yuding stood at the cliff's edge, his robe sleeves slightly raised, his gaze deep as an abyss. The loose immortal did not dare to act rashly, respectfully bowing to the real person Yuding, signaling that he had no intention of peeping. Once he saw the real person Yuding nod, he sighed in relief, found a piece of blue stone to sit down, and focused his mind. The real person Yuding did not shun him, speaking in a calm voice, Dao friend, my disciple's tribulation is extensive and lengthy. To avoid unintended harm, please retreat 3 more miles. The loose immortal raised his eyes and saw that Yang Jian's aura was of the same celestial level as his own, feeling puzzled. The tribulation of a celestial being usually ends in a brief moment. Why must this be so solemn? He knew that the real person Yuding was one of the 12 golden immortals with unfathomable cultivation. His words were like decrees, and he did not dare to delay, immediately standing up and retreating. Just as he steadied himself, the tribulation clouds suddenly split apart. 81 bolts of purple-white lightning roared down from the gaps in the clouds. The world instantly became as bright as day, illuminating even the distant mountain shadows. Even from several miles away, the loose immortal felt a ringing in his ears, and a chill running down his spine. Has a celestial being's tribulation ever unleashed 81 bolts? The records only mention 9 levels of thunder and fire. What has this person done? Yet Hongjun did not even raise his eyelids. He practiced the 8-9 mystic art, specializing in refining muscles, bones, and skin. His physical body was the Dao field. With teachings delivered personally by 3 sages, his foundation had long been elevated beyond the clouds. His magical power accumulated like the sea waiting for release. As the lightning struck, he neither dodged nor avoided, allowing it to pierce through his being. The thunderfire tempered his body, charring his skin, while making it glossy. His tendons ruptured and then coiled again. It felt exhilarating, smooth, and without hindrance. The loose immortal watched enviously, his throat moving slightly, his heart clear. This is the confidence of the sage's lineage. Were it someone else, they would likely be scattered before even enduring the first bolt of lightning. The force of the lightning came swiftly and left even faster. The celestial being's tribulation ended abruptly. Hongjun's aura suddenly surged, firmly stabilizing at the celestial realm. Yet the tribulation clouds above showed no signs of dissipating, instead rolling more violently, golden light flickering. The golden immortal's tribulation has arrived. The loose immortal opened his mouth, forgetting to close it. Immediately following were the tribulations of Tai and Deluo, one after another, rolling and unceasingly. He stood there in a daze, watching the chill of early spring give way to autumn leaves falling, and then to snow covering thousands of peaks, and the ice rivers thawing. A full century passed. A century later, Hongjun stood atop the cliff, his robe untainted by dust, his eyes swirling with the stars. He had become a Deluo golden immortal. Within the Zixiao Palace on Mount Bujo, Nuwa stood quietly by the window, her gaze crossing the sea of clouds, landing on Ling Zhuzi and Qing Luan, who were undergoing tribulation not far away. She lightly tapped the window frame with her fingertips, a gentle smile gracing her lips, yet her heart surged with waves. Brother Tongtian, your methods are indeed divine. What kind of grand Dao serves as the foundation for the time formation set in Zixiao Palace? Ling Zhuzi embodies the principles of chaos initial opening, while Qing Luan governs the changes in the southern wilderness feather clan. Their paths are vastly different, yet they can receive enlightenment together and progress in refining their skills. Brother Tongtian's understanding of the Dao realm is far deeper than what I could deduce in my time. She is a sage, and with a glance she sees through the subtlety of their differing roots and the flow of their energies, which share a common origin yet diverge. These two have solid and refined foundations. If they were to cultivate methodically in the primordial world, they would need to endure several yuan meetings, select famous mountains, find blessed lands, and guard their cave heavens, coexisting with the heavens and earth day by day to achieve this. Yet in reality, they have merely spent a year's time in Zixiao Palace. Qing Luan had reported the 3 Qing sages lectured in succession for millions of years. The remaining time was all up to the disciples for self-reflection and enlightenment. Fortunately, it was the fairy Qing Luan who replied to Nuwa rather than the restless and mischievous Ling Zhuzi. Otherwise, Nuwa could have raised her hand and scattered Ling Zhuzi on the spot. What kind of joke is this? What kind of formation could distort time to such an extent? Even if the 3 sages collaborated to expound the teachings for 30 million years, it would only help others glimpse a higher level of Dao trace. But comprehending, verifying, integrating, and breaking through. Which step does not rely on painstaking effort? Which step does not require the sedimentation of time? How could one emerge from the palace doors and consecutively break through like a tidal wave of success? It is absolutely impossible. The time formation is a small realm unto itself, isolating the inner and outer worlds with incomplete laws that do not connect to the original source of the primordial world. Qing Luan and Ling Zhuzi have not yet reached Deluo and are still at the foundation establishment stage, practicing within the formation. Aside from their magical powers gradually thickening, it relies solely on serendipity, precisely encountering some remnants of the laws within the formation to barely continue their Dao path. Qing Luan and Ling Zhuzi have not yet reached Deluo and are still at the foundation establishment stage, practicing within the formation. Aside from their magical powers gradually thickening, it relies solely on serendipity, precisely encountering some remnants of the laws within the formation to barely continue. Since returning from Zixiao Palace, none are unscathed, all rolling amidst thunder and fire. The sage's eyes shine with divine light, illuminating the 3 realms and 6 paths, as well as the myriad worlds. At this moment above the eastern celestial domain tribulation clouds are dense layered one on top of the other pressing down on the sea of clouds preventing even sunlight from breaking through. How strange and wondrous. If she personally set the formation and lectured Nuwa mused she certainly could not have achieved such a feat. Although the sages all comprehend the myriad laws their aspirations and spirits do not diminish each other's, yet each has their own strengths, which is predetermined. Taishang excels in alchemy and artifact creation surpassing all sages. Yuanshi is adept in governance and regulation, managing the yin and yang unsurpassed by anyone. Ushi Nuwa presides over creation, enlightening all things uniquely so. Hotik governs reincarnation and the underworld, controlling the paths of life and death. As for Brother Tongtian, his greatest skill seems to be in setting formations. Nuwa pondered slightly and suddenly recalled the Excalibur formation. Not quite. She shook her head. The four swords of Jerome were not forged by Brother Tongtian himself. They are a treasure of slaughter forged with the might of the heavenly Dao after the Dao Ancestor's tribulation. But the grand formation of time in the Zixiao Palace, it indeed surpasses the level of the saints. Yet isn't it possible to explain it? Yet another voice deep inside her firmly declared it is not so. Nuwa was momentarily stunned, then suddenly smiled. Why am I pondering this? Brother Tongtian has always treated me generously, and now he is an ally. The stronger his formation, how could it not be a boost for me? This goodwill had already been evident during the 2 meetings of the canonization of gods. Had it not been for Tongshan's mediation, Nuwa thought it would have taken much more effort to retreat unscathed. But now Tongtian appeared suddenly unfathomable in her eyes. Naturally, curiosity intensified. In the Lingxiao treasure palace at the highest point of the 33 heavens, Haotian stood dumbfounded before the palace, gazing up at the churning tribulation clouds in the eastern sky, momentarily forgetting to blink. What is happening? Overnight, the eastern sky was filled with tribulation energy, with lightning flickering and clouds hanging low as if they were about to collapse. Could it be a prearrangement? Together to transcend the tribulation. How could he, as the heavenly emperor, issue orders then? How could he command all beings? The entire Hongjun was captivated by those tribulation clouds. Heaven is vast, earth is vast, but the Tao is the greatest. Usually the loose immortals would still give some face to the heavenly court. Haotian was personally appointed by the Dao Ancestor, legitimate, and above all who wouldn't show some respect. But now it was no longer the case. Everyone was focused on the disciples emerging from Zixiao Palace, watching how they would split the lightning and fire, shatter the tribulation clouds, and knock on the door of the great Tao. That was a living path, who still cared to listen to the orders from the heavenly court. Haotian's face alternated between blue and white. His chest felt tight. He truly wanted to issue a decree labeling those observing the tribulation as contemptuous of the heavenly court and have them all questioned. But he did not dare. The wrath of the people is not to be provoked. He himself was a cultivator and understood better than anyone. Obstructing the path of others was akin to severing their lifeline, an unforgivable sin. No matter how arrogant, he dared not commit such an act of provoking heaven's wrath and human resentment. Yet Haotian was caught in this dilemma. He dared not confront the loose immortals, but could not suppress the anger boiling within him. Where did the root of this issue lie? It was clear. The returnees from Zixiao Palace, the disciples of the human teaching and the Chan teaching, were all facing tribulations. Naturally, this burden should fall upon Tongtian. In secret, Haotian had already recorded Tongtian deep in his list. One day, I will unify the 3 realms and 6 paths and achieve the position of saint. At that time, all under the saints must bow their heads. Before the words faded, he gritted his teeth. But the great powers of Hongjun could no longer sit still. This tribulation, once sounded, lasted for 100 years. 100 years later, the world had astonishingly gained over 100 great Luo golden immortals. In a daze, it felt as if returning to the time of the Dragon Han's initial opening and the flourishing of the witch and demon races. Quasi-saints were like forests, great Luo like dust, with the sound of breakthroughs everywhere and lightning and fire filling the sky. The cultivators of Hongjun had never seen such a scene. Transcending tribulations was like a market gathering. Breaking through was as fluid as water, and great powers clustered together to ascend with tribulation clouds merging into one. The loose immortals could only feel envious, lamenting how they had missed the chance to go on that trip to Zixiao Palace. But the old timers who had survived the 2 great tribulations of Dragon Han and Witch Demon, Xinyuanzi Mingi, Kuanping Kong Xin Luya, and others, felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. Too many great Luo golden immortals, like a dull knife, slowly cut open the old scars that they had deliberately chosen to forget. That was the era of the myriad of quasi-saints walking the earth and great Luo being treated like mere dogs. The era of countless slaughters. The current situation felt strange. In Honghong, the saints led the way, and every thought and action of the saints affected the three realms, six paths, and the myriad worlds. The disciples of the saints naturally gathered attention, but did they need to cause a tribulation at the same time to gain fame? If not for fame, and yet to attract tribulation at the same time, then there could only be one possibility: a great change was about to happen. The old powers felt a tightness in their hearts, and as soon as the thought arose, the term emerged: slaughter tribulation. It was not fear, but a trembling ingrained in their primordial spirits. Quasi-saints no longer regarded ordinary disasters. The only thing that could chill their spines was the endless slaughter tribulation. The scene of the tribulation clouds churning and lightning flashing with the energy already in disarray before the lightning struck vividly resembled the coming of a slaughter tribulation. How long had it been since the witch demon Great Tribulation ended? Was a new blood rain about to pour down? They instinctively began calculating, but the heavenly secrets were like fog, becoming more and more stagnant, more and more turbid. Everyone felt a heavy heart. No need to calculate further, they understood the tribulation had truly arrived. Outside the 33 heavens, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's lips slightly curled. His gaze fell upon the low-hanging tribulation clouds in the eastern sky. After 100 years of tribulation, Honglong unexpectedly gained dozens of great Luo golden immortals. Now the number of great Luo was nearly catching up to that during the time of the witch demon Great Tribulation. Back then, the demon race alone had 365 great Luo golden immortals arrayed in the great formation of the Zhou Star Do, and with the addition of the top-tier great witches of the witch race, it would total over 400 guaranteed. Hongjun initially believed that the canonization tribulation he forcefully pushed would ultimately not compare to that cataclysmic tribulation. But now it seemed perhaps not. Among the disciples of the Eastern Saints there were already dozens of great Luo. But the real big fish was in the Western Sect. Due to Haotian's foul move, the loose immortals were all filled with anxiety, wishing to join the Chan teaching. The threshold was too high, wanting to enter the Jie teaching. Tontian had not opened the mountain gate. With no way left, they all hurried westward. Duobao Changer, Dingguang the Qing Lion, and White Elephant May Mountain's 7 oddities. Among these people the least were great Luo, and several had a solid aura, already stepping on the threshold of quasi-saints. It was precisely what Hongjun wanted. To break the tribulation, the first thing he needed to do was sever the karmic marks left by the 3,000 Dao demons. And the loose immortals of Honglong were precisely the carriers of these marks. Thus what he needed to do was clear capture them all. From then on, the word inheritance would only belong to the 3 teachings of the mysterious gate and the western side doors. Loose cultivators were not allowed to exist. Had it not been for Tongshin's sudden emergence, Hongjun would have already secured victory in this game. Tontian established the Jie teaching, incorporating all the overseas loose immortals, and even among the mountains and wilderness of Honglong, his disciples were everywhere. Shiji Ma Yuan Zhao Gongmei, who among them did not come from a loose cultivator background. And what was the result? When the canonization tribulation began, the Jie teaching collapsed and thousands of immortals perished. The remaining mortals with shallow karmic ties were quietly received by Jian and Juani. As for the loose immortals of the Honglong, they were all drawn into the tribulation in the name of heavenly canonization by Yuanshi. In the end, only Xinyuanzi Mingi Kuanping and a few others were left huddled in a corner, gasping for breath. Hongjun's canonization tribulation had nearly been achieved. Yet Tongtian had not yet established his teaching, which made Hongjun's anger boil. To seize a thread of life. This phrase sounded compassionate, but in reality was the most deadly, having a teaching without class widely opening the mountain gate. Once the teaching was established, all the immortals would come to pay respects, the quality among the students would be mixed, and with a little incitement, it would lead to chaos. At that time, how deep would the waters of the canonization tribulation be? If the saints did not step in, who would clean up the mess? Hongjun had long prepared a charge, waiting for Tongtian to act, ready to strike with thunder. Unfortunately, Tongtian remained unmoved. Now it was good who, although he had not established a teaching, Taishang and Yuanshi had borrowed the time formation of Bo Palace due to their bond with the 3 pure ones. That formation indeed defied the heavens. In 100 years, it had forcibly nurtured a group of great Luo golden immortals. Hongjun sighed lightly. The abilities of Tongshin's disciples are the foremost among the saints. If he were to open the mountain gate, all the immortals would come to pay respects, and there would surely be some that were merely filling the ranks. With just a simple scheme, I can easily coax them to rush down the mountain. The scale of the divine punishment tribulation is bound to double. By then, when I deal with the various saints, what can they say? It's a pity that Tongtian won't take the bait. But upon reflection, although he hasn't established a sect, he has nurtured so many golden immortals for me. Isn't that precisely what I wanted? Tongtian must establish a sect. Those 36 direct disciples under him are an undeniable force. Hongjun lightly tapped his finger on the table, suddenly feeling a strange sensation pass through his heart. What is not right? For a moment he couldn't grasp it. Deep within the nine nether by the blood sea palaces stretch endlessly. The great halls are towering and solemn silent, an imposing rivaling even the heavenly court. This place is the netherworld standing parallel to the heavenly court, the root of the six paths of reincarnation. In the darkest part of the netherworld lies a forbidden area. Even Hongjun finds it difficult to glimpse its full appearance. It's not that he doesn't want to manage it, it's that he cannot. Bound by the heavenly Dao, Hongjun governs the heavens, while Pingxin governs the earth. Even as an embodiment of the heavenly Dao, one cannot step beyond the bounds. This place is the heart of the six paths of reincarnation and also the Taoist temple of Pingxin. The world calls Pingxin a sage, yet she is different. Only by being within the six paths of reincarnation can her powers be equivalent to those of a sage. Once she steps outside of reincarnation, she is merely a quasi-saint. The origin lies in the chess game of Hongjun from years ago. But that was in the past. The current Pingxin is a true sage. When a sage descends into the world, it should be a time for universal celebration, yet Pingxin chooses to play by her own rules. As long as she remains within the six paths of reincarnation, she will always be a sage. Precisely because of this, she quietly attains enlightenment and firmly sits in her sage position. Even Hongjun has not noticed. Though Hongjun presides over the heavenly Dao, he is not the heavenly Dao itself. The vastness of the heavenly Dao harbors its unpredictable aspects. He is busy arranging the various saints and forcefully pushing the divine punishment tribulation, thus his attention towards Pingxin naturally slackens. He only focuses on one thing: has she left the six paths of reincarnation? If she truly steps out, Hongjun will immediately take action, firmly grasping the reincarnation in his hands. By then all authority of heaven and earth will return to him, and the path of breaking the tribulation will face no obstacles. As long as she remains inside, Hongjun will be too lazy to pay attention. Removing her, it's not that he doesn't want to, but it's at the very end of his list. The current chaos is so tangled, how can he afford to spare a thought for her? Little does he know, if he personally ventures into the six paths of reincarnation, he will surely be astonished. In a short period, not only has Pingxin achieved sainthood, but her Taoist powers have also firmly established her within the 11th layer of the heavenly Dao saints, and she is on the verge of knocking on the door of the 12th layer. Unfortunately, he has not come. This favor from Brother Tontian is truly a deep debt. The corners of Pingxin's lips lifted slightly, a smile containing 3 parts joy and 7 parts solemnity. She originally thought the cause and effect were nothing unusual. Who would have thought it would weigh so heavily here? The 12th layer of the heavenly Dao saint. For ordinary saints at the beginning of their Dao journey, their foundations often lie between the 4th and 5th layers of the primal chaos. From now on, every step forward requires comprehending the heavenly Dao, consuming time measured in yuan, with a minimum of hundreds and a maximum of endless. She originally could not escape this path either. Yet the chaotic reincarnation source sent by Tongtian seems to be tailor-made for her. Reincarnation is her Dao, and the chaotic reincarnation source is the living water at the source of this Dao. Once it enters her primordial spirit, there is no need for arduous cultivation or careful pondering. Her Taoist powers surge like spring tides, rising daily, unstoppable. Once she completely refines this source, she will no longer be the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but the master of reincarnation throughout the entire chaotic void. The life and death of all realms, the rotation of all heavens will be at her command. It is precisely in that moment of breaking through the 11th layer that Pingxin suddenly comprehended why is Hongjun so impatiently initiating the divine punishment tribulation. And why did Tongtian hand over the chaotic reincarnation source to her so early? The phrase transcending tribulation is known to every cultivator in the primal chaos. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation, tribulations have followed like shadows. Human tribulations, heavenly tribulations, inner demon tribulations. Each one is a matter of life and death. For all beings below the sage level, advancement relies on transcending tribulations. But sages are different. For the 12th layer of the heavenly Dao sage, upon reaching the 11th layer, it is already understood to advance further. Mere Taoist power is not enough, one must accumulate enough merit. Whether it is the 12th layer of the heavenly Dao sage or the higher tier of the heavenly Dao level sage's 12th layer, to seek elevation only one word suffices: breaking tribulation. Breaking old molds, shedding all shackles like a cicada shedding its shell, like a bird soaring into the sky. When a sage breaks tribulation, there are traditionally 2 paths. The first is to let it happen naturally. When one's Taoist powers are sufficient, magical power is ample, and merit is complete, one can borrow the power of the heavenly Dao, going with the flow, to resolve one's own tribulation. This method is stable, beneficial to the sage, and does no harm to the heavenly Dao. The second is to forcefully break through, cutting off the heavenly Daoist brand, erasing one's own traces, breaking free from constraints, and forcibly elevating oneself. This method is perilous, only beneficial to the one breaking the tribulation. For the heavenly Dao, it is a serious injury. For the myriad beings of the primal chaos, it is akin to mountains collapsing and seas splitting with unpredictable consequences. It must be noted that both methods adhere to the laws of the heavenly Dao. The Great Way encompasses 50, the heavenly transformation 49, leaving a thread of hope. Hongjun chose the latter path, not because he was unaware of the stability of the former, but because his Daoist powers were insufficient with no other choice. However, by choosing this path, he has pushed himself to the opposite side of the saints and all beings. Pingxin remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. It turns out that from the beginning to the end, Hongjun's intention was precisely this. She gazed at the dimly flowing light of reincarnation in the depths. Her respect for Tongtian surged like a tide. "Want to break the tribulation?" she whispered, her brows relaxing, a smile serene. "We too must break the tribulation." "Who else but Hongjun aims to break the tribulation?" Her smile deepened, tranquil and indifferent, as if encompassing all things, soothing all tribulations. Hongjun, with incomplete Daoist powers, attempts to gather the strength of the heavenly Dao to escape the confines of a heavenly Dao-level sage. Thus, he can only be at odds with the various saints and all beings. Yet he does not realize that he is not the only one aiming to break the tribulation. Tongtian wants to break it, and so does Pingxin. What they seek is to step into the ranks of the heavenly Dao-level sages. Pingxin sighed softly in her heart. Brother Tongtian is truly a person of great wisdom, great magical power, and great fortune. He has seen through the opportunity of this matter ahead of time. He entered the 11th layer before me, and now he must have gone even further. I only regret that my current Daoist powers are still shallow. If I truly become the master of chaotic reincarnation, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Dao, sharing this tribulation together. At that time, regardless of the flow of time and the cycles of tribulations, all reincarnation will circulate in my hands. Reincarnation will turn according to my will, enabling me to better assist Brother Tongtian. But that realm is indeed treacherous. I must ultimately transcend the great Daoist tribulation and step into the ranks of the heavenly Dao-level sages. The burden is heavy and the road is still long. The Dao is boundless. Pingxin's expression was calm, showing no trace of despair. Hongjun indeed plays with the primal chaos, viewing the various saints as children and all beings as chess pieces, laying out intricate strategies from the beginning of his Dao journey. But he ultimately failed to notice that he and Brother Tongtian had simultaneously reached the critical point of breaking the tribulation. One governs the ethereal, the other commands slaughter, perfectly complementing each other like yin and yang. Both concealed in the shadows, they are perfectly positioned to contend with Hongjun. Upon realizing this, Pingxin's respect for Tongtian deepened. She holds the 6 paths of reincarnation, using the energy of reincarnation to conceal her true realm, which is quite natural. But what about Brother Tongtian? He neither established a sect nor opened broad gates, yet he can evade Hongjun's divine sense, as if observing flowers in the mist, leaving no trace. Truly unfathomable. Pingxin firmly believed that the time to break the tribulation is just around the corner. Within the Bo Palace on the Golden Ao Island of the East Sea, Tongtian was imparting the essentials to 36 disciples. The path to becoming a quasi-saint hinges on 2 matters. First, honing the laws that resonate most with oneself. Second, forging a path uniquely one's own. And the paramount importance lies in accumulating virtues. Though these 2 appear equally significant, in truth, virtue is the foundation. You have already attained the quasi-saint status, and your Dao foundation is established. If your virtues are abundant, the primordial purple energy will naturally attract the favor of the heavenly Dao, guiding you to the most suitable laws. At this moment, as you cultivate, you must still absorb the spiritual essence of the primordial chaos, drawing from the heavens and the earth. Yet as saints, we no longer take from the world, but rather give back. Saints exist not to plunder, but to nourish. The more saints the primordial chaos can sustain, the richer the vitality and the more stable the fortune. Under my Tongtian sect, each disciple possesses the potential to attain the Dao. Do not waste this life or this name. Upon hearing this, the 36 disciples showed signs of excitement, bowing in unison. We will respectfully follow the Master's decree. They believed without reservation. Firstly, the Master is a primordial saint where every word he speaks is like law, every sentence a command. Secondly, each of them has been granted the primordial purple energy, and their Dao foundation is already solid. Thirdly, the 3 saints have been imparting teachings for 3,000 years, and they have all received the true transmission, ascending to the quasi-saint position. Within the Bo Palace there exists but one ironclad rule: to follow the Master's commands is the true path. If they were to reveal their true cultivation now, they would already be among the top echelon of beings in the primordial chaos, barring the saints. The Tao knows no bounds. Tongtian reiterated these 4 words, his voice not high, yet it resonated in the hearts of all like the tolling of a bell, awakening the disciples while also prompting self-reflection. The path of seeking the Tao resembles the unfolding of an endless map. The starting point is clear, yet the endpoint remains elusive and formless. As one's Tao journey deepens, the vastness of the great Tao becomes increasingly apparent, impossible to exhaust. Tongtian held a deep reverence for the great Tao. After all, the system of choices that the great Tao manifests, mysterious and unfathomable, continues to operate within him ceaselessly. The might of the great Tao made his heart race with longing. One day I too shall stand at the pinnacle of the great Tao. The road is long and full of challenges, and I shall seek diligently. Though the Tao is boundless, the heart in pursuit of the Tao remains unwavering. In the void of chaos there exists no other who perceives the weight, mystery, and unpredictability of the great Tao as deeply as he does. For ordinary cultivators, ascending to the saint realm is akin to climbing a heavenly ladder, yet Tongtian is different. He needs only to calm his heart and contemplate, and the great Tao will personally bestow its gifts upon him. The essence of Pangu has fully merged into his being. The divine selection system has long prepared the 99 mystic art, the 3,000 great Taos, the laws of chaotic reincarnation, and the laws of chaotic forces. These treasures of chaos are merely ordinary rewards in the eyes of the system. Such opportunities are not mere luck. If not for this, how could he have swiftly reached the 12th level of the heavenly Tao saint realm, with the tribulation period looming just ahead? His yearning for the realm of the great Tao grew ever more fervent. Tongtian slowly calmed his mind, his heart lake clear, undisturbed. The Tao knows no bounds, and each step must be steady. At this moment, the most critical task was singular: to successfully transcend the tribulation and rise to the level of a heavenly Tao saint. He quietly adjusted his aura externally, revealing the semblance of the 7th level of the primordial state, while internally harboring the essence of the 9th level. After repeated checks, he finally nodded slightly. Such a semblance, even if Hongjun personally scrutinized, would be hard to discern as true or false. Just at that moment, a grand voice suddenly pierced his ears like thunder shaking the heavens. All saints proceed immediately to the Zixiao Palace. The matter of sealing the gods is to be discussed at its conclusion. 33 heavens away in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes slightly closed, while the 6 saints stood solemnly below the steps. His figure was both bright and obscure, now appearing, now vanishing, as if drifting beyond the heavenly Tao, yet also seeming to merge with the heavenly Tao, unfathomably mysterious. Surrounded by silence, yet countless symbols of the heavenly Tao swirled and rotated unspoken, already sending chills down the spines of the saints. A heavenly Tao saint should understand one principle and reach 10,000, perceiving the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth with a mere glance. Yet the depth of Hongjun far surpassed all their estimations. The gap between the saints and him was greater than that between a quasi-saint and a saint. Even if he ascended to a high position through the technique of merging with the Tao, that overwhelming level of Tao still loomed like a mountain insurmountable. The saints fell silent. The realm of the Dao Ancestor is indeed unfathomable. Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the 4 saints, then glancing at the 2 saint mothers, his eyes vacant, as if lacking focus, yet seeming to penetrate through the ages. The primordial chaos is beginning to take shape. The great chaos is unfolding. The calamity will come as per usual, with no exceptions. Cultivators seeking spiritual energy from the primordial chaos will find it an endless pursuit. As the causes and effects of the primordial chaos deepen, they will ultimately result in a calamity. He suddenly raised his gaze, locking eyes with the 6 saints, his eyes sharp as blades. This calamity is an immeasurable one. You must quickly determine its parameters. Do not allow it to spiral into an even greater calamity. The matter of sealing the gods is to be discussed for the last time today. It is imperative to reach a conclusion. There must be no further delays. As his voice fell, Hongjun's eyes closed, sitting still on the high platform of the Zixiao Palace, his aura calm, his divine intent unfathomable, allowing the 6 saints to deliberate among themselves. One sound of the drum is enough. A single sentence is where it ends. He had faith in the saints' discernment. An immeasurable calamity. The 6 saints felt a simultaneous tremor in their hearts, their expressions darkening. The initial calamity of the Longhan era, the conflict between Tao and demon, the battle between the Wu and the Yao, such upheavals of heaven and earth were merely immeasurable calamities. What then is an even greater calamity? When the calamity arrives, all but the saints will be reduced to dust. Only a very few, protected by the saints, may survive in the cracks of the new era. In other words, everything will start anew. the Dao system's fortune's disciples and laws they painstakingly managed in the primordial chaos, will amount to nothing. This matter is one that none can shoulder, especially for Jiejing and Zhuanti. If this cycle does not clear the heavenly Dao's causes and effects when entering the next cycle, the debts will double over and over again, layer upon layer, making it impossible to extricate oneself. They did not inquire about the plans of other saints. After 3 consultations this time, it must be finalized. The 4 characters' immeasurable calamity weighed heavily on the 4 saints of the East and the 2 saints of the West, who dared not utter a word. The list of sealed gods must not be hastily signed. Not a single name can be carelessly penned. The 6 saints wore solemn expressions, and invisible pressure spreading each of their great Daos, subtly resonating within the Zixiao Palace, the laws gently colliding with residual waves surging. Zunti's gaze flickered. In that fleeting moment of Dao rhythm clashing, he glimpsed the depth of Tongxin's Dao foundation, the 7th level of primordial chaos. How could it have reached this level? This layer of realm was precisely the first threshold that Tongtian had deliberately shown, yet it had been unexpectedly encountered by Zhuanti. Tongxin's Dao progress has increased remarkably fast. The 7th level of primordial chaos stands shoulder to shoulder with us, yet seems to exert no effort. Zuni's heart tightened. If the sealing of the gods could bypass Tongtian, allowing him to sit steadily in the Bo Palace, gradually accumulating merit within the time formation after this battle, Tongtian would likely leave everyone behind. This absolutely cannot happen. How can you allow him to sit idly by and watch the fire? He suddenly stood up, surveying the saints, his tone grave. Brothers of the Dao Ancestor clearly stated that this calamity is an immeasurable calamity. We must curb its spread and absolutely not allow it to evolve into an even greater calamity. The 4 saints of the East were momentarily stunned. Why did this Zhuanti suddenly speak with such weight? It was contrary to his nature. If these words came from Yuan, sure no one would doubt. Yet spoken from Zhuanti, they felt like honey laced with thorns, sweet yet bitter. In this matter, no saint can remain uninvolved. The 4 saints' hearts brightened, so it was. Tai Shang remained unfazed, his brows relaxed. Yuan Shi looked down in silence, his fingers lightly tapping his knee. Nuwa sat silently, as before, her lips not even hinting at a smile. Tongtian cast a sidelong glance at Zhuanti, his eyes filled with amusement. Well, the focus has shifted already. Let's see whom you intend to poke. Without hesitation, Zhuanti turned to Tongtian, his tone solemn. Senior brother Tongtian, this is the boundless killing tribulation. As a saint, how can you stand by idly? Immediately Jane rose in response, his voice warm, yet each word like a nail. Dao brother, since we have proven ourselves in the primordial unity, we must bear the responsibility of it. There is no evasion. Tongtian laughed heartily, his laughter clear and unabashed, causing the bells at the corners of the hall to tremble slightly. He completely ignored Jane and Zhuanti's grim expressions, laughing so hard that he nearly fell over, slapping the azure jade floor of the Zixiao Palace 3 times. Thump, thump, thump. Zhuanti spoke darkly. Dao brother Tongtian, do you think the words of the Dao Ancestor are mere jest? Taishang frowned slightly. Yuanshi paused with his fingertip, and Nuwa's lashes gently drooped. The 3 of them remained composed as they looked towards the high platform, fearing to disturb Hongjun. Tongxin's laughter grew even louder, laughing while rubbing his belly, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Just you 2? Still thinking of sowing discord? He paused, his laughter unabated, yet his tone suddenly brightened. You 2 must have forgotten. The saints at the level of the heavenly Dao are not determined by mere titles. What the master perceives is the turning of yin and yang. What is seen can hardly be deceived by your trivial skills. To be on par with saints yet unable to grasp such nuances is truly absurd. Zhuanti's face stiffened. Where are we wrong? Tongtian remained silent for a moment before slowly exhaling. As he stood up, a lingering smile remained at the corners of his mouth. Even his sleeves could not hide the hint of mockery. To pull me into this tribulation, you all truly are willing to invest your efforts. His tone was light, yet each word carried a sharp edge. But you saints are underestimating yourselves too much. During the early tribulation of the Longhan era, when the Dao and the demons clashed, there were still no saints to guard the heavens. Even the first major calamity since the opening of the heavens was merely an immeasurable tribulation. The battle between the Wu and the Yao, the heavens shattered, and the stars fell. How magnificent was that? Yet because the master presided over it, it ultimately was just an immeasurable tribulation. Now during the tribulation of sealing the gods, there are already 4 saints of the heavenly Dao personally involved in the matter. Could it be that 4 of you working together cannot suppress it, and it has to turn into an immeasurable calamity? The implication was clear. If it truly reached that point, what face would the saints have left? Zhuanti's already pale face turned even grayer. He moved his throat as if to refute, but Tongtian had already raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, forcing him to swallow his words. The 4 saints have discussed the sealing of the gods 3 times already. Tongshan's tone shifted, becoming almost harsh. It's not as if we are asking you to personally engage in battle, yet you still push back when it comes to naming a few disciples to be listed. To put it bluntly, it is truly beneath contempt. Before his words had faded, he suddenly turned to Hongjun, bowing deeply. Master, there is something I do not understand, and I humbly ask for clarification. Ask away. Hongjun did not lift his eyelids, his voice resembling an ancient well. This seemed reasonable. If the saints merely controlled the situation from the outside without personally getting involved in the whirlpool of causality, no matter how great the calamity, it would not manifest as an immeasurable calamity. But this was precisely not what Hongjun wanted. What he sought was the chaotic reenactment that would burn away the old framework. Therefore he wished to see what else Tongshan's mouth could pry open. The other saints also held their breath, their gazes fixed sharply on Tongtian. Tongshan's expression turned solemn. Dare I ask, Master, in this sealing of the gods, can the saints personally enter the fray? Everyone's hearts trembled. Taishang and Yuanshi immediately fixed their eyes on Hongjun, their breaths becoming heavy. Hongjun remained silent for a long time before finally saying, what you all agree upon will be. Tongtian did not pause, immediately following up with another question. If the saints are allowed to participate, then how will victory and defeat be determined? By the fate of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Hongjun replied succinctly. Tongtian shook his head. Master, the fate of humanity has always been overseen by the senior brother. The Shang dynasty had a destiny of 800 years long established. If the Western teachings prevail and forcefully alter the heavenly mandate, what then? The saints are the heavenly mandates. Hongjun's voice faltered slightly, his gaze finally landing squarely on Tongshan's face. This question was something that ordinary saints might not even think of. Yet he had thought of it, and asked it so relentlessly. I have one more question. Tongshan's lips curled slightly, his expression sincere to the point of being almost innocent. If the saints were truly to engage in battle in the Honglong, causing mountains and rivers to collapse, and the earth's veins to sever, would that be permissible? He paused, adding, after all, when saints strike, they can easily annihilate worlds. If there are no rules to constrain them, it would be better to simply reforge the earth, water, fire, and wind, saving the trouble of cleaning up the aftermath. Taishang and Yuanshi exchanged glances, understanding. Tongtian was not inquiring, but testing Hongjun's bottom line. You all discuss it yourselves. Hongjun remained indifferent, not even moving his fingertips. Tongtian laughed heartily. Thank you, Master. I have no further questions. His laughter was clear, soaring to the top of the hall, causing Jane and Zhuan's faces to gradually lose color, their fingertips stiffening slightly. However, the three pure ones felt a simultaneous heaviness in their hearts. Hongjun could intervene at any moment. Taishang controlled the fate of humanity, determining the length of the human world. By common sense, Hongjun would never loosen his grip. The movements of the saints interlinked with the turning of yin and yang, with four of them acting together. The fate of the Shang and Zhou had already become a tangled mess. This sort of imbalance should have been a red line for Hongjun. Yet he only responded with 6 words. You all discuss it yourselves. What sort of answer was that? The three pure ones silently laughed, yet none dared to speak it out. Good. Tongshan's series of questions, though seemingly reckless, actually cleared the last legal hurdle for the three saints. The name was established, the scale was defined, and even a retreat path was left open. Taishang and Yuanshi secretly pondered, Tongshan's Dao attainments are indeed above ours. Their gazes met, and they nodded slightly, a silent agreement understood without words. Yuanshi suddenly smiled, his voice warm. Junior brother, you really should establish a teaching now. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhuan could hardly contain their joy, their excitement evident on their brows. Tongtian, oh Tongtian, this is not us forcing you. Even the senior brother and second senior brother have nodded. What else are you resisting? They were eager for Tongshan's 36 quasi-saint disciples to all enter the tribulation. The words of the Dao Ancestor himself stated it was an immeasurable great calamity. If only some loose cultivators and earthly immortals were bickering, how could it be worthy of the term immeasurable? Saints dare not suppress the tribulation, nor dare to diminish it. Causality is like a bow, the harder it is pressed, the more violently it rebounds. Now that the bowstring is fully drawn, it is only waiting to be released. Jiayan's hand, fiddling with the beads, trembled slightly. Zhuan, his fingertips tapped lightly in his sleeve, nearly laughing out loud. Tongtian cast a sidelong glance at Taishang, and Yuanshi, his gaze growing colder. What happened to the agreement we made back then? Are we turning against each other now? Taishang and Yuanshi merely smiled without speaking. The world changes with time, and the chess game had already progressed past the halfway mark. What remains is just to complete the final journey. What if Tongtian establishes a teaching? The loose immortals of the Honglong have already been devoured by the Chan teaching and the Western teachings. In his hands there is only an empty mountain left. Even if Tongtian establishes the teaching of the great Dao, his disciples would still find it hard to fill the numbers. The old covenant of the three pure ones to jointly establish a great teaching has long been rendered void, and the mutual apprehensions naturally dissipated. Then if the sealing of the gods begins, what if Tontian stands by and does nothing? Although the saints do not know the true cultivation levels of the 36 disciples in the Bo Palace, Taishang and Yuanshi surely have their own understanding. Those are clearly 36 quasi-saints. With such formidable combat powers, sitting idle in the Bo Palace pondering the Dao would be a waste of talent. How could the ever-calculating Taishang and Yuanshi allow the disciples of Tontian to frolic beyond the tribulation? 36 quasi-saints. Tontian snorted coldly. You all have gone too far. 1,000 years ago I spoke of not certifying the Dao, yet you forced me to ascend to the saintly throne. As soon as I became a saint, an unprecedented calamity descended upon the wilderness. What did you say back then? If you do not establish a teaching, you shall be a carefree saint. Those words were spoken by you yourselves. Now looking at you all, do you even deserve to be called saints? Taishang and Yuanshi fell silent, regretting inwardly. Oh no, we forgot to consult with our junior brother Tontian first. Do not provoke his stubbornness, it may backfire. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, their hearts suddenly enlightened. If hard tactics wouldn't work, then let's try a softer approach. This method is most familiar to the Western teachings. Zhuanti smiled and said, Dao brother, regarding this great calamity of sealing the gods, if you are willing to send your disciples into the fray, we the saints will each offer one innate spiritual treasure. How about that? Jane immediately chimed in. What Zhuanti said is the promise of our Western teachings. Zhuanti cast a quick glance at Taishang and Yuanshi. The meaning was clear. It's time for the two senior brothers to respond. If the three saints of the East were to quarrel, they would be more than happy to applaud. If infighting became real, they had no intention of delving into the details. Taishang stroked his beard and smiled. Junior brother, if you agree to this matter, I shall gift you a gourd of 9 turns golden core. The two saints of the West felt a jolt in their hearts. This old lord is truly ruthless. The 9 turns golden core is no less effective than an innate spiritual treasure for an ordinary cultivator. In a critical moment, it can indeed prolong life and restore vitality. Yuanshi sighed lightly. The master brother's resources are substantial. I cannot compare. But I can still offer a few innate spiritual treasures. If you agree to this calamity, I will gift you 3 strands of primordial purple qi. Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes. Hiss! All the saints in the hall trembled in unison. The Dao Ancestor himself opened his mouth, actually willing to stake the primordial purple qi to smooth over the world's waters. Tontian swayed slightly, seemingly dazed by this array of promises. These scoundrels are truly willing to invest. If it were someone else, they would have been hooked by this sugar-coated bait long ago. But I shall not comply with your wishes. His voice suddenly rose, each word resonating. I Tongtian am not such a saint. A mere spiritual treasure, and purple qi wish to make me bow my head. Bring those things first. All the saints nearly fell over. But since they had already relented, what else could be done? The spiritual treasures, golden cores, and purple qi were handed over to Tontian one by one. Tontian laughed heartily, establishing a teaching. Absolutely impossible. The saints were shocked. Zhuanti sternly questioned, Tontian, in front of the Dao Ancestor, do you dare to contradict? Hongjun's gaze slowly swept over, wordless, yet heavy like 1,000 mountains pressing down, settling in the Zixiao Palace. The saints held their breath, their throats tightening. Yet Tontian simply waved his sleeve. What you seek is merely for me to enter the tribulation. The list of sealed gods, bring it here. Yuanshi silently handed over the scroll. Tongshin's fingertips traced through the void, the laws condensing like ink, his fingers as a brush swiftly marking 12 names. I will send my disciples down the mountain to respond to the calamity, nothing more. As for establishing a teaching, do not mention it. Hongjun slightly nodded, all right. He knew very well, even if Tontian were to establish a teaching, he would hardly gather any true transmission. What the saint sought was merely for him to take that first step into this tribulation. Tontian laughed heartily, bowed to everyone, and turned to leave. The saint saw that the game was settled and made no move to stop him. Upon returning to the Bo Palace, Tontian stood with his hands behind his back, a slight smirk on his lips, a bunch of fools, truly laughable. The 3 merchants seal the gods. To fight for a name on the list, they would likely bash their brains out. He called upon his disciples, his voice booming like thunder. The great calamity of sealing the gods has begun. At the Mengjin Pass, the Western Qi hung a truce banner high. At this moment, the flames of calamity were already burning. Jiang Zia was appointed by Yuanshi, taking charge of the sealing of the gods, heading to Western Qi, and swore in as prime minister. Military and political power rested entirely in his hands following the decree of King Wu to advance eastward, directly targeting Shangtang. The great calamity of sealing the gods thus began. Moreover, a group of disciples from the Chan teaching followed to assist Shun Gongbao Yang, Jianneza, Huang Longjunren Li Jing, and others, all under Jiang Ziya's command. Which of these individuals were ordinary celestial beings? Shun Gongbao, Yang Jianneza, all were great Luo golden immortals. Jiang Ziya himself was also among them. With 4 great Luo stationed in the central army, who could block them? Their momentum was like a splitting bamboo breaking through the 7 passes of Zishui, Jiepai, Chuanyun Tongwan Lintong Jiaming, and Mianxi, with their military might directly reaching the foot of Mengjin City. Further ahead lay Yimin, beyond Yimin Chaogo awaited. Shin Gongbao stroked his beard and laughed. The great calamity of sealing the gods is said to be an immeasurable, slaughtering calamity. It's nothing much. Before the words fell, the hard challenge arrived. 7 great Luo golden immortals suddenly charged out from nowhere, colliding head-on with the Western Qi army, throwing their formation into chaos. Yang Ren fell on the spot. The 7 joined forces unstoppable. The Western Qi formation was breached 3 times with nearly half of the soldiers lost. Shun Gongbao jumped in anger, shouting, Yuan Hong, Jin Dashing, Dai Li, Zhu Zizhen, Wu Long, Chang Hao, Yang Xian. Where did these rascals come from? Why have I never heard of these individuals before? Does that Yuan Hong actually master 72 transformations? Do any of you recognize this person? Yang Jianling, Zhuzi, and Li Jing frowned, their expressions heavy. They all understood Shun Gongbao's predicament. The disciples of the Chan teaching had never suffered such a great loss. Shun Gongbao's anger was only natural. If he weren't angry, that would be unusual. Jiang Ziya sighed lightly. Senior brother, please calm down for a moment. If there is truly no way, I will immediately return to Kunlun Mountain to see the master and ask him to decide. No. Shin Gongbao's expression softened slightly. At this time, seeking an audience on the mountain, the master will surely blame you for being reckless and causing trouble. Let me think a bit more. Perhaps there is another clever trick. Jiang Ziya instantly beamed. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Since we are fellow disciples, why speak of such formalities? Shin Gongbao waved his hand, speaking casually. In this life, the bond between Jiang Ziya and Shun Gongbao was indeed very different from the past. In their early years, when the two were cultivating in the Yushu Palace, none of the fellow disciples held them in high regard, believing that they were both ordinary in talent and would struggle to achieve anything in cultivation. Who would have thought that after returning from listening to the teachings of the 3 saints in the Bio Palace, the two would consecutively transcend tribulations, certifying their status as great Luo golden immortals, their cultivation quietly catching up to the 12 golden immortals. Yuanshi Tianzuan also valued them highly, entrusting them with important responsibilities. Jiang Ziya stationed at Western Qi, holding the seal of Prime Minister, Shun Gongbao, always assisting strategizing and planning. One managed internal affairs while the other handled external relations, working in perfect harmony, truly like a pair of arms, each indispensable. Shun Gongbao pondered for a moment, turning to Yang Jian. Nephew, does the 72 transformations used by Yuan Hong seem similar to the methods of 8-9 mystic art? Yang Jian smiled bitterly and clasped his fists. Uncle, you see clearly. My 8-9 mystic art descends from the orthodox lineage of the Xian men, while Yuan Hong's techniques clearly bear the marks of the Western heterodox schools with ruthless moves and chaotic energy. They are certainly not of the same path. Jiang Ziya and Shun Gongbao exchanged glances, already having a conclusion in their hearts. Those 7 great Luo were indeed the work of the Western teachings. Previously, the disciples of the Chan teaching had broken through the barriers, while secretly grumbling, was this so-called immeasurable calamity really all that serious? Who would have thought that the battle at Mengjin would result in losses of troops and generals, with even Yang Ren falling in battle before they realized that the calamity was far heavier than anticipated? Shun Gongbao's thoughts shifted, and he immediately resolved to head to the 3 mountains and 5 peaks and the Immortal Islands overseas, inviting his companions to confront the crisis together. In the past, he would never dare to leave the camp without permission. The Primordial Supreme Being had explicitly ordered that disciples must not leave the vicinity of the Fengshen platform. But times have changed. Before departing, the Primordial Being personally imparted advice. On this journey, you should leverage your strengths. What were his strengths? It was precisely in forming good relationships and networking across the world. Shin Gongbao was certain in his heart, if he could invite a few more Taoist friends, even if they could not capture Yuan Hong and his 7 companions in one fell swoop, at least they could increase the number of righteous gods on the Fengshen list. This was exactly what he desired. Just as he was about to rise, a scout suddenly entered the tent, quickly bowing to report. Report, Chancellor, a female Taoist has come with a sword, claiming to be a companion from Bio Palace and specifically requesting to see the Chancellor. A visitor from Bio Palace. The disciples of the Chanjiao in the tent were stunned, and upon hearing with a sword, their hearts trembled even more. Could it be one of the 4 sword-bearing fairies? The 4 sword-bearing fairies of Bio Palace, Yunxiao, Bixiao, Qiongxiao, and Shiji, had entered the sect early and possessed profound cultivation, serving intimately beside the Tongtian saint. In the eyes of the disciples of Bayering Palace and Yushu Palace, they were indeed the solid for great disciple. Zhang Zia and Shun Gongbao understood even better these senior brothers and sisters under Tongtian were all at the Quasi-Saint level. This was information imparted to them privately by the primordial supreme being. Zhang Zia straightened his back and exclaimed, "Quickly invite her in. I will personally greet her." With the Quasi-Saint arriving, there were hardly any in Yushu Palace who could maintain authority. Shun Gongbao's face lit up with joy. Mingjin, it's within easy reach. How could 7 de Luo match a single Quasi-Saint? Everyone hurriedly exited the tent to welcome her, only to see a female Taoist standing at the steps dressed in plain white, her expression serene, and her gaze clear as water, unhurried, yet exuding an aura of authority. It was Shiji, one of the 4 sword-bearing fairies. Upon entering the tent, Zhang Zia quickly bowed, saying, "Senior sister, have you come regarding the matter of Mingjin?" "Indeed." Shiji, without putting on airs, spoke clearly, "By the decree of the master, I have come to take on disciples." The celestial beings in the tent were momentarily stunned. Not to assist in battle, but to take on disciples. Yang Jian stepped forward and tentatively asked, "May I inquire, senior uncle, is that disciple one of the generals guarding Mingjin?" "Yuan Hong." Shiji replied calmly, "What you may not know is that the 7 generals of Mingjin were originally wild spirits from Meishan, the white ape, water buffalo, dog, pig, centipede, white snake, and goat, each possessing unique abilities sworn to guard the pass. Among them, Yuan Hong and I have long had a master-disciple bond." Yang Jian immediately pressed, "What will happen to the other 6? Shiji looked at him and nodded slightly. "Though the 6 have attained a Luo, they have ultimately not shed their innate nature. Their natural enemies can defeat them in one stroke. Since you have mastered the 8-9 mysteries and are familiar with the 72 transformations, this principle should not require further explanation." Yang Jian's heart warmed. Shiji saw through his intentions at a glance, her words carrying an implicit hint of support. Zhang Zia and Shun Gongbao exchanged smiles, their brows relaxed. They could see clearly Shiji was handing a significant achievement directly into Yang Jian's hands. Among the 3rd-generation disciples of Yushu Palace, who would lead was now entirely without suspense. Shiji rose with a smile, "Friends, there is no time to lose. I shall go and bring my disciple back to Bo Palace at once, lest he wander outside and lose his rightful." Shun Gongbao's fingers curled slightly in his sleeve, secretly lamenting the 7 oddities of Meishan were clearly pieces set up by the Western teaching long ago, yet now one was being legitimately taken by Bo Palace, and 6 more were to be slain by their natural enemies. If the 2 saints of the West found out, they would probably be furious enough to retreat and enter seclusion. However, Shiji had already made it clear that this was a decree personally issued by the Tongtian saint. Even if the 2 saints were dissatisfied, they would have to suppress their feelings. Having lived long in Bo Palace, Shiji was straightforward like a child. She then left the tent and stood at the gate of Shichi, calling out towards Mingjin City, "Yuan Hong, I am Shiji from Bo Palace, your master. Hurry and follow me back to the mountain. Do not linger in the mortal world." Her voice was like a thunderous bell reverberating throughout the entire city. At this moment, the 7 oddities of Meishan had just celebrated a victory and were reveling within the pass. Yang Ren's corpse had yet to be buried in the tent. Suddenly hearing this, Yuan Hong jumped up, his eyes wide open. "Who is this wild female Taoist daring to impersonate my master? Are you seeking death?" They were not ordinary mountain spirits. Long ago, on the spirit mountain of the West, they had already been registered and recorded. The teachings of Jane and Zhuanti had already been made clear. If the 7 oddities could survive the great tribulation of Fengshan, they would be accepted as disciples. The words of a saint accepting disciples. Upon hearing this, the 7 oddities not only did not rejoice, but instead felt a sense of tightness throughout their bodies, their backs chilled. With a sharp command from Shiji, the 33 heavens trembled, and the thoughts of the saints instantly converged. The great tribulation of Fengshan had just begun to reveal a corner, and the most powerful among those present was merely a de Luo golden immortal. A group of quasi-saints remained quietly observing, not moving an inch. Because as long as the saint did not appear, the quasi-saint was the backbone, and the might of a quasi-saint was always a last resort, not easily revealed. Shiji, however, was the first quasi-saint to step onto the battlefield. Taishang in Bayering Palace lowered his gaze, while the Primordial in Yushu Palace nodded. Both offered heavy promises and rich rewards, aiming for those under the Tongtian banner in Bo Palace. Right. Shiji was indeed the first quasi-saint to enter the fray, but she would certainly not be the last. What made the 2 saints' pupils contract was that the sword she held was unmistakably the supreme sword of Tongtian. Could Tongtian truly dare to give such a heavy weapon to a disciple? One must know that the sword array of extermination has always been the treasure of Bo Palace, yet now it had come out of the mountain with her. In reality, Tongshan's true treasure had long been replaced by the chaos clock. That was a gift from the divine selection system. Not only Taishang and Primordial were unaware, but even Hongjun had not noticed. In the great thunder sound temple of Shumi Mountain, Jian's expression was severe, and Junyi tapped the table with his fingertips, saying softly, "Chong Erding Wang, immediately go to Mengjin and stop Shiji." A celestial beneath them immediately rose in response, and shot away through the air. Junyi turned to Jin and sneered, "Brother, you often say we are shamed, but in my view the ones truly losing face are the three saints of the Xianmen. Zhang Zia is merely a Deluo golden immortal, yet he sits in the position of Chancellor of Shiqi. Is that not absurd? Yin Zhongzi is already a quasi-saint, why not let him handle governance? And as for Tongtian, he accepted gifts from both of our Western teachings, yet only sent one disciple out of the mountain. Does he truly believe that with just Shiji he can walk freely on the battlefield of Fengshan?" Jian's lips curled slightly cold as frost, "Then let her stay here." Zunti's eyes flashed with cold light, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Why did the two saints of the West go to such lengths to force Tongtian into the fray? Was it not because the 36 Deluo golden immortals in Zixiao Palace were all like dragons and tigers, their momentum awe-inspiring? How could Jane and Zunti allow themselves to engage in bloody combat, while Tongtian stood by? Even if in this catastrophe the Western teachings could truly shatter both the human teaching and the Chan teaching, it would still be difficult to shake the foundation of the Eastern Xianmen. With Tongtian present, no one would dare to touch the orthodox Xianmen. After much thought, there was only one strategy: drag Tongtian into the calamity, pulling the entire Eastern Xianmen into the quagmire and shattering it altogether. Otherwise, this tribulation would merely serve as a wedding dress for others. The fisherman's profit could not be enjoyed solely by Tongtian. This matter the two saints of the West absolutely could not tolerate. At this moment, seeing Shiji appear, it was clear that her cultivation had reached the quasi-saint level. Zhuan Ti smiled instead, saying, "Senior brother Tongtian is getting anxious, revealing all his trump cards. This woman must not be allowed to return to the mountain." Jie Yin said softly, "Dingguang Xian is also a quasi-saint, that is sufficient." Zhuan Ti smiled as he clapped his hands, "Splendid." Outside Mengjin City, Yuan Hong was furious, his armor clanged as he galloped out. In the distance, a female figure stood in the wind, holding a sword with both hands, her posture like a pine tree, her demeanor calm and composed, unmoving like a mountain. Yuan Hong shouted sternly, "Who dares to speak such arrogance and wants to take me as a disciple?" Jin Dashing Dai, Li Wu Long, and the other 6 ruffians glared angrily, hands on their blades. This female figure was exceedingly disrespectful. Shiji glanced at Yuan Hong and expressed her disdain. "What kind of attack method are you practicing? Chaotic and disorganized, crooked and twisted. That Ba Jiu Xian Gong was clearly stolen from some ancient cave, and you were schemed against without even realizing it. Why not quickly follow your master back to Zixiao Palace and close yourself off for recultivation?" Yuan Hong's heart shook violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Why was he so terrified? Because her words struck right at the core. That Ba Jiu Xian Gong indeed came from his invasion of an ancient cave, where he had seen scriptures engraved on the stone wall. He did not dare to take them, and only memorized the full text, copying it down before returning it intact. This matter had never been mentioned to anyone, not even the 6 ruffians knew about it. How could she be aware? Furthermore, upon hearing the words Zixiao Palace, Yuan Hong was even more startled. That is the holy ground of one of the Pangu 3 pure ones, Tongtian's saint. The female figure before him, could she be a direct disciple of a saint? As he hesitated, he suddenly heard the 6 ruffians roar in unison. "Where did this wild Dao come from? How dare you insult my big brother? Kneel and bow your head." Zixiao Palace. Never heard of it. What is that? Big brother, let's go kill our way to Zixiao Palace and demolish her mountain gate. Yuan Hong silently cursed, opening his mouth to shout, but it was already too late. The Mei Mountain 7 ruffians were born and raised in Mei Mountain. Even the Shumi Mountain Great Thunder Sound Temple was only entered by following rumors of great calamities guided by others. How many holy grounds are there in the world, and what are the hierarchies? They had never been involved. Little did they know that the 3 characters Zixiao Palace referred to the holy ground of the Tongtian saint. Yuan Hong's throat was choked, he had not yet spoken. A mighty pressure suddenly descended like the sky collapsing, firmly enveloping the 7 of them, without disturbing anyone else. The 6 ruffians' loud laughter abruptly halted, as if they had been sliced in half by an invisible blade. Yuan Hong's scalp tingled, and he blurted out, "Quasi-saint." Ji's expression turned icy, her voice as cold as ice cracking. "Dare to insult Zixiao Palace." Before she finished speaking, the surrounding air became stagnant, and even the wind ceased. Yuan Hong did not even dare to breathe, lowering his head and averting his gaze, losing even the courage to look up. Even the disciples of the Chan school who were supporting her from the distance held their breath and bowed their heads, not daring to make a sound. In everyone's hearts, there was only one thought: the May Mountain Six ruffians were undoubtedly doomed today. Above the wilderness, the saint is supreme. The dignity of a saint cannot be lightly offended. To despise the holy ground of a saint is to touch the hardest iron law between heaven and earth. This crime is unrelated to good or evil, and the reason does not matter. Beneath the saint, no one can be forgiven. Even if Jie and Zhuan personally came, they should not even think of speaking for mercy. This is a heavenly rule guarded by all saints, and it is also a boundary stone set by the Tao of heaven. Those who cross this line will surely suffer backlash. Jie's gaze was like a blade, each word striking the ground. I initially intended to send you to Yang Jian's tent. Since you are seeking death, I shall fulfill you. She raised a finger, her fingertip slightly lifted like a sword being drawn. In an instant, a sword intent broke through the void, formless, yet sharp, weighty, yet intangible, piercing straight into the sky. The sky responded with a tear, and the void began to crumble, chaotic energy rushing in. Commoners looking up fainted, and cultivators focused their minds, forgetting to breathe. A sea of soldiers fell silent with her standing at the front of the formation, light seemingly shining solely on her, and her shadow remained fixed. Absolute immortal sword intent. The five saints, including Taishang, Yuan, Shi, Jie, Zhuan, and Nuwa, exclaimed in unison, their voices not yet faded, their brows already furrowing. The name of the four sword maidens of Zixiao Palace was already known to all the saints, deep in cultivation, high in comprehension, and with a pure sword heart. But no one expected that Shi could actually open the door to absolute immortal sword intent. Although in the eyes of the saints this intent still carried a hint of immaturity, the word immature depended on who it landed upon. For saints it was merely a first display of prowess. For Deluo Jingxian, and even quasi-saints, it was already a blade hanging over their heads, not allowing for even a breath. Since Shi has grasped this intent, why would she need to wield a sword? And when it comes to treasures, who under heaven would dare to compare wealth with the Tontian cult leader? Cut! She pressed down her wrist, and the sword light cascaded like a waterfall. The May Mountain Six ruffians were unable to move, not because they were restrained, but because their souls had been pinned down by the sword intent. They watched helplessly as the light descended with a crisp sound. The six heads the size of bowls were severed at the neck, crashing to the ground, black smoke rising, revealing their true forms: water buffalo, dog, wild boar, centipede, white snake, and goat. Their true spirits had not yet dissipated and flew straight toward the Fengshen Bang with no chance to struggle at all. Yuan Hong's hair stood on end, and his primordial spirit nearly jumped out of his mud pill palace. He did not recognize the origin of this sword intent, but instinctively knew. He could not stop it. No matter how mysterious the Ba Jiu Gong was, or how hard the water and fire staff were, when faced with this sword energy that specifically targeted the primordial spirit, it was as fragile as paper. Though that sword intent had not come for him, the chill of that instant had already pierced into his sea of consciousness like an ice cone, with life and death hinging on a single thought. Ji's gaze swept over her, voice cold and flat. Yuan Hong, follow me back to Zixiao Palace. She paused and added, the path you are on now is misguided. Even if you cultivate for another 1,000 years, it will be difficult to enter the threshold of quasi-saint. You must start anew, building your foundation from the ground up. She silently sighed. If it weren't for the master's decree, who would be willing to take such a disciple? But then she remembered what the Tontian saint had said. You shall have 4 disciples, all of them monkeys. Just thinking about it made her temples tighten. In the future, 4 monkeys would be circling around her, tumbling, pulling at her sleeves, and snatching pills. Just the thought of it made her head ache. Rules must be established early and firmly. Yuan Hong is the eldest brother and must set an example first. Be strict, even stricter. Yuan Hong swallowed hard, his heart pounding. This Taoist priest is quite fierce. I am a monkey able to leap 3 feet up a tree and sway half a day on the wall. Yet she stands there like a monument, not even lifting her eyelids. How can I match up? What he feared even more was that if one day he accidentally knocked over her teacup, stumbled on her cushion, or mistakenly called her by the wrong title. With a flick of her fingertip, the sword intent would wrap around him, and his Ba Jiu Gong would probably not even produce a bubble before returning to its original state. He shrank his neck and shook his head repeatedly. He was truly afraid. Not just him. The disciples of the Chan school stood frozen in place, staring at Shi's earlier gesture, forgetting to blink. No wonder Zixiao Palace, which suppresses the wilderness with the Zhuxian sword array, is renowned, and no wonder she is one of the 4 sword maidens. With this one gesture, all the 72 transformations, Ba Jiu Gong, Samadhi, True Fire, and 9 turns Golden Core, became mere illusions. It is not that they are inferior, but that they are not even in the same realm. Yang Jian gripped his 3-pronged, 2-edged knife, tightly murmuring, Master Yuding Zenrin's sword technique has already reached the realm of transformation, but compared to Lady Shi Jia's skill, the gap is not small at all. Yuan Hong, Shi Jia's voice was slightly heavy. Do not force me to act. Yuan Hong's legs felt weak. He really did not want to go with her. But to run. Where could he run? That sword intent specifically locked onto the primordial spirit. As soon as he attempted to escape, his soul would likely be severed first. As the standoff persisted, a long, resonant laugh rolled down from the clouds. Sister Shiji, you speak with such arrogance. Yuan Hong is a vanguard of our Western sect. How dare you try to seize him and drag him back to the Zixiao Palace? Before the words faded, a figure descended upon a cloud. His ears hung low to his shoulders, his eyes were as red as a rabbit's, and his robes fluttered with an air of unabashed ostentation. Shiji's brows furrowed slightly, a wave of instinctive distaste washing over her. Those ears were too long, that gaze too flighty, even his smile reeked of slickness. Who are you? The man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. I am Changer Dingguang Xian, a disciple under the sage Juni. Changer Dingguang Xian. Shiji's eyes suddenly blazed with light, her entire being igniting as if touched by fire, her spirit surging. Changer Dingguang Xian smiled smugly, clasping his hands in greeting. Dingguang pays respects to Sister Shiji. Inwardly he rejoiced. Could my fame have already reached the Zixiao Palace? If I had known this, why rush to defect to the west? If I could gain entry into the Jie Sect. Before his thoughts could finish, Shiji spoke, her words clear and utterly devoid of emotion. By the sage's decree, anyone who encounters Changer Dingguang Xian is to be killed without mercy. Changer Dingguang Xian's smile froze, his pupils contracting sharply. Trouble. He spun to flee, but the moment his body moved, Shiji had already drawn her sword. She truly drew her sword. The disciples of the Chan sect did not recognize the blade, and the remnants of the Maishan forces were utterly bewildered. But Changer Dingguang Xian knew it all too well. That sword was called Juexian, one of the 4 immortal slaying swords, the supreme treasure of the Zixiao Palace, rarely drawn from its sheath. He never imagined that upon their very first meeting, Shiji wouldn't even bother with another word. She simply struck. The sword came forth, its light spanning the heavens. Wherever it passed, clouds scattered, energy collapsed, and space itself crumbled. The sky was truly torn open, a gash forming with chaotic currents hissing at its edges. No one look at the sword light. Shiji shouted a warning. In truth, her command was unnecessary. The moment Juexian emerged, the sea of consciousness of every cultivator violently shook, their primordial spirits screaming instinctively. Who would dare raise their heads? The armies of Shiqi and Shang had long collapsed to the ground, even their groans silenced. Changer Dingguang Xian did not dare flee. He knew all too well that the instant his escape light rose, the sword's edge would fall upon his neck the very next moment. His right hand clutched the 6 roots of pure bamboo, a trump card, spiritual treasure, secretly pressed into his hands by the sage Junti before his departure. He had originally planned to use it to subdue Shiji, but now he only prayed it could shield him from this one strike. The thought had barely formed when Shiji's fingertip traced a distant arc. The sword light of Juexian was already upon him. It was blindingly fast, devastatingly ruthless. Yuan Hong didn't even have time to blink before his body and primordial spirit split cleanly apart, severed in one line from the crown of his head down to his dantian. A wisp of true spirit shot straight beyond the heavens, racing toward the investiture of the gods' list. The 6 roots of pure bamboo, losing its master, let out a resonant hum and tore through the void on its own, streaking toward the western world until it vanished in the blink of an eye. Shiji sheathed her sword and swept her icy gaze over Yuan Hong. Will you not follow your master now? Yuan Hong stood frozen, staring blankly at the fallen corpse of Changer Dingguang Xian. He recognized this man. A quasi-sage of considerable standing within the Western sect, highly esteemed, someone whom even Jane and Juni frequently called upon by name and entrusted with secret matters. And yet, just like that, he was gone. One sword stroke. No technique, no parrying, no words, not even a raised hand. Clean and decisive, like chopping a withered branch. His throat tightened, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. When Shiji suddenly called his name, his spine went numb and his legs moved faster than his mind. He rushed forward, bowed his head, clasped his hands, and stammered, "Master." Shiji merely gave a slight nod. "Come." He dared not utter a word, only lowered his head, and followed, careful not to make a single misstep. If Changer Dingguang Xian couldn't withstand that one strike, then the 6 freaks of Maishan were even less worth mentioning. Himself, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Survival was paramount. Shiji's sleeve drooped slightly, and a half sigh of relief quietly escaped her heart. This killing the chicken to warn the monkey had indeed worked. The monkey's head was now truly tamed. She turned, offered a slight bow to the disciples of the Chan sect, and as auspicious clouds rose beneath her, she sped off in the direction of the Zixiao Palace. Shen Gongbao clicked his tongue and muttered under his breath, Sister Shiji's depth of cultivation and the ferocity of her sword. We never saw even a hint of it before. The assembled disciples of the Chan sect nodded in silent agreement. Who could forget? In the past, when they chanced upon Shiji outside the Zixiao Palace, she was always gentle and speech soft and smile, dressed in plain robes, with a simple jade hairpin serene as still water. But the moment she drew her sword, that oppressive 1,000 weight of authority truly felt like an abyss looming overhead, a prison gate sealing the sky, stifling the breath. Yet on reflection, they thought, had such a figure ever put on airs with them? When she answered their questions on the Dao, she never showed arrogance, or when occasional disputes arose, she remained gentle and amiable. Truly, she was a cultivator of genuine virtue. Zhang Zia was the first to snap back to his senses, barking out, Mengjin is secured. The Shiqi army shall march in immediately. Shen Gongbao relayed the order in a booming voice, and the Shiqi cavalry entered without drawing a single blade, the gates of Mengjin swinging wide open. Taishang and Yuanshi exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. That treasure was worth every bit of its cost. With Shiji making an appearance, not only was Mengjin taken, but 7 great powers were sent to the list. A flawless bargain. Good one, Tongtian. This infuriates me. Zunti's palm trembled with rage, and the jade slips on his desk shattered inch by inch. His chest heaved as he gritted out the words, the sky collapsing. What does that matter? Nuwa mended the heavens and received boundless merit in return. But with Changer Dingguang Xian dead, a corner of the Western sect's foundation has been broken. This man was destined to be the joyful Buddha when Buddhism was later reformed, tasked with guiding its branches, spreading the Dharma widely across the Western lands. A pivotal figure for its great flourishing. Jane and Zhuanti had already secretly promised him a future Buddha seat, waiting only for the tribulation to pass before he ascended the altar. Who could have foreseen that he would fall beneath the walls of Mengjin? Even Yuan Hong couldn't be kept obediently following Shiji away. That's sorceress. Zunti's eyes blazed with fury, nearly splitting at the seams. I will not rest until this blood debt is avenged. He wasn't merely angry in the moment. He was furious that a lifeline had been severed. The great rise of the West was the only path for him and Jane to break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. And Changer Dingguang Xian was the most crucial peg on that path. Consumed by rage, he raised his hand, ready to summon his lotus throne and condense golden light to strike Shiji down. Junior brother, wake up. Jia Yin's sudden shout rang out like an ancient bell, jolting Zunti's soul. Jia Yin's face was as calm as iron. She is one of the 4 sword maidens under Tongtian. You may not be able to defeat her. If you truly kill her, the immortal slaying sword formation will be hanging over Mount Sumeru by tomorrow. A moment of impatience could doom the entire plan. Endure. Zhuanti closed his eyes for 3 breaths. When he opened them again, his nails had dug deep into his palms. Fine. The cycle of cause and effect. There will be another day. That single sword stroke from Shiji shook the entire primordial world. All sages turned their heads, all great powers held their breath. The most panicked of all, surprisingly, was Haotian. The residual force of those 2 slashes reached the heavenly court. The report had just arrived at the Lingxiao Hall, and Haotian, hand pressing on his desk, seething with fury, his first reaction was outrageous. There must be severe punishment. But as his thoughts turned, he froze. Can I defeat her? The answer was obvious, no. Shiji was a genuine quasi-sage, wielding the Juexian sword with Tongshin's countless other hidden treasures backing her. And him. The Haotian tower, the Haotian sword, the Haotian mirror. All extraordinary artifacts, but his cultivation still lingered at the threshold of the quasi-sage realm. In single combat, he'd likely end up taking a spot on the investiture of the gods list after their first clash. Moreover, this great tribulation of the investiture was something he himself had instigated. Even with his grand ambitions but limited talents, he now vaguely sensed that this matter might have been a grave mistake. But the arrow had been loosed, and there was no turning back. He swept his gaze across the Lingxiao Hall. Among all the immortal officials present, there wasn't a single great Luo golden immortal. The highest cultivation in the hall belonged to him, the heavenly emperor himself. A hollowness seized his heart, a nameless dread. Yet he could only steel himself and sit firm upon the dragon throne. At the Golden Ao Island in the Eastern Sea, within the Bo Palace, Tongtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the cloud platform, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Changer Dingguang Xian, a good death indeed. Had it not been for the divine grade selection system that transported him into this world, this man would have become the greatest traitor of the Jie Sect. Fleeing to the west with the 6 soul banner, severing his chance to turn the tide, and leaving countless disciples to be enslaved. Tongtian had long placed him at the top of his kill list. It was not a lack of trust, but precisely because he trusted him too deeply. Changer Dingguang Xian was the foremost of the 7 attendant immortals, personally bestowed the 6 soul banner by Tongtian, and regarded as his right hand even more favored than guiling. Yet precisely because of this the betrayal cut all the deeper. He must die? Tong Tian felt a sudden lightness in his heart, as if years of pent-up gloom had instantly dispersed. Upon his primordial spirit a layer of gray film silently peeled away. It was a deep-seated obsession buried in his heart. His mind mirror was clear, his Dao perception lucid, and even his comprehension of the heavenly Dao had grown sharper. The opportunity to break the tribulation was already in his grasp. His gaze was distant, his voice like a clear chime. The investiture tribulation is not my calamity, but truly my stepping stone. All the sages are trapped within it, but only I can ride the momentum to rise. Once this tribulation is overcome, who else but me can become a heavenly Dao-level sage? Then let us see whose skill prevails. Tongshan's battle intent blazed fiercely in his eyes. This tribulation, he must break it. Shiji led Yuan Hong into Zixiao Palace. Yuan Hong paused mid-step, frozen in place. Is this Zixiao Palace? Had he mistakenly walked into Zixiao Palace instead? Immortal shadows stood solemnly throughout the hall, their auras deep as abysses and vast as seas, stifling one's breath. Every single one was a quasi-saint. Seated upon the high platform was a figure in flowing dark robes, his gaze warm and steady. Undoubtedly Tong Tian, Jiaozhu himself. Yuan Hong's heart pounded violently. Thank heavens I followed my master here. Had I remained in the Western sect, even with a great power to save me, I would likely have perished long ago in this investiture tribulation. With 36 quasi-saints gathered together, there was no need for weapons. Their mere combined aura was enough to suppress the 8 wastelands. What a stroke of luck. Shiji stepped forward and bowed respectfully. By the master's decree, I bring my disciple Yuan Hong back to the sect. Then with a slightly embarrassed smile she added, Master, how can it be that a disciple takes in disciples, and all of them turn out to be monkeys? The hall erupted in laughter. Indeed, Fairy Shiji was always composed, the steadiest of the 4 sword maidens. Yet the 4 direct disciples bound to her by fate were 4 monkeys. If it were a male immortal like Zhao Gongming it would be one thing, but she was a female immortal. Anyone in her position would be taken aback. The disciples shared deep camaraderie, and their jokes knew no bounds, which was why they laughed without restraint. Yuan Hong hastily prostrated himself. Disciple Yuan Hong pays respects to the Grandmaster. Yet inwardly his thoughts churned. Jackpot. Jackpot. Earlier he had complained about the long journey and the restrictions, but now he felt that the meager incense fire aura of the Western sect couldn't even compare to a wisp of wind outside Zixiao Palace's threshold. With a Grandmaster whose might shook the primordial wilderness, a master who acted with thunderous resolve, and a hall full of senior masters and uncles of unfathomable cultivation. Who in this world would dare bare their fangs at him? Now try to drive him away. He wouldn't budge an inch. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Shiji, my disciple, do not be disheartened. Your 4 fated disciples will bring renown, not shame, to the sect. They are a sign of Zixiao Palace's orthodox lineage. Shiji looked Yuan Hong up and down, her brows furrowed. Master, I truly cannot see what is so remarkable about this monkey. Yuan Hong immediately tilted his face up, grinning with bright, clear eyes, his tail tip neatly tucked in, as docile as a freshly shelled chestnut. Tong Tian clapped his hands and laughed. What a clever ape. The heavens have 5 immortals. Heaven, earth, spirit, man, and ghost, and 5 insects. Scaled, feathered, bear, furry, and shelled. There are also 4 chaos monkeys that belong to none of the 10 categories and are not listed among the 2 realms. As the sage began to speak, the entire hall fell silent. Not even the rustle of sleeves could be heard. There are also 4 chaos monkeys that belong to none of the 10 categories and are not listed among the 2 realms. First, the spirit intelligent stone monkey, versed in transformations, aware of celestial timing, knows earthly advantages, can shift stars and swap constellations. Second, the 6-eared macaque, adept at hearing sounds, discerning profound truths, knowing past and future, seeing through all things. Third, the long-armed ape can grasp the sun and moon, shrink 1,000 mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and toy with the universe at will. Fourth, the red-bottomed horse monkey knows yin and yang, understands human affairs, excels at coming and going, and avoids death to prolong life. These 4 transcend ordinary norms, are not within the 5 elements, and are not counted in the cycle of reincarnation. Tong Tian lightly tapped Yuan Hong's brow. You are the long-armed ape, one of the 4 chaos monkeys with potential so deep it has yet to be unleashed. The disciples in the hall suddenly understood and turned to look at him with new eyes. So that's it. No wonder the master personally named him. No wonder senior sister Shiji personally went to fetch him. He was truly not to be underestimated. Yuan Hong blinked a bit dazed. Huh? I am that powerful? Shiji was also stunned. Master, if what you say is true, do I really have to find all 4 monkeys, not missing a single one? Tong Tian nodded with a smile. It is the will of heaven, and it will greatly benefit your path to enlightenment and breaking the tribulation. As for exactly how it will benefit, the heavenly secret cannot be revealed. Shiji asked no more questions, bowed deeply, and retreated to her seat. Tong Tian had not deceived her. When the 4 monkeys gathered, fortune would shift and tribulation force would dissipate on its own. It would indeed have a miraculous effect on her breaking through. But at present she had not even stepped onto the threshold of the great Tao. Revealing it now would only disturb her mind and breed unnecessary obsessions. Tong Tian then turned to Yuan Hong, his tone suddenly heavy. Your cultivation is in complete disarray. Foolish ape, having your very foundation secretly altered without knowing it. Pitiful and lamentable. A chill ran down Yuan Hong's neck and cold sweat burst out instantly. If only Shiji had said this, he could have stubbornly snorted in defiance, but coming from the mouth of a sage. It was as solid as iron with no room for doubt. Tong Tian shook his head with a wry smile. Those 2 from the Western sect love to use such underhanded tricks, yet they only make fools of themselves. The demonic power and Western Buddhist power within you have been twisting and tearing at each other, and yet you still manage to cultivate to the great Luo golden immortal realm. A testament to your solid foundation. But if you continue on this path, you will destroy your own Dao foundation and be unable to advance even an inch. Yuan Hong stepped forward. Yuan Hong shuffled forward on his knees, prostrated himself, his back straight as a rod. Tong Tian suddenly said, "Raise your head." Yuan Hong looked up and saw the sage flick his finger. A gentle radiant light like spring water entering a deep pool plunged directly into the depths of his primordial spirit. His whole body trembled as if his sinews and bones were being pulled out, and his flesh and blood recast. The great Luo golden immortal Dao fruit shattered audibly. The turbid mana melted like snow under the sun, layer by layer purified, and his cultivation plummeted all the way from great Luo golden immortal down to the heavenly immortal realm. But upon internal inspection, he was astonished to find his foundation firm as bedrock, solid and heavy with no trace of insubstantiality. His aura was clear and pure. It was unmistakably the true lineage of Shangqing. Tongshin's voice boomed like a great bell. You are the foremost disciple of Zixiao Palace's 3rd generation, and in the future, you will bear the responsibility of assisting and leading. There is no shirking that duty. Yuan Hong's heart jolted, and he nearly bit his tongue. A monkey becoming the 3rd generation's chief disciple. He had never even dared to dream of it. Tongshin's gaze sharpened. What do you object? A surge of warmth suddenly rushed into Yuan Hong's chest, and the grievances, awkwardness, and reluctance he had felt when Shiji had half persuaded, half dragged him here vanished in an instant. In the great sects of the primordial wilderness, the Ren sect of Taishang preached clarity, and in action the Chan sect of Yuanshi valued origins and backgrounds, and the 2 sages of the West regarded demons as mere dust. Which sect would allow a monkey to sit in the position of 3rd generation chief disciple? Only Tong Tian Jiao's Zixiao Palace. What made his throat tighten even more was that upon hearing the words 3rd generation chief disciple, the entire hall remained silent. No one frowned, no one looked askance, and no one voiced a single doubt. It wasn't that they dared not, but that there was simply no need to question it. They believed in the eyes of the sages, yet they also acknowledged Yuan Hong as a man. Yuan Hong suddenly straightened his back, standing with his hands at his sides, his heartbeat steady and his breath long and deep. For the first time he felt that this body of his was truly grounded. He had once led the 6 monsters of Mei Mountain to seek refuge with the Western faith, merely seeking stability as the Great Tribulation approached. In the Western faith had he ever received such honor? The Zixiao Palace was completely different. Grandmaster, your disciple will not fail your trust, Yuan Hong declared in a clear voice. Tong Tian nodded. Show the true colors of the 4 spiritual monkeys. The 36 true disciples under my command are ordained by heavenly fate. Your master's generation, the 7 Taitwo, were also destined by heaven's mandate. As the first seed of the 3rd generation, you must set an example for your junior brothers and sisters. Yuan Hong bowed with folded fists. I humbly obey your decree. Tong Tian flicked his finger, and behind the 36 disciples a meditation cushion silently materialized. It was Yuan Hong's seat. He then activated the time formation. One day, outside, 1,000,000 years had passed within the palace. In these few days he had seen clearly that this great tribulation was no mere formality. There were hard battles to be fought. Time could not be wasted in the slightest. When Yuan Hong next stepped out of the Zixiao Palace, the primordial wilderness would tremble. Beyond the 33rd heaven, inside the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's eyes slowly opened. No light emanated from him, yet light was born of itself, utterly different from when he discoursed with the sages. He lowered his gaze to a faint glimmer in his palm. It held both the breath of collapse and the spark of nascent life. The conferred God tribulation has just begun, yet the calamity's fortune is already this turbulent. Could it be caused by Shi slaying Changer Dingguang Xian and the 6 monsters of Mei Mountain? His brow furrowed, slightly lost in thought. If one's cultivation is insufficient, yet one insists on forcibly breaking the tribulation, one can only gamble by borrowing the power of the heavenly Dao. Such an act would harm the foundations of all sages naturally conflicting with them, and would surely invite collective opposition. Only by breaking the tribulation could one transcend the confines of the heavenly Dao and step into the realm of the half-step, great Dao. All who stand in the way are enemies. Conferred God tribulation. Let the slaughter be even more fierce. His whisper was like the wind-cold light flickering around him. The light of tribulation fortune in his hand swirled slightly, and a trace of satisfaction passed through his eyes. In the primordial wilderness, all things possess fortune. All races, all spirits, even a stubborn stone or a speck of dust, all carry the flow of heaven's mandate. When fortune favors, heaven and earth lend their strength. When fortune wanes, even heroes lose their freedom. This speaks precisely of the principle of fortune's ebb and flow. Cultivators, upon attaining the rank of celestial immortal, already bear great fortune, or having once borne it, even if fallen, it cannot be entirely erased. The living beings of the primordial wilderness number in the billions, countless as sand and sea. Yet those who ascend to celestial immortal are less than a tenth. Those who reach Deluo are even rarer than phoenix feathers and Shilin horns. These cultivators, each one, possess profound fortune. This is precisely what Hongjun seeks. The conferred God tribulation was indeed established to settle karmic debts, but what he truly targeted were the imprints of the 3,000 primordial demons left over from Pangu's creation of the world. Those surviving lineages from chaos, he had long since accounted for each one in his calculations. Only he was in no hurry to fell the trunk. He first pruned the branches, the old descendants of the dragon Han, the remnants of the witch and demon races, the surviving tribes of the primordial demons, eliminated one by one. As for Zhun Yuanzi, Mingyi, Kunping, and their ilk, he currently had no intention of touching them. That was a matter for after the weeds were cleared. And during the cleansing of the imprints, tribulation fortune is the top priority. In Taishang's eyes, tribulation fortune is a source of chaos. In Yuanxi's view, it is the embodiment of malice. Both avoid it as if fleeing the plague. But in Tongshan's hands, it is the kindling for destruction and rebirth. In the hands of the 2 sages of the West, it is the vessel to ferry across suffering. Its weight surpasses even innate supreme treasures. For it can be refined into the embryo of the end times. This embryo is not born in an age of prosperity, only an era of apocalypse can gestate it. A prosperous age has no root for it, no soil, no opportunity. When it truly comes to that point, the embryo of the end times will be my final gamble to break the tribulation. A trace of weariness even surfaced on his face. Breaking the tribulation was perilous enough, let alone with incomplete cultivation. Forcing it would surely incur damage. But if he could break free from the shackles of the heavenly Dao and ascend in cultivation, even if the primordial wilderness collapsed, he would not blink an eye. The path of seeking the Dao is inherently a walk on a blade's edge, allowing no room for the slightest slack. He had no other way. Back then he merged with the Dao to mend the heavens, sacrificing himself, ultimately perfecting the heavenly Dao, yet also severing any possibility of further advancement for himself. Now to ascend to greater heights, breaking the tribulation, is the only path. The heavenly Dao has 50 paths, evolving 14, leaving one in flight. This one in flight is the chance the heavenly Dao tacitly permits Hongjun to gamble his life on succeed and stand beside the great Dao fail, and the Dao foundation collapses, plunging into endless calamity. Even if my cultivation is utterly spent, I will tear open this net of the heavenly Dao and charge straight toward the great Dao. His tone was calm, yet every word was as hard as iron. But this matter must never be known to the sages. Once leaked, he wouldn't need to lift a finger to know the outcome. With the 6 sages united, even the heavenly Dao would waver. He would never give anyone that chance. In the deepest part of the 9 abysses within the 6 paths of reincarnation, Pinksun's lips curled slightly. Hongjun has set his sights on tribulation fortune. Quite the clever scheme. The primordial wilderness is so vast it defies measurement, describable only by the word boundless. Even a Deluo golden immortal traversing it requires the earthbound light. Only the eyes of quasi-sages and saints can glimpse its edge at a single glance. Among the myriad worlds, any single world is infinite and endless to mortals. In the eyes of cultivators, the difference lies only in the richness of laws and the limits of the world's bearing capacity. Nothing more. The primordial wilderness is the most vast realm among all the myriad worlds, for it alone can accommodate both heavenly Dao-level saints and heavenly Dao saints themselves. In all other myriad worlds, the utmost limit a cultivator can reach is at most a Deluo golden immortal or a quasi-sage, none comparable to the lofty heights of the primordial wilderness. Therefore all myriad worlds revolve around the primordial wilderness as their central axis, hoping one day to merge into it. This is not a one-sided annexation, but a mutual advancement benefiting each other. Tribulation fortune. It's not something to be given away so easily. Pinkston's lips curled slightly, a trace of coldness surfacing. As a saint of boundless compassion, such an expression was truly rare. Tribulation fortune is as vital to me as the lifeline. The path of reincarnation places the utmost importance on tribulation fortune. From the great collapse of myriad heavens and the turning of epochs to a petty quarrel in a desolate village or a misstep that triggers a thunderbolt, all contain the flow of fortune, and those called children of fortune are those who find spirit stones on the road, gain supreme treasures from falling off cliffs, and turn misfortune into luck as naturally as breathing. The karmic slaughter, karmic entanglement, and karmic upheaval thus stirred forth is tribulation fortune. This thing reincarnation knows it best. It is after all the authority held in the palm of the Lord of Reincarnation. Damned Hongjun, how dare you reach for my very foundation? Does he truly think I wouldn't turn hostile? The compassionate one does not anger lightly, but when enraged it is like a thunderclap in still waters. Pinkston's heart burned with fury. How could she not be angry? Within the primordial wilderness, the heavenly Tao and reincarnation stand as twin pillars. There has long been an iron law among the sages: none may casually open the path of reincarnation. For the heavenly Tao itself also turns within the cycle of reincarnation. Reincarnation in itself is above the heavenly Tao, a pole unto itself. Pingshin was born in response to destiny, the sole master of the great reincarnation in the primordial wilderness, yet was ensnared by Hongjun's secret machinations, forcibly trapped within the 6 paths of reincarnation, never to escape for eternity. Once a great master on par with heavenly Tao level saints, forcibly reduced to this state. Who could endure it? I must not lose my temper. Agitation clouds judgment. The tribulation-breaking moment is at hand. How can I let a moment of peak ruin a millennium-defining opportunity? Since my birth there has never been such a clear situation. I must not let him disturb my mind. She silently thought of Saint Tongtian. That primordial chaos reincarnation origin, its value no less than the Tao fruit of a heavenly Tao-level saint. Yet Brother Tongtian did not hesitate in the slightest, directly ceding it to her. This karmic debt is heavier than the opening of chaos itself. It is precisely because of this that Pingshin truly perceives the Tao heart of Tongtian to decide and act without wavering and to journey straight to the depths of the great Tao. From nothingness comes existence, from existence returns to nothingness. Existence and non-existence harmonize. The path of Tongtian and the path of reincarnation appear similar, yet are fundamentally different. He observes the grand trends as if gazing down upon the Milky Way, while she perceives the minutiae as if gently touching a falling needle. Both are in continuous flux, yet one holds the reins while the other operates the pivot, complementing each other effortlessly. Pingshin suddenly felt a warmth on her cheeks, not knowing what she was thinking. After lowering her gaze for a moment, she steadied her mind. In an instant her resolve was firm. The power of calamity is indeed the seal in my hands. Do you think you can forcibly take it with the power of heaven and earth? A fool's dream. The heavens are governed by Hongjun's Tao, the earth is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The combined might of heaven and earth is indeed invincible. But so what? Let me show you how I will make my move. Pingshin silently summoned a wisp of ethereal light, quietly placing a seemingly inconsequential piece. Within the cycle of the 6 paths, she cast her spells as if inhaling and exhaling, concealing her sharpness, as if holding her breath. Even if the Tao of heaven and Hongjun were to personally arrive, it would be difficult to trace their footprints. She trusts herself. A sage's move is silent and formless. Until the endgame is revealed, no one can discern where that hand truly falls. The calamity of the sealing gods continues to progress steadily. The coalition led by Jiang Zia advances like a hot knife through butter. With Mengjin fallen, only the barrier of Yimin remains on the road ahead. If Yimin falls outside of Chaoga City, there will be no more natural defenses to rely upon. Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao, along with the other disciples of the Chanjiao, are all invigorated. In their eyes, Yimin's terrain is flat, and the defending troops are weak. Breaking through is merely a matter of time. However, as night falls, Yang Jian quietly draws up Ling Zhuzai and knocks on the tents of Jiang Zia and Shin Gongbao. Uncle's voice is not loud, yet each word is heavy. This sealing of the gods is a rare and immense calamity. Yet along the way it has only been some minor skirmishes. The most perilous part is merely the 7 monsters of Meishan blocking the road outside Mengjin City. The Western sect and our Chanjiao are both renowned as the 2 great sects of the present age. Both I and Ling Zhuzai harbor hidden concerns, feeling inexplicably tense, unable to articulate or clarify. May I ask for your guidance, uncles? What is amiss? Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao's expressions changed at these words. Is it a warning from the primordial spirit? A rhetorical question like icy water poured over their heads extinguished the joyous atmosphere in the tent. Both of them are already great Luo golden immortals, and only now do they truly awaken. Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzai as the vanguard protectors of the Chanjiao, though their cultivation is not as profound as their intuition for danger and their sensitivity to the battle situation far exceed the ordinary. If even they feel uneasy, then beneath Yimin there must be great peril. Shen Gongbao glanced at Jiang Zia. He saw Jiang Zia's brows tightly furrowed as he said in a deep voice, starting tomorrow you too will stay close to me. Without my command you are not to leave even half a step, nor are you allowed to attack recklessly. This is not due to fear of death nor reliance on others for protection. Jiang Zia is a great Luo golden immortal. If one truly wanted to kill him, it would not be an easy task. He is protecting these two sharpest spears among his third-generation disciples. Wei Hu is fierce and Lei Jinzi is swift, but in terms of foundational strength, depth of comprehension, and adaptability, none surpass Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzai. He has been a former minister of the Shang dynasty and has also served as the prime minister of Shiqi. His vision has always been broad planning for the next 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Shen Gongbao nodded, adding tomorrow be cautious and do not rush. Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzai exchanged glances and replied in unison, we shall strictly follow your instructions, uncle. The next morning the Shiqi army lined up outside Yimin city. Looking up, a massive formation loomed ahead, its imposing presence blocking the only path to Yimin, sealing it tightly. To take Yimin, one must first break this formation. Suddenly the formation's gate opened and a Taoist stepped out slowly. He was radiant and handsome with a face like a jade crown, yet he hails from the harsh and cold lands of the Western Sect. Everyone was taken aback. How could such a figure emerge from the yellow sands and barren ridges? The Taoist bowed respectfully, his sleeves fluttering lightly. Esteemed friends of the Chanjiao, greetings. I am Yaoshi Wang, humbly a disciple under the sage of the Western Sect. The disciples of the Chanjiao felt a chill in their hearts. It was actually him. The most renowned second-generation disciple of the Western Sect is none other than Yaoshi Wang. Rumors have long circulated that he would eventually take charge of the Western Sect's authority and continue the legacy of the two saints. Within the Western Sect, Yaoshi Wang's standing is equivalent to that of Guang Chengzi in the Shanjiao's domain, on par with each other. Who would have thought he would personally arrive at the foot of Shiqi City? Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao felt a weight on their shoulders, the pressure suddenly mounting. Though Eastern cultivators have always looked down on the Western Sect, no one would dare to underestimate them. For they are a major sect supported by two saints with deep roots and far-reaching connections. And a direct disciple about to ascend to the position of the leader carrying the mandate of heaven is not something that these two ordinary second-generation disciples can compare with. The Yuanshi Tianzuan has never revealed among the 12 golden immortals. They have quietly retreated to the edges of his chessboard. A sage's move is always silent. The thunder arises from the quiet, and no one can glimpse its entirety. He even still entrusts several of those golden immortals with important positions, speaking and laughing as usual. Therefore Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao regard themselves merely as ordinary disciples, neither favored nor abandoned. Yaoshi Wang smiled and said, dear friends of the Chanjiao, how can you be so oblivious? The king acts in accordance with heavens while following the Tao, not deviating in the slightest. You are the ones acting against the current, displaying great boldness. As soon as his words fell, the Chanjiao disciples turned furious, just about to refute, but Yaoshi Wang laughed heartily. However, since all three sects are facing calamity together, these empty words need not be wasted. Everyone inwardly scoffed. The Western Sect is indeed thick-skinned, taking advantage of every word and twisting them around. How can one respond? He pointed at the great formation in front. The calamity of sealing gods must ultimately come to an end. I have set up this formation. If you can break it, I will immediately withdraw, no longer involving myself in the matter of sealing gods, and will yield the path. Upon speaking, a gentle light rippled his brow, lowered, resembling a benevolent bodhisattva who could not bear to see slaughter. Shen Gongbao sneered repeatedly, your ability to distort black and white truly reaches an extraordinary level. Where does the calamity of sealing gods arise? For what reason? We both know the answer. To even dare to question the decisions of the Dao Ancestor and the six saints, such courage indeed gives one a new perspective. According to your logic, what the saints do has turned into acting against heaven. Yaoshi Wang's back stiffened, and a sudden tension gripped his heart, coldness rushing up. Above the primal chaos, the saints are supreme. He seemed to only point at the immortals of the Chanjiao, yet every word he uttered indirectly reflected upon the saints. As long as no one points it out, it is like seeing flowers in the fog muddling through, but once made clear, it becomes a grave crime against heaven, impossible to atone for. He hurriedly diverted, why must you show off your verbal prowess, friend? Why not enter the formation and give it a try? Shen Gongbao merely scoffed and ignored him. Ling Zhuzai could not contain himself, stepping forward in a rush. As a vanguard, he always sought to be first. Yet Yang Jian grasped his wrist tightly, his expression grave, transmitting sound to his ear. Do not forget what the two uncles instructed yesterday. Ling Zhuzai trembled all over, immediately halting his movements, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yang Jian, no longer stirring. Jiang Zia completely disregarded Yao Shiwang's convoluted words. Many years as a prime minister had fostered a calm demeanor. Li Jingwei, Hu Jin Zhamu Jia, and Tu Xing's son. You five go to probe the formation. The five responded and departed. The apothecary Wang Li stood aside, smiling without restraint, watching with his arms folded, as steady as a rock. Soon 5 individuals stepped out of the formation. Before Jiang Zia could speak, the 5 had already bowed in unison, exclaiming in chorus, "For a day we were shrouded in ignorance and dullness. Only upon seeing the truth do we realize who we truly are." They then respectfully bowed to the apothecary Wang. "We pay our respects to our master." Turning around, they ignored the immortals of the Chan sect behind them, not even lifting their eyelids. Apothecary Wang laughed loudly to the heavens. "Dear friends, today you have turned from darkness to light. Well done. Well done." The faces of the Chan sect members changed dramatically, everyone turning pale. Li Jing and the others actually betrayed their sect on the spot. What audacity! Shen Gongbao was furious and wanted to scold them, but Jiang Zia raised a hand to stop him. "Senior brother, hold on." He smiled coldly, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. "The Western sect is quite skilled." He then raised his voice to issue an order: "Sound the retreat. Western Qi shall hang the truce banner." The immortals suppressed their anger and returned to the camp. As Shen Gongbao lifted the tent flap to enter, he hurriedly asked, "Junior brother, why did you stop me?" Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi also looked over, their gazes intense. They trusted this junior brother. If there were no abnormalities, they would not have retreated so hastily. Jiang Zia's expression was unusually serious. That formation was peculiar. Did you notice? When Li Jing and the 5 stepped out of the formation, all their power had transformed into the orthodox attack method of the Western sect, pure and untainted without any hindrance. This is not feigned surrender, nor is it coercion. It is a genuine change of allegiance, a true reshaping of their Dao foundation. Hiss! The 3 inside the tent collectively gasped. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they managed to completely uproot 5 disciples of the Chan sect, cleansing their essence and reshaping their bones. This is not a mere formation. It is clearly a sinister and powerful tool for life and death. Shen Gongbao's forehead beaded with sweat, his heart heavy. Li Jing and the others could be said to have slightly weaker foundations, but Wei Hu was different. He was a bona fide Deluo golden immortal, one of the few formidable disciples over 3 generations, and he too has fallen into it. Having just entered the tribulation, and the 3 teachings have already lost several Deluo. He exclaimed urgently, "Are we just going to let this apothecary Wang block us here, helpless? That formation is a dead end. If Wei Hu can't hold on, the other 4 likely won't either." Jiang Zia slowly exhaled. "For now, we can only ask our master to decide." A moment of silence fell within the tent. No one rebuffed him. This was indeed the only path. But in fact, was there still a need for Jiang Zia to report? The moment Li Jing and the others spoke, the entire great powers of the primordial world had already sensed it. Li Jing Jinjia Mujia, Tu Xing's son Wei Hu. Whether 2nd-generation direct disciples or 3rd-generation elites, they all turned their backs on the Western sect. An unprecedented change. The great powers were baffled. What methods did the Western sect employ? Yet one thing they all knew unspokenly. Yuan Shi Tianzun would never tolerate this. Indeed, the moment Li Jing and the others betrayed the Xuanmen, the 3 pure ones' Daoist temple trembled simultaneously. In the 8 Scenery Palace, Lao Jun paused his whisk slightly. In the Yusu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun's gaze turned cold. In the Baiyu Palace, the Tong Tian teacher tapped the table with his finger. The 3 saints frowned in unison. People always say the 2 saints of the West are shameless, but now the word shameless can no longer bear the weight of this upheaval. This is not a matter of thickness of face. It touches the fundamentals and crosses the line. While Jiang Zia and the others did not recognize the origins of that great formation under the E-Gate, the saints were all too clear. This formation, could it be set up by Apothecary Wang? Even if he cultivated for millions of years, he couldn't lay out even a fraction of its outline. In the primordial world, only 2 individuals could set up such a formation. The saints. Indeed, it was the work of a saint. The one who set the formation was Zhuan. This is not an ordinary formation, but the Bodhi Great Formation, the first among the top 10 formations of the primordial world that possesses the power to transform. Using his true body of Bodhi wood as the eye of the formation, Zhuan isolated the inside from the outside, creating a small world of its own, evolving into a complete Western Buddhist kingdom. Within the formation, every flower leaf stone and would contain the sound of chanting and teaching. Those below the quasi-saint level who stepped into the formation would have their minds collapse, unable to even produce a thought of resistance. Even if a quasi-saint personally arrived without possessing a supreme defensive treasure, they would not last long. This is the highest method of the Western sect to connect with external fate and guide people into the Tao. The three pure ones were shaken. They immediately dispatched their most capable disciples. Since Zhuan had already made his move, they naturally would follow suit. Let's see who can outplay whom. Yuan sure scoffed. When it comes to shamelessness and black-heartedness, you Westerners take the cake. He then muttered to himself, let's see how this game plays out. I'll make sure you shoot yourselves in the foot. He summoned Guang Qingzi and ordered, go invite Ran Deng, Wen Shu Pu Xian Si Hang, and Zhu Lu's son to come here. Shortly after the five arrived together, Yuan Shi's expression was calm. The Fengshen calamity is an immeasurable tribulation. All disciples of the saints must enter the world to respond to it. Today Zia has been tasked to assist the Western Qi. You will go and listen to his orders. All actions will be carried out according to his commands. If you can break this formation, your tribulations will be considered resolved, and you will not have to toil in the mortal realm anymore. Hearing this, Ran Deng and the others were overjoyed and quickly bowed to express their gratitude. The dangers of the immeasurable tribulation are best understood by the disciples of the saints. Who would have thought there would be such a shortcut? Just breaking a formation can lead to escape. Each of them smiled broadly, turning to leave, all thinking only of how to break the formation and return to the mountain for quiet cultivation. Yuan Shi watched the five figures fade into the distance, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, his expression inscrutable. Let's see who can outplay whom. Since the Western sect had made their move, Yuan Shi naturally had to respond. Jiang Zia lit incense and changed his clothes, sincerely praying, and before he finished, a talismanic decree descended from the heavens. He held it in both hands, opened it to read, and his face revealed joy. He turned to the immortals and exclaimed loudly, the Master's divine eye is like a torch. How can the myriad changes of the world escape his wise gaze? The strategy to break the formation has already been determined. He added, but we still need everyone's strong assistance. Shun Gongbao Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi replied in unison. The next morning, a truce banner still hung high above Western Qi City. Apothecary Wang was not in a hurry. The longer it dragged on, the more advantageous it was for them. The three teachings used the conflict between Shang and Zhou to carry out the Fengshen matter, yet the fate of Shang Tang had already run out, and the heavenly mandate was hard to defy. Even the saints cannot go against the heavens. Regardless of how the Fengshen conclusion unfolds, the Shang dynasty will ultimately yield to Western Qi. The only variable lies within King Zhou. If the Western saint appears, he might have a good ending. If the Eastern side wins, then there is no need to say more. Thus Apothecary Wang remained stationed beneath the E-gate. The longer he held out, the more advantageous it became. Why rush? However, he also understood if the two Eastern teachings remained completely quiet, what kind of calamity would this immeasurable tribulation be? Indeed, he slightly raised his perceptive eyes and saw several overwhelming auras breaking through the air. Apothecary Wang's expression changed drastically. They were actually quasi-saints. He wondered if the great formation bestowed by his master could withstand it. Zhuan was truly ruthless, not even giving half a hint of the secrets of the Bodhi Great Formation to his own disciples. He saw a streak of flowing light rush in with Ran Deng, leading the way, followed by Wen Shu Pu Xian Si Hang and Zhu Lu's son. All the formidable figures among the 12 golden immortals, not a single one missing. Jiang Zia immediately rallied his troops out of the camp, full of vigor. Ran Deng is the vice-head of the Chan sect and also one of the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud's palace of Hongjun. The four of Wen Shu are also backbone figures known throughout the primordial world among the 12 golden immortals. With such a lineup, there is no need to exert effort against the formation before them. With just a snap of the fingers, it could be dismantled. He raised his head and cried aloud by the talisman edict of Zixiao Palace. Master Ronding, senior brother Wen Shu, senior brother Puxian, senior brother Zihong, senior brother Zhiliu's son, break the formation at once. The five had long been poised, and at the command moved without hesitation. Shun Gongbao Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi exchanged glances, each feeling that something was amiss, though none could yet put it into words. On reflection, it did seem reasonable that Great Array was too uncanny to be rattled except by quasi-saints or Deluo Jinxian. Wait, Deluo Jinxian. Isn't Wei Hu himself a Deluo Jinxian? If even he is trapped within the array and cannot escape, can Wen Shu and the others truly hold firm? Yang Jian had barely begun to speak when Jiang Zia shot him a fierce glance. The saint's edict is here. At once the three swallowed and fell silent. With the saint's edict displayed, any further doubt would be sheer presumption. Jiang Zia lowered his voice to a caution. This matter concerns great consequence. You are to merely observe. Ask nothing, debate nothing, spread nothing. A chill ran down the spines of Shun Gongbao, and the others, they shuddered in unison. When had Zixiao Palace's edicts ever lacked earth-shattering stratagems? Yet this was plainly an internal secret of the order not for them to interrupt. Yaoshi Wang, seeing Changjiao's immortals assemble, felt a private delight. The more who came the better. If even a Deluo Jinxian like Wei who had been converted, then a few more would suit his designs perfectly. He had absolute faith in the great array personally taught by his master. Suddenly he lifted his head, his smile vanished. A powerful presence had arrived. Even before the person appeared, a tide of pressure rolled in, heavy and suffocating. Even this quasi-saint felt a slight tightness in his chest. Not just one quasi-saint. Yaoshi Wang's face darkened. Rinjiao and Changjiao still harbor so many masters. Could Xuandu or Yanzangzi have come? The pressure had not yet struck the formation, but Jiang Zia and the assembly of immortals all turned their heads. Shun Gongbao, Yang Jian, and Ling Zhuzi stared at one another dumbstruck. What sort of expert was this? Jiang Zia instead laughed aloud, smoothing his sleeve and setting his crown. The senior brethren and sisters of Zixiao Palace have arrived. Everyone come with me to receive them. Shun Gongbao and the three immortals brightened at the words, yet Jiang Zia's countenance remained composed, as if he had long awaited this moment. The three were struck silent, a tremor passing through them as realization dawned. This matter had already unfolded beneath the saint's very eyes. Anything that touched upon a saint's design left no one daring to ask a further question. Obediently they moved. Before he had finished speaking, the disciples of Zixiao Palace had already drawn near. Shun Gongbao froze on the spot. Even Jiang Zia was momentarily speechless. No one had expected that it would be them. Yinxiao led the way, followed closely by Shiji, Jinling, Wudong, and Guiling. The five true heirs of Zixiao Palace stood together before the array. For others such an appearance might be ordinary, but Yinxiao was the foremost disciple beneath Tongtian Jiaozhu and rarely left the palace unbidden. Her personal descent now showed the gravity of the situation. Yinxiao bowed with steady tone. This formation was not cast by Yaoshi Wang. It is in truth the Western Teach Sect subduing array, the 10 directions Bodhi formation. The array's heart is the original body of the Zhuan Ti saint before he attained the way, an ancient Bodhi tree. Any who enter whose resolve loosens will straightway be seized, their spirit will be drawn, and their soul return to the tree, making retreat all but impossible. Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi both secretly exhaled. Randang was Changjiao's deputy leader, and Wenshu, Puxian, Cihong, and Zhiliu Sun held seats among the 12 golden immortals. Such foundations were not easily shaken. It was one thing to convert outsiders with the array, and to convert these five. Hard indeed. Yet Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao's faces had both shifted. There was more in Yunxiao's words than met the ear. Once Yunxiao's declaration was coupled with their master's previous secret order, the two men understood in an instant. Randang and the other five were precisely those whose resolve had wavered. Absurd. How exalted was the deputy leader's station. How illustrious the title of the 12 golden immortals. Was even that not enough? If this counted as wavering, then what could be called steadfast? In their eyes the five had ceased to be merely mistaken. They had betrayed the very root of their path. Jiang Zia stepped forward, bowed, and asked, "May I inquire, senior sister Yunxiao, did the saint give explicit instruction?" Yunxiao's gaze swept across Changjiao's disciples, unreadable, noting Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao's reactions down to the smallest detail. True to their master's assessment, these second-generation disciples were rare in their composure. Her tone remained unruffled. "We descended by the edict only to break the array." She paused, her eyes passing over the three immortals. "And incidentally to cleanse the ranks." Her voice was neither loud nor sharp, yet as the words fell a coldness climbed the spines of Changjiao's immortal assembly, a chill that shot from the tailbone to the crown. The two characters, edict, bore a weight of 10,000 measures. Cleanse the ranks. Cleanse whom? Naturally those who first wavered, first turned, first changed their methods. Ling Zhuzi had just opened his mouth when Yang Jian's grip tightened on his arm, holding him fast. Who was Yinxiao? The chief true heir of Zixiao Palace, a station equivalent to the likes of Xuandu Great Master or Guangchengzi. Absent a saint's instruction, she would not so much as pause on her way past Punglai Island. The depths behind her were not a matter for them to inquire into. Ling Zhuzi muttered in displeasure, "If Li Jing's defection can be tolerated, then so be it. But Randang is a quasi-saint, and Wenshu and the others are 12 golden immortals. Do they have no backbone?" Yinxiao cast him a sidelong look and said nothing. The expression in her eyes plainly read, for words not fully grown. What use are millennia of cultivation if the heart remains immature? In her eyes Ling Zhuzi was still the impetuous troublemaker who plunged into mischief and was first to squeal. Before long, Randang, Wenshu, Puxian, Cihong, and Zhiliu Sun stepped slowly from the formation. Ling Zhuzi lifted his foot to go forward in welcome, but Yang Jian suddenly said in a low, grave voice, "Look closely at their cultivation." Ling Zhuzi focused, and felt his throat tighten. Their Yuqing true qi had vanished utterly. The aura that now flowed about them was the Western teach's peculiar golden lotus Brahma radiance. He snapped with bitter laughter. Randang, you deputy head of Changjiao would abandon the Dao and turn west. That phrasing is mistaken. Yao Shiwang interjected with a genial smile. Master Randang and his 4 companions have awakened and abandoned darkness for the light. It is as destiny ordained merits beyond measure. Randang pressed his palms together, compassion softening his face, once lost on the path, now at last awakened. Blessed. Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao exchanged a glance. At the corner of each mouth, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled. Just as their master had judged, the Five's resolve had long since given way, only sustained by outward force until now. Randang spoke aloud. My younger kin, do not remain entranced. Return while you may. Now is the turning point. Indeed. When Shu Puxian, Cihang Juliu's son, and Li Jing echoed in unison, their faces so earnest they verged on pious. Were it not that Jiang Zia had seen them moments earlier wield the Yuqing thunder technique, he might nearly have believed them. These were promising seedlings carefully trained by the Western teach itself. Jiang Zia bowed deeply. My thanks to the senior sisters of Zixiao Palace. Yunxiao said no more, as she simply gave a quiet sweep of her hand. Form the array. Yao Shiwang and Randang were stupefied. With their 2 quasi-saints holding position and 5 Deluo Jingxian pressing the array, Yunxiao would attempt to oppose with only 5 of her own. It seemed a bold overreach. Too presumptuous, perhaps. Yunxiao took the east, the azure lotus jeweled banner in hand. Shurji stood at the center, the apricot yellow Wuji banner hanging down. Jinling guarded the south, with the earth-parting flame radiance banner snapping in the wind. Wudong held the west beneath the plain cloud realm banner. Guiling took the north, the Xianyuan water-controlling banner surging. The 5 banners unfurled in the wind, azure, yellow, red, white, and black intermingling and shining. The 5 directional energies linked in a single line. In a breath, they wrapped the Western immortals within, and even the 10 directions Bodhi formation was swallowed up along with them. Yunxiao's clear voice rose. 5 directions, 5 colors, 5 virtues, great array, begin. As the words fell, heaven and earth fell utterly silent. Only 5 flags fluttered in place, the 5 elements rotating, the 5 virtues unifying. The disciples of the Changjiao were left dumbfounded. Could such an unheard-of formation truly subdue 2 quasi-saints, 5 great Luo, and an entire array of Western celestial beings? Yang Jian hesitated for a moment, turning to Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao. Have you 2 ever heard of this formation? What is its power? Jiang Zia shook his head. Shun Gongbao also shook his head. They had joined the Yushu Palace not long ago, and these old matters, secret transmissions, and hidden formations had never been mentioned by their master. It was not that they were not taught, but that it was not their time to know. Yang Jian asked, and the 2 were momentarily at a loss for words. When Yang Chua's gaze met Ling Zuzi's, their expressions suddenly darkened. They were among the elite of the 3rd generation of Changjiao disciples, always regarded as leaders of their generation. Yet the ongoing battle of Fengshan weighed heavily on their hearts. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong were somewhat understandable. The son of King Zhou of Shang turning against them at the battlefield had some ties of blood. But what about Li Jingjin, Jia Mu Jia, and Wei Hu? True disciples who had genuinely entered the Yushu sect, even their mentors like Randang, when Shu Puxian, Ci Hang, and Zhu Lu's son, were all wavering. Such figures could not even maintain their Dao heart. Just thinking about this sent a chill down their spines. As fellow 3rd-generation disciples, Yang Chua and Ling Zhuzi had a close friendship with Wei Hu. That young man had exceptional talent and roots. During a sermon at the Yushu Palace, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable had even specifically called his name. Who would have thought that he would kneel at the gates of the Western sect in the blink of an eye? Shin Gongbao noticed the expressions of the 2 and lightly patted their shoulders. Do not ponder aimlessly. The great waves wash away the sand, leaving the gold behind. When tribulations arise, those who waver will reveal their true colors earlier, which is actually a good thing. If you were to cover it up one day, it would burst into a huge hole, and that would be truly unpredictable. Ling Zhuzi gazed at the expansive flag formation above, his voice lowering. Can Master Yunxiao and the others take down those traitors? As his words fell, the surrounding Changjiao disciples fell silent. Yunxiao and the others were quasi-saints, and it should be easy for them to slay a few great Luo golden immortals. But a quasi-saint's body is not something that can be easily moved. Right now, faith is the only method. However, they did not know. The moment Yunxiao activated the 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation, the expressions of the saints in the 3 realms simultaneously changed. These disciples did not understand the weight of this formation. How could the saints not know? In the Yushu Palace, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable gazed at the flag formation, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Tongtian, oh Tongtian, you have indeed gathered the 5 flags together. Good, very good. In the 8 Sceneries Palace, the Supreme Elder clapped his hands softly. Excellent. The initial decision to part with the Qinglian Bao's flag was not made in vain. Now its significance is finally revealed. The 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation is the first great trap of the Primordial era, only heard of by name but never seen. Now it is time for the Western sect to lose its composure. In the dazzling sound temple of Mount Shumi, Jie and Zhuanti both stood up, their expressions uncertain. The 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation. Zuni's voice split. Who set it up? This is not a battle of magic. This is a cheat. Setting up the formation itself is not difficult. With the innate 5-colored flags in hand, just find 5 cultivators of similar cultivation and arrange them according to position. The difficult part is gathering the 5 flags. Previously, the 5 flags each guarded a direction: the Qinglian Bao's flag in the west, the Lidi Wenguang flag in the Yaoqi, the Sucai Yunjia flag belonged to the Supreme Elder, the Xianyuan Control Water flag belonged to the Primordial One, and the Wujinghuang flag had always been kept in reserve by the Zixiao Palace. The Western sect had readily given up the Qinglian Bao's flag, confident that Tongtian could never gather the remaining 4. The Yaoqi was only a quasi-saint, and even guarding the flag was strenuous. What about the Supreme Elder and the Primordial One? Although the 3 clear ones originate from the same source, the teachings of the human sect and Changjiao have established their own sects, and the 5 flags are innate treasures that suppress fortunes, how could they easily let go? They thought they had left no stone unturned. Yet unexpectedly, the Supreme Elder gave the Sucai Yunjia flag. The Primordial One handed over the Xianyuan Control Water flag, and the Wujinghuang flag was even directly brought to the entrance of the Biao Palace. Jie and Zhuanti were almost losing their composure. The 5 flags. Are you really not relying on them to gather fortune? Does the Supreme Elder and the Primordial One really need this item? Transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, endowed with the merits of opening the heavens, the Taiji diagram and Pangu banner secure the fortunes of the human sect, and Changjiao their foundation, so thick it feels solid. How unlike the Western sect, which could barely count a few decent innate spiritual treasures. The troubles of the wealthy are unknown to the poor. Jane sighed. Junior brother, gather your spirit. He had already seen through the intricacies, but a layer of shadow deepened on his face. Zhuanti gritted his teeth. Those 5 must not be let go. Ran Deng Wen Shu Pu Xian Ci, Hang Ju Lu Sun. The foundation of the Western land's great rise lies with these 5. Jane nodded heavily indeed. From the moment the Shifeng Bodhi formation transformed the 5, the 2 saints felt the fortunes surge, rising rapidly beyond expectations. Initially they thought it was the Eastern 3 saints setting up a scheme, but when they calculated with their fingers, they realized the heavenly mechanism was chaotic, revealing only a trace of an obscure thread. It turned out to be a sign of the future prosperity of the Western lands. Zhuanti let out a slight breath. Fortunately, the 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation is just a trap. For the time being, there is no danger to life. However, Jane suddenly changed color. Not good. Zhuanti shuddered. Senior brother, the formation is indeed a trap. Jiayan's temples throbbed slightly, but the ones setting it up are Yunxiao and Shiji. Zhuanti's throat tightened, and he blurted out the 4 swords of the immortals. Previously, Shiji's sword intent had cleaved the 6 monsters of Meishan, sending a chill through the hearts of the 2 saints. Later, when the sword of immortality was drawn, Changer Dingguang fell on the spot, further confirming their suspicions. Yunxiao, Bixiao, Qiongxiao, and Shiji are not merely sword-bearing fairies. They are the wielders of the 4 swords of the immortals. Tongshan's move nearly caused the saints to throw out their backs. That is the ultimate killing formation of the Biao Palace, the foundation of the Jie Sect. How could it be entrusted to 4 female immortals? Do they not fear it being stolen? If it were truly stolen, Tongtian would not mind. At that time he would lose all face, and he would have no way to ask for it back. But can it be stolen? Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances and slowly shook their heads. Dreams are best made at night. Dreaming with your eyes open during the day. That's foolish. The 2 saints of the West naturally had thoughts of sending disciples to seize the 4 swords of the immortals. After all, they were the only ones who had truly tasted the flavor of the sword array of immortality and knew the weight of the formation. But how to seize it? The 4 great sword maidens each possess quasi-saint cultivation. More importantly, each has comprehended a sword intent. The sword of immortality represents profit, the sword of slaying immortals represents death, the sword of trapping immortals represents break, and the sword of absolute immortals represents extermination. Just looking at the immortal Shiji. Without needing a sword relying solely on her flesh and blood, she can condense the intent of absolute immortality. Every move contains the chance of obliteration. Such swordsmanship roots are truly astonishing. If others do not have equal attainments, how could they approach the sword body? Would they really let Duobao go? Absurd. Duobao is one of the 5 treasures of the Western sect and is crucial to their rise. Even a half-step loss cannot be tolerated. Senior brother, Zunti's brow furrowed tightly, his voice low. The 5 sons of Chanjiao share the same energy with Duobao. They are clearly people born of fate. Jane smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the West wants to rise, the talents are all in the East. The Eastern lands truly are a land of spiritual treasures, hiding dragons and crouching tigers. Senior brother. Zunti's tone suddenly rose. Now is not the time to be awed. It's a great rise. Our Western land's great rise. He paused, each word biting hard. The long-eared, dinging immortal has been lost, and the 5 sons of the Chanjiao cannot be faltered any longer. And then there is the Medicine King. Jane only asked one question. What do you plan to do? Zhuan's eyes flickered. The 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues great formation is indeed unsolvable, but it has a flaw. Yunxiao and the others should not have included the 10 directions Bodhi great formation within it. He laughed aloud. The 10 directions Bodhi formation is indeed a formation for ferrying people, but the core of that Bodhi wood is the transformed essence before the proof of Dao. It is akin to offering one's true self into the 5 directions flag formation. Jane was silent for a long while, then slowly nodded. Yunxiao and the others had completed the formation. The Medicine King's expression changed drastically, and Ronding Wenshu Puxian Cihong and Zhu Lusun tensed up almost simultaneously. The 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues, great formation. These individuals are not inexperienced little immortals. They are either vice leaders of major sects or direct disciples of saints intimately familiar with the formation diagrams in the texts. Although this formation had never appeared in the primordial chaos, one glance revealed its peril. Randang shouted sternly, "Everyone be careful. This is a formation set by the innate 5 directions flags, the #1 trap in the world." The words of the Dao Ancestor can trap saints. Li Jing, Jinjia Mujia, and Wei, who were frozen on the spot. Trap saints. Can this flag formation truly confine a saint? Fortunately, it is merely a trapping formation lacking in lethality. Randang spoke rapidly. Form the formation to guard the heart, assist one another, and await external forces to break the formation. The trapping formation is difficult to break, and there is no way to approach from within or aside from waiting for assistance. There is no other method. Before Randang's words finished, everyone had already taken their positions, their breaths interlinked. The Medicine King felt a chill in his heart. Truly, these were the older generation of Quasi saints who had survived to this day among the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace, calm in the face of danger, commanding, as if their limbs were extensions of their will. He. The turtle spirit covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Senior sister, that traitor Randang really dares to say that we lack in lethality. Among the 5 fairy sisters setting the formation, she is the most innocent, having entered the sect the latest and the last to step into the threshold of Quasi Saint among the 12 fairies of the Bio Palace. However, when it comes to loyalty to the Bio Palace, there is no one in the entire sect who surpasses her. The Tantian sage has never been harsh on talent, only valuing 2 things: loyalty and a heart towards the Tao. The turtle spirit may be somewhat less resolute, but her fervent heart has never wavered. Yunxiao's expression remained unchanged as she softly said, "Since it is so, let them see what lack truly means." She exchanged a glance with Shiji, and they both whispered in unison, "Draw the swords." The Zhuxian and Juexian dual swords soared into the air, their cold radiance surging, illuminating the flag formation within. This formation formed a small realm of its own, isolating the inside from the outside. While the heavens within collapsed and the earth shattered, the primordial chaos outside remained calm and serene. Thus Yunxiao and Shiji felt no hesitation, completely releasing their restrictions. The sword chi surged like a tide, cold as frost, with 2 fierce swords hovering at the heart of the formation, lights swirling and murderous intent pervading. Be careful. It is the Zhuxian and Juexian from the Zhuxian sword formation. Quickly summon the treasures. Randang roared. He even temporarily forgot that Yunxiao and Shiji were 2 of the 4 sword fairies under Tongtian, with the Zhuxian 4 swords always by their sides. The sword light cleaved down like a torrential river. The advantages of Zhuxian severed causality, cut fate, and split the primordial spirit. The annihilation of Juexian left no trace, no thought, and not a shred of true spirit behind. The 2 strands of sword intent overlapped. How could it be merely doubled? Li Jing, Jinjia Mujia, and Wei, who even before they could summon their treasures, their bodies crumbled like thin paper, turning into powder in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. The treasures they carried still remained in their sleeves and had not left their sides, yet they too were burned to nothing. Within the flag formation, only 4 strands of wandering true spirits remained. Due to the separation of the formation, the true spirits could not escape nor fly up to the function list, merely floating and swirling within this confined space. Unfortunately, it was ultimately just Li Jing and a few scattered immortals along with Wei, who had just recently advanced to Golden Immortal. Those veteran golden immortals and great powers, however, remained unscathed. No, not unscathed. Although the Zhuxian sword formation had not unleashed all four swords at once, the two Quasi Saints Yunxiao and Shiji wielded the Zhuxian and Zhuexian dual swords with the sword Qi surging incessantly. The Medicine King and those five great powers who had defected from the Changjiao could only huddle back to back, layering upon layering, to summon their treasures, barely maintaining the protective light screen. The five directions, five colors, and five virtues great formation was indeed, as they had predicted, merely trapping, not harming, lacking in any lethality. Yet they forgot in Yangxiu's hand was the Zhuxian sword, and in Shiji's grasp was the Zhuexian sword. Sword Qi struck upon the protective barrier laid down by the six individuals, one after another, the light screen flickering, buzzing, and trembling, as if a candle in the wind ready to extinguish at any moment. The veins on the Medicine King's forehead throbbed, Randang's knuckles turned white, and Wenshu Puxian Zihong and Zhu Lusun gritted their teeth, their power surging wildly, yet still unable to suppress the coldness churning in their hearts. No one else could break into the formation. Even if two Quasi Saints and four veteran Deluo were present, they would meet their end here. Randang's pupils constricted as he whispered, "Retreat into the 10 directions, Bodhi Great Formation." The eyes of the five brightened. They had actually forgotten about this. Within the flag formation lay another great formation, which was the treasure of the Western Church, waiting for all six of them to preside over it, for it to operate smoothly. Without any hesitation, 6 strands of power surged forth like a flood. Who would dare to hold back? A moment's delay and another name would be added to the function list. Only by hiding within the 10 directions Bodhi Great Formation was there a glimmer of survival. Strangely, the 5 fairies of the Zixiao Palace did not obstruct them, merely standing quietly at the formation's heart, allowing them to rush in. As the 6 entered the formation completely, Yunxiao and Shiji sheathed their swords, their voices cold. "Sisters, the crucial moment has arrived. Focus and guard the flags. Do not harbor any distractions. We comply with Senior Sister's decree." Shiji, Jinling, Wudong, and Turtle Spirit all responded in unison, their expressions solemn. They all understood in their hearts the critical moment personally bestowed by their master was right at this instant. Success or failure is but a thought away. The 5 great fairies of the Zixiao Palace set down the 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues great formation, encircling the Medicine King and the 5 traitors of the Changjiao in the center. The commander of the West Qi Army, Zhang Zia, along with Shun Gongbao, Yang Jian, and Ling Zhuzi, stood quietly outside the flag formation, awaiting the outcome. No one mentioned retreating. 1, because Yun Xiao and the others were senior sisters and uncles, and 2, because they had come to assist West Qi. If they withdrew at this critical moment, would it not chill people's hearts? Ling Zhuzi could not contain himself, rubbing his hands and asking, "Uncle, senior brother, can Yun Xiao and the others win?" Shin Gongbao grinned. "Can they win? Is that even a question? With them present, the Medicine King and these traitors, their death is just a matter of time. It's just a matter of when they'll make it to the list." Ling Zhuzi's eyes brightened. "They deserve to die. For betraying our Changjiao, they deserve to be on the list." Yet Jiang Zia frowned, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "Senior brother, that 10 directions Bodhi Great Formation seems a bit off." He paused. "Not long ago, Senior Sister Yunxiao clearly said that it was set up by a Western saint personally. If so, can it truly be stable as a rock, relying solely on the support of 6 individuals?" As his words fell, the 4 fell silent. Matters concerning saints cannot be discussed lightly. Shun Gongbao, Yang Jian, and Ling Zhuzi exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Only those truly born from the great teachings of saints would know. The title of saint is not just a name, it is a chasm. At this moment, the 4 suddenly felt a thump in their hearts and looked up in unison. 8 streams of flowing light pierced through the sky from the horizon, swift as a startled swan. Some traveled on swords, some sat atop purple gold gourds, some glided down with the wind, leaning on banana leaf fans, while others rode donkeys backwards, swinging their legs as they came. These were the 8 immortals from the teachings of Rinjiao, gathered on Penglai Island. Jiang Ziya's heart sank. How could the master of Rinjiao suddenly arrive here? The leader of the 8 immortals, Li Xian, stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "By the decree of the 3 teachings, Saint Jiangshang must immediately lead the Western Qi army to attack the Sand Mountain Pass." Sand Mountain Pass. Ling Zhuzi blurted out, "Isn't that to the south? South of Mianxi is the Sand Mountain Pass. Further north lies the territory of the Southern Marquis." Yang Jian already knew what he wanted to say and simply voiced it for him. "Uncle Master, what about the 5 uncles in the flag gate formation? What should we do?" Li Xian glanced at the 2 of them with a hint of approval in his eyes. "Precisely, because Sister Yun Xiao and the others are guarding this formation, we must directly assault the Sand Mountain Pass and eradicate the foundation of Shangtang in the south." Off. Ling Zhuzi was taken aback. Yang Jian was also momentarily stunned. What kind of reasoning was this? Li Xian shook his head and sighed lightly. The opponents are not on the same level. This flaggate formation has been set up here for at least several days, if not months. Even if we take Sand Mountain Pass, the outcome inside may not yet be determined. Ling Zhuzi gaped, and Yang Jian couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. 5 Quasi-Saints fighting against 2 Quasi-Saints and 5 Deluo, and it still takes so long. Zhang Zia and Shun Gongbao simultaneously raised their eyes, their gazes meeting with a heavy silence. They understood. It wasn't that they were fighting slowly, but rather that they couldn't fight quickly. If they truly wasted time here, by the time the formation was broken, they might as well be left with nothing. Fortunately, the Saint's decree came just in time. Zhang Zia immediately raised the flag. Send orders to the entire army, march to Sand Mountain Pass. Ling Zhuzi, still a child, turned and clung to Shun Gongbao. Uncle Master, please tell me what on earth is going on. Shun Gongbao glanced at him sideways, shaking his head helplessly. Your mouth is faster than your brain. Sister Yinxiao just mentioned. What is the Eye of the 10 Directions Bodhi formation? Ling Zhuzi scratched his head. Bodhi wood. Suddenly he paused, a shiver running through him. Bodhi wood. Isn't that? Yang Jian quickly covered his mouth, hissing silence. In the depths of the 10 Directions Bodhi formation, a segment of Bodhi wood trembled slightly, its outline suddenly stretching and unfolding, transforming into a human-shaped shadow. Not a clone, but the true body. It was the Saint of Zhuanti. He originally had a waxy yellow complexion, but at this moment it was as black as a pot's bottom. This flaggate formation is troublesome. He murmured to himself, his tone unusually thick with hesitation. I intended to send a clone here, but unexpectedly. It seems I must come in person. For a saint of the heavenly Tao, such words are nearly absurd. Among the 6 saints of the Primordial, wherever their thoughts reached, their true bodies would arrive. However, this time he failed to do so. This truly caught him off guard. The flaggate great formation sealed the heavens and locked the earth, completely isolating the primordial world, much like the 5 Directions, 5 Colors, and 5 Virtues great formation that created its own domain, which did not belong to the West. Even being trapped in the center of the 10 Directions Bodhi formation, his original form before attaining enlightenment was also firmly confined. Only such a formation could restrain a saint. Dao Ancestor Hongjun indeed did not deceive him. Zhuanti had not intended to come in person. Once the true body arrived, the Eastern Saints would surely find an excuse to join the fight, a situation the 2 Western leaders would never wish to see. If a saint intervened, the heavens and earth would shatter, and what would become of winning or losing? It would all end in ashes. Above the heavenly Dao Hongjun, Dao Ancestor's gaze remained fixed. But Zhuanti, known for his thick skin and clever ideas, he calculated if the true body cannot come, then a clone should suffice. The eye of the formation was his former self. As long as the saint's thought descended, how different was it from being present? Cunning as he was stuck outside the door, unable to enter. Unable to enter, even the most brilliant thoughts were mere talk. He gritted his teeth in disgust with Jane forcibly tearing a gap in the formation with the Bodhi wood, and his true body charged in. Attention! The saint has arrived. Yinxiao shouted loudly. Yes. The 4 immortals responded in unison, their voices like gold and stone. Although the Zhuanti person was in the formation, his divine sense shone like the sun and moon, missing not a word of the immortals. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart, an uneasy tension. But just as this thought arose, he shook it off. Do they think they can trap me? Just based on Yinxiao and her 4 Quasi-Saints. It would be more plausible if Tantian came personally. He frowned and glanced at the 6 Western teaching immortals before him. What is making you all look so disheveled? The disciples of the Tantian Saint and Zixiao Palace, including Ran Deng and others, had already been thoroughly refined by the 10 Directions Bodhi formation. Their minds returned to the West, completely becoming subordinates of the Western teaching. His inquiry was natural, and it was sincere. It was not surprising that he was astonished. Ran Deng, the Medicine Master King, and the others all had chaotic breaths, their limbs weak, barely able to sit cross-legged, their celestial demeanor completely vanished. The Medicine Master King was waiting for Ran Deng to speak, but upon seeing him bow his head in silence, he immediately realized and rushed forward. Uncle Master, the 5 fellow Taoists in Zixiao Palace are all Quasi-Saints. The combined might of the Excalibur of slaying immortals and the Excalibur of absolute immortals far exceeds expectations. If we weren't gritting our teeth to hold on, we might not even see Uncle Master anymore. Zhuanti sighed softly. This was one of the reasons he broke the rules to enter the formation. These 6 people were all the pillars of the Western teaching's future prosperity, and none could be lost. Unfortunately, Li Jingjin, Jia Muzha, and Wei Hu were all trapped in tribulations. The closer he got, the clearer it became. Li Jing and his son might be fine, but Wei Hu was firmly chosen as a magical tool of the Western teachings. What a pity. He immediately understood why the 6 were in such disarray. The 5 Directions, 5 Colors, and 5 Virtues great formation was self-contained, cutting off spiritual energy. The six trapped within could only exhaust their energy without replenishing it. How could they not be weary? Fortunately, Yunxiao and the others had no intention to kill otherwise if they fully activated the Excalibur of Slaying Immortals and the Excalibur of Absolute Immortals, would they still have their lives? The true spirit had probably already ascended the investiture of the gods. If that were the case, the Western teachings would be severely weakened. Zhuanti waved his robe sleeve, and 6 streams of spiritual energy surged towards the heavenly spirits of the 6. Instantly, the 6 were revitalized, their divine light returning, their sinews and bones rejuvenated. The Medicine Master King's face lit up with joy as he stood up and clasped his hands. Uncle Master has arrived, and breaking the formation is now hopeful. Uncle Master, there is more good news. His voice shone bright. Yunxiao and Shiji, the 2 Dao friends, have brought the Excalibur of Slaying Immortals and the Excalibur of Absolute Immortals into the formation. If these 2 swords could belong to our Western teachings, would that not be a heavenly opportunity? He would never forget the sight of the 4 Excaliburs of Slaying Immortals hanging over the western sky. The 4 swords, slaying immortals, slaying fairies, trapping immortals, and absolute immortals, combined to bombard the great mountain protecting formation of the great thunder sound temple day and night, with a ferocity that surged like the sea, overwhelming for ages. Even the most seasoned disciples turned pale when recalling it. He truly wished to properly invite these 2 swords back to the west. Zhuanti nodded. What you say is very true. Let us go out together to meet them. As soon as he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, the 10 directions Bodhi formation folded up like a scroll into his sleeve. This formation was originally set by him through the hands of the Medicine Master King, and now that the formation the Bodhi wood, had been lost, the formation had long scattered, leaving only an empty shell that even ordinary Quasi-Saints could easily dismantle, and it would only hinder matters. Yunxiao led the 4 immortals to meet them, all respectfully bowing. We, the disciples of the Tongtian Saint in Zixiao Palace, Yunxiao, Shiji, Jinling, Wudong, and Guiling, greet the Zhuni Saint of the West. May the Saint's longevity be boundless. Zunti's gaze passed over the 5, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Tongtian, indeed your students are flourishing across the world. Each of you, my disciples, possesses a solid foundation, perfect roots, and deep comprehension of the laws. After several more gatherings, ascending to the pinnacle of Quasi-Sainthood is just around the corner. His tone was sincere, every word coming from the heart. Yet in his mind, alarm bells were ringing. With the Eastern Earth veins being so extraordinary, how could my Western sect juniors compete? As soon as he spoke these words, even he believed them to some extent, yet deep within he was filled with apprehension. I initially thought there were only 36 great Luo Golden Immortals under Tongshan's command, but now it seems far from the truth. Could it be that there are already 36 Quasi-Saints? If I could bring these disciples to the West, that would be ideal. If not, then Tongtian must not be allowed to roam freely. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the 2 saints of the West had joined forces to trap Tongshan's disciples in the heavenly god catastrophe. Fortunately, they forced Tongtian to personally inscribe 12 names on the god list. Initially thinking it was too few, upon witnessing the demeanor of the disciples from Zixiao Palace, he suddenly realized these 12 must be the 12 Quasi-Saints. If their foundations are enduring, even if there are only 12, they far surpass 300 great Luo Golden Immortals. This time the Western sect has indeed made a great profit. Only he momentarily forgot. Those named on the god list are not necessarily doomed to die. Becoming a saint in flesh is also a path. Zhuanti's gaze deepened as he looked at the 5 fairies, his smile unwavering, yet a chill began to rise in his heart. My dear disciples, it seems you have truly offended me. Uncle Master is joking. Yunxiao smiled faintly, his voice calm. Offended indeed. Zhuanti was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pointing to his own nose. You all want to offend me? He suddenly burst into laughter, his brow relaxing, his expression utterly carefree. Could this 5-direction, 5-color, 5-deed array really bind a saint? Even if it was what Hongjun Daozu himself stated, he merely took it as guidance and never truly believed it. He admitted that the strict defense of this array was indeed rare. Even he would need to hold the Bodhi wood as proof to step into it. In terms of the solidity of the sect and the intricacies of the mechanisms, no array in the primordial world could surpass it. But so what? He is a saint. Opening the heavens and the earth is merely a common occurrence, and refining earth, water, fire, and wind is as easy as flipping his hand. Could it be that this great array is even harder to shake than the primordial world? Wouldn't that be absurd? Zhuanti shook his head and sighed lightly. 5 disciples, it seems you are about to waste your efforts. In that case, Yunxiao still smiled, but his tone had become 3 parts serious. Uncle Master, forgive Yunxiao for being rude. Zhuanti instead became interested. Come, let me see just what this array is truly capable of. In that case, Yunxiao still smiled, but his tone had become 3 parts serious. Uncle Master, forgive Yunxiao for being rude. Zhuan instead became interested. Why is it being reset again? His heart tightened slightly, yet he couldn't pinpoint the flaw. In the next moment, he realized something was amiss. The blue lotus treasure color flag shimmered with azure light, a chaotic wood source quietly rising. The flame light flag blazed with red brilliance, and the chaotic fire source responded. The white cloud realm flag exuded misty white gas, condensing the chaotic gold source. The black wave flag of Xian Yuan stirred slightly, with the chaotic water source quietly floating up. The yellow flag of Wu Ji shone thickly, as the chaotic earth source gently sank. Though the 5 sources were as thin as threads, they generated the 5 elements in harmony, intertwined, with Zhuan at the center suddenly encircling. The chaotic 5-element sealing array had formed. Zhuan's complexion changed drastically. To break the array, one must sever its source or transcend the 5 elements. Yet his current form, transformed from the Bodhi wood of enlightenment, was rooted in wood, inherently bound by the 5 elements. How could he hope to escape? In a flash of realization, he suddenly understood the term innate does not pertain to direction, color, or virtue, but to that chaotic source. Pure and untouched by the postnatal, it is the beginning of all laws. He urged his divine power fiercely, wanting to forcibly tear open a gap, but to his surprise, the movement of his power nourished the chaotic wood source, making it flourish even more. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood. The cycle of the 5 elements turned, and the seal became more solid with his struggles. His complexion, already pale, now appeared yellow tinged with green, and darkening the veins on his forehead, pulsing slightly. His heart surged with regret, nearly overwhelming him. Did I truly fall here? Thoughts surged like tides, a myriad of calculations flashed through his mind. Breaking the array, escaping, calling for aid, attracting a tribulation. Before he could decide, he suddenly saw Yuan Shao take something from his sleeve, causing Zhuan's heart to sink, a chill seeping down his spine. Yuan Shao's tone remained unchanged, as clear as a spring. Uncle Master is a saint of the West. Yuan Shao still remembers the demeanor from our first meeting. Zhuan's face darkened, nearly grinding his back teeth. Was this praise? This is just rubbing salt in old wounds. Where was our first meeting? At Mount Shumi in the west, in front of the great Thundersound Temple, amidst the extermination sword array. At that time, Tongtian laid down a killing formation on the mountaintop to witness the cause and effect, and he and Jie hastily battled, entangled in a desperate struggle. That was a segment of his past he least wanted to mention. Yuan Shao looked gentle and courteous, yet every word cut, like a blade lacking sharpness, but dripping with blood. Uncle Master, at that time, even under my master's holy might, you were still able to swiftly find a way to resolve the situation. Yuan Shao sincerely admires that. This decisiveness and adaptability are indeed impressive. Zhuan's stomach churned, you might as well say. I have a thick skin, can lower my head, and know how to advance and retreat. He was most annoyed by this kind of flowery speech designed to harm. Just as his anger began to rise, Yuan Shao gently tossed the item in his hand. It was a diagram with the yin-yang symbol slowly rotating, as if earth, water, fire, and wind were suspended within its line. The Taiji diagram fell silently atop, yet it resonated thunderously with the chaotic 5-element sealing array below. The array's momentum surged abruptly, more than 10-fold, even 100-fold. Zhuan's entire body stiffened, no longer moving, only sighing deeply within. It's over, truly over. Yuan Shao remained in place, his voice as usual. Uncle Master, your elegance that day Yuan Shao dares not forget. Knowing that this innate 5-direction, 5-color, 5-deed array may not necessarily trap Uncle Master, he specially went to the 8 Scenery Palace to seek this diagram from the Grand Supreme Master. In that case, she paused, her gaze sweeping over the 4 beside her. The Taiji diagram may still not be sufficient, but fortunately all 5 of us are present, so we can accompany you until the end. Zhuan felt a sweetness in his throat, swallowing back his words. He surrendered, truly surrendered. The frustration was real. This array was indeed powerful. Beneath the saints, those who entered would inevitably be trapped. But it is not without its flaws. As long as one does not belong to the 5 elements, one can move freely within it. He had long thought of a way to break it. Yin and yang. Yin and yang transcend the 5 elements, able to transform and adapt, excelling in breaking such restrictive arrays. Yet coincidentally, Yuan Shao had accounted for even this step. In resignation, he couldn't help but gaze towards the direction of Bo Palace, sighing within. Tongtian, oh Tongtian, your disciple is truly remarkable. 5 disciples, each one sharp-eyed, steady-handed, speaking little, but hitting the mark with every word. If only he could bring Yuan Shao to the West, he would willingly let her sit in the foremost seat. Virtuous and flawless, possessing superior roots, acting decisively and thoughtfully. Such a talent is what the West truly lacks for its grand rise. Alas, it was merely a dream. How could Tongtian let go? Unless his Dao heart shattered and his mind became chaotic. Otherwise, why would Yunxiao, firmly seated as the grand senior sister of the Azure Tour Palace, go to such lengths to journey to the western lands? Zhuanti let out a long sigh, lowering his gaze and folding his sleeves, feeling his ears grow hot. Shameful, truly shameful. Hijuni, one of the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao and the second patriarch of the Western sect, had actually been trapped by the combined efforts of 5 disciples under senior brother Tongtian. In all the primordial wilderness, was there a more disgraced or humiliated saint than him? For now, he could only hope that senior brother Jane would arrive in time to resolve this crisis. But Zunti's heart felt icy cold. Those within the 5 directions, 5 colors, 5 virtues grand array were likely truly destined for the investiture of the gods. Medicine King Ronding, Wenshu Puxian, Sihong Jusen, and the others were all frozen in place, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Wasn't this turn of events too abrupt? Even for quasi-sages and great golden immortals, such a sudden reversal was hard to bear. When Saint Juni arrived in person, they had just breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts burning with excitement. With the saint present, why worry about not sweeping across the 8 wastelands? What was the 5 directions, 5 colors, 5 virtues grand array, the combined power of the immortal slaying and trapping immortal swords, or the 5 great fairies of the Azure Tour Palace, like Yunxiao? Before a saint they were nothing but dirt and dogs. The primordial wilderness venerates saints above all. This was an iron rule. This time the Western sect could finally hold their heads high. But no one expected that before the words even faded the sky would collapse. The turn was too sudden, too strange, too unexpected. It nearly snapped their backs. The second patriarch, who in their eyes was all-powerful, the esteemed Saint Zhuanti of the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao, was actually wrapped in the Taiji diagram by the innate 5 directions, 5 colors, 5 virtues grand array, and firmly pinned down on the spot. This was utterly unheard of. It completely overturned all their understanding. Frightening, truly frightening enough to scare one out of their wits. Medicine King's and Randang's legs were shaking uncontrollably when Shu Puxian, Sihong, and Jusen felt their bodies go weak, their feet unsteady, barely able to stand. This scene before them must be an illusion. It absolutely couldn't be real. These mighty beings who could shake mountains and rivers with a stomp dared not believe their own eyes and instinctively raised their hands to rub them again and again. But the scene remained unchanged. It was real. Medicine King's throat tightened, nearly fainting. A saint. Trapped just like that. When Shu and the others turned pale, their hearts sinking, the Western sect. Could it ever shine brightly again? It was Ronding, the most experienced, who gritted his teeth and steadied his mind, bellowing in a deep voice. The only chance to turn the tide lies beside the saint. As long as we seize the Taiji diagram, the saint can free himself. Truly worthy of having been the vice-patriarch of the Chan sect and held the seal of the Zixiao Palace, he saw through the crux of the problem at a glance. Medicine King and the others felt as if they had grabbed a piece of driftwood, nodding in unison. Right? Relying solely on the grand array, they couldn't trap Saint Zhuanti. If Yunxiao hadn't gone to the 8 Scenery Palace to borrow the Taiji diagram, how could this have happened? Since that was the case, seizing the Taiji diagram was the answer. With a whoosh, the 6 mighty beings charged toward Zhuanti. Zhuanti's heart was bitter, having already figured it out. Yunxiao never intended to kill these 6. She was waiting for him to walk into the trap. In plain terms, these 6 were bait. The fish had already taken the hook. No, the hook had pierced their throats. Now that he himself was in dire straits, what use were these people? With their abilities, how could they break free from Yunxiao's grasp? That one was recognized as the #1 quasi-saint beneath the saints. This was no trivial matter. Zhuanti held no hope for them. He glanced sideways, seeing Shi Jin Ling, Wu Dang Gue Ling, and others standing quietly, completely motionless. So it was true, the earlier combined sword technique was all an act. A wave of bitterness surged in Zhuanti's heart, and his envy towards Tongtian grew threefold. Yunxiao being outstanding was one thing, but Shi Jin Ling, Wu Dang Gue Ling, which one of them wasn't far superior to his own disciples? Senior brother Tongtian, truly discerning and skilled in teaching. Zhuanti simply closed his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. He had already mentally sentenced these 6 to death. Yunxiao's voice remained calm and gentle as she produced an object and spoke softly to the 6. Capturing you few was merely a matter of convenience. And thank you for inviting Uncle Master Zhuanti here. Now that the matter is done, I shall see you off on your journey. With a delicate wave of her hand, a ladle-shaped magic treasure soared into the air, radiating dazzling golden light. Zhuanti's throat tightened, and he gasped involuntarily. The chaos gold ladle. Before the words even faded, the golden light had arrived. The 2 quasi-sages, Medicine King and Ronding, were swept into the ladle before they could even react. Wenshu Puxian, Sihong, and Jusen, the 4 of them, had no power to resist whatsoever and were swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Though the Chaos Gold Ladle was not an innate supreme treasure, it was the pinnacle of captured treasures in the primordial wilderness. Wherever its golden light swept, even a quasi-saint found it difficult to break free. As the poem testifies, this ladle was born from the opening of heaven, containing heaven and earth arranged by the three talents, personally imparted in the Zixiao Palace, bringing calamity to all disciples of the Western sect. This treasure specifically countered the 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 energies within the chest. With one spin of the ladle, 10,000 years of cultivation were shaved off. With another spin, the Zixiao Palace was sealed, and the 3 flowers all fell. After who knows how many spins, the 6 were tossed out of the ladle, now gaunt and haggard, their aura withered, no different from ordinary mortals. Xuanti let out a long sigh. Yinxiao didn't stop. The 5 fairies moved in unison, a flash of blades. Medicine King, Ronding, Wenshu, Puxian, Cihong, and Jusin, their heads fell to the ground. The 5 directions, 5 colors, 5 virtues grand array rose up simultaneously. 6 strands of primal spirits crashed against the array's barriers, dashing left and right, but ultimately unable to escape, only wandering back and forth within the mystical formations, unable to find release. Zunti's face darkened. Yunxiao, since you intended to kill them, why go through this extra trouble and torment them so? Yunxiao made a polite bow, her tone cold and clear. Uncle Master, this is for your own good. Huh? Zunti laughed in sheer rage. For my own good? Killing my disciples, damaging my foundation, delaying my sect's fortune. You call this for my good? They say our Western sect is adept at calling white black and twisting the truth. Only today do I realize that the Zixiao Palace's methods are no less formidable. An eye-opener indeed. Just as he was about to retort, Yunxiao suddenly fell silent and transmitted her voice. Clearly a secret message not meant for others to hear. Initially Zunti was dismissive, but as he listened his expression gradually changed. By the end, sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips trembled slightly, and even his voice turned hoarse. Nephew disciple, are these words true? This matter is of utmost importance. Do not speak recklessly. If even one word is false, you know well the consequences. Yunxiao's expression remained unchanged, her tone steady. Uncle Master, how could a second-generation disciple beneath a saint dare to speak frivolously of such matters? If Uncle Master does not believe me, simply wait and see. Zunti gritted his teeth. Very well. It's only a matter of a few days, I shall wait and see. The Western sect has already missed many opportunities for its great rise. What harm is there in waiting a while longer? His tone shifted abruptly, his face turning grim. But if you are deceiving me, don't blame me for being ruthless. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth. She neither responded nor showed any sign of being moved. Zunti was taken aback. He was a saint. That statement just now was a clear and unambiguous warning. Why was Yunxiao not the least bit afraid? She hadn't even batted an eyelid. A moment later, a sudden chill struck his heart, and a wave of shame rushed to his forehead. How could I have been so foolish? With the combined forces of Senior Brother Tongshan's 5 female disciples plus Senior Brother Taisheng's Taiji diagram, they could easily pin me down here. Even if I could break free, the cost would be unbearably heavy. To be honest, if Senior Brother Jane hadn't come in person, I would have long been isolated from the investiture of the gods' tribulation. Nephew disciple Yunxiao needn't have said a word. Whether she spoke or not, my being trapped here was already a foregone conclusion. And Senior Brother Tongtian has no reason to deceive me. Having settled his thoughts, instead of feeling relieved, his spine stiffened. What Yunxiao had said was too alarming. Could it be that all the saints had truly entered the game? Did Senior Brother Tongtian truly possess solid evidence? If everything were to proceed as he had predicted, then the saints might be in grave danger. Enough, it was only a few years' wait. Wait he would. The only thing he was truly concerned about was Senior Brother Jane alone. Given the temperament of Senior Brother during the critical juncture of the divine sealing tribulation, how could he abandon the situation to save himself? Zhuanti found himself momentarily indecisive, his thoughts in turmoil. The 4 fairies, Shiji Jinling Wu Dang and Gue Ling, seemed completely oblivious to the verbal duel between the senior sister and Saint Zhuanti, wholly absorbed in their comprehension of the chaotic origin of the 5 elements. The reason the innate 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation received this name is precisely because after gathering the 5 direction flags, each one breathes out a strand of chaotic 5 elements origin. This is not the ordinary 5 elements of the primordial chaos, but the chaotic origin before the separation of yin and yang at the beginning of creation. Even if it were to exist only in the minutest measure when combined into a formation, it could temporarily trap a saint. This alone constitutes a miraculous reversal. For the 5 fairies, it is an unprecedented opportunity. When Tong Tian initially selected disciples to wield the 5 direction flags, there was a profound purpose behind it. The Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, paired with Shiji the Xian Yuan water controlling flag, belonged to Gue Ling, and the plain color cloud realm flag was held by Jin Ling. All perfectly aligned with their paths, either filling a gap or bolstering their strengths. At this moment, the 5 fairies of Bayou Palace were racing against time using the grand formation to suppress Zhuan-Ti as the 5 direction flags spontaneously manifested the chaotic origin their power, leaking out becoming a shortcut to enlightenment. Although the time was short, the results were remarkable. Why did Tong Tian specifically choose these 5 to form this array? The foreshadowing of this remains unspoken. Meanwhile, Zhuan-Ti trapped within the formation was the first to realize this, and it was Hongjun. Outside the 33 heavens within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's gaze suddenly sharpened, landing on the massive formation blocking the sky over Yimin City. Innate 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation. Tong Tian actually managed to gather them together. There is indeed some skill involved. Previously, he had not been concerned about the whereabouts of the saints. As an embodiment of the Dao, the cycles of yin and yang, the rise and fall of the great Dao were matters he could not afford to neglect. The other minor affairs would naturally be handled by the Dao itself. He had always firmly believed that the saints could not escape his grasp. If so, what need was there to inquire when they moved about privately? Moreover, it was the critical moment of the divine sealing tribulation, who wasn't focused on the names on the list calculating the causal connections, who had the leisure to start over. Yet when the great tribulation truly encountered the first hurdle, he was stunned. Innate 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation. This formation could even temporarily suppress a saint, and Tong Tian actually managed to assemble it. A tremor ran through Hongjun's heart, almost making him laugh. I did indeed once say, when the 5 direction flags gather, the saints can be suppressed. This was truly said by me. But I am the Dao Ancestor. How could this not be taken seriously? He pondered briefly and understood. The saints had too much faith in their own cultivation. The 3 great treasures of creation, the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner, could hardly restrain a saint, so how could these mere 5 innate spiritual treasures pose a threat? In their eyes, no matter how profound the 5 direction flags were, they were merely among the ranks of spiritual treasures. How could they fight beyond their level? Hongjun slowly shook his head. It seemed that only Tong Tian had taken it to heart. The others regarded it as mere background noise, allowing him to quietly gather the pieces into his own grasp. What more could he say? Chiding the saints for their ignorance. Watching a tremendous weapon being held effortlessly by Tong Tian. If others were willing to gamble and accept defeat, could he stop them from losing? That would be utterly unreasonable. Yet now Zhuan-Ti was truly pinned in the array. This matter Hongjun could not swallow. He would rather the saints all emerge, creating chaos to the point of heaven collapsing and earth splitting. What if Hong Huang were to be destroyed? It would just provide a reason to settle accounts. But what about now? The dignified second leader of the Western Church, the saint of the Dao, Zhuan-Ti, was unexpectedly trapped by the combined might of Tong Tian and Taishang's 2 treasures. Just this. Hongjun felt a dull ache in his chest, almost speechless. He could not comprehend. Was this truly the Hong Huang he knew? How had the dignity of a saint fallen to such a state? Zhuan-Ti had truly brought shame upon the saints. He twitched his fingers, almost wanting to toss out a holy pill. But now that was impossible. He still needed to leverage the power of the 2 saints of the West to advance his own plans. The divine sealing tribulation must be passed, and the rise of the West must be achieved. If he did not use the 2 saints as bait, Hongjun's strategy to break the tribulation could not be launched. Yet he harbored a burning frustration accompanied by doubts about the pieces he had originally set. Could these 2 truly stir the tide of the Hong Huang? Unfortunately, Tong Tian was no longer under his control. Otherwise, he would have been the most suitable candidate. Although Tong Tian eventually relented under pressure from the saints and allowed his disciples to enter the world to face the tribulation, this was not what Hongjun sought. What he wanted was for Tong Tian to establish a sect. To establish a true great sect. If Bayou Palace were to open a sect, how could the number of disciples be limited to merely 36? Tong Tian had always advocated discerning the profound principles of heaven and earth, vying for a chance at survival. If he truly established a sect, he would surely open the mountain gates widely, without regard for backgrounds. With myriad immortals coming to pay their respects, why would there be a need for selection? Unlike now, where only the elite were gathered, each meticulously chosen and honed. In simple terms, establishing a sect is akin to a grand lecture dividing inner and outer sects. Not establishing a sect is merely a private school teaching on Yanon. The difference between the 2 is not insignificant. Even though Hongjun lamented what could be done, Tong Tian had long since broken free from that invisible thread. He could only place his hopes back on the shoulders of the 2 saints of the West. Yet unexpectedly, Zhuan-Ti was trapped beneath Yimin City by the 5 second-generation disciples of Bayou Palace. Hongjun's heart sank. A cold smile emerged. It seems I must personally give them a push. Deep within Zixiao Palace, a long sigh quietly dispersed, low and heavy, full of helplessness. On Mount Xiumi within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the saint of the Western Church, Jie sat motionless, his brows furrowed, no longer displaying the troubled demeanor of the past. In that fleeting moment, he clearly sensed the fortunes of the Western Church had silently diminished by a full third. This was no trivial matter. The human and expounding churches had innate treasures suppressing their fortunes. The Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner both are two of the three treasures of creation, their foundations as solid as rock. The fortunes may occasionally fluctuate, but they are but fleeting ripples. They will eventually converge again, and the great sect will not fall. Thus, when the divine sealing tribulation began, Taishang and Yuan Shi remained calm, chatting and laughing. The path ahead had long been paved. However, the Western Church was different. The treasure that suppressed the Church's fortunes was solely the 12-grade merit golden lotus. A slight loss of fortune would result in serious injury. A third loss was akin to carving flesh. What troubled Jie even more was that he distinctly sensed this third of fortune was not dissipating at this moment, but rather was being prematurely depleted from the future. How could the future affect the present? Ordinary cultivators would only shake their heads and scoff. Yet Jie understood the character who should have taken the lead during the rise of the Western Church had already fallen in the present. His fingertips trembled slightly. The great sect of Taishang and Yuan Shi was a bonus for the Eastern cultivators, yet the Western Church was his and Zhuan-Ti's only proof of returning the causality of the Tao. Now the situation of the Grand Rise had suddenly changed. This matter was 100 times more troublesome than Zhuan-Ti being trapped in the flag formation. Zhuan-Ti entered the formation, and Jie had long sensed it. The saint's gaze observed the 3 realms and 6 paths, and the flag formation beneath Yimin City shone blindingly. Moreover, this matter had been determined through a secret discussion between the two. If Zhuan-Ti were to break free from the formation, the trapped Western Qi immortals should have escaped by now. Yet to this day there was no news. Zhuan-Ti was indeed trapped. The innate 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation could actually confine a saint. Jie's mind raced. Should he save or not save? But could he truly save him? He let out a bitter laugh. As long as he stepped out of the Western world, Taishang and Yuan Shi would likely block the way outside Yimin in an instant. Aside from the saint and the 5 fairies of the Zixiao Palace, no one in the wilderness knows of this matter. If help were to be publicly sought at this moment and the news leaked, how could the dignified second leader of the Western sect be trapped by the 5 disciples of Zixiao Palace? What would the cultivators think? The prestige of the Western sect would plummet, the saint's face would be lost, and even the foundation of saints are unshakable would be shaken. This is a great taboo against the heavens. Otherwise, why would the 3 Eastern saints remain silent? Clearly, it is a matter of great importance, yet they pretend not to know. To trap a saint should be a matter of global shock. Even if the opponent borrowed the advantage of the innate 5 elements flag, even if it was merely the 5 quasi-saints laying a trap, who among the cultivators of the wilderness would scrutinize these details? They only remember the outcome. Jane clenched his teeth. No rescue. At least before the conclusion of the function, rescue must not be attempted. Otherwise, the Eastern saints would surely fall in line. No one expected that the second leader of the Western sect, Zhuani, would also have a day when he was held down in a pit by his own senior brother. Absurd yet true. Jian's gaze sharpened, his thoughts settled. No more delays. All available personnel must be dispatched to the front lines to engage in a hard-fought battle. Otherwise, the Western sect will truly fall into a passive position. Fortunately, Zundi's junior brother had already set up the 10 directions Bodhi formation at the foot of Yimin City, gaining the initiative. Even if the opponent raises the innate 5 elements great formation, the forces of Shichi would still find it difficult to advance. If they wish to circumvent it, can only be through detours, which means time. I hope the 3 mountain pass can hold out for a few more days. With his thoughts settled, he immediately issued orders mobilizing troops and deploying them systematically. Taishang and Yuan Shi sat in their respective Dao halls looking at each other and smiling, shaking their heads lightly. Zhuandi truly was down on his luck. When the 5 elements flag was handed to Tongtian, no one expected that this flag would truly be put to use one day. Even less did they expect that the innate 5 elements great formation would truly be set up beneath Yimin, trapping Zhuani tightly. The 2 saints fell momentarily silent. Zhuani, how did he happen to encounter this situation? The 2 Eastern saints sighed inwardly. Perhaps it is also part of Tongtian's calculations. To trap Zhuani with the 5 elements flag formation startled even the saints. However, before they could regain their wits, an even greater surprise arrived in succession. The Shichi forces, which had already turned southward, were abruptly blocked at the Golden Rooster Ridge before the 3 mountain pass. They originally thought it was just a general from the border town of Shangtang, nothing to worry about, who knew that he was truly not an ordinary character. At the 3 mountain pass, Kong Xian guarded the area. With a display of his divine light, all methods were rendered ineffective. Gao Jining, the general of the 5 armies, was even more valiant and formidable. The Shichi forces exhausted their strength just to slay Gao Jineng on the battlefield. But upon seeing Kong Xian, everyone lost their bearings. Inside the central tent, Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao sat in silence, while the 8 immortals bowed their heads in quietude. Yang Jian lowered his head in silence. Even the usually lively Ling Zhuzi pressed his lips together, not uttering a word. They had all stumbled before and knew the power of that divine light. Shun Gongbao pondered for a moment and said, Kong Xian's Dao cultivation is profound, which can be understood, but that treasure is indeed troublesome. The 5 colors of green, yellow, red, black, and white flow and sweep like dust, effortlessly brushing aside people and seizing treasures without exception. He paused, casting a glance over the crowd. Junior brothers and nephews, this 5-colored radiance. Haven't we seen it before? Why does it seem so familiar the more I think about it? Before he finished speaking, the tent trembled. Jiang Zia, the 8 immortals, Yang Jian, and Ling Zhuzi all raised their heads in unison. The oppressive presence of Kong Xian had already made it hard for them to breathe. The Daluo Golden Immortals and leading generals of Shichi, those who had come close to him, rarely returned. At first they thought it was just another spirit taking form. Yang Jian even borrowed a demon-discerning mirror from Yun Zhongzi, but the mirror's surface remained clear, revealing no flaws. The origins of this person remained as elusive as flowers in a fog. If they knew his roots, they might find a way to counter him. Yet they were stuck here. No one knew who he was or where he came from. Now that Shin Gongbao seemed to have a clue, how could everyone not feel a surge of excitement? Jiang Zia raised his brow slightly. What my senior brother said reminds me. I have indeed seen this 5-colored light recently. But where? He furrowed his brow and thought momentarily, unable to decide. Yang Jian suddenly raised his eyes, his voice clear. The innate 5 elements flag. That light is identical to what Kong Xian emitted. The 4 Daluo Golden Immortals straightened their backs immediately. Green, yellow, red, black, and white. Exactly the colors represented by the 5 elements flag. Li Xian clapped his hands and laughed. Indeed. The essence of the 5 elements is all contained within. The laughter suddenly ceased, his expression turning grave. Since it belongs to the innate 5 elements, there is no object that can escape its capture. It cannot be blocked, nor can it be broken. The enthusiasm that had just ignited quickly cooled by half. Even knowing its source, what use was that? Among the 12 Daluo Golden Immortals in the tent, which one was not a giant in the wilderness? When the Zixiao Palace was at its peak, it was supported by these 12 Golden Immortals alone. Yet before Kong Xian, everyone avoided him, as if he were a plague. Only objects transcending the 5 elements could be unafraid of this light. But where could such things be found? Heaven and earth stand upon the 5 elements. As Kong Xian's divine light unfurled, it swept the sky, the earth, and all living beings, yet he was not bloodthirsty. If he were a bit more violent, Shichi would have ceased to exist long ago. Even a spirit like Luya would turn and flee upon seeing him. How could these mere mortals withstand it? All eyes were fixed on Jiang Zia. He was the commander of Shichi, and also the one in charge of the Fengshan plan. At this moment, it was time for him to make a decision. Jiang Zia's fingers dug into his palm, his heart tightening. How could he come up with a plan to break the situation? If Kong Xian were just an ordinary expert, attacking him together with the 12 immortals would suffice. But this person's magical power was a cut above, and his divine abilities were extraordinarily strange. There was simply no way to approach him. He let out a bitter laugh. Could it be? I need to ask for my master's help again. As soon as these words left his mouth, he felt embarrassed, even to himself. He knew well that if this word reached the wilderness, countless wandering cultivators and small sect disciples would feel envious and resentful. Standing behind him were saints who provided a solid backing in times of trouble. Every peer was immensely capable, removing the need for him to toil. This is the confidence of a disciple of a great saint. He was not ignorant, he simply did not want to rely on the sect for support all the time. Just as he was about to rise to change and light incense, a scout suddenly rushed in from outside the tent, kneeling on one knee, reporting to the chancellor, "There is a Taoist outside the camp seeking an audience, claiming to be from the Zixiao Palace." The 12 Daluo Golden Immortals in the tent all stiffened, their backs straightening. The words Zixiao Palace seemed to carry weight, pressing down the air a few degrees. If it were an old quasi-saint like Xuandu or Yun Zhongzi, or an elder Daluo like Guang Qingzi or Qi Jingzi, upon hearing someone from the Zixiao Palace, they would merely nod in acknowledgement. But these people in the tent were different. Most of their lives had been spent under the eaves of the Zixiao Palace. Just the teachings of the 3 pure saints had lasted a full 30 million years. Afterwards, insights, cultivation, and discussions had spanned long ages, difficult to count. Without the foundation of the Zixiao Palace, how could they have their current cultivation? More critically, the saints had said in person, beneath the Zixiao Palace, the lowest rank is a quasi-saint. The reason Kong Xian is so difficult is not only because of his treasure, but also due to his overwhelming Dao cultivation. Now that a quasi-saint from the Bo Palace has personally arrived, why bother exerting effort at the Three-Mountain Pass? Resolving it would be as easy as turning over the palm. Zhang Zia suddenly stood up. I will go welcome him. He felt reassured. A brother from the Bo Palace always ensures a decisive outcome upon arrival. Just like the sword that struck down the 6 immortals outside Mengjin City, it was decisive and clean, without any hesitation. For instance, beneath Yimen City, the 5 fairies, including Yunxiao, set up the great formation of the 5 elements, locking the heavens and sealing the earth. This time who has come again? A figure strode in his robe, billowing with the wind, a smile on his face. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Yue Xian, the disciple of the Tongtian Saint of the Bo Palace. Zhang Zia and the 12 immortals immediately adjusted their robes and bowed deeply. They were not unfamiliar with this person. Back in the Bo Palace, they had attended lectures on the teachings of the 3 saints together, and he was among the 36 true disciples, so they had met before. Shingongbao was delighted and laughed heartily. With the arrival of my junior brother, the Three-Mountain Pass will undoubtedly be breached. The immortals nodded in unison, their expressions confident, and they indeed thought the same. To them, the powerful beings of Bo Palace had always been unfathomable and unshakable, who just their appearance seemed to guarantee half the victory. Everyone involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. However, Yue Xian's face showed no sign of relaxation. Instead, he became serious and said, everyone, do not be overly optimistic. I have come down the mountain on my master's orders, not to assist in battle, but to discern something. Is this Kong Xian truly my brother? Shen Gongbao's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, may I inquire, senior brother, what is the origin of Kong Xian? Yue Xian smiled slightly. Do not laugh. If he truly is my brother, then this matter will require the saint to personally intervene. The tent fell silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Ling Zhuzi, being young and straightforward, could not help but interject. Uncle Master, where do you hail from? My mother is the ancestor of the Phoenix clan Yuan Feng. After speaking, he gave a slight bow to everyone, and turned to leave the tent, heading straight for the camp of Shang Tang to challenge. Gasps of cold breath rose one after another. The expressions of the immortals from the 2 teachings of Run and Xian changed suddenly. Who is Yuan Feng? She was a powerful being who controlled the fate during the early cataclysm of Longhin and the root of the ancient Phoenix clan, still suppressing the 4 extremes in the southern dead volcano, her might undiminished. No one expected that Yue Xian actually came from her lineage. Even more unexpected, Kong Xian was also connected to her bloodline. Did that not imply Kong Xian is also a direct descendant of the Phoenix? Yang Jian's heart shook slightly. No wonder we could not uncover his true form. Their clan is born as divine beasts. In the past, in the Bo Palace, while listening to the teachings of the 3 saints over 30 million years, they naturally spoke of the tribulations. The 2 great cataclysms of Longhan and Weio were repeatedly analyzed and listed as warnings. The disciples of various teachings in the East thus truly understood that the so-called great calamities are not mere spectacles, but are forged through blood and fire and the great Dao struggles. At this moment, although the immortals in the tent had not spoken, their brows were already furrowed deeply. They were not foolish upon hearing. They understood Yue Xian's words were not fully articulated, yet the meaning was clear. Without the intervention of a saint, Kong Xian could not be restrained. Ling Zhuzi still had some disbelief. Uncle Master, is Kong Xian really that powerful? In truth, he already had an answer. Kong Xian was indeed extraordinarily strong. He was unafraid of unknown battles and did not retreat in group attacks among the 12 De Luo golden immortals who had not suffered under his hands. Even the usually proud Luya was left in a sorry state by that 5-colored divine light, losing all face. Ling Zhuzi's words of defiance were merely youthful stubbornness, unwilling to concede. Shen Gongbao shook his head. It would not be accurate to say that he is truly unmanageable. At least deep down he still believes in those 4 sword maidens from Bo Palace. If they truly went all out, they might not be inferior to Kong Xian. He chose not to elaborate further. Since this involved the schemes of the saints, asking more would be of no benefit. It was best to follow orders. The immortals exited the tent only to encounter Yue Xian standing at the front of the formation, facing Kong Xian from afar. However, the 2 exchanged words without a hint of hostility, as if engaging in casual conversation, entirely lacking the tension of confrontation. Yue Xian spoke first. Elder brother, will you not return with me to the Bo Palace to listen to the teachings? Are you really willing to get caught up in this calamity of sealing the gods? Kong Xian smiled lightly and waved his hand. The calamity of sealing the gods. It has nothing to do with me. I just want to walk among mortals and accumulate some merit. You indeed have deep fortune to be accepted under the saint's tutelage. Hurry back now. He lightly waved his sleeve as if sending off a guest or brushing away a wisp of dust. He still intended to be the commander of the Three-Mountain Pass. Yue Xian was not surprised and nodded. Indeed, it aligns with what my master said. Kong Xian became curious when you left the palace. Did the Tongtian Saint leave any messages? My master only said that elder brother must come to save me eventually, but it is not yet the time, Yue Xian frankly stated. Kong Xian laughed heartily. If that is the case, then I will wait for your arrival. Yue Xian clasped his fists in salute and turned back to the formation. He unexpectedly encountered the stunned immortals of the two teachings, to whom he calmly said, fellow Taoists, the person opposite is my elder brother Kong Xian. He is the first peacock in the world. He was conceived by my mother, the ancestor of the Phoenix clan, from the primordial 5 elements, born with the true meanings of the 5 elements. That 5-colored divine light is the divine ability formed by his refining of the origin, countless treasures and magical artifacts. Nothing escapes, nothing is left unscathed. The more everyone listened, the darker their expressions became. This was no ordinary divine ability. It was clearly a miniature version of the great formation of the 5 elements. No wonder no one could rival it. Zhang Zia urgently asked senior brother, is there any way to counter it? With Kong Xian stationed at the 3 mountain pass, the Western Qi army found it difficult to advance a single step. They must invite a powerful being capable of suppressing him to have a glimmer of hope. Yue Xian smiled. It is an easy matter. I kindly ask the 8 immortals of the upper cave to set off immediately to the 8 scenery palace to invite Master Uncle. Invite the Taishang Saint. The immortals were astonished and momentarily could not believe it. It turned out that what Yue Xian said was not just for show. This outcome far exceeded their expectations. Yue Xian comforted them. The 8 junior brothers may go. This is a strategy personally imparted by my master. Upon hearing this, the 8 immortals felt slightly relieved. The Tongtian Saints discerning, I would surely point to the most appropriate course of action. Yue Xian deeply bowed to everyone. Fellow Taoists, I will return to the palace to report. As soon as he spoke, golden light soared into the sky, and in an instant he vanished without a trace. The 8 immortals also promptly took their leave. They understood the gravity of the situation. Since it was the Tongtian Uncle Master personally calling for the Taishang Saint, there was no need for further discussion. The 8 immortals bid farewell to Zhang Zia with a clasp of their hands, each displaying their means. Some took to the skies on swords, others rode donkeys through clouds, or used gourds to ride the winds, all heading to the 8 scenery palace on Shouyang Mountain. Kong Xian watched from afar, his gaze calm, not obstructing them in the slightest. He was already stationed at the 3 mountain pass as a guest from Shangtang under the name Kong Xian, merely to accumulate merit through the ages. Whoever Zhang Zia wished to invite was free to do so, serving one's lord and fulfilling duties. Kong Xian had never feared anyone's arrival. Yue Xian's earlier remark that my foolish younger brother may have hopes of attaining the Tao stirred something in Kong Xian's heart, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly with a trace of amusement in his eyes. There was significant weight hidden within that statement. Zhang Zia and Shun Gongbao immediately ordered people to set up a thatched pavilion, hang colorful ribbons, and lay out cushions. The arrival of the saint required utmost precision in the trivial matters. Not a fraction could be off. Just as the pavilion was completed, a streak of purple air suddenly traversed 30,000 miles across the sky. Heavenly flowers rained down, auspicious colors filled the air, and exotic fragrances wafted toward them. Zhang Zia, Shun Gongbao, Yang Jian, and Ling Zhuzi all bowed down and knelt, lowering their heads and holding their breaths, not daring to look up. An old Taoist figure slowly descended from the clouds, his hair white, yet his face youthful. Surrounded by the 8 immortals, he stepped upon swirling clouds, his sleeves gently swaying, untouched by dust. Even those with a violent temperament felt their aura smoothen beneath this radiant glow, their anger dissipating. The might of the sage does not reside in thunderous strikes, but rather in silent permeation. Only then does one grasp the true essence. With the Supreme One's descent, the primordial lands trembled. Except for the one trapped within the innate 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues, great array, the other sages and mighty beings felt a shiver in their hearts, gazing towards the direction of the 3 mountains pass. Jane sat in the west, his brow slightly furrowed. Strange. The Supreme One has always been tranquil and effortless, yet this time, he personally arrives not at Yaimen City, but specifically to the 3 mountains pass. His gaze narrowed as if he had realized something. Could it be that my sect has a connection? The moment the words left his mouth, his expression subtly darkened. That fleeting joy vanished in an instant, leaving only a hint of unease. Something is amiss. With the great tribulation of the function drawing near, the heavenly secrets are shrouded in chaos, making it difficult for even sages to perceive the whole picture. Then why was I so certain that the Western sect would rise after the tribulation? A chill suddenly raced up his spine, and Jia Yin's fingertips hesitated slightly. The thought emerged like icy water poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. If not for the clarity of the heavenly secrets during that time, it could only mean someone intentionally pointed it out or lured him into the trap. Back then, when the heavenly secrets were clear, he and Junti indeed foresaw the resurgence of the Western sect, the arrival of Dao Bao into the sect, his fate evident. Methria, the Medicine King, and the long-eared Luminosity, immortal, all came to pass. But now as the tribulation fire blazes and the heavenly Tao is obscured, those names remain engraved in his heart, clear as ever, and rather jarring. Having cultivated with Junti for countless ages, they understood each other deeply. The more smooth the path, the more vigilance was required. Caution had long been ingrained in his bones. As Confer was relevant to the rise and fall of the Western sect, Jane remained unperturbed. With Junti absent, he dared not act recklessly. Endurance was indeed the most stable strategy at this moment. Since the Supreme One has arrived, let this person be temporarily given to the human sect. After all, it's just a Confer. If he misses out, does that mean the Western sect cannot rise? He sneered coldly within, then quickly suppressed it. Who could be pushing me to be so certain? The Eastern Saints, or perhaps someone else entirely? A deeper thought arose. What if even Zuni's junior brother is also involved? Thinking of this, he hesitated, no longer closing his eyes and lowering his gaze, merely observing from the sidelines. In the Zixiao Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun stood with hands behind his back on the cloud steps, his gaze sweeping over the 3 realms and 6 paths, landing on Confer. A slight smile curling at his lips. This peacock can actually compel Senior Brother Supreme One to make an appearance. He naturally saw through it. Although Confer was a postnatal being, he bore the bloodline of the phoenix with ancient markings imprinted deep within his veins, making him incongruent with the Fengtian list. The Tongtian junior brother too summoning the elder brother is a bit of an overreaction. Yet saying this, he did not avert his gaze. With nothing else to do, he genuinely wanted to see how resilient this 5-colored peacock truly was. After all, he was relatively satisfied with the current situation. Those preceding actions were merely the drumroll for the performance. The real drama was yet to come. The Western sect had concentrated all their elite forces at Chaoga, clearly intent on achieving success in one fell swoop. This tactic was clever. In terms of disciples' roots and depths of cultivation, they truly could not compete with the Chan and Jie sects. Thus, they would use numbers to overwhelm few, breaking the situation with formations, using quantity to smooth out the qualitative differences. A hint of approval flashed in Yuan Shi's eyes, then quickly faded. It suited his intentions perfectly. The Fengtian list should indeed be filled with postnatal cultivators. Innate immortals should not be involved. The true opponents of the Eastern Four Saints were never the Western sect, but the one high above, silently observing. Let's see how many days you can endure. A fleeting thought passed, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. At this moment, the Supreme One had arrived before Confer, lightly brushing the dust, his voice calm. Confer, your cultivation is not shallow yet. There is one thing you lack: an understanding of the heavenly numbers. Follow me to the 8 Scenery Palace and reflect quietly. Confer remained steadfast, unmoving. His phoenix eyes were as clear as ever, showing neither fear nor arrogance, only a calm determination. To serve the king is to be loyal. With the sage's arrival, if I am to be restrained, I must first pass this hurdle. The Supreme One nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. If that is the case, then I shall take you back. With a slight flick of the dust brush, 3,000 silver threads suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a colossal silver-scaled dragon, roaring as it lunged towards Confer's face. As the silver dragon's roar faded, it was as if snow met the blazing sun, instantaneously melting away, leaving no trace behind. The Supreme One looked down at his empty right hand, a faint smile appearing to brush away 5 artifacts from the hands of a sage. This 5-colored divine light indeed possesses some true merit. Jiang Zia and the others stood frozen, their throats tightening, forgetting even to breathe. How could it be just some true merit? This was an unprecedented occurrence. No victories could occur between sages. It was difficult to even get close, let alone seize an artifact. Yet before their eyes it had become reality. Jiang Zia and the other immortals were sweating coldly, their spines chilling. No wonder the Tongtian sage wanted them to personally go to the 8 Scenery Palace to invite the Supreme One. Confer hadn't even put forth his true strength when he faced them earlier. If he had revealed such techniques from the start, even 100 great Luo golden immortals would not be enough for him to brush aside. So terrifying was it that he only intended to go all out in front of a sage. It was terrifying, truly too terrifying. Confer laughed heartily towards the sky. There are even tougher challenges that you have yet to face. Since the day I was born in the Primordial lands, I have held onto one thing. Whoever wishes to dispatch me must first surpass me. What of the sage? They have merely tread a few more steps on the path. As long as I, Confer, do not cease my cultivation, I will eventually step through that door. His bold words reverberated down the slopes of Jinji Ridge. Though the great Luo golden immortals were his foes, they could not help but straighten their backs, their hearts vibrating in unison. This Confer, with such a resolute will, seemed forged from dark iron. The Supreme One slightly nodded, a rare glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He had always been tranquil and effortless, yet at this moment he was stirred by the youth's words, "I will eventually step through that door." Anyone capable of attaining the Tao who does not possess an inherent "I must succeed" spirit. Other cultivators may vary, but any with a modicum of cultivation hold the thought of being the first in the primordial lands deep within their hearts. Sages have all walked this path, believing in themselves, holding onto their resolve, persevering until the end. Of course, merely having faith and resilience is not enough. One must also have fate, methods, and wisdom. None of these can be lacking. Hongjun possessed profound magical power, his thoughts clear and full of vigor, yet his fortune was slightly lacking. As a descendant of the phoenix, he bore the burden of the ancient calamities of dragons and phoenixes. Otherwise, he might have truly contended for that thin chance of attaining the Tao. Because of this, the Supreme One valued him all the more. Not just the Supreme One, Yuan Shi also entertained the thought of taking him as a disciple. What a good seedling. If I let Senior Brother Supreme One take him first, it would truly be a pity. However, as the three pure ones are one, I cannot bear to compete with my senior brother for a disciple. Upon glancing at the 12 golden immortals beneath him, and then looking up at Hongjun, who stood tall with an air of unbending pride, a hint of bitterness surged in his heart. Suddenly recalling Tongtian, your junior brother must be holding his breath as well. He has 36 disciples, which is the destined number. Isn't it even more frustrating to have such a figure enter the Zixiao Palace? Reflecting on this, Yuan Shi felt oddly relieved. Little did he know Tongtian had no intention of accepting Hongjun. The two were not fated to be together. However, the winged immortal was aligned with Tongtian's fortune. Coincidentally, the winged immortal was Hongjun's younger brother. Before the winged immortal attained enlightenment, the connection between Hongjun and the Zixiao Palace was almost negligible. Only when the winged immortal ascended to the level of a quasi-saint could he lead him into the palace. As for Hongjun, Tongtian regarded him as an ordinary talent. He had more than a few extraordinary individuals in hand. Among the 36 disciples, which one could not outperform Hongjun in terms of depth, steadiness, and alignment with the path of the sect of the teachings. It wasn't that he had high standards, but rather that he simply didn't need this. The Western teachings were almost unable to contain their excitement, nearly rushing down the mountain with the mat. The radiant 5 colors could even sweep away the Supreme One's whisk. Wasn't this a ready-made pillar of support for the teachings? With him around, while the saints remained absent, he would be the toughest banner in the wilderness. Who among the other quasi-saints would dare to display such might beneath the watchful eyes of the saints? Yet recalling the warning from his primordial spirit, he bit his tongue forcefully, swallowing his impulse. His chest felt tight. How could he just watch such a crucial pillar return to the Bajong Palace? His face was clouded with worry, and he sighed internally. Why was the road to the prosperity of the Western teachings so fraught with obstacles? Hongjun's expression was tense, his feet rooted to the ground, spine straight. In the presence of a saint, merely standing firm was already a feat, and those who dared to take action were few and far between. Yet even this proud and unyielding individual felt his breath stifled, as if an invisible mountain pressed down on his limbs and bones. The Supreme One did not release any pressure, nor did he raise his hand. He simply stood there quietly. Yet it felt as if the heavens and earth automatically bowed down. In the wilderness there are laws beneath the saints, all are but ants. Hongjun bellowed, "Saint, please forgive my offense." The 5 colors of divine light erupted suddenly, cascading like a waterfall, swirling endlessly so fast that the colors blended into a chaotic stream enveloping the Supreme One. The Supreme One did not dodge or evade, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth, quietly watching. With a flash of divine light, the figure vanished. The Supreme One was truly engulfed within the 5 colors. The heavens and earth fell silent in an instant. The mighty beings gaped, their eyes nearly bulging out. They had heard tales of the divine light that could encompass all, but witnessing it sweep away the Supreme One's whisk was utterly shocking. Who would have thought that this sweep would even wrap the saint's true form within? Yuan Shi and Jie exchanged glances, their expressions twisted with complexity. Such a character. To hand him over to the Supreme One feels truly unwilling. Tongtian leaned against the cloud bed, his lips curling into a smile. A rare lively scene in the wilderness has arrived. The disciples of the Chan and human teachings were left dumbfounded. Hongjun's phoenix-like eyes widened in fury, a sweet taste rising in his throat, his knees buckling as he kneeled to the ground with a thud. The 5 colors of divine light were still swirling in midair, and the spiritual light behind him flashed suddenly. The figure of the Supreme One quietly emerged, holding the whisk that had just been swept away. The saint uttered 4 words softly, "Fellow Taoist, manifest yourself." As the words were spoken, the law followed, each word like a seal. Hongjun trembled, instantly transforming into a giant peacock, standing tall on the spot. 5 radiant tail feathers shimmered on his back, colored blue, yellow, red, black, and white clearly condensed from the primordial 5 elements. The saints and mighty beings exchanged glances, already reaching a conclusion in their hearts. This child had fused the essence of the 5 elements into himself. The 5 colors of divine light were not merely techniques, but his very fate. He was indeed an unseen genius in cultivation. If the saint were not present, he could truly compete for the title of the foremost person beneath the saints with his skills. The Supreme One sat atop the peacock's back, a smile on his lips. Fellow Taoist, come with me to the Shuiyang Mountains Bajiang Palace to pursue the mysteries of cultivation. The peacock nodded, calm in demeanor, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, flying at a leisurely pace, as if deliberately accommodating the pace of the 8 immortals behind him. The Supreme One's lips curled slightly. This time, coming out of the mountain, bringing Kong Xian into the teachings was a secure affair. Saints always move without leaving a trace. Yuan Shi sighed softly, shaking his head and muttering, such a good seedling, and yet my senior brother got to him first. A hint of regret surfaced in his tone, but was quickly suppressed. If only he had sincerely invited him with incense offerings back in the day, Yuan Shi would not have been able to go either. The rules of the Zixiao Palace were strict and unyielding. Shen Gongbao was an exception. He was a person destined to emerge amidst calamity, bound by fate, and could not be judged by the same standard. However, among the disciples of the other 12 golden immortals, who was not of extraordinary roots and transcendent aura, although Kong Xian had a deep foundation, high virtue, clear merits, and exceptional abilities, he was ultimately a remnant bloodline of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The Zixiao Palace already had a Qilin transformed from a creature of the 4 directions as its steed, and had also taken in a member of the Divine Dragon clan, the Yellow Dragon True Man. If they were to take in the direct descendant of the Phoenix, Kong Xian, how would Hongjun Daozu view him? He was well aware of this. Thus, even though Kong Xian was capable of great things, he could only remain passive. The fated connection had not yet arrived. Suddenly, Yuan Shi chuckled. Perhaps Tong Tian has already seen through this layer, which is why he sent the winged immortal to the Bajiang Palace to invite his senior brother. He makes me think for myself, taking the long way around. Why not speak directly? Yuan Shi understood clearly. If Tong Tian openly stated that Kong Xian does not fit the teachings of the Chan, his first reaction would surely be, on what basis do you make that judgment? Is there perhaps another motive? He was accustomed to calculations and often placed others in his own mindset. Once doubt arose, it was like a nail driven into his bone, difficult to extract. Now that he had come to understand it himself, it felt more solid than hearing someone else reveal it. He shook his head. This junior brother of his always liked to hide 3 parts of the truth, leaving half the path open. But ultimately they came from the same school, sharing a mutual understanding. He comprehended this unspoken teaching. Moreover, with the 3 mountains pass settled, the Supreme One had resolved the situation for him. The play had ended, and it was time to withdraw. Jie Yin's heart tightened, as if gripped by a hand. Kong Xian, what a wonderful pillar of support for the teachings. To have him so effortlessly taken away by the Supreme One. What a pity. How frustrating. If only he had gritted his teeth and rushed into the East Earth earlier, by now the person would have already entered the Western teachings gates with the steed under his own command. But when in the world is there such a thing as earlier? What appeared to be a choice at the time was in fact a dead end. Unless he was willing to disregard the calamity of the investiture of the gods. But that was impossible. Zhuanti was already trapped in the innate 5-direction, 5-color, 5-deed great formation beneath the Yimen city, with no way to advance or retreat. The entire Western teachings relied on him alone. At this moment, a single misstep would lead to total defeat. He could not afford to make a mistake. He could not descend the mountain. He understood clearly, as long as he stepped away from the Shumi mountain, even a fraction, the 3 pure ones would surely emerge from the Zixiao Palace, surrounding, but not attacking, exhausting, but not fighting, forcing him to remain trapped in the western frontier, unable to move. In such a dilemma, he could only swallow the bitter fruit. But it was hard to swallow. Silently, he opened a small booklet on his desk, dipped his brush in ink, and noted, in the future, if the opportunity arises, I must negotiate well with the 3 saints of the East. As for now, all that remained was a bitter smile. Regret. He was deeply regretful. If he had known how formidable Tong Tian was in teaching his disciples, why had he gone through so much trouble to drag him into calamity? Wouldn't it have been more reassuring to let him quietly cultivate at the Zixiao Palace? They had assumed the Jie Sect could field at most 36 great golden immortals. Yet since the investiture of the gods, Zixiao Palace had already unleashed 6 figures. Yunxiao Shiji, Jinling Wudong Gailing, and Yui Xian, each a quasi-sage. This revealed that the time formations within Zixiao Palace were far more advanced than they had estimated. Even if the remaining 30 were merely great golden immortals, that force was not one that Jane could easily swallow. With the final battle imminent, a host of immortals would surely pour forth. If Zixiao Palace dispatched its full-strength Jane, even at the risk of the Dao Ancestor's wrath, would have to intervene personally to protect his disciples, all to preserve that sliver of hope for the West's great ascendancy. Only through that ascendancy could the merits of heaven be repaid. Only with complete merit could one attain true freedom and cultivate the Dao in peace. Otherwise they would remain forever entangled in sectarian affairs, unable to break free. But it was too late for regrets. Jie Yin's gaze darkened as he called out, "Mithriya." A plump-faced Joyid cultivator stepped forward in response. "The investiture campaign concerns the very fortune of our sect and cannot afford any misstep. Depart at once for the netherworld to seek a certain person. When you find him, do thus and so. Go." The joy on Mithriya's face froze for an instant, then he came to his senses and bowed as he withdrew. Jane paused, then added, "Duo bow." A burly cultivator with a deep, steady aura stepped forward. "Your disciple is here. This war has cost us many, even the Medicine King has fallen in the formation. The Battle of Mai is the decisive contest. You must lead the disciples there personally. Take all our forces and head straight for Zhaoga. The final gambit will be decided there. If we triumph in this battle, the West's great ascendancy is within reach." Duo Bao responded with a resounding vow, "I shall obey the Master's decree." He turned to muster his generals and led the host of the Western teachings eastward, their banners blotting out the sky. The final battlefield of the investiture was awaiting his arrival. At the very thought, the blood surged in his throat. Meanwhile, Tontian sat in quiet meditation at Zixiao Palace, gazing toward Sanshan Pass, with a faint smile curling at his lips. The affair with Kong Xian had concluded at precisely the right moment. As the direct descendant of Yuan Feng, the bloodline imprint ran deep. How could an outsider sect be allowed to lay claim to him? Even if the Dao Ancestor wished to use the Western Saints as pawns, he would have to ask whether Tontian agreed. The investiture list was a means to drive the calamity, and Hongjun had his own reasoning. Tontian could nod in acceptance. The Saints were after all bound by duty to dissipate the disasters of the primordial world and settle karmic debts. But Hongjun's intent to use the investiture tribulation to erase the lingering imprints of Pangu and the 3,000 great Dao demon gods, that he would never permit. The 365 positions of true gods on the investiture list had long been filled by the selections of the 4 Eastern Saints. Yet contrary to Hongjun's expectation, over 90% of those listed were cultivators who had attained their status through post-heaven practice. As for the primordial great ones, even if the saints disliked their temperaments or abhorred their conduct, they would not act against them now. Not because they couldn't, but because they wouldn't. Why would a saint rush to scheme against a non-saint? The more Hongjun wished to achieve something, the more they would disrupt it. Tontian was in no hurry. He steadily absorbed the primordial source of the great Dao of strength. Earlier wary of Hongjun's piercing gaze, he had taken only a single drop of Pangu's heart blood and cultivated the 99 mystic art to the 7th level as a cover. Now that the investiture tribulation had begun and the heavenly mechanisms were shrouded in chaos, he had no more reservations, quietly drawing the source into his body. As a heavenly Dao saint at the 12th level of Huanyuan, even continuous absorption showed no outward sign of explosive growth, the perfect disguise. But once he broke through the barrier to the heavenly Dao Saint realm, his cultivation would surge like spring rivers breaking through ice, unstoppable. Only then would the stored source of the great Dao of strength truly reveal its might. And there was only one path to reach that realm: breaking the tribulation. The investiture tribulation was the sole opportunity for Tontian and Pingxin to break through. When that day came, Hongjun would be nothing more than an old pedestal to him. Even if Hongjun tried to interfere by force, he would first have to ask whether Tontian agreed. When a saint breaks the tribulation, heaven and earth tremble together. The enmity of obstructing the Dao is irreconcilable. Tontian had never intended to block Hongjun's path. But if Hongjun forcibly broke the tribulation himself, he would effectively seal off the ladder of ascension for all heavenly Dao saints. The heavenly Dao would decline from then on, and all saints would remain trapped within its gates, never to glimpse a higher realm. It was not that Tontian sought conflict, but that Hongjun had personally welded shut the entire great Dao. In such a situation, the saints had no choice but to counter. Let us see whose methods are stronger. Tontian murmured, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He then closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and continued to inhale the source of the great Dao of strength, his aura as calm as an ancient pool. Though Kong Xian had ultimately been taken away by Taishang, the great powers of the primordial world had indelibly remembered that man who wielded the 5-colored divine light. For millennia and eons to come, in grotto heavens, wild mountains, and marketplaces alike, whispers would always circulate. The 5-colored divine light sweeps away all things. Beneath the saints he stands supreme. Even after countless kalpas, the saying would still drift through the smoke of ancient immortals' tales. But that is a story for later. With Kong Xian gone and Gao Jining beheaded, Sanshan Pass fell soon after. Jiang Zia let out a long breath, looked around, and shook his head with a wry smile. How can the four of us alone bear the weight of this investiture scheme? The 5 immortal maidens led by Yun Xiao were still holding the Western teachings Golden Immortals at Yaimen Pass. The primordial 5 directions, 5 colors, 5 virtues grand formation had not been withdrawn, and something was surely amiss within. Yue Xian had returned to Zixiao Palace long ago after the battle. The 8 immortals of the upper cave had also departed with Taishang back to the Jade Pure Realm. In the Shiqi camp, only Jiang Zia, Shun Gongbao, Yang Jian, and Ling Zhuzi, 4 great golden immortals, remained. Their forces were thin, their generals few, and they stood nearly isolated. The 5 mountain emperors. They had fallen in battle. Of the Chan sect's 3rd-generation disciples, only Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi had survived by luck. All the rest had been listed on the investiture scroll. Disciples of saints shielded by their sect's fortune did have a slightly better chance of survival. But in the primordial world, in the end, it was never about lineage, only cultivation. These 4 alone could hardly bear the burden of further campaigns. The investiture war was fought under the banner of the Shangzhou dynastic struggle. Immortals could handle slaying generals and seizing banners, but who dared to recklessly slaughter mortal soldiers and common folk? As great golden immortals and descendants of saints, they understood these taboos better than anyone. Why had the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan races and the Wu and Yao tribes all retreated into obscurity and withered away after the Dragon Phoenix tribulation and the Wu Yao tribulation? It was not that they had lost to their enemies' blades, but that they had lost their measure during the tribulations. Destroying earth veins, splitting mountains and rivers, shattering stars, the primordial land was left scarred and broken. During the Dragon Han primordial tribulation, the 3 clans had nearly ground the east to dust. Hongjun, allied with Luoho, had smashed the west to pieces. In the Wu Yao war, Buzhou Mountain toppled, the sky split open, and the heavenly river poured down. More fatal still was the boundless slaughter. Those 2 great tribulations had ensnared countless races and billions of living beings. The bloodlust soared to the heavens, and karmic sins wove like a net, entangling every participant layer by layer. Hongjun slew the demon ancestor to attain the Dao, and was uniquely praised by the great Dao. All other great powers, high or low, were recorded by the heavenly Dao, and could never again stand in the light. Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and First Qilan were eternally bound to the 4 poles, unable to free themselves. Of the Wu and Yao upper echelons, fewer than 1 in 10 survived. The rest hid behind the scenes, keeping to themselves, not even daring to show their faces, fearful of the heavenly Daos reckoning a final stroke that would erase them all. Jiang Zia and his companions hailing from the Chan sect knew these tales by heart. They understood that the investiture tribulation targeted cultivators, but who could guarantee that anomalies like Yuan Hong or Kong Xian would not appear ahead? Without a quasi-sage to suppress Yuan Hong, they alone might not have been able to take him down. Kong Xian needed no further mention. Even Taishang had come personally. Even Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi working together found it tremendously difficult. Who else could they possibly rely on? By now the ranks of the Changjiao sect's fallen had grown countless. The 3rd-generation disciples were beyond counting. Among the 12 golden immortals, Wenshu, Puxian, Cihong, and Zhiliusin had already been inscribed upon the list. O Lord Ran Dang, the deputy patriarch, likewise bore his name upon the register. Huang Tianhua, Yang Ren, Yin Jiao, Yin Hong, Li Jing, Jin Jia, Mu Jia. Names had long since filled the scroll to its very edge. Not a single soul was missing. Jiang Zia's shoulders felt unbearably heavy. The 12 golden immortals, such a resounding title within the Jade Emptiness Palace. He could not fathom why the celestial edict had singled out Ran Dang and those 4 immortals to break the formation. The intricate machinations behind it were ones he refused even to contemplate. Yet these cultivators had been mustered under his banner, marched forth into battle, and never returned. If the investiture of the gods' tribulation tilted against the Changjiao sect, the thought had barely surfaced before he severed it utterly. Shen Gongbao paused briefly, then declared, "Brother, do not fret. I shall journey to every immortal abode, and personally entreat each senior brother to descend from seclusion." Jiang Zia parted his lips, his gaze sweeping over Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi. Words rose to his tongue, yet he swallowed them back. At last he murmured softly, "Senior brother, if you cannot secure their aid, return swiftly." "Brother, you worry needlessly." Shen Gongbao laughed heartily. "All our senior brothers uphold righteousness and abide by the Tao. With the fate of the entire Orthodox sect hanging in the balance during this tribulation, how could any stand idly by?" Jiang Zia lowered his eyes, silent. He knew well, Shen Gongbao's pilgrimage would likely yield nothing but empty hands. Yet Shen Gongbao remained utterly certain, since the master himself had issued the Jade Emptiness Palace Edict, and named only those 5 to confront the tenfold Bodhi formation. It must be a matter of utmost gravity. Confident in his conviction, his stride steady, he vanished in a flash of golden light, leaving the central command tent with only Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi gazing wordlessly at one another. The words of their two senior uncles swirled like mist, impenetrable, unfathomable. But it mattered not. When orders came, they obeyed. Fight. That was all they held in their hearts. Two destined guardians of the great Dao whose sole purpose at that moment was battle itself. Within the Jade Emptiness Palace, Yuanshi sat motionless and summoned the White Crane youth. Take my edict and proclaim to all disciples of the Jade Emptiness lineage throughout the investiture of the God's tribulation, all shall answer solely to Jiang Ziya's command. He paused, his gaze sharpening like frost should any defy this decree. His fingertip traced lightly across the roster. Then their names need not remain. The White Crane youth bowed deeply and departed, transforming midair into a colossal crane that soared southward on mighty wings. A subtle ripple stirred within Yuanshi's mind. Shen Gongbao's insight was indeed keen, a rare and precious gift. Alas, his origins. Sigh, such a pity. Yet placed beside Ziya, he proved a perfect complement. Even a celestial sovereign could not fully transcend the weight of birth. Within the 8 scenery palace, Taishang sat serenely upon his straw mat and called out, Xiandu. Disciple is present. In 30 days lead the disciples of the human teaching to my, and lend Ziya your full strength. His voice, though low, struck each syllable like a nail driven deep. This matter governs the very fortune of the Orthodox sect. No margin for error. Xiandu remained impassive, replying, only disciple receives the master's sacred decree. Without hesitation, he turned and strode away, his steps firm, unhurried. Taishang sighed faintly. The time draws near. It is time to bring closure. His gaze flickered westward, then shook his head slightly. Such petty stratagems. Do they truly imagine they can stir chaos and seize advantage? No need for us to intervene. Others will surely block their path. Having spoken, he closed his eyes and sank into profound stillness, uttering no further word. Within the Azure Wanderer Palace, Tong Tian sensed the shift. His lips curved in a wry, resigned smile. So much for tranquility. He raised his eyes and summoned Zhao Gongming. Luo Xian, Yu Yixian. The 3 stepped forward as one, bowing deeply. Disciples are present. Tong Tian's expression remained serene. The investiture tribulation is at its core a matter among celestial sovereigns. Yet the Western teaching hastens to recruit outsiders. Turning to Zhao Gongming, he continued, at Wanshou Mountain's 5 Immortal Abbey resides Zhen Yuanzi, an honored Taoist elder. Within his garden grows the ginseng fruit tree, a primordial spiritual root. You shall procure 72 fruits. Only upon securing them may you return to the palace. Zhao Gongming clasped his fists. I humbly accept the master's decree. Then addressing Luo Xian, beneath the 9th netherworld lies the blood sea of the netherworld, an abyss of utter defilement, yet one that births wonders. There dwells the patriarch Ming, he's sovereign of that sea. From his body emanate 140 million blood spirit seeds, each capable of seizing mortal flesh. Thus runs the ancient saying, so long as the blood sea flows, Ming he endures. He founded the Azura clan and rendered great service during the primordial epoch. Go and discourse with him. If he relinquishes all desire to enter the world, you may return. Luo Xian bowed. Disciple accepts the charge. Finally Tong Tian turned to Yu Yixian. To the north of the primordial expanse lies the northern darkness, where Wang Yang the hidden sage dwells. During the great war of the divine beasts and the ancient demons, he stood foremost among all, known far and wide as the master of all avians. Go and discourse with him. Let him understand once and for all what it means to be sovereign of all winged beings. Yu Yixian smiled. Disciple obeys. Tong Tian's sleeves swept gently. 3 figures bowed deeply and departed, vanishing as streaks of rainbow light toward distant horizons. Each of these 3 bears the indelible mark of primordial destiny. How dare you drag them so casually into the tribulation? Tong Tian sneered coldly, eyes closing as his divine sense plunged deep into the source of the Tao of strength. The final confrontation neared. Every additional insight gained meant another measure of advantage. His gaze remained fixed ever upward, upon that solitary figure enthroned atop the 9th heaven. The other sovereigns, not worth a single clash. His aim was to shatter the tribulation and ascend to a goal that mirrored theirs in appearance alone, yet diverged utterly in essence. Only Hongjun stood upon the true forbidden path. A faint smile touched Tong Tian's lips, his thoughts already far away. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi had just opened the mountain gate of the 5 Immortal Abbey when a radiant arc split the heavens, descending like lightning straight before the threshold. The visitor's Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, his bearing upright and noble, his features clear and luminous. At first sight, Zhen Yuanzi's heart surged inexplicably. This aura, this resonance subtly echoed the familiar presence of his long-lost friend Hongjun. The guest laughed aloud. Are you Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestral patriarch of Earth Immortals? I am Zhao Gongming, disciple of the celestial sovereign Tong Tian of the Azure Wanderer Palace. I come today by my master's decree to request a token from you. Jin Yuanzi's heart sank. The three pure ones had reacted with astonishing speed. He had barely concluded negotiations with Mithriya, and Zhao Gongming arrived at his gate. This was no courteous visit, it was a debt-collecting summons. Waves churned within his heart, yet his face betrayed nothing. Only a gentle smiling bow. Esteemed Taoist, you jest. The Five Immortal Abbey is humble and crude. What treasure here could possibly catch a celestial sovereign's eye? Not so, Zhao Gongming replied, his smile unwavering. This item exists nowhere else but here, nowhere else in all creation. Jin Yuanzi's pulse quickened, so it was indeed him they sought. Any lingering hope dissolved completely. I hear your abbey shelters a primordial spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, blooming once every 9,000 years, bearing fruit after another 9 millennia, and ripening only after yet another 9,000. Mortals who merely inhale its fragrance gain 360 years of extended life. Oh, should one truly consume a single fruit, their lifespan stretches to 47,000 years. I am here by my master's order to request ginseng fruits. Relief washed over Jin Yuanzi. He was grateful it was not a hostile mission on behalf of the Western teaching. To hand over the fruits would forge a bond of goodwill with sovereign Tong Tian. He laughed warmly. How many does the sovereign require? I shall summon my disciples immediately. A few fruits, no concern. The ginseng tree bore 30 per cycle. Offering several to a sovereign's disciple posed no hardship. Zhao Gongming smiled and turned. Your generosity is admirable. I shall not decline. To speak plainly, my master instructed me to obtain precisely 72 fruits. Surely such magnanimity presents no difficulty. 72. Jin Yuanzi's smile froze instantly upon his face. It took him 29,000 years to gather 30 fruits, yet Zhao Gongming demands 72. This is a ginseng fruit, not a carrot pulled from the ground. Absurd. Who doesn't know that ginseng fruits are precious? Saints and powerful beings who among them is unaware. Yet the fruits from this tree are not meant solely for personal consumption. Saints from all directions must be visited, respect must be paid to the ancient beings, and when discussing doctrines the fruits must be presented to enliven the atmosphere. 72 fruits, including the old ones stored away, that barely adds up. Jin Yuanzi was reluctant to agree. Even as a disciple of a saint, one cannot forcibly demand, can one? Zhao Gongming's smile faded. Are you perhaps having second thoughts, my friend? Jin Yuanzi's lips twitched. How could he have anticipated that the appetite of the Tongtian saint would be so great? Just one request doubled the amount, something even others had not foreseen. He did not wish to offend Tongtian and had to explain, my friend, please understand I am not going back on my word. This tree yields only 30 fruits when ripe. 72 is truly beyond reason. No worries, no worries. Zhao Gongming waved his hand. My master has issued an order. I will only return to Zixiao Palace once the fruits are in hand. Looking around, he suddenly clapped his hands. There's also a benefit. While we wait for the fruits, we can sit and discuss doctrines. Jin Yuanzi was taken aback, and with a heavy heart he quickly said, to be honest, I have already accepted a request from another friend, and must leave immediately. Leave? To Chaoga? Zhao Gongming's tone was casual. The Western sect's momentum has declined. They are now recruiting helpers everywhere. The Fengshen calamity is originally a conflict among the disciples of the saints. My master used to say, anyone who descends from the mountain to enter the world, even if you are a seasoned expert from the primordial era, will still fall into calamity. Why not stay at ease and discuss doctrines with me instead? Jin Yuanzi was furious. Ah, so you are an uninvited guest. With a flick of his robe sleeve, it suddenly expanded, covering the sky and blocking the sun, in an instant wrapping up the void and sealing off all of Zhao Gongming's escape routes. He spoke coldly. Let me see what skills you possess to dare speak such bold words. What a marvelous sleeve of the universe. Zhao Gongming was enveloped within the sleeve, yet showed no sign of panic, simply raising his hand to lightly support as 36 sea-stabilizing pearls floated around him, slowly rotating. One of the pearls suddenly burst into brilliance, a flash of light. The power within Jin Yuanzi's sleeve was like a mud bull entering the sea, silent and without a ripple. Space laws. Jin Yuanzi's pupils contracted. This was the first time he had been overwhelmed in his own domain during a competition of the same level. He was known throughout the primordial era for his mastery of the path of space. Even Emperor Jiang had not necessarily outperformed him by much. Yet today he faltered against these 36 pearls. He focused and suddenly realized spatial magical artifacts. Not just one. Zhao Gongming lightly applauded. Your eyesight is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, each of these 36 sea-stabilizing pearls creates its own realm. As you can see, I have a slight understanding of the path of space. Jin Yuanzi sighed inwardly. You say slight understanding so lightly. Setting aside the saints, his mastery of the path of space has long been on par with the ancestral, which Emperor Jiang. You can break my sleeve of the universe, and you merely say it is slight understanding. There must be limits to modesty. Zhao Gongming, however, paid no heed to his thoughts, casually gazing at the ancient trees in the courtyard. My friend, this Fengshen calamity is a great cataclysm of boundless slaughter in the world. Even my master does not wish to tread lightly into it. You, however, are bold. When others casually invite you, you dare to wade into that bloodied water. Truly courageous indeed. Jin Yuanzi paused. Wait, hold on. I was just about to go to Chaoga to support the Western sect. You not only do not stop me, but instead let me go. Zhao Gongming smiled. If you cannot even subdue me with your divine abilities going to the eastern lands, you will likely find it difficult to handle even the disciples of the Supreme and Primordial Saints. Ultimately, it is just adding a name to the function list. The task my master assigned to me is merely to obtain 72 fruits. I did not come to fight with you. If you wish to go, then go. Once these words were spoken, Jin Yuanzi was instead hesitant to move. Who is Zhao Gongming? He is the personal disciple of the Tongtian Saint, and few know him in the Primordial era. The last time he saw him, he was merely a young celestial. How many years has it been? He has already firmly seated himself in the position of a quasi-saint. Within the ranks of the saints, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. Who knows how many such experts are hidden beneath the surface? To lend a hand is to join the battle. In battle, one must fight for their life. If he cannot deal with Zhao Gongming, how can he contend with Guang, Chengzi Qi Jingzi, or Tai Zhenren? Not to mention, this is during the Great Calamity. One wrong step could mean annihilation of both form and spirit. Zhao Gongming smiled again. Rest assured, if the Western sect truly comes to trouble you, I will be here guarding. Once they see you trapped in my realm, they will naturally understand the situation. Jin Yuanzi relaxed his throat, secretly thinking this. Zhao friend has indeed thought everything through. Wait. Hold on. How could I be trapped in this realm? I am clearly at Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. Jin Yuanzi's heart sank, and he suddenly opened his wise eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted. The entire Wanshou Mountain, along with the ancient pines, the elixir well, and the ginseng fruit tree within the temple, had all been drawn into a singular domain. Zhao Gongming's words were not false. He had not deceived him in the slightest. When did he make his move? Why did he not sense it at all? Zhao Gongming's voice was calm. It was the moment you used your sleeve of the universe. Jin Yuanzi felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly enlightened. This must be one of the 36 sea stabilizing pearls transformed into a realm. Zhao Gongming's methods are far more formidable than rumors suggest, more silent and unseen. He felt a slight movement in his throat, secretly lamenting, thankfully, I did not go to Chaoga. If I had truly bumped into this person, I fear even the Earth Book would not protect my life. He clasped his hands and saluted, his tone sincere. Thank you, my friend, for your assistance. Please enter the temple for tea. Chaoga, whoever wants to go can go. Jin Yuanzi will not wade into this murky water. Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement and followed him into the temple. The two sat on the ground discussing profound theories, analyzing the flow of qi, speaking of the transformation of yin and yang, their words flowing like water over stones naturally and effortlessly. The task was accomplished. In the depths of the North Sea, King Yang cold fog lingered and would not disperse. Kunpeng had just agreed to join forces with Mithria, turned to head for Chaoga, and suddenly saw a figure standing outside the palace gate. The person said nothing, merely standing still, yet an invisible wing-like aura seemed to hang down around them, stifling the air in the entire water region. Birds of the bloodline are naturally restrained. Even an ancient monster like Kunpeng felt a tightness in his throat and his wings faintly heavy. Kunpeng squinted his eyes, his voice cold. Feathered immortal. This place is humid and the wind is harsh. Why do you come here? Don't you feel uncomfortable? Kunpeng, do not jest. The feathered immortal raised his gaze, his voice icy. We are both quasi-saints. Where can't we cultivate? Kunpeng's fingertips trembled. Quasi-saint. He quietly focused and examined. His heart immediately sank. This person's cultivation is actually on par with his own. His aura is profound, like a deep abyss, without any flaws, nothing like a mere newcomer. His throat rolled a mix of shock and anger. How long had the feathered immortal been in the world? Why could he leap over the threshold that others had labored for thousands of years to cross? Just because he is the son of the Yuan Feng. The feathered immortal did not give him time to ponder, his gaze piercing. I heard you plan to assist the Western sect saints and oppose us in the East. No, absolutely not. Kunpeng blurted out, his voice so anxious it nearly split. I don't even know which way the gates of Chaoga are facing. Once the words were spoken, it was clear that he had misspoken. Yet now that the words had left his mouth, it was like spilled water that could not be gathered back. After all, he had not yet arrived at Chaoga. How to smooth things over later was still a matter for his own tongue. When Mithria inquired again, he could only shake his head. Did he not understand why the feathered immortal had come? The Saint of the Sky had personally descended to the northern underworld. Could this merely be a casual visit? Kunpeng was a demon master, but more importantly, he was an old fox who had survived through 2 great tribulations, understanding, while the meaning of trouble comes from the mouth. The feathered immortal gazed at him quietly, a rare solemnity in his expression. Kunpeng, what have you done? The heavens and earth are well aware of it. Exchanging the river map and Luo book for the protection of the Saint Nuwa is not a secret. Now you wish to withdraw to help outsiders deal with the 3 saints. Kunpeng's face instantly turned pale, veins throbbing at his temples. I didn't. Truly didn't. Whoever goes to Chaoga to assist will. He bit his teeth and paused, quickly changing his words. Whoever goes shall be struck by lightning. Before his words fell, he had already flashed deep into the demon master's palace, the palace doors slamming shut with a thunderous sound. He dared not listen any longer. If he continued to listen, his name might very well be lined up on the divine list. If Nuwa were to know of his secret dealings with the West, it would not be surprising if she took matters into her own hands. Back in the day, during the War of the Shaman and the Demon, he had taken the treasured possession of Emperor Jun, leading to its tragic demise under the siege of the Ancestor witches. Only afterward did he use the river map as collateral to secure this peace. Now this little bit of peace could not withstand a single truthful word. As for Methria, had he ever seen him? No, he had not. He could not remember. There was simply no such person. The feathered immortal looked at the tightly shut palace door, the corners of his mouth twitching, a faint smile appearing, cunning, very cunning, and very slippery. It was precisely because he was too clever that he knew when to advance and when to retreat. If it were someone else, it would likely lead to immediate conflict. He was not afraid of Kunpeng going back on his word. If a real confrontation arose, he would not need to intervene. That one from the Nuwa Palace was already waiting. Kunpeng was handling this task efficiently. Upon the blood sea of the Nine, nether the waves roared like boiling blood, surging endlessly. The river of the underworld laughed wildly towards the sky, its voice shaking the blood clouds. You, a mere junior, dare to speak such wild words. Do you know who the Ancestor is? Who do you think you are to speak to me like this? As long as the blood sea does not dry up, the river of the underworld does not perish. How can you possibly deal with me? Before the laughter had ceased, he waved the sleeves of his robe, sending forth thousands of blood shadows that rushed towards Luoxian. The blood god children transformed upon leaving the body, some turning into fierce yakshas, others into heaven demons, murmuring their sonic waves, eroding the spirit, the stench of blood assaulting the senses. He was indeed the current leader of the demon sect. They screamed as they charged in, as if they had already tasted the essence of the Quasi-Saint realm. Luoxian's brow split open, a third divine eye blazing like the sun. The true fire of the sun exploded violently, crimson golden flames sweeping in all directions. As soon as the blood god children touched the fire, they were pinned in midair by divine light, charred, and curled, their cries abruptly silenced. His hair and beard turned crimson, his face like vermilion, his 3 eyes wide open, voice like rolling thunder, river of the underworld. Disrespecting the saint is an unpardonable sin. Let us settle this once and for all. Among the 36 disciples of the Bo Palace, Luoxian was ranked second among those who had entered the Quasi-Saint realm, having arrived even before the feathered immortal. His face was like a heavy jujube, his hair and beard all red, 3 eyes manifesting on his forehead. He was one of the 3 disciples of the Bo Palace who had delved deepest into the Tao of Fire. Luoxian clearly understood that the river of the underworld was the leader of the demon sect, and extremely difficult to deal with. However, he had not anticipated it would be this challenging. If the river of the underworld underestimated him, he would not mind. Since entering the Tongtian Gate, he had spent years in closed-door cultivation, and although he had attained the Quasi-Saint fruit position, few recognized him in the wilderness. It was quite ordinary for others not to recognize him. But if it involved disrespect towards his master, Luoxian would not take a single step back. In the hearts of the 36 disciples of the Bo Palace, enduring personal humiliation was bearable. However, the humiliation of the Tongtian saint was absolutely intolerable. The river of the underworld openly defied the saint's decree. What more was there to say? He threw his head back and laughed. The temper of a fire cultivator was fierce, and his was even more so. As his laughter faded, the corner of his mouth tightened into a cold, hard arc, his gaze like a blade piercing the river of the underworld. Karma must be repaid. Since you have walked this path, do not blame the fire for burning you. With a thunderous roar, annihilate. A torrent of true solar fires surged up around him, fierce and domineering, not yielding to the 2 golden crows from back then. The blood god child, locked by his 3rd divine eye, barely touched the flames before there was not even a chance to scream. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into green smoke, disappearing without a trace. The river of the underworld was infuriated on the spot. Those blood god children were not only weapons for attacking enemies, but also his life-bound avatars. Thousands burned, and even he felt as if his heart were being gouged. Good little thief. Today we either die or fight to the finish. He swung his arms, and the spirit treasures Yuan Tu and Abi appeared in response. The infernal red lotus beneath his feet erupted violently, enveloped in overwhelming blood fiendishness, crashing straight towards Luo Xian's face. Luo Xian did not even lift his eyelids. With a flip of his palm, red flames surged forth like a tide. With another shake of his wrist, the flames rushed forth like thunder. It was the utmost masculine and solar true fire, precisely overcoming the river of the underworld's path of blood. How could the river of the underworld dare to take it heed? He sidestepped urgently to avoid it, the flames brushing past him and heavily smashing into the blood sea below. Boom! The entire boundless blood sea ignited in an instant. In the wilderness, there were many peculiar places, the sanctuaries of the saints, the palaces of heaven, the places of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Coincidentally, the 9 nether blood sea was adjacent to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Beside it stood layers upon layers of netherworld palaces, the 18 layers of hell ominously lined up. The battle between Luo Xian and the river of the underworld erupted at the edge of the reincarnation, naturally shocking the 3 realms. The 3 sages Taishang, Yuanshi, and Nuwa watched from afar, seeing Luo Xian's entire body glowing red like molten iron, his feet being easily discerned. This was the secret transmission of the Tao of Fire from the upper clear lineage. Not to mention, back in the day, Taishang and Yuanshi had lectured for countless years outside the Purple Cloud Palace, and Luo Xian had sat among them listening for many years, so familiar he could not be more so. The 3 saints exchanged glances and nodded with Luo Xian. Here the river of the underworld cannot take a single step forward. This move from Tong Tian is marvelous. Luo Xian is precisely the arch-nemesis of the river of the underworld. The saints observe the 3 realms and the 6 paths, comprehending the past and the future. Luo Xian and the river of the underworld are of equal cultivation, their principles countering each other. This battle must be fought. With him present, Chaoga City was as stable as a rock. The river of the underworld had long been famous and was the current leader of the Demon Sect. If he truly infiltrated Chaoga and unleashed his blood-cursed sorcery, the eastern cultivators would surely be at their wits' end. Fortunately, Tong Tian had already quietly laid out his pieces without making a sound, relieving everyone of this concern. It was beautifully done. Within the great Thunder Sound Temple on Mount Shumi, Jane sat calmly on a lotus platform, his expression serene, yet the worry that lingered between his brows could not be hidden no matter how he tried. He understood that his secret actions could not escape the notice of the Eastern Saints. However, Jane originally thought that sending Mithriya to contact the 3 top Quasi Saints in the world, the river of the underworld, Kunpeng and Xinyuanzi, together with Mithriya himself, the 4 of them should be able to contain the top disciples of the saints, right? The disciples of the human teaching, Xuandu Yunchangzi of the Chan teaching, and those from Zixiao Palace. As long as he could hold all these people back, wouldn't it be much more relaxed on the side of Muwang and Chaoga? In the end, it was another empty promise. Taishang did not move, nor did Yuanshi. The one truly sending people was Tong Tian. How many have there been now? Jane muttered softly, his voice tense. He really couldn't believe it. Was this reasonable? Under the city of Yimen, the innate 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation had trapped Tongshan's 5 personal disciples. Logically, it should have been quite challenging. But in the blink of an eye, he had released 3 people, Zhao Gongming, feathered immortal, and now another Luo Xian. Everyone who came out of Zixiao Palace was a Quasi Saint. Not a single great Luo golden immortal could be found. Zhuan Ti was already extremely envious, and Jane was both envious and jealous, his heart and mouth. If the Western Church had as many Quasi Saint disciples, how could it not prosper? Yet at present there are only a handful, each cradled in hands and cherished in mouths, fearful of a single misstep. Looking at Tong Tian, send out one, and it's a Quasi Saint, send out another, and it's still a Quasi Saint. It just keeps coming like a cascade of beans. Jane truly wants to ask in person, is teaching disciples really this smooth? Envious. Of course. Now he only feels regret surging. Had he known how solid Tongshan's disciples were, why bother with all the effort to pull him into the game back then? But now it is too late for regrets. Although Tong Tian still remains in seclusion, his disciples have already been pushed by the saints, plunging headfirst into the vortex of the great calamity of the Fengshan. Tong Tian has signed 12 names on the Fengshan list. Jia Yin's face turned pale. Could it be? All 12 are Quasi Saints. The scene of pressuring him to put pen to paper is still vivid in memory. But at this moment Jane feels no pride whatsoever. Among the revealed 8 immortals of Bio, no one in the Western Church dares to claim victory. Unless he acts himself. But Jane knows better than anyone, if he appears, Taishang and Yuanshi will likely arrive immediately. The strategy of dividing their forces has completely collapsed. Only Duo Bao remains capable of making a gamble. Jane sighed deeply, his breath heavy. The Fengshan calamity is truly a calamity. Once spoken, there is no turning back. In the Zixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens, Hongjun's gaze fell upon several disciples sent by Tongtian into the wilderness, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he nodded repeatedly. With the Hunyuan Wujdi formation protecting Bo Palace, even as the embodiment of the Dao Hongjun could not glimpse the true forms of its 36 disciples, the innate 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues formation at the Yaimen Pass further sealed everything, isolating all perception completely. Even with his control over the Dao's authority, he could not penetrate it. Zhao Gongming Yui Xian Luo Xian. He saw these 3 clearly and particularly esteemed them. Even with his keen insight, he had to acknowledge Tongshan's teaching was exceptional. With a solid foundation, harmonious laws, profound cultivation, abundant magical power, and thin karmic ties. They are indeed top figures among the second-generation disciples of the Xuanmen beyond reproach. Hongjun truly admired Tongshan's vision and methods in teaching. Back in the day when the Zixiao Palace held teachings among the 3,000 listeners, only a mere dozen could reach this level. It's a pity Tongtian does not establish a great teaching, or else he would have entered my calculations long ago. A talent for teaching wasted in vain. What a pity, truly a pity. Hongjun shook his head, but there was no hint of regret in his tone. Rather, it seemed like a sigh of relief. His conviction about this Fengshen calamity deepened. If only a saint were to mediate the murderous intent and extinguish the calamity, this calamity would be considered complete. But Hongjun was never satisfied with merely that. What he sought was a fiercer fire, a heavier calamity, preferably washing away the scattered cultivators completely. If this could truly be achieved, he would be able to play the Fengshen chess game with greater stability and precision. The clash of the 3 teachings only appealed to him more, especially looking forward to Luo Xian's flames to simply and decisively burn through the lair of the Mingyi. He believed Luo Xian had this ability. He would just wait for the right moment and watch the changes. By the boundless blood sea, the palace towers stretched endlessly, the halls ominous and grand, the scale rivaling that of the heavenly palace. This place is not an idle one. It carries a more severe sense of urgency than the heavenly court. It is one of the most secretive locations of the wilderness, the underworld. At the deepest part of the underworld lies the cycle of reincarnation, profoundly unfathomable, the place where all souls return. As soon as Luo Xian clashed with Mingyi, the calm heart saint opened her eyes from the source of reincarnation. With a sweep of her saintly gaze, the matters of cause and effect became crystal clear. Her brows slightly furrowed, her voice cold. Mingyi, not knowing when to advance or retreat, truly provokes annoyance. Disrespecting the saint, daring to be reckless. How dare this person speak disrespectfully to Tongtian? Such a person cannot be spared. But now is not the time to act. Mingyi carries the remnants of Pangu and the marks of 3,000 demons. Striking him down now would only help Hongjun reap the benefits. With a thought, the calm heart immediately focused her breathing and calmed her mind. If a saint seeks to control a quasi-saint, is there any need to rush for this moment? The top priority now is to break the calamity. Indeed, she has already attained the 12th level of the heavenly Dao Saint. This matter even surprised her. Although there is the time formation laid out in the cycle of reincarnation, every step forward in the saint realm feels like ascending to the heavens. But how could she unknowingly reach the 12th layer? Rising too quickly only serves as a reminder. She quickly understood it all depended on the power of the source of the reincarnation Dao. This fruit is different. It does not seek comprehension, but values practical experience. Whoever truly masters reincarnation will receive its nurturing. As long as she operates the 6 paths daily, sorts life and death, and determines reincarnation, the source will flow, like living water, ceaselessly pouring into her being. Her Dao cultivation thus rises in turn, accelerating the absorption of the source. One ring links to another, an endless cycle. But now this cycle is stuck. The 12th heaven is already the peak. To go further, one must break through, crossing the chasm between the heavenly Dao saints and the heavenly Dao level saints to truly enter the ranks of the heavenly Dao level saints. Only in this way can the cosmic fortune of heaven and earth be restored to balance. With this thought settled, the hint of killing intent in calm heart's eyes faded. To her, Mingyi was already a dead man. Offending Tongtian, can he still live peacefully? Absolutely impossible. Even if Tongtian does not act personally, Luo Xian, this disciple, is more than enough to make Mingyi suffer. Soon, with a gentle push, a cluster of true solar fire fell into the blood sea, exploding with a bang, igniting the entire blood sea in blazing golden flames. Ordinary seawater can be boiled by true immortals, as if cooking soup, but this boundless blood sea, being the gathering place of the most extreme een and filth of the wilderness, is difficult to ignite. Yet the true solar fire forcibly tore through the taboo, so tyrannical. Mingyi stood frozen in place, his face ashen. No. Impossible. How could you possibly burn the blood sea? To him, the blood sea is more than just a foundation, it is his lifeblood, his essence. For 180 million blood gods are nurtured within you. As long as the blood sea does not dry up, he cannot die. This wild boast was his confidence in dominating the wilderness, and the reason he dared to provoke Luo Xian and despise Tongtian. In his eyes, those who could dry up the blood sea had yet to be born. But Luo Xian simply would not tolerate this flaw. Since you acted first, do not blame me for turning your blood sea into a pot of boiling red soup. As long as the blood sea does not dry up, Mingyi does not die. This sounds sinister. It would be better to burn the boundless blood sea dry. Luo Xian, specializing in the fire path, had his temperament deeply immersed in the Dao, ready to explode at any moment. The deeper the fire path, the fiercer the temper. Zhu Rong can split the earth with his fire breath. Emperor Jun and Tai control the sun, while burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Who among them is not capable of flipping the three realms at will? He is no exception. He is one of the 36 Quasi Saints of Zixiao Palace, and before the three saints gave their teachings, he had received a sliver of the fire Dao directly from Tongtian, the most violent strand among the 3,000 laws. Do not underestimate this sliver. For those who are not saints, even if they stuffed the entire Dao into his soul, he would still be unable to digest it. The realm is there, it cannot be forcibly pulled up by stacking spirit stones or years. Luo Xian's luck was absurdly good within his primordial spirit. There was both the Shangqing Yuqing golden chapter and a strand of Hongming purple qi, enabling him to comprehend the fiercest true solar fire in the fire path. Plus, with the 3 million years of teachings directly passed down from the three pure ones, his mastery in the fire path surpasses that of Luya, known as the essence of the fire of separation, by more than a notch. He grinned, cyan flames flickering between his teeth. You've got some nerve daring to insult my master. Final play with you today. As long as the blood sea doesn't dry, the nether river won't die. Then show me your death. Luo Xian was truly enraged. The third eye on his forehead snapped open, unleashing a blinding beam of golden white light. The nether river stood frozen, a single thought flashing through his mind. These juniors of the primordial era dare to trespass into the boundless blood sea. The last ones this arrogant were the ancestral dragon during the Dragon Han tribulation and Gonggong during the Witch Avian tribulation. Who is this whelp to act so presumptuously? Before the thought even finished, the light was already upon him. The nether river casually raised a hand to block, utterly unconcerned. Without even a flicker of the crimson light from his karmic fire lotus, the beam pierced through his palm, shattered the lotus pedestal, and seared through his primordial spirit, pinning his entire being in midair and vaporizing him in an instant. The red lotus plunged into the sea, and the Yuan too, and a Bai sword sank to the bottom, without even a dull thud. Luo Xian retracted the golden light from his brow, flicked his sleeves, and stood atop the surging sea of flames, his voice booming like thunder. Nether river, get out here. I know you're not dead that easily. You said as long as the blood sea doesn't dry, you won't die. Now get out here. Face. For whom? That bastard dared to trample on Zixiao Palace, so why expect him to show courtesy? Dream on. His voice shattered the clouds, shaking the three realms. In the Yaoshi Palace, Kunpeng sat, unmoving, only letting out a long, turbid breath after a long while. Another quasi-saint. His heart pounded with unease. Just how many fearsome figures like this has Tongtian nurtured under his command? Yue Xian blocking the gates was already troublesome enough, but now there's a god of death, like Luo Xian, flipping tables in the blood sea. And to think the nether river actually fell, and so cleanly at that. A chill ran down Kunpeng's spine, and he secretly thanked his luck. Thank heavens, it wasn't Luo Xian who came. If he had come bearing the solar true fire. Kunpeng dared not think further, feeling only a numb tingle at the base of his tailbone. In the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Zhao Gongming was seated in discussion with Zinyuanzi when they heard the shout. He shook his head with a sigh. Junior brother Luo Xian's temper unchanged for decades. Zinyuanzi, however, slapped the table and roared with approval. Well struck. Zhao Gongming was taken aback. Did you have a grudge with the Nether River Taoist? Not originally. Zinyuanzi gritted his teeth, and with a flick of his finger the scene from moments ago materialized in the air. The light piercing his body, the red lotus sinking into the sea, the image freezing on a crimson gourd. See this? This is senior brother Red Cloud's 99 scattered soul red gourd. How did it end up in his hands? He must have had a hand in Red Cloud's fall. Zhao Gongming scratched the back of his neck and said nothing. So the Nether River really was involved in Red Cloud's death. That would not bode well for him in the future. Zinyuanzi's bond with Red Cloud was forged in life and death. There were already rumors that the ginseng fruit tree was planted solely for Red Cloud. Zhao Gongming pondered for a moment, then said, Taoist, we are currently in the midst of the God enfeefment tribulation. To act rashly now might shorten your lifespan. Better to wait until the tribulation passes before settling scores. Zinyuanzi was silent for a long while before finally nodding. There was no other way. During the Great Tribulation, even saints had to time their actions carefully, let alone them. But Xinyuanzi knew full well the Nether River's true body had been completely incinerated. Even with his 480 million blood avatars regathering his primordial spirit and reforging his origin would take millennia to recover. He squinted at Luo Xian's figure in the void, a chill running through him. This man is also a disciple of Bo. For Saint Tongshan's disciples to be this formidable, Zhao Gongming's spatial mastery rivals mine. This Luo Xian's solar true fire is even sharper than Daijin's or Tai's, and then there are the four-sword maidens and the host of female immortals. He swallowed hard and drew in a sharp breath. Thank heavens I never accepted the Western sect's invitation back then. Otherwise not even my bones would have remained. With that thought his smile towards Zhao Gongming grew even warmer. Zhao Gongming, equally at ease, raised his teacup and took a slow, deliberate sip. Another figure, however, had his gaze fixed on Luo Xian. Luya, the essence of Li fire. The moment the solar true fire blazed up, he shot up from his cattail mat, nearly shouting out loud, "Pure yang true fire. Even purer than mine." He paced back and forth in his dojo, growing more alarmed with each step. Other than my father and my uncle, who else could wield this fire? Even Dong Wenggong, who refined the very essence of solar energy, could barely touch its edge. He almost summoned his rainbow transformation to rush to the blood sea, but his foot just lifted, slammed back down. The entire primordial era only knew him as the natural manifestation of Li fire. If anyone were to glimpse his true form, the old grudges of the Witch Avian tribulation were unresolved, and the remnants of the Avian clan were still breathing in the shadows. Luya pressed a hand to his chest, took 2 deep breaths, and muttered to himself, "The means of a saint are beyond my comprehension. Thankfully I stand with the Eastern saints. He is a friend." He repeated it, as if to calm his own nerve, but he did not anticipate that another great power at this very moment wore an expression entirely opposite to his. Utterly terrified. The instant Luo Xian's solar divine light obliterated the Nether River's physical form, Haotian trembled violently. Even at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, he was genuinely afraid. He himself was a peak quasi-saint, but wasn't the Nether River one as well? The Nether River was one of the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace, having attained the Dao long before him. He commanded 480 million blood avatars able to manifest countless incarnations. As long as a single wisp of his consciousness remained, he could reform his true spirit and reconstruct his Dharma body through the blood avatars. Not to mention that the Netherworld Blood Sea was his fundamental dojo. Even a novice cultivator who had just introduced Qi into their body knew fighting on home turf doubles your chances of victory, grants you divine fortune, and places all the advantages of time and place in your hands. If Haotian and Luo Xian were swapped, Haotian would never be able to accomplish such a feat. In other words, since Luo Xian could injure the Nether River to this extent, he could very likely do the same to him. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Haotian's spine. He suddenly recalled his previous arrangements, his words, his actions that had forced the golden immortals of the Chan sect to bow their heads. And his heart sank, stifled and breathless. How could the disciples of the saints harbor such fearsome beings? He swore to himself, if all 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were as heaven-defying and awe-inspiring as Luo Xian, he would rather retreat to Kunlun Mountain than dare to demand their allegiance. To a high-level cultivator, that was an insult, a slap in the face, a matter that could sever the very foundation of their Dao. Who would dare to humiliate such a figure to his face? He genuinely hoped that beings like Luo Xian were few and far between. But during the God enfeefment tribulation, he sat in the heavenly court and watched it all unfold, that Kong Xian, who could even brush down a saint, that host of quasi-saints in Bo Palace. Yunxiao Shiji, Jinling Wudong Gailing, Zhao Gongming Yui Xian. Which of them wasn't a figure whose mere stamp of the foot could shake the 3 realms? Haotian's heart tightened, a wave of cold dread rushing to his crown. He suddenly felt that he was doomed. Luo Xian looked up to the heavens and roared, "Nether River, get out here. Hiding in the blood sea and playing deaf and dumb is that the pride of the current demon sect's leader. You started this, and now you're cowering. Have you no shame left?" Above the blood sea, only the roaring solar true fire remained, casting the waves in a crimson glow, but not a single figure in sight. How could the Nether River dare to move? What kind of light was that? With a single flash, both flesh and primordial spirit were vaporized cleanly, without even a moment to register the pain. When he opened his eyes again, his true spirit had already fallen into the blood avatar he had reserved in the Blood God Palace. That single strike from Luo Xian had destroyed most of his 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. It would take several epochs before he could even begin to recover. When he was at full strength, he was no match. Now, with his very foundation damaged, what could he possibly use to fight back? Supreme, true fire burning the blood sea. Let it burn. This boundless sea of blood is after all a place where the most extreme and filthy energies of the primal chaos converge, devouring impurities day and night. Could a mere flame dry it up? Beneath the Holy One no one can deplete the Blood Sea. He can afford to wait, he is not afraid. Back in the day, even the demon ancestor Luo Ho had no way to deal with him, so he does not believe that Luo Xian truly possesses such ability. After cursing for half a day, the river of the underworld remained stubbornly unmoving like a stubborn stone at the bottom. Luo Xian was instead amused by the anger. The leader of the demon sect, after all, is a powerful figure who established a sect. How could he resort to such tricks? It truly leaves one speechless. He proclaimed loudly again, River of the Underworld. I come in accordance with the edict of the Saint of the Zixiao Palace specifically to deal with you. Rest assured, as long as this matter remains unresolved, I shall not return to the Zixiao Palace. The River of the Underworld sighed inwardly. How unfortunate. This Luo Xian not only has a fierce temper, but is also incredibly stubborn. How did he run into such a character? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. If Luo Xian truly stood here for hundreds or thousands of years, how would the practitioners of the primal chaos view him? Who would still believe that the River of the Underworld has authority and weight? Once luck dissipates, the foundation will also weaken. He truly began to hesitate. At this moment of hesitation, a clear and profound voice transmitted from the depths of the Nine Nether. Luo Xian, this place is the site of the Netherworld. No noise is allowed. Luo Xian immediately quieted down and bowed. I respectfully obey the edict of the saint. It was the Saint of Equanimity, the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Lady of the Earth, who transformed into the wheel, bestowing blessings upon all beings. Her merits are unparalleled, and her public spirit is flawless. Practitioners of the primal chaos respect her immensely. Naturally, Luo Xian is no exception. How could he dare to defy the words of a saint? The Nine Nether is a place that values tranquility. How can you fight in front of each other? Luo Xian lowered his head and accepted, offering no retort. His master had long instructed, when facing the Saint of Equanimity, one must yield 3 points. The disciples of the Zixiao Palace all understood this. It was not mere politeness but respect, and even more, it was the rule. I already know about your matters. The River of the Underworld must face severe punishment for disrespecting the saint. Luo Xian, in your view, how should this be dealt with? Luo Xian's heart raced, and he quickly replied, everything shall be decided by the saint. Equanimity slightly nodded, clearly satisfied. The River of the Underworld definitely deserved to be reprimanded. Not only did he disrespect the brother of the heavenly path first, but he personally came to manifest his divinity, yet still hid within the Blood God Palace, truly reckless and foolish. Since he values the Blood God Son's avatar so much, then let it be reduced. Leaving 8 million is enough. Before the words fell, a finger suddenly appeared above the sea of blood. It was made of white jade, warm and radiant, slender, yet powerful, gently pointing. In an instant, the towering waves of blood calmed, the fierce flames extinguished, the winds stilled, and the clouds ceased to surge. Not even a ripple emerged. Luo Xian was stunned, staring at that jade finger, his throat moving, unable to utter a word for a long time. With a single gesture from the saint, the sea of blood was reduced by 3/4, yet it seemed effortless, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. The authority of the saint was beyond words. The moment Equanimity's voice rang out, the River of the Underworld knew something was amiss. Just as he was about to break out of the palace to pay his respects, the decree had already fallen. He didn't even have a chance to speak, and with a bang, his physical body shattered on the spot. When he awoke again, he looked inward at himself, feeling a chill all over, nearly fainting. His blood god son. His 480 million blood god sons. Only 8 million remained. His vitality severely depleted, his foundation shaken. To restore his former glory, he did not know how many tribulations and how much time he would need to endure. Equanimity's voice echoed from afar, the Nine Nether is not a place for you to fight. This cessation of hostilities has concluded the karmic ties. Return to your own domains, and do not provoke further conflicts. As the words fell, the jade finger vanished, the echo lingering like mist, slowly dispersing into the depths of the netherworld. Luo Xian replied loudly, I respectfully obey the edict of the saint. He cast a sidelong glance at the sea of blood, his 3 eyes narrowing slightly, a cold smile filled with mockery. He then transformed into a crimson rainbow, breaking through the void, directly returning to the Zixiao Palace. Since Equanimity had already spoken, the River of the Underworld dared not move. He understood this principle better than anyone. But if someone truly does not see the situation clearly, Luo Xian would not mind paving the way for him all the way. The River of the Underworld choked back a cry, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. What a huge loss. He had suffered an utterly massive setback. How did this happen so suddenly? He hadn't sensed any warning at all. Upon reflection, it all began with that smiling Mithriya who came to his door. The smiling Buddha. Sure enough, a knife hidden beneath the smile, daring to use me as a pawn, and even pushing me into the fire pit. The River of the Underworld gripped his blood, river divine, halberd, his knuckles turning white. If it were not for Mithriot personally coming to the Sea of Blood promising to jointly control the morning song and share the fortune, how would he have left his own domain to wade into such muddy waters? If Luo Xian had not come, he would still be comfortably seated over the Sea of Blood, ruling over the Azuras, never having faced such humiliation. Now as it stands, he lost all face and his authority was shattered. As for equanimity, he did not dare to harbor even a shred of resentment. The might of the saint cannot be fathomed by mortals. As for Luo Xian, he did not dare to be angry either. The true fire of the sun burns the soul and refines the spirit, specifically targeting the bloodthirsty and dark energies. A direct confrontation would be self-immolation. But what about the Western sect? The river of the underworld's eyes turned crimson. The blood river surged like boiling water. They are irreconcilable enemies. When equanimity spoke, all the saints of the primal chaos trembled. The saints looked at each other, a single thought passing through their minds. It turns out the bloodline of the Lady of the Earth had not been severed, and the will to fight still exists. She appeared to admonish the river of the underworld, yet with a light flick of her sleeve, she had already marked the entire Nine Nether as a forbidden zone. The saints remained silent. No one spoke. It was after all her territory. Equanimity had always been low-key the most taciturn among the saints. Had the river of the underworld not been foolish enough to reach out to the saint, she likely would not have even lifted her eyelids. The rules of the primal chaos have always been thus: if a non-saint offends a saint, the power to punish lies with the offended or the nearest saint to the incident to enact heavenly punishment. Equanimity was nearby while Tontian could not step into the Nine Nether. This task naturally fell upon her shoulders. The three saints of the east remained expressionless, yet their gazes simultaneously swept towards Jane. This matter originated from Mount Shumi with its roots in the Thundersound Temple. At the Great Thundersound Temple on Mount Shumi, Jane sat on a lotus platform, his expression unchanged, but the furrow of worry between his brows deepened, as if bearing a heavy burden. The strategy to lure the three eastern saints to divide their forces had already fallen through. The Zixiao Palace sent only 3 people, yet it disrupted the entire chessboard. For now, only Duo Bao remains a source of hope. Mai is the final battleground for the disciples of the 3 teachings, and there can be no mistakes. But can Duo Bao truly hold the fort? Jane closed his eyes, an icy chill rising in his heart. The more he reviewed, the more he felt every step was a mistake. The biggest blunder was forcing Tontian to prove his path and establish a sect. For what? He gained no spirit treasures and lost all face. Had he known today, why stop him from wandering carefree back then? If he wished to be a relaxed saint, let him be. What is there to object to? Yet because of momentary short-sightedness, he forcibly pushed Tontian into calamity. Though Tongshan's disciples are few, each one is a pillar. The 4 great sword maidens wield the 4 Excaliburs, their sword energy reaching far and wide. Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and Gui Ling, the 3 great fairies, set up the innate 5-direction, 5-color, 5-deed flag formation, which even saints must pause to deduce. Zhao Gongming Yu, Xian Luo Xian. Which of them is not a quasi-saint capable of shaking the 3 realms with a stomp? These individuals originally would not have stepped foot into the Fengshan battlefield. It was the 2 saints of the West joining forces with the 3 saints of the East, setting a trap and applying pressure that forcibly dragged this group of fierce characters into calamity. Jane felt a dull pain in his chest, wishing he could slap himself across the face. Imagine, if not for the involvement of these 8 quasi-saints with the meager resources of the human teaching and the teaching of expounding, how could they possibly contend against the Western Church? The great Bodhi array was set up, and they couldn't even find where the core of the formation was, left only to stare blankly. Fear crept up the back of this saint like never before. Tontian was a living variable, and this variable was ignited and pushed to the forefront by him and Junti. He only hoped that from now on there would be one less disciple from Zixiao Palace on the battlefield of the investiture of the gods. Jiang Ziya's face lit up with joy as he rubbed his hands and muttered, "Wonderful." Senior brother Shen Gongbao truly had a wide circle of acquaintances, managing to summon so many allies. Among the 12 golden immortals, except for those who had fallen, all 8 remaining were present. This was beyond anyone's expectations. But Shen Gongbao seized the opportunity, pulling Jiang Ziya's sleeve and lowering his voice with a serious expression, "Junior brother, do not rejoice too soon. This is not my doing." He paused, speaking each word carefully. It was the White Crane boy who personally descended with the edict from the Zixiao Palace, conveying the orders from the primordial heavenly sovereign. Whoever you call upon, they must heed the call to battle. Those who defy, it will have their names struck from the Zixiao registry. Jiang Ziya's eyes brightened. Wonderful. Wonderful. The 12 golden immortals were always aloof. He would never dare to command them privately. Now, with the edict backing him, he spoke with newfound confidence. "What's so wonderful?" Shen Gongbao was furious, shaking his sleeves. "You are thoroughly confused." Jiang Ziya was taken aback. "Senior brother, please clarify." Shingongbao leaned and whispering, think carefully. Why must Master issue such a strict edict? Not even leaving face for the senior brothers. The betrayal of Randeng and Wenshu is one thing. His voice grew heavy, but more crucial is the impending tribulation that is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Thus Master has ordered them to come. Jiang Zia shuddered, cold sweat suddenly beating at his temples. Had it not been for Shun Gongbao's revelation, he might have been overwhelmed by the excitement before him. With 8 great Luo golden immortals suddenly added to his ranks, he had nearly forgotten his own capabilities, forgetting that the investiture of the gods was far from over. Those who travel 100 miles are only halfway through at 90. This saying was not made lightly. He had nearly forgotten. He shouldn't have. Shun Gongbao's expression was grave, his tone uncharacteristically serious. Junior brother, in chaotic times, stringent measures must be enforced. Jiang Zia's heart tightened, his heartbeat quickening as if gripped by an invisible hand. Just this one sentence was like a cold blade unsheathed, its edge pointing directly at the precariousness of the situation. He silently lowered his gaze, thoughts surging. Was the situation already deteriorating to this extent? After losing several top powers, could the Western Church still muster the strength to counterattack? It seemed difficult. Jiang Zia's throat moved slightly, yet he did not speak, only feeling a chill creeping up his spine. In the camp of Mai within the central tent, Mithraea stood with his head bowed, brows furrowed, showing no sign of satisfaction, and deeply bowing to Duobao. Senior brother, I am useless, and have failed to summon any allies. Duobao waved his hand, speaking calmly, it is not your fault. He paused, his gaze steady. The methods of the friends from Zixiao Palace are indeed commendable. Seeing Mithraea still blaming himself in silence, he stepped forward, his voice low, yet clear. Neither of us is a saint. How can we expect to be flawless in everything? As long as we do our utmost, and have no regrets in our hearts. After a brief pause, he added, rather it is good that they reveal their true abilities early on. Knowing both our enemy and ourselves, we can strategize accordingly. It is much better than encountering them unexpectedly in the future with bewilderment in our eyes. Mithraea's expression softened slightly, but he still cautiously asked, senior brother, the luck of the Shang dynasty is nearing its end in just 3 to 5 years. Can we truly prevail? Duobao's heart trembled slightly. It was truly unexpected for such words to come from Mithraea's mouth. This person had always been a pillar of the Western Church, maintaining stability. Why was he doubting now? He laughed heartily, his voice echoing in the tent. Junior brother, you are mistaken. The investiture of the gods is after all an immeasurable calamity sweeping through the disciples of all saints. The outcome has yet to be determined. We will surely win. Seeing Mithraea wanting to speak, but hesitating, his smile deepened. You are overthinking it. When it comes to real combat and direct clashes of magical power, the outcome is indeed difficult to predict. But who says that a battle in the investiture of the gods must be settled with bloodshed? Mithraea was stunned, and the disciples of the Western Church in the tent exchanged bewildered glances. The truth was this: since the fall of the Medicine Master King, along with several Quasi-Saints and great Luo golden immortals falling on the path of the investiture of the gods, the entire Western Church had long been on high alert. Fear was not cowardice, it was having witnessed firsthand how a sharp blade could sever the Dao bone. But as soon as Duobao's words fell, a spark seemed to ignite within the hearts of the crowd. Even the darkest night requires a glimmer of light. Duobao reached out and lightly tapped the table, his tone steady. This contest will rely on the fate of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. They will attack, and we will defend. On the surface, it seems we are the ones being beaten. But do not forget, time is on our side. As long as we can hold out until the deadline, the outcome will be clear. He surveyed everyone, suddenly pointing to his own forehead. The battle is not in the hands, but in the mind. There is no need to directly confront the spells of the Xianmen. We only need to delay, distract, restrain their momentum, and disrupt their plans. Everything lies here. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the tent changed dramatically. The previous heaviness dissipated, replaced by a warmth that spread through their limbs and invigorated their blood. Some instinctively clenched their fists, others straightened their backs, and even the footsteps of the patrolling monks outside the tent became distinctly more rhythmic. In the vast wilderness of Mai, although the killing intent had not yet peaked, the battle spirit surged like a tide. It was a morale that had been ignited by a single sentence. Everyone felt quietly reassured with senior brother Duobao in command. Everything would be stable. Mithraea clasped his hands together and bowed sincerely. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. This senior brother Duobao truly lived up to his reputation. The two heads revered him as one of the 5 treasures of the secret repository, a title not given lightly. Duobao's eyes flickered, but he did not respond, only gazing towards the direction of the camp outside. The wind swept through the flags, making a rustling sound. He had already spread a net in his heart, waiting for the Eastern Xianmen to take a step further. This tribulation was as good as won. Outside the 33 heavens, Zixiao Palace was silent. Hongjun sat on his cloud bed, a ball of gray-white calamity cloud suspended at his fingertips, slowly thinning. His brows furrowed slightly. What is this? The calamity is actually diminishing. A thought flashed by. Could it be that the Xinyuanzi Mingi and Kuanping have not been eliminated, causing the causal thread to remain unfulfilled? He immediately shook his head. As the embodiment of the heavenly Dao, he could sense the flow of calamity. Initially, due to the provocations of Shurji, the 5 fairies cutting down foes, and the continuous bloodshed on the path of the investiture of the gods, the calamity clouds surged like a tide. But now, as the great calamity approached its climax, that calamity cloud was not only not swelling, but was instead growing thinner. Hongjun tightened his fingers, almost crushing the cloud energy. He even had a fleeting thought to personally intervene and eliminate those 3. One kill would surely cause the calamity to surge. Yet as soon as the thought arose, it was suppressed. The heavenly Dao has its own course. Even he could not overstep and act recklessly. His emotions were already tangled. He decided to focus on deducing Duobeo's strategy. Just a slight calculation made the veins on his forehead pulse almost imperceptibly. He understood completely. What clever schemes were there? Just one word: delay. Victory was indeed assured, but how was this an immeasurable calamity? It was clearly like boiling frogs in lukewarm water, without smoke, splatter, bloodshed, or disruption of causality. Hongjun closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, a cold light gleamed fiercely in his eyes. What he desires is a blood rain and a storm of slaughter, the collapse of all beings, the demise of scattered immortals across the heavens. Only in this way can the path of the great Dao be cleared, aiding the saint in transcending tribulations and ascending. The path of tribulation has always had 2 routes. One is to accumulate immeasurable merits and benefit all living beings. The other is to create overwhelming slaughter and disturb the universe. Whichever path one takes, the cause and effect must be as heavy as a mountain, surpassing the chaos. Only with such weight can the old paths of the Dao be shattered, stepping into a new realm. Once a cultivator embarks on this path, they are no longer the human as defined by the mundane. As bloodlines fade and forms grow sparse, they will eventually shed their appearances, transforming into an indescribable existence. That is the true evolution, regardless of which path one cultivates. Demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, immortals, or even the unorthodox paths and secret techniques of other races, once they step onto the path, their life forms will quietly change. This is what the world refers to as evolution. Below the Tai realm, it is not obvious. Once one attains the great Luo or Quasi-Saint fruit position, their lineage and roots no longer matter. The essence of life has long since converged. The higher the cultivation, the closer one is to the Dao, and the easier it is to be immersed and reshaped by the Dao. If one truly has great fortune to ascend to the saint position, their physical body will no longer be a flesh and blood form, but will transform into the laws themselves. The saint's primordial spirit resides in the void of the heavenly Dao, and their form becomes the manifestation of the heavenly Dao's commandments. Otherwise, how could Hongjun unite with the Dao and mend the heavenly gaps? To mend the heavens, one must align in essence. If one is incompatible with the heavenly Dao will not heed you. The saint's body has already become law-like, and to ascend further apart from advancing their Dao, there is only one path to break the tribulation. To break free from the shackles of the Dao. Hongjun is now facing this perilous juncture for the second time. The first time he broke the tribulation was shortly after he certified his saint position. At that time his Dao was unstable and his magical power was insufficient to hasten his reach to the heavenly Dao level of saint. He had no other option but to force his way through the tribulation. But he chose another path to unify with the Dao, to teach and enlighten all beings using the collective will of the masses to nourish the heavenly Dao, ultimately becoming the only saint in the wilderness to receive the heavenly Dao's direct impartation. Now the old challenge reappears, but he has reversed direction, channeling the power of the wilderness to engage in great destruction. If he truly succeeds, the heavenly Dao will undoubtedly suffer a severe blow, and the path ahead for all saints will be cut off. From this point forward, the countless cultivators of the wilderness will have no opportunity to certify the Dao. Hongjun has positioned himself in opposition to all saints, all great powers, and all races. Even the embodiment of the heavenly Dao does not dare to act openly. If he were to perform acts of merit, the saints would naturally assist, and all beings would respond to. Unfortunately, he has chosen the most difficult path, standing against all saints. In truth, he is also unwilling. If he had a choice, he would willingly select such a perilous path. Isn't it sweeter to break the tribulation smoothly and safely? There is truly no other choice. Thus he can only walk this one path to the end, continuously stirring the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Only through the flames of tribulation can a glimmer of breakthrough emerge. The little scheme of Duobao not only does not align with his intentions, but is also a blatant interference working against him. Hongjun's gaze darkened, and in an instant his thoughts surged like a tide with countless scenarios unfolding, all pointing towards one goal: accelerating the sealing of the divine tribulation. He smiled faintly yet coldly. Anyone who blocks his path is an enemy. He never shows mercy. Ding. The God-level selection system has issued a random task. Stop Hongjun from successfully breaking the tribulation. Option 1: accept. Reward 1 piece of chaotic causal Dao fruit, immense merits, and 12 strands of primordial purple energy. Finally, it has arrived. Option 2: refuse. Reward 1 piece of chaotic destruction, Dao fruit, immense merits, and 24 strands of primordial purple energy. The light in Tongxin's eyes flickered slightly, as if flames were dancing. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. A thought flashed: if the system issues a command, now could it mean that Hongjun can no longer hold back, and is about to take action? This is not a good sign. If Hongjun is eager to act, it indicates that the sealing of the divine tribulation is nearing its conclusion. Indeed it is so. The fate of the Shang dynasty will soon come to an end in just a few short years. This is due to the overwhelming momentum under the gates of Zixiao Palace, where the 4 saints of the East have united to defend. Hongjun's scheme to eliminate the scattered immortals has yet to materialize. If he does not act, it will be fine, but once he does, the heavens will tremble and the myriad realms will pale. However, looking at it from another angle, this is actually an opportunity. Hongjun's act of destruction is to Tongtian a great merit. If he can stop Hongjun from breaking the tribulation, the immense merit would be enough to help him open his own tribulation. He scanned through the 2 options, clarity blooming in his heart. Accepting the task would be to oppose Hongjun, primarily gaining the path of causality. Refusing the task would be to align with Hongjun's momentum, primarily gaining the power of destruction. Is there still a choice? Hongjun is now the public enemy of all saints. Even Yuanshi has closed himself off and said nothing, while Taishang is watching the game from the sidelines. Would Tongtian cut himself off from the world? Not just for the rewards, but also because he himself needs to break the tribulation. If Hongjun disrupts the situation, he collects the merit. If Hongjun overturns the table, he just happens to establish new rules. Due to a twist of fate, the 2 are natural archenemies. If you want to break the tribulation, first ensure that the bones of the sealing divine tribulation do not scatter. Tongxin's gaze sharpened. Keep a close watch on Hongjun. Not a single step can be loosened. All tribulations in the wilderness, if not pushed by the hand of a saint, ultimately serve one purpose: to resolve causality. Causality is like a net, silent and invisible, who just a word spoken or a hand waved can stir countless threads. The Longhan First Tribulation and the Wuyao Second Tribulation appear to be battles, but internally they are all due to causality being blocked for too long and must be released. The sealing of the divine tribulation should not have occurred in the first place. Back then, Taishang established the human teaching and Yuanshi founded the exposition teaching, yet Tongtian took a step back and did not establish a great teaching. Without the arrival of countless immortals, the flourishing of the cultivation era became difficult, and the malevolent energy between heaven and earth was originally not intense. This tribulation was pushed forth by Hongjun himself. At this stage, discussing such matters is meaningless. I will not let your schemes come to fruition. Secretly, the saints make their moves while the 2 armies facing off below my city remain oblivious. Zhang Zia stands at the front of the formation, looking up at the great formation outside the city, blocking the sun and stars, firmly gripping the throat from Maida Chaoga. The Western Qi army must break this great formation to invade Chaoga and overthrow the Shang dynasty. Zhang Zia's brows are furrowed, and the disciples of the exposition teaching are all solemn. This situation is far more troublesome than anticipated. This is not a battlefield formation set by mortal strategists, but a Dao formation entirely composed of cultivators. Not a single ordinary person is in the formation. The lowest cultivation level is that of a celestial immortal. This level of Dao attainment is nothing in the eyes of the exposition and human teachings, but they are simply too numerous. Looking around, densely packed, there are at least several thousand people. When there are thousands of people, they can block the sky. When there are tens of thousands, the very veins of the earth struggle to breathe. Moreover, they are all cultivators. With such a formation gathered in one place, let alone standing in formation, just standing still would cause the winds and clouds to change color with their breaths. The 12 great Luo golden immortals of the exposition teaching have ashen faces. Even with Tongtian's abilities, it is taxing at this moment. Opposite them, the sea of people swells, yet they are merely great Luo golden immortals. Not quasi-saints, let alone saints. In the eyes of saints, non-saints are but ants. In the eyes of quasi-saints, non-immortal assaults are not to be feared. But they are stuck in this awkward position as great Luo bodies. They cannot contend against the might of the multitude of cultivators. Entering the formation might allow for self-preservation, but breaking the formation, don't even think about it. The main array's leader is a quasi-saint. Zhang Zia feels bitter in his heart. No wonder Yuanshi Tiandi commanded the senior brothers to come assist, to listen to my commands. But what can this command accomplish? 12 grand Luo golden immortals against these thousands of cultivators. They couldn't even stir a ripple. The sheer mass of bodies alone would be enough to exhaust them to death. What hope was there of countering this? As they remained locked in a standoff, Duo Bao stepped forward with Mithriya, his robes billowing gently, a warm smile upon his face. I am Duo Bao of the Western Sect. Greetings to all fellow Taoists. The expressions of the Chan sect members stiffened, their hearts sinking even further. Duo Bao and Mithriya were actually quasi-sages. These two alone could firmly pin down their 12 members, leaving them no strength to spare for anything else. Duo Bao declared with a resounding laugh, "This is the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods, a trial for all under heaven from which no one can stand apart. There is no personal enmity between us." The immortals nodded in agreement. His words rang true. His smile deepened. East of Mai lies the gates of Zhaoga. If you can break this formation, your path ahead will be unobstructed and Zhaoga will have no defenses left. This formation is the final barrier of my Western sect. Today I see fit to offer you a choice. What choice? Zhang Zia, as the Prime Minister of Shiqi, spoke up first. Duo Bao clapped his hands and smiled. First, a duel, before the formation, unknown combat. Second, combine your strength to break the formation. The 12 grand Luo golden immortals exchanged glances. A duel. The opposing side had hundreds if not thousands of cultivators. Going through them one by one would take 3 to 5 years. Even if they were to fight unknown, the delay would drain Zixi's provisions, morale, and fighting spirit. Break the formation. With the strength of just 12 to shake a grand Dao formation laid by thousands of cultivators, their chances were nearly non-existent. For a moment, a profound silence fell over the two armies. The longer the silence stretched, the more it chilled one to the bone. Zhang Zia suddenly raised his hand. We will observe the formation. Single combat was a dead end. With no chance of victory and no time to spare, the enemy didn't even need to act. They could simply hold their position and Zixi's weary troops would crumble on their own. Only by entering the formation and examining it closely could they perhaps find a sliver of hope. Duo Bao clapped his hands and laughed heartily. A decisive choice, Taoist. As his words faded, he lightly clapped again, and the seemingly monolithic grand formation split open, a gate in response, like a sliver of faint light tearing through an ink-dyed night. After you. Zhang Zia stepped forward first, followed in single file by the golden immortals Guang Chengzi, Chijingzi, and the others. The moment they stepped inside, Guang Chengzi's fingertips trembled slightly and Chijingzi's throat bobbed. The deeper they went, the more a chilling cold seeped into their bones. The paths twisted and turned, changing with every step. More alarming was that at the core of each formation node stood a grand Luo golden immortal as its guardian. A rough scan revealed no fewer than dozens of such nodes. If they truly attempted to force their way through, merely escaping with their lives would be a stroke of luck. Mithriya stood to the side, hands clasped together, a smile on his face, letting them observe without blocking or urging them on. His gaze slid sideways towards Duo Bao, filled with admiration. Who would have thought this senior brother could replicate the 10 directions Bodhi grand formation of Sainthood and turn it into a tool for trapping enemies? He truly was the Western sect's hidden fifth layer trump card. The more the immortals observed, the more suspicious they became. This formation seemed less like a killing blow and more like a cage. It trapped without severing, bound without killing. It was clearly designed to wait for them to panic, to grow chaotic, to walk right into the trap. If truly pushed to the brink, this trapping formation could instantly transform into a killing formation. Had the great sects ever lacked such thunderous methods? Their hearts grew heavier and heavier. Duo Bao, however, seemed oblivious to their grim expressions. He cupped his hands and smiled. What do you all think of my Western sect's 10 directions, 10,000 immortals formation? Zhang Zia was silent for a moment before simply saying, allow us to return and deliberate thoroughly. Duo Bao laughed heartily. Very well. The formation will be here awaiting your return at any time. He was confident in his heart. How could this formation be comprehended in such a short time? Even if they did manage to see through some of its mysteries, where was the one who could break it? The great power who was supposed to command the formation's core was still nursing his wounds beneath the walls of Yimen. This formation was originally the 10 directions Bodhi Grand formation personally imparted by Saint Juni. He had dismantled and reforged it with his own hands, changing its bones, but not its soul. Solid as a mountain, deep as an abyss. Duo Bao was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating how the disciples of the Eastern mystic sects would respond. The longer they delayed, the better. He had already calculated everything in his heart. Inside the grand tent of the Shiqi army, a group of great powers sat in heavy silence, the atmosphere so thick you could wring water from it. This formation of the Western sect was truly bizarre. Zhang Zia looked around and asked fellow senior brothers, have you discerned any patterns? As his words fell, the tent grew even quieter, as if even the candle flames dimmed. Guang Chengzi frowned. This 10 directions 10,000 immortals formation. It weighs heavily on one's heart. As the bell-striking immortal of Zixiao Palace and the leader of the 12 golden immortals, he had always been straightforward. Those heavenly immortals are not just for show. The others fell silent. His words sounded like common sense. But who could stand within the formation's ranks and be considered a mere filler? Take the Demon Clan's Grand Jotian Star Do formation, for example. It used 365 Grand Luo golden immortals as its foundation, 2 quasi-sages guarding its core, and over 14,800 demonic soldiers weaving and coordinating to even hold up the gates of the heavenly court. The formation before them was likely similar. But would the Chan sect truly dare to dismantle it using the same approach? No one dared. In the art of formations, a difference of a hair's breadth was the difference between life and death. Who could say whether this formation was a cage to trap them or a blade to slaughter them? Ling Zhuzi tilted his head and suddenly muttered, "Uncle Master, every time I get near the edge of that formation, my chest feels tight and my palms itch. I have an urge to flip a table and start a fight." The assembled great powers were taken aback, exchanging glances. So they weren't alone in feeling this. They were all Grand Luo golden immortals. Their cultivation realms wouldn't lie to them. They had assumed it was their own restless minds, but it turned out everyone felt the same. Shin Gongbao scratched behind his ear. Doesn't the Western sect claim to be a heterodox path outside the Tao, preaching liberation? How did they come up with a formation that makes it so hard to breathe? He didn't know that this sect would later be called Buddhism, and their most common practice was to subdue demons and monsters, then preach and convert them day after day. They would chant without rest, recite from dawn till dusk. Whether anyone was ever truly converted, no one could say. But as for those old demons who broke free from their seals, their first thought upon seeing a bald monk was to grab them by the throat and tear apart both that droning Buddhist chant and the mouth reciting it. Chijingzi raised his hand. "Why don't I go and scout it out?" "No." Zhang Zia, Guang Chengzi, and Shun Gongbao all spoke at once. The three exchanged a look, and Guang Chengzi said in a low voice, "Junior brother, you must not. This place is already the next stop is Zhaoga. This is the final great battle of the investiture of the gods. We cannot afford a single misstep." He paused, lowering his voice further. 4 of the 12 golden immortals have already fallen. If we lose another, how can we answer for it? The immortals in the tent hung their heads in silence. Those 4 were indeed a sore point for the Chan sect's reputation. But no one wanted to be the first to mention it, and Guang Chengzi certainly wouldn't call it out publicly. Zhang Zia smiled bitterly. "Well, we can't just sit here and wait, can we?" The others looked at each other, their brows furrowed tightly. The reputation of the 12 golden immortals might just be buried before this formation. But they couldn't afford to wait either. The great tribulation of the investiture of the gods was tied to the fate of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Heavens had already decreed that Shiqi would replace Shang. If they didn't take Zhaoga in time, the Ren and Chan sects would be considered the losers. The face of the Eastern mystic sects would truly be ruined in their hands. They would be branded as sinners without a doubt. Just as the standoff continued, the immortals in the tent suddenly raised their heads in unison. A great power had arrived. Before they could discern who it was, a clear laugh echoed from outside the tent. "Fellow Taoists, we have come again." The gathered immortals rushed out and broke into smiles at the sight. It was the 8 immortals of the Ren sect. Li Xian cupped his fists and smiled. "By the sage's decree from the 8 scenic palace, we have come to assist Zia in breaking this 10 directions 10,000 immortals formation." Zhang Zia quickly welcomed the 8 immortals into the grand tent. As soon as they were seated, he asked urgently, "May I ask, fellow Taoists, what exactly is the origin of this formation?" The primordial wilderness was vast, with countless extraordinary beings and formations beyond number. Except for the saints who would dare claim to know them all. The supreme sage has dispatched the 8 immortals, which means he has certainly unraveled the foundation of this formation. "Indeed," Li Xiandao remarked, "this formation you all have actually seen before." The immortals were taken aback, with no recollection of it. "The Taoist Duobao indeed has some ingenuity in formations," Li Xian continued in a calm tone. "This formation is derived from the Western sect's revered formation, the 10 directions Bodhi Great Formation." The faces of the heavenly immortals of the Chan sect changed drastically. Even if they had not witnessed it personally, its name was like thunder in their ears. Ran Deng, Wen Shu Pu Xian Ci, Hengju Lu Sun, Li Jingwei Hu. Who among them was not a paragon of the Chan sect back in the day? Isn't it true that they fell into this formation only to turn to the west? It truly leaves one speechless. The original 10 directions Bodhi Great Formation was personally laid out by the Western sage, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, creating a small realm of its own. Within this realm, every tree and stone resonates with the sound of teachings. Each flower and leaf contains the essence of argumentation. Those with slightly weaker will and lesser magical power after just 3 days of listening will naturally awaken and willingly convert. The tent fell silent. Guang Qingzi found it hard to believe the formation set by the sage Duobao was able to replicate it. Duobao is a rare talent in the realm of formations for the Western sect. Li Xian said solemnly, "This is the exact words of my master." Instantly the immortals fell silent. How could one question the decree of the supreme sage? He naturally cannot lay out the original formation, but he has sought an alternative path. The so-called 10,000 immortals actually refers to 3,000 individuals. And these 3,000 individuals vary in cultivation with strengths and weaknesses. Duobao borrowed them, stacking layer upon layer, simulating the momentum and rhythm of that Western small realm. Do not underestimate the heavenly immortals, Xian immortals, and Tai among those 3,000 immortals. Once this formation is activated, the magical powers of all immortals can converge in one place, like rivers returning to the sea. In other words, there is only one way to break the formation: a direct assault. Upon hearing this, the Chan sect immortals felt their shoulders relax slightly. Having a path to take was certainly better than being left with no options. Zhang Zia felt increasingly uneasy as he listened, his brow furrowed tighter, and he pressed on, "Taoist friend, if we accidentally enter the formation, how shall we escape?" He was not only a great Luo golden immortal of the Chan sect, but also the prime minister of the Western Qi, well-versed in military strategies. In a confrontation, before seeking victory, one must first consider defeat. This was a habit ingrained in his bones. He was unlike Li Xian, who never spoke the word certain victory. Li Xian simply waved his hand, saying, "If one truly falls, and there is no need to panic. As long as they do not harbor the intention to kill on the spot, and maintain their original intention, they will not lose their clarity of mind." However, the heavy sense of unease in Zhang Zia's heart only intensified, making it hard to breathe. Indeed, Guang Qingzi and the others could no longer hold back, their eyes gleaming, their sleeves showing a hint of eagerness to speak up and stop them at this moment. Wouldn't that be pouring cold water on them? He wondered silently, how could brother Guang Qingzi, so seasoned and always calculating without missing a detail, be so reckless? His gaze swept across the large tent, and then he noticed Shen Gongbao, whose forehead was beaded with sweat, his temples soaked, and his fingertips trembling slightly. That man remained expressionless and quietly transmitted a message to his ear. "Junior brother, something is off." The primordial spirits of several senior and junior brothers seemed to be shrouded in mist. "You first stabilize the situation. I will return to Kunlun Mountain immediately." Zhang Zia did not hesitate for a moment, nodding in response. "Brother, hurry back." Shen Gongbao casually found an excuse, riding the long rainbow, and in the blink of an eye he soared into the sky, heading straight for Zixiao Palace. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the purple clouds, Hongjun looked up, slightly surprised. "I secretly stirred the threads of fate, yet Zhang Zia and Shen Gongbao did not fall into chaos." He paused for a moment, gently shook his head. How can the destined ones possess such composure? It should not be so. But on second thought, what if Shen Gongbao has escaped? The individuals in the Western Qi camp, the golden immortals of the Chan sect, have all been lured into the 10 directions and myriad immortals formation. The subsequent matters would be handled by Duobao and Jian. To seek to break the calamity, he could only hide in the unseen and quietly move a thread of the mechanism. With Li Xian and the 8 immortals of the upper cave assisting, Guang Qingzi bellowed, "Let the Western sect witness the foundation of the Eastern mystical gate." Zhang Zia opened his mouth, but ultimately could not stop it. Fortunately, before leaving, he managed to detain Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi with a reasonable explanation. "Your master is gone, and even without the two of you, the formation can still be initiated. If Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi cannot break it, what more can you two add?" Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi had been under Zhang Zia's command for a long time and were accustomed to obeying orders, so they did not argue further. However, the 16 golden immortals, the 8 immortals of the Chan sect and the 8 immortals of the human sect, with their primordial spirits clouded like boats in a fog, could no longer heed any advice. With a single step, they rushed towards the 10 directions and myriad immortals formation. Duobao stood at the center of the formation, a warm smile on his face, welcoming them with cupped hands. As the 16 individuals just stepped into the formation's gate, the world around them shifted dramatically. The 3,000 cultivators suddenly scattered, their steps staggered like a constellation, instantly positioning the 16 immortals in 8 trigrams across 16 directions, each surrounding the others. Each great Luo golden immortal was met by 2 or 3 great Luo golden immortals from the Western sect, bowing, joining their palms, lowering their gazes, their postures respectful, their voices soft, yet each word pierced like a needle, directly stabbing into the sea of consciousness. The 16 immortals felt a buzzing in their heads, their spiritual clarity wavering, their steps slowing by a third. Duobao's lips curled slightly as he softly uttered a single word: "Rise." 3,000 monks and Taoists chanted sacred words in unison, their voices like a tide surging layer upon layer. The formation shimmered with flowing light, illusions beginning to take form, as if countless whispers were drilling into their ears, or as if someone were gently knocking at the tip of their hearts. What path do you practice? What thought do you guard? If you let go today, will you attain freedom? The voices varied, yet each phrase was soul-stirring. After listening for only a short while, everyone felt their heads pounding, a buzzing in their ears, as the chanting sounded almost like a living creature drilling deep into their primordial spirits. The 16 golden immortals were horrified. How could they think of breaking the formation? They hurriedly sat cross-legged, auspicious clouds swirling above them, the 3 flowers blooming, and the 5 energies coiling like dragons, exerting all their strength to seal the gates of their consciousness. Duobao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly watching as they each collapsed to the ground, using their powers to resist the sound, their temples bulging, their robes moving without wind. He murmured to himself, "Fortunately, Haotian allowed me to study the great formation of the heavenly stars. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to trap the disciples of the sage?" Mithraeus stepped forward, lowering his head to ask, "Brother, should we now send these disciples of the mystical gate to the list?" Duobao shook his head. "It is still early. They are not like Randang and the others. You see, even the 10 directions and myriad immortals formation can only suppress them temporarily, but cannot hold them for eternity. To make them willingly convert to my teachings, it will take at least 1,000 years. His lips curved into a faint cold smile. "There is no rush. The timing of the conferred deity's great calamity is in our hands. I will heed your brother's instructions." Mithraeus lowered his gaze and stepped back, no longer speaking. Just as Duobao had said, Tom was on their side. To be listed, they must wait for their defenses to soften and their spirits to tire. The 16 golden immortals were thus effortlessly bound within the formation, and Mithraeus felt a deep admiration, nearly bowing down in worship. He was convinced Duobao was undoubtedly the second-generation leader of the Western sect. Suddenly, the 10 directions and myriad immortals formation erupted with powerful sacred sounds, shaking the heavens, causing even the celestial phenomena to warp. The Tao of heaven responded, auspicious light descended and merits rained down, illuminating the entire formation with a golden radiance. Jiang Zia's complexion changed drastically, exclaiming, "Oh no, Brother Shingongbao was right." His face turned ashen, fingers gripping the table edge, knuckles turning white. "All of you senior and junior brothers have fallen into it." Upon hearing this, Ling Zhuzi immediately wanted to charge forward, the wind and fire wheels humming beneath his feet, and the Qianquan circle already raised in his hands. Yang Jian firmly grasped his wrist, his strength steady as he exclaimed, "Are you mad? Even the elders can hardly withstand this. Do you still wish to charge in alone to save them?" Ling Zhuzi paused, gritting his teeth in frustration as he restrained his impulses. He turned to Jiang Zia, who spoke solemnly, "Shingongbao has already set off, heading straight for Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace." Only then did Ling Zhuzi slightly relax. However, he did not see Jiang Zia's lowered eyelashes trembling slightly, the anxiety hidden deep in his gaze colder than the northern wind outside. "Senior brothers. Hold on. Good. Well done." A genuine smile finally appeared on the perpetually troubled face of Jane. Duobao is truly a significant treasure of the Western teachings. With a single move, he had established a significant achievement. It was no small feat. Since the onset of the divine punishment calamity, how many capable disciples had they lost? How many true inheritors had they forsaken? Finally, this step wasn't in vain. Yaoshi Wang, Ronding, Wenshu, Puxian, Sihong, Zhu Liusuan Wei, Huli Jing, etc. Besides Yaoshi Wang, weren't all these disciples from the Chan sect? Yet in Jiayan's eyes, once the magical power had turned towards the ways of the Western teachings, the individuals were already part of the Western sect. He and Junti had always shared the same heart and intention. Moreover, there were the 7 monsters of Meishan and the other 7 great Luo golden immortals. Just mentioning their names made one's teeth clench. Although the Chan sect had also lost a few powerful figures, they were rooted in the East and gathered disciples without effort. In the mountains and fields, in the markets, and above the spiritual veins, those with fate naturally came to knock on the door, laying a solid foundation for future generations. But in the West, recruiting a disciple is harder than asking for rain. Back in the day, during the battle between the demonic path Hongjun and Luo House clash, nearly shattered the Western earth veins and drained the spiritual mechanisms. Since then, their vitality has been severely wounded and has yet to recover. Thus, even if both sides had equal casualties, the one at a disadvantage would always be the West. Now, with the formation of the 10 directions and myriad immortals array, not only were the 16 immortals of the Xianmen trapped, but they also seized the most crucial moment of the divine punishment calamity. It should be like this. Jane clapped and laughed, the accumulated grievances and anxieties of these years finally lifting from his brow. Each burden weighed heavily on him. Zunti's junior brother was trapped in the innate 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues array, unable to move. The key figures who would later support the rise of the Western teachings were one by one placed on the divine punishment list. Even the calamity itself seemed on the verge of failure. Each incident, even a sage would struggle to catch their breath. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In his heart he calculated, if the 10 directions myriad annihilation array set by Duobao wants to be forcibly broken, we must gather 12 Quasi-Saints. At the base of Yaimen City, the innate flag array has already trapped 5 of them. The human teachings only have Xuandu and Hongjun left. The Chan sect has only Yunzongzi and Nanji Xianwing remaining. In the Biao Palace, Zhao Gongming is in Wuzhuang Temple, and the only ones left to adjust are Luo Xian and Yui Xian. Jane laughed to the heavens. Brothers, in this divine punishment calamity, we Western teachings have ultimately won. His laughter suddenly ceased, his expression turning cold. The 16 great Luo golden immortals trapped in the 10 directions myriad immortals array. At the final moment of the divine punishment, not a single one can escape. They all must be listed. Karma is not false, retribution is not mistaken. In the great sound temple, the lingering echoes had yet to fade, but the laughter had already caused the golden bells at the eaves to ring loudly. You scoundrel! A sharp shout rang out from Zixiao Palace, scattering the incense smoke. Yuan Shi Tianzun waved his sleeve, causing the jade slips on the table to crack with fine lines. 12 golden immortals. What a fine 12 golden immortals. His face was completely shamed. How could such characters emerge from under his teachings? Those 12, known as the first immortals, hailed from noble lineages, possessed excellent roots, and had remarkable comprehension. Yet, even during the assembly of the 3 clear ones at Biao Palace to impart teachings, Yuan Shi felt something was off. Their eyes sparkled while listening, but their hearts lacked fire. They spoke of the Dao, yet their feet found no path. Their desire for the Dao was pitifully weak. A sage can bestow roots, transmit profound methods, impart divine abilities, and provide treasures, but can never give that crucial obsession of I must attain the Dao. That is innate, etched into one's destiny. A sage sets the limits, but a disciple sets their own heights. Even if rotten wood is drenched in nectar, it only slightly moistens the surface. In his early years, he was too focused on lineage, believing that with a correct spiritual root the Dao was attainable. It wasn't until the 3 clear ones gathered to discuss the Dao, and he saw his disciples' vacant gazes and superficial responses, that he suddenly realized. The mistake was enormous. But now, with the flames of the divine punishment already ignited, how could one attempt to teach in the midst of battle? Forcibly correcting the course would only provoke the heavenly mechanisms to backlash, bringing humiliation upon oneself. The listing of Ronding Wenshu Puxian, Sihongju Liosuan, and Wei, who had already been within Yuan Shi's calculations. He was not the slightest bit surprised, rather he was secretly pleased. These few would later become the pillars of the Western rise, sending them to the divine punishment list, equated to severing a limb from the West. How could he allow the West to turn so smoothly? Yet the 8 golden immortals, including Guang Chengzi, also fell into the fray. This truly struck the face of this sage. Why not simply list them on the spot? Yuan Shi's voice was not loud, but it froze the candle flames in the hall. Shun Gongbao trembled, kneeling. Master, please calm your anger. Yuan Shi had always been somber and strict, but he never broke his word or made exceptions. The word fairness was ingrained in his very bones. Those personally taught, and those from the outer sect naturally differ. Yet this small difference is common across all great teachings, not unique to Zixiao Palace. Shun Gongbao gritted his teeth and prostrated on the ground, saying, Master, please calm down. The overall situation of the divine punishment is not yet settled. We must save our senior brothers. Yuan Shi's gaze shifted slightly, slowly nodding. You and Zia have not disappointed me. Saying this, he called out loudly, Bai He Tongzi. Bai He Tongzi had yet to land, already soaring out of the palace gate. Yuan Shi pondered for a moment. This 10 directions myriad immortals array is undoubtedly derived from the 10 directions Bodhi array, yet deep within the core it clearly embeds the trajectories of the Zhoutian star array. Relying solely on you all, you cannot break it. Shin Gongbao's face turned pale. Master, then. You just need to return. Yuan Shi suddenly smiled. Someone will break the array. Shin Gongbao was filled with doubts, but did not dare to ask further, cupping his hands in salute and transforming into a rainbow as he departed. Yuan Shi stood in the hall, lightly tapping the jade table with his fingertips, his expression growing serious. Guang Chengzi and the other 8 are naive, which can still be attributed to unstable foundations, but how could the 8 disciples of the great senior brother be so muddled? Coincidence. He raised the corner of his lips, yet there was not a hint of a smile in his eyes. Or is it? Someone has quietly moved a piece beneath the chessboard. In the 8 sceneries palace of Shouyang Mountain, Taishang Laojun set down the fan in his hand, and called for Xuandu. Your 8 junior brothers have entered the 10 directions myriad immortals array. Their lives are not in danger for the moment. There is no major issue. You must set off immediately to Donghai Janeo Island to meet your master Tongtian in Zixiao Palace. He will inform you how to proceed. Xuandu, upon hearing this, felt a cold sweat on his forehead, not daring to hesitate as he soared into the clouds and headed straight for the East Sea. Not touching dust, not daring to pause his heart. Taisheng's heart also flickered with a thought similar to Yuan Shi's. The 8 immortals of the human teachings, all in a daze, can still be explained. Having been disciples for so long, their thoughts naturally converge, which is quite normal. But how could the 8 golden immortal disciples under Yuan Shi also be indistinguishable? It is simply too coincidental. Taisheng, like Tongtian, had always been skeptical of the term coincidence. Who is the person behind the scenes? Is it the Western teachings guidance? Or, the expression of the Supreme subtly shifted, his lips curving slightly, as if he were smiling. Within the Azure Pool Palace on Golden Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea, Tongtian stood with his hands behind his back in the hall, suddenly sighing lightly. I intended to pursue tranquility and delve into the mysteries, yet trouble keeps coming to my door. Uncle Master, please save my fellow disciples. Xuandu bowed earnestly, his voice filled with sincerity. He shared a somewhat unusual bond with Tongtian. In his early years, Tongtian refused to establish a sect and rejected outside doctrines. He frequently traveled between the Jade Void Palace and the 8 Scenery Palace, forming close friendships with disciples under the Supreme as familiar as with his own juniors. It was only then that Xuandu dared to directly enter the Azure Pool Palace and addressed him as Uncle Master without any restraint. Upon hearing this, Tongtian smiled and shook his head, chiding, "Let them suffer a bit," truly believing they are disciples of the 3 pure ones, immune to blades and guns, untouchable by all laws. They haven't even crossed the threshold of the sanctified, so where do they get the audacity to charge ahead reckless? What they are losing is not just their own face, but that of the 2 senior brothers. Xuandu thought the same in his heart, yet only lowered his head in silence, not daring to agree. Tongtian was unconcerned, waving his hand and declaring, "Bixiao Qiongxiao Win Xian, Laxuan Yui Xian, and the 4 generals of the demon clan. Immediately accompany your senior brother Xuandu down the mountain to break the situation." The 8 figures stepped forward in unison, cupping their hands in acknowledgement. "We will obey the master's orders." Tongtian turned to Xuandu, his tone calm, yet firm. "There's no need to be overly cautious. Just act according to your heart's desire. With your master behind you, along with your 2 uncle masters, no one can harm you in the slightest." Xuandu's spirit lifted, clasping his fists in a deep bow. "Thank you, Uncle Master. I will not fail your expectations." Tongtian waved his hand, watching the group depart, then let out a low chuckle. The primordial spirit is muddled. To dare to present such shallow tactics. Seems like he is truly anxious. He shook his head, his expression indifferent. Such tricks, who could they fool? Perhaps even the hem of a saint's robe wouldn't be stirred in the least. If he can't restrain even this minor action, it seems he is really in a hurry. Tongshin's gaze narrowed slightly, a hint of coldness appearing at the corners of his lips. It's truly a challenge for the Supreme that a motionless master to personally step into this murky water. What a pity. I won't let you have your way. He bore no ill will towards the myriad saints of the primordial chaos. Including the 2 saints of the West, he always treated them with courtesy. A saint is a vessel of the heavenly Tao, shaped by its laws. Every action and movement is tied to the fate of the primordial chaos. One who goes against the heavens cannot become a saint, and one who becomes a saint must act in accordance with the heavens. Thus, despite having disputes, contests of magic, and entangled causes and effects, it ultimately serves to uphold the heavenly Tao and maintain the primordial chaos. The battle with the 2 saints of the West back then had determined the victor, settled the causes and effects, and grievances ceased at that moment. Some minor ripples do not hinder the larger picture. Everyone guards their responsibilities. Although their ambitions differ at the root, they all strive to prolong the life of this world. Only Hongjun is an exception. Hongjun's desire to break the tribulation is not a bad thing. If he attains perfect Tao fruit and accumulates enough merit ascending the primordial chaos to a higher realm, it would align with the hopes of the many. However, the path he chose is to cut off the source and seek survival. Tongtian knew well, once Hongjun succeeds, the primordial chaos would not undergo a rebirth, but rather become desolate. As spiritual energy diminishes by a fraction each day, the world darkens a fraction each day, and cultivators wither a fraction each day. Within 1,000 years, it would become an Indothala era. The manifestations of saints would vanish, the Tao lineage would be severed, reincarnation would fall into disarray, and even the chance for rebirth would be utterly lost. What he saw in his past life was precisely this. Indeed, cultivators make use of the spiritual mechanisms of heaven and earth, no doubt. Yet once a saint attains their position, their primordial spirit merges with the Dao, and their physical body becomes the manifestation of the law. Not only do they no longer consume the primal source of the primordial chaos, but they can also draw forth pure energy from the chaotic void to nourish the world. The more saints there are, the more prosperous the primordial chaos becomes, provided that the saints remain in this realm. The beginning of the Indothala era never arises from the depletion of spiritual mechanisms, but from the vacancy of the saint positions. When all saints leave for distant journeys, the primordial chaos loses its pillars and naturally declines. Meanwhile, the Lord of Reincarnation sitting in the underworld serves as an additional guarantee. Fallen powers return to the six paths, reincarnating into the mortal realm, reawakening the path. The cycle of life and death continues, and the vitality of the primordial chaos remains unbroken. One serves to stabilize the foundation, the other serves for the cycle. Together, they create an endlessly vibrant situation. But if someone insists on cutting down the pillar of heaven and blocking the source of living water, forcing the entire game to a dead end, then Tontian cannot stand by idly. To destroy the potential of the primordial chaos is to sever the path of all saints. To cut off the path of the saints is to annihilate the ladder for countless cultivators to ascend. Ultimately, it would leave behind a lifeless, silent shell of a world. What Hongjun desires is transcendence after breaking the tribulation. But the myriad saints of the primordial chaos, the myriad immortals, and countless living beings only wish for a world that thrives. This is fundamentally irreconcilable. In the Azure Pool Palace, Tontian had already laid out the plans, prepared the people, and waited for the moment. He only needed Hongjun to take one more step. Then he would present a generous gift that the other party could never anticipate. The Supreme and Yuan sure should have sensed something by now. That pawn buried years ago has likely already echoed quietly. Now they just wait for the western side to reveal their trump card. Tontian lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his gaze calm. He truly wanted to see, when all the saints awaken, what step Hongjun would take next. Inside the grand tent of the west, Qi Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao paced back and forth. Yang Jian and Ling Zhuzi exchanged glances from time to time, both sighing in unison. The hearts of the four great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect hung in midair. With 16 great Luo from the human sect and the Chan sect trapped in the myriad immortal formation. The human sect comprises the 8 immortals of Pinglai's upper cave, while the Chan sect consists of the remaining 12 golden immortals. These individuals are the strongest backbone among the second-generation disciples of the Xianmen. Regardless of seniority, cultivation level, or reputation, they are all pillars. They must be saved, and not saving them would mean half the heavens would collapse. What good is winning the function? If all 12 golden immortals are lost, it would be difficult for the 8 immortals of the human sect to gather again. Even if they win gloriously, it would be like a bowl of burnt and charred medicine. Bitter in taste, murky in color, and a failure at first bite. Just thinking about this situation, all 4 felt tightness at the back of their necks, their hairs standing on end. In this great calamity, the Chan sect has already lost quite a few individuals. If the 12 golden immortals are truly severed among the second and third generation disciples, only a few old bones like them would be able to support the scene. Who can make up for this loss? What weighs heavier on their hearts is, among those trapped are their brothers with whom they have discussed doctrines day and night, refined pills side by side, faced tribulations together, and endured scoldings from their master. Just when they were anxiously in a state of distraction, the 4 suddenly paused, their brows twitching in unison, exclaiming, "The senior brothers have arrived." Before the words fell, they rushed out of the tent, looking up, and immediately froze. This. Rainbow light split the clouds, and 12 immortals stepped on auspicious clouds, arriving in an instant. No wonder they were shocked. All of them were renowned Quasi-saints of the Xuanmen, the first disciple of the human sect Xuandu, the Cloud Middle Child, and the Southern Polar Immortal from the Chan sect, the 2 sword-bearing fairies Bixiao and Qiongxiao from the Azure Pool Palace, and behind them were Wuyun Xian Luoxuan and the 4 generals of the Demon Clan, each exuding profound energy, their robes billowing, concealing surges of wind and thunder. Zhang Zia hurriedly adjusted his attire and bowed, saying, "Zia thanks all senior brothers for their assistance." Shun Gongbao, Yang Jian, and Ling Zhuzi also bowed deeply. Bixiao chuckled softly. "They are not only your senior brothers, but also our brothers. The disciples of the 3 pure ones are originally one lineage. Why must we distinguish between you and me?" Yun Zhongzi waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "Let's save the thanks for later. Once we pull them out, they can bow on their own. What matters now is breaking the formation." He turned to Bai Xiao, "Senior sister, what do you suggest we do?" Xiandu nodded beside him. "Indeed, it is just as it should be." This was not the time for pleasantries. The people from Zixiao Palace were the most numerous and powerful, so the arrangement of the formation, the commands where to break it, and where to draw from would naturally be led by the Qingyun sect. Bai Xiao nodded. Then let's discuss how to work together to break the formation. Within the 10 directions of all immortals formation, the sound of chanting rose and fell like waves. The golden lotuses blossomed from the void one after another, filling the surroundings with auspicious light. The chanting recited the sacred scriptures of the Western Church, and strange phenomena naturally appeared with the voice. However, for those trapped inside, this auspicious light was blinding, and the chanting was piercing to the ears. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and the 8 immortals of the human sect were separated into several groups, each fighting their own battles, their spiritual energy depleted and their magical power waning. Yet the sound of chanting drilled into their ears, buzzing incessantly, like thousands of mosquitoes swirling around their brains, impossible to shake off, suppress, or evade. Guang Qingzi gritted his teeth and thought, once I get out, I will certainly tear down the tiles of your Thunder Sound Temple. It's so annoying. More bothersome than a swarm of bees. I wish I could grab you by the throat, twist you 3 times, and shove you back down my throat. He did not know that every cultivator who had been suppressed by the Western Church and had not been transformed harbored a similar fierce thought. His remark was still somewhat civilized. Dao Bao Daoist stood at the center of the formation, a smile at the corner of his mouth, his voice like rolling thunder across the vast sky. Beside him, Methreya closed his eyes and pressed his palms together, becoming more and more convinced as he listened. The name of the Thunder Sound Temple came from the sound of preaching, shaking heaven and earth. Brother Daobao's voice had already chewed through and swallowed the Thunder Sound Samadhi. He stepped forward slowly, his voice warm. Dear friends, why must you force yourselves? The core of the human sect and the Chan sect are now all trapped in this formation. His tone suddenly turned somber. The 2 eastern sects no longer have anyone to suppress the formation. The defeat is already decided. It would be better to ascend to the Pure Land early and return to the great teachings. Otherwise, in the end, you will have to go on the God ranking. His tone was resolute, as if the list had already been penned and the incense burner had been placed with 3 sticks of incense. There is no need to hope for someone to come to rescue you. To speak frankly, this formation cannot be shaken without the combined strength of over a dozen Quasi-Saints. Can the Eastern Taoists gather so many Quasi-Saints right now? The path is right in front of you. Choose everyone. He was quite confident. Cultivators seek longevity, cherish freedom, and value their lives. Even innate deities fear falling, let alone these postnatal beings. The ancestor dragon Yuan Feng, the first Qilin, Luo Ho. How glorious were they in their time. Emperor Jun Tai, the 12 ancestral witches stirred the chaos of the wilderness, but what of them now? All that remained were remnants of stone tablets and old tales floating in the mountains and fields. Dao Bao himself, having seen through this point, joined the Western Church when the message of the God-ranking calamity was released in Haotian. Cultivate for the next life, sow good causes await rewards. This road is stable. He did not believe that these 16 golden immortals truly feared death. Those who really feared death would have already pushed their disciples out to block the calamity. Why keep them around? But Dao Bao was mistaken. The 16 golden immortals, who were already on the verge of collapse upon hearing these words, instead straightened their backs, their eyes bright, like clear spring water, suddenly bursting forth from a cracked earth. Daobao's heart sank, his brow slightly furrowed. He had not spoken incorrectly, so why did it provoke such a surge of energy? Guang Qingzi laughed loudly, his laughter resonating, shaking the golden lotuses in the formation and causing petals to fall. Dao Bao remained calm, only asking, "What pleasure do you find, friend?" Guang Qingzi laughed heartily. So it turns out that just a dozen Quasi-Saints can break this 10 directions of all immortals formation. Excellent. This is wonderful. My brothers from the Daoist sect must be waiting outside the formation. They might even have their toes in the eye of the formation already. He pointed at Dao Bao. If you withdraw now, you can leave with dignity. If you wait any longer, your face will be lost, and no one will pick it up for you. Dao Bao took his words as the ramblings of a fool. Even in dreams, there should be limits. Right now, the advantage lay with his 10 directions of all immortals formation. To break this formation, there was only one method. A strong attack. It would require the combined effort of over a dozen Quasi-Saints to have any hope. Dao Bao curled the corner of his mouth, a cold laugh escaping silently. It was not that he underestimated the Chan sect and the human sect. These 2 sects combined could gather 4 Quasi-Saints, couldn't they? Then, looking at the Zixiao Palace of the Tongtian Saint, the innate 5 directions flag array had already tied up 5 Quasi-Saints. On the Wuzhuangguan side, Zhao Gongming had entangled another. 6 were already determined. No matter how capable the Tongtian Saint was, could he produce another dozen Quasi-Saints? Dao Bao had already seen through Guang Qingzi's stubbornness. He felt no urgency. The longer it dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. In the last moment before the God-ranking calamity was set, if these immortals truly refused to return to the Western Church, then there would be only one path: the ranking. He trusted himself and this formation. If that is the case, Dao Bao spoke loudly, his voice clear. I shall wait here for the great powers of the Eastern Taoists to break the formation. As soon as his words fell, his brow suddenly twitched. Outside the formation, the atmosphere suddenly thickened. It was not 1 or 2 breaths, but overwhelming, heavy as a mountain, sharp as double blades. Could it be? All the Quasi Saints of the wilderness have been summoned by the Saint's decree. A cold, oppressive voice cut through the air. Dao Bao, come out. We are here to break the formation. Dao Bao's throat moved forcibly, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, turning and leaving the formation with Mithria. As Mithria stepped out of the formation, the world swayed before his eyes. His feet felt unsteady, and the trademark smile on his face froze, his mouth crooked, and his eyes bulging, looking just like a clay statue of an arhat, pulled out by someone gripping his neck. Opposite them stood 12 figures silently. Their auras varied. Some were as heavy as the abyss, some sharp as blades, some warm as jade, some blazing as the sun. Yet without exception, all were above themselves. Dao Bao's face suddenly flushed, burning hot, his entire face turning bright red. Just a moment ago he had been certain that the Eastern Taoists had no Quasi Saints to send, but now he turned and collided with these 12 living face-smashing tablets. How could they not send any? Clearly a casual move was already a strike. He subconsciously glanced towards the direction of Yimin City. The innate 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues great formation was still in place, and the 5 Qingyun Quasi Saints of Yunxiao, Shiji, Jinling, Wudong, and Guiling remained guarding the formation, unmoving. His gaze shifted again to the Wuzhuangguan in the west. Zhao Gongming was raising his hand towards this side, smiling and waving as if greeting an old friend. Dao Bao's face instantly turned pale. A voice in his heart screamed, how could there be so many Quasi Saints from the Qingyun sect? This is illogical. With everyone gathered, what is there to fight for? What chance does my Western Church have of winning? He had calculated everything: how many from the human sect, how many from the Chan sect, how many rogue cultivators, how many newly promoted. Yet he had overlooked this one fact. The disciples from Zixiao Palace had all turned into Quasi Saints one after another. Who could have imagined? Beneath the Mengjin, Shiji wielded his sword and cut down 6 monsters with the second sword, shaking the 8 wastelands, and only then did the wilderness realize that this lofty figure from Qingyun had long since crossed that threshold. In front of Yimin City, Yunxiao led the 5 fairies to set up the great formation of the 5 directions, trapping several Quasi Saints and a group of great Luo. The world finally understood that the disciples of the Shangqing sect were not only profound in their Tao, but also daring to fight and bear the brunt. In the blood sea of the underworld, Luo Xian faced the Ming River alone, breaking its blood river formation in 3 moves. The entire wilderness whispered the Shangqing lineage has Quasi Saints in abundance. But who could have predicted that this was just the beginning? The Rinjiao Quasi Saints could be counted on fingers. The ones supporting the teaching were still the 12 great Luo. As for the scattered cultivators, Kuanpeng, Jinyuan, Mingyi, Luya, Haotian, Yaoqi, and adding Yunzongzi and Xuandu, there were merely a handful. How could Dao Bao have imagined that within the Zixiao Palace lay an entire team of Quasi Saints? He stared at the 12 in front of him, swallowing hard, his throat dry. 12 of you. How do we fight? He understood how terrifying a Quasi Saint could be. One Quasi Saint could easily crush 10 great Luo. Thus, among the 10th Sandamortal formation, the 3,000 disciples of the Western teachings were merely spectators, serving as a backdrop. The true linchpins of the formation were him and Mithria. Those 3,000 were simply mimicking the Bodhi formation of the Saint of Beauty from back in the day, posing as flower, wood, stone, and earth. Chanting scriptures, reciting Buddha's name, forming seals resembling the form, but lacking the spirit. There were only 2 true cores of the formation, Dao Bao and Mithria. Just like beneath the ancient Bodhi tree, a single ancient tree could support the entire Western Pure Land. But now as the 12 Quasi Saints stood there silent and imposing, it felt as if 1,000 tons were pressing down. Bixiao took a step forward, her plain attire unmoving, yet her voice resonated like a bell. Dao Bao, we are here to break the formation. Do you prefer Onion or group battles? Onion. I and my junior sister Qiong Xiao will each take up a sword and accompany your 3,000 disciples for a round. Group battle. My 12 will experience your 10th Sandamortal formation. Qiong Xiao chuckled lightly beside her, her brows curved, yet her tone was piercing. What 10th Sandamortal formation? Counting them up, there are merely 3,000 after all. Who are you trying to scare? Dao Bao exchanged a quick glance with Mithria, sweat beads dripping down their foreheads. Onion. What a joke. Among the 4 sword-holding fairies, 2 belonged to them. Since Shiji resolved the immortal sword that day, no one in the wilderness dared confront the 4 swords of the immortal execution. It was not merely a test of magic, but a gamble for their lives. The first killing formation under the heavenly Tao is no mere decoration. Without a few top defensive treasures, standing there would leave nothing but bones. Dao Bao laughed heartily, his laughter full of forced bravado. The two fairies possess lofty virtues and profound powers. There's no need to mention Onion. A group battle would be more exhilarating. Mithria nodded vigorously, his neck tense. Onion, don't even think about it. At the end of the 12, Zhang Jie and Shun Gongbao exchanged glances quietly. In their eyes there were no aspirations for glory, no anxiety, only a sense of release after long suppression. Like the snow accumulated for a decade on an eve, today it melted. Recalling earlier, Duobao had faced Zhang Jie, Shun Gongbao, and the others with an air of superiority, looking down at all beings. Whether you choose Onion or group battle, he emanated a striking aura. But now, Bixiao and Xiong Xiao stood at the front of the formation, having said little, simply returned the choice to him. Duobao no longer dared to mention anything about Onion. Truly, times have changed, and the situation has transformed entirely. The two golden immortals felt so pleased that they nearly hummed a tune. So you, Duobao, only dare to step on those with lesser Dao. Isn't that quite arrogant? Keep it up. Before the 12 great powers of the Xuanmen, what else can you be arrogant about? Zhang Jie and Shun Gongbao exchanged smiles, their brows lifting, their backs straightening slightly. Duobao, however, had no time to pay attention to these two golden immortals. His gaze was fixated on the 12 figures ahead. The Xianmen of the Renjiao with Yun Zongzi and the Old Man of the South Pole, Bixiao Qiong Xiao Yui Xian and Luo Xian from the Shangqing Palace, all old acquaintances, while the Wuyun Xian and the four brothers of the Demon Clan were meeting for the first time. He dared not underestimate them. Those who could cultivate to the level of Quasi Saint, who among them lacked a few extraordinary skills that commanded respect. The more unfamiliar the faces, the more his heart tightened. Who knew which path they specialized in? What hidden cards did they have? Bixiao succinctly said. Duobao returned to the formation quickly. We will break the formation immediately. Xiong Xiao smiled and added, exactly. Xian Du and Yun Zongzi, both of noble status, have no time to waste with you. The Fengshan tribulation should end sooner. We still need to hurry back to the palace to submit our assignments. Upon hearing this, Duobao and Mithria almost choked. Did they really think they enjoyed meddling in the mundane? If they could sit peacefully in the Dao platform and comprehend heavenly mysteries, who would wish to wade through this murky water? It was not that the Western teachings had too few people. Previously, at least, they had a medicine master Wang to support them, but now under the leadership of Yunxiao, 5 great Quasi Saints surrounded them, directly sealing them within the innate 5-directional 5 colors, 5 virtues flag formation, with no news since. If only there were a few more who could join the battle. Do you think he would still come here? Duobao and Mithria were fuming inside, secretly cursing this Qiong Xiao fairy, who appeared delicate and clever, but had a tongue that struck right at people's soft spots. They did not realize that Qiong Xiao was merely speaking the truth. Duobao dared not linger any longer. Do you all need to inspect the formation first? No need, just break it directly. Xian Du's tone was crisp and decisive. Duobao could not wish for anything more. He did not dare to accept the Onion challenge, but if they all attacked together, he truly was not afraid of anyone. This 10th Sand-Immortal formation was not merely a replica of the 10-directional Bodhi formation of the Quasi-Teacher. Duobao had secretly combined it with the Zhou Star Do formation scroll that Haotian had privately taught him. The two formations combined could not only transform, but also kill. When necessary, with a turn of the formation core, it could unleash a tide of blood. As the 12 Quasi Saints stepped into the formation, the 10th Sand-Immortal formation was activated instantly. The power of time and space surged like a tide, intending to separate everyone. The chanting voices of the 3,000 Western disciples did not halt, but grew louder, creating a wave that seemed to shake the very heavens. Qiong Xiao wrinkled her nose. This buzzing sound of chanting is annoying to listen to. She turned to the 4 generals of the Demon Clan and pointed. Li Hai, could you clear everyone's ears? Magic Li Hai laughed heartily. Sister, don't worry, this small matter is nothing. By past fortune, the 4 brothers of the Demon Clan were originally guards of the Shangtang Dream Gate, and throughout their lives it was unlikely they would knock on the immortal door. But the Saint of the Heavenly Way disrupted the heavenly mysteries, and they were brought into the sect. After the 3 purity teachings, they ranked alongside Yui Xian as the last of the 12 immortals, achieving the status of Quasi Saint. At this moment, the 4 generals of the Demon Clan were no longer comparable to the martial men of the past. Only to see Magic Li Hai flip his wrist, a green jade pipa was already cradled in his palm. All Quasi Saints' gazes fell on that pipa. Its body was warm, and the strings glimmered faintly, clearly containing a heavy essence of Dao flavor. Duobao and Mithria, as the formation masters, sensed it most acutely. In an instant, both of their expressions changed drastically. The 4 strings of that pipa faintly emanated the ominous auras of earth, water, fire, and wind. Even though this formation formed a small world of its own, it could not escape the roots of the wilderness. Earth, water, fire, and wind were not only the tribulations of creation, but also the very blood and bones of the world. To be able to invoke the four calamities meant touching upon the essence of the Tao. Duobao's heart trembled. How could everyone under the Shangqing sect be so difficult to deal with? What he did not know was that this green jade pipa, though an heirloom of the demon clan and not a divine gift from the heavenly way, had been personally reforged by the saint, peeling back layers, completing the laws, and further embedding it with a path of sound. Now this instrument had firmly established itself among the treasures of the postnatal realm. The rank of a magical treasure does not depend on whether it is innate or postnatal, but rather on the Tao it carries within. For instance, the Linglong Tower of the heavens and earth, though formed from acquired merits, is revered alongside the heavenly celebration cloud and the chaos bell as one of the three great defensive treasures of the primordial chaos. Who would dare to underestimate it? Mo Lihai gently plucked the four strings with his fingertips, a calm smile on his face. The chanting of the Western Church sounds rather noisy. Ooh, I fear my fellow Taoists may find it quite bothersome. How about I play a piece to help everyone loosen up? Let's have a rendition of 10 Sides Ambushed. The members of the Xianmen cheered in unison. Being in this formation is akin to being surrounded by enemies on all sides, a true ambush from all directions. How fitting, how very fitting. Mo Lihai struck the strings. Ding, dong, kong, ding dong dong. The melodies surged like 1,000 troops arrayed for battle, akin to 10,000 horses galloping. The Xianmen members clapped in appreciation, yet Duo Bao and Mi Lu turned pale. This was no mere music, this was a call to doom. The four strings trembled in unison, and within the formation four calamities arose. Black winds raged, and spears rained down like arrows shooting towards the 3,000 disciples. Fierce flames soared with golden threads, weaving within, blossoming into layers of golden lotuses surrounding everyone. A deluge suddenly surged forth with thousands of water dragons leaping from the depths, charging at the disciples of the Western Church. The ground trembled violently, splitting open like a giant beast's maw directly aimed at the members of the Western Church. The chanting and teachings within the 10,000 Immortals formation abruptly ceased, plunging the area into dead silence. Duo Bao and Mi Le's expressions changed dramatically. Among the 3,000 disciples of the Western Church, their cultivation levels varied. The lowest were, but Celestials the highest, only reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal. How could they withstand the assault of a quasi-saint? Without a moment's thought, Duo Bao raised his hand and struck. In an instant, the breaths of the 3,000 disciples connected, their powers intertwined, relying solely on his own cultivation to solidify the scattered sands into a solid plate. The formation stabilized, yet the 16 immortals of the Xianmen trapped within could no longer conceal their presence, appearing disheveled, their robes in disarray, each one in a state of utter dishevelment. Guangqingzi laughed heartily towards the sky. Duo Bao, my fellow brothers have arrived. If you have the ability, why not keep them here? The 16 golden immortals of the Xianmen laughed in unison, their voices echoing across the land. Duo Bao's face darkened like iron internally, crying out, a miscalculation. A miscalculation. Had I known the Eastern Xianmen had concealed so many quasi-saints, why wait for them to step into the formation? I should have sent them to the God-sealing list the moment they entered the formation. Alas, it is too late. Xiong Xiao frowned slightly, her gaze sharp. This Duo Bao actually harbors murderous intent towards brother Guangqingzi. She was known for her innocent and carefree nature, yet as a quasi-saint her sensitivity to murderous intentions far exceeded reason. Yun Zhongzi and Xian Du both tightened their expressions. The 16 golden immortals were the foundation and backbone of the Xuanmen, indispensable. Losing one meant draining a portion of the Xuanmen's vitality. Breaking one would mean losing the entire Xuanmen's face. Bai Xiao coldly remarked, Mo Lihong, quickly save your fellow Taoists. Mo Lihong complied and produced a Hunyuan umbrella. The umbrella surface was embedded with emeralds, mother of pearl, and various precious pearls, its edge strung together with pearls forming the words contain heaven and earth. He opened the umbrella and the world instantly darkened. As the umbrella turned lightly, heaven and earth swayed. No matter how exquisite the 10,000 immortals formation, it was ultimately set by quasi-saints. The upper limit was determined by Duo Bao and Mi Lu, while the lower limit was held back by the 3,000 disciples. Even if they could merge into one through secret methods, the instincts of the cultivators remained. Facing the pressure of a quasi-saint, merely maintaining their forms was already exhausting their utmost strength, let alone restraining others. The 16 golden immortals were involuntarily swept into the glowing umbrella. Mo Lihong closed the umbrella with a smile. Sister, I have fulfilled my duty. Duo Bao's heart sank. He was not afraid of the 12 quasi-saints breaking the formation. What he truly relied on were these 16 golden immortals of the Xianmen. If he truly faced the 12 quasi-saints, would he dare to be reckless? The teachings of the Xuanmen passed down directly from the Taishang, inheriting the true meaning of the saints, were the most troublesome. Yun Zhongzi, known as the carefree true immortal, was actually the foremost master of alchemy in the primordial chaos. the 3 sacred artifacts of creation, the Fan Tian seal. He imitated them to about 80% similarity with power equivalent to half of the original treasure. Yet these 2 were not the ones he feared the most. The ones who truly made his heart race were Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao, 2 of the wielders of the 4 swords of extermination, their swords never leaving their sides, their sword aura exuding a chilling presence. Against Xian Du or Yun Zhongzi, he still had room to maneuver. Yet once the sword aura of extermination fell, even the saints would avoid its sharpness. Fortunately, Yun Xiao and Shiji were trapped in the E-gate, firmly held back by the innate flag formation. Otherwise, if the sword formation of extermination were to fall from the heavens, the entire Western Church would barely have time to think about fleeing. Bai Xiao surveyed her fellow disciples, her voice clear. The calamity of the God sealing is upon us. It is time to conclude. But before the end, I must request fellow Taoist Duo Bao and fellow Taoist Mi Lu to ascend the God sealing list first. Duo Bao and Mi Lu exchanged smiles and laughed heartily. They admitted defeat. 2 against 12, there was no chance of victory in a direct confrontation. But to pin them on the God sealing list, that would be too naive. If they couldn't win, could they not still escape? The survival techniques of Quasi Saints were not something a great Luo Golden Immortal could compare to. Moreover, this place was the 10,000 Immortals formation, originating from the heavenly courts, great starry array drawing power from the stars, manipulating heaven and earth. In the formation, 1 breath equated to 3 breaths outside, 1 force within equated to 3 times outside. Duo Bao and Mi less combat power surged, bringing them closer to the momentum of the 12 Quasi Saints. If the opponent made even the slightest oversight, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. At this point, Duo Bao finally relaxed a bit, raising his eyebrows and speaking loudly, fellow Taoists, feel free to use your full strength. Bai Xiao, uninterested in debating, simply uttered 2 words: set formation. Before Duo Bao could react, the 12 Quasi Saints had each taken their positions, stepping into the pattern, their sleeves unfurling like wings. In an instant, 12 auras intertwined to form a ring, and above the heart of the ring, a phantom slowly materialized. Clad in a Dao robe with wide sleeves, standing with hands behind his back, towering and majestic, as if strolling through the clouds. It was the Tantian Saint. The 10,000 Immortals formation buzzed violently, the formation patterns turning pale, as if on the verge of collapse. Duo Bao and Mi Lu gritted their teeth and held on, veins bulging at their temples. Yet the 3,000 disciples of the Western Church felt as if a mountain was crushing down upon them. Those below celestial rank knelt, blood seeping from their 7 orifices, their souls on the brink of shattering. That was not an illusion, it was the projection of a saint's primordial spirit. With a single thought, descending time and space froze the primordial spirit like a binding, making even breathing a luxury. The great formation collapsed with a resounding crash. The 3,000 disciples of the Western Church stood frozen in place. Most of the lower-level ones had already collapsed and fainted. Duo Bao and Mi Lu exchanged glances, their throats moving slightly, remaining silent, each lowering their eyelashes. That bitterness weighed down so heavily that even breathing became difficult. The Tantian Saint. Even the most arrogant would not dare to contemplate survival under the phantom of the Tantian. In the primordial chaos, the Saint is the decree of heaven. Before the phantom descends, the pressure is already upon them. Above the 12 Quasi Saints, a figure in a blue robe carrying a sword and sweeping through the galaxy slowly took shape. In that moment, all sounds in the primordial chaos fell silent, even the wind ceased. In the Zixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens, Haotian suddenly half-leapt from his throne, hurriedly grasping the armrest of his dragon chair to avoid falling. The formation of 12 Quasi Saints actually summoned the projection of the Tantian Saint. How could that be him? How are we supposed to fight now? I must go to the Zixiao Palace to report this. This doesn't count. His voice trembled, and before he could finish, he was already in disarray. A single thought spun in his mind: if they could summon the Tantian this time, next time, they could summon the Taishang, summon the Yuanshi. How would the Western Church defend against the God-sealing war? He did not truly believe this was cheating. Reaching the Quasi Saint realm, there were countless methods to break the formation, yet the 12 chose the most straightforward one. Using one formation to invoke another, leveraging power to shatter the setup. However, this simplest move was also the most perilous. Haotian was acutely aware after the divine calamity the saints would account for their actions, and he was at the forefront of that reckoning. The 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. The voice of Jane faltered, his fingers digging into his palm. He recognized it. That was the most lethal formation of the witch clan, soaked in blood and malevolence, designed to tear heaven and earth apart. Yet the ethereal figure before him was not the true body, but merely an apparition of the primordial spirit, imbued with a hint of the saint's might revealed through the formation. It was not that Tantian acted first, but rather the formation invited him. If this could also be deemed cheating, then the Bodhi Golden Lotus and the 8 treasures merit pool used by the Western Church should have long been obliterated by a lightning strike from the Dao Ancestor. The origins of the 10-directional Myriad Immortals formation had long been explained to him by Duobao. It merged the stability of the 10-direction Bodhi formation with the variability of the Haotian star array serving as the Western Church's trump card. Yet Jane never anticipated that no matter how exquisite this formation was, it could not escape destiny. Wasn't the Haotian star array created to counter the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation? Changing its appearance, it still ultimately clashed with an old rival. The formation set up by the 12 Quasi-Saints was not the same as that used by the ancestral witches. The ancestral witches summoned the remnants of Pangu through blood ties. These 12 relied on the true energy cultivated from the upper clear Dao to summon the very projection of Tongxin's primordial spirit. Pangu had long fallen, and the remnants summoned by the ancestral witches were merely a wisp of ancient power drifting in the wilderness. Yet Tongtian sat in the Zixiao Palace on Jianeo Island contemplating the Dao. With a mere thought he could borrow some of that power. Who could fault him for that? Jane felt a weight in his heart and began to ponder deeper. If today he could summon Tongtian, could he also summon Taishang tomorrow? If the next summoning were not an empty projection but a complete projection with the 4 swords of the immortals ready and the formation diagram rotating, how would he respond? He had to admit, compared to the original version of the Witch Clan, Tongxin's version was truly brilliant. The threshold was much lower. As long as 12 disciples practicing the upper clear Dao collaborated to set up the formation, it could take shape. The lives and safety of the disciples were greatly preserved. Who beneath the saints could easily harm them? But where did this formation diagram come from? The original formation diagram of the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation could only be granted by the saint of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the wilderness. Jane suddenly recalled Tongtian had indeed entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Had he already paved this path back then? Sure enough, he planned and then acted. In truth, Jane was not the only one shocked. 33 heavens away, Taishang and Yuanshi were momentarily at a loss for words. So that's how the 36 Quasi-Saints in the Zixiao Palace were utilized. Any 12 individuals could form a formation to summon the saint's projection. This was quite the feat. Not only is it worthy of a score, it deserves an extra point. But upon reflection, even if there were Quasi-Saints under his command, he could not assemble such a formation. Without cultivating the upper clear Dao, the true energy would not come from the same source. The formation would be unstable, and before the projection appeared, the person would explode. Yet regardless, for the Eastern Xinyuan Gate, this was a genuine piece of good news. The divine calamity was nearing its end. Under the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, how many of the 3,000 disciples of the Western Church could survive would depend on their luck. Taishang lightly stroked his beard and nodded. It was worth the effort to pull Tongxin's disciples into the fray. Yuanshi smiled faintly, surprises one after another. This calamity seems to have passed. Jane only felt a chill down his spine. The 3,000 disciples were the last foundation of the Western Church. Duobao and Methria were their only 2 hopes for prosperity. If they were to fall here, the West would truly be crippled. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun stood atop the clouds, gazing toward the distant green shadow in the direction of the pasture, a slight smile on his lips. This is how it should be. Whether it is the Haotian star array or the heavenly god slaughter formation. As long as they can be set into motion and enough die, the calamity will naturally roll in. The list of deities. He couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. If a name was missing, he could simply add it. If luck was insufficient, a few more mighty beings would die, and the names would surely pile up. What he had always wanted was simply the calamity's luck. Only by staining the wilderness with blood and having mighty beings fall could the heavens and earth exhale enough intense calamity energy. However, upon seeing Tongxin's version of the upper clear capital formation, Hongjun's tongue lightly pressed against his back teeth. This fellow truly knew how to exploit loopholes. To say he did not intervene in the great calamity. Indeed, he had not moved an inch, sitting in the Zixiao Palace every day, meditating in tranquility like water. But to say he did not stir the waters. That apparition stood there more eye-catching than anyone. Was a saint's projection something that could be summoned by an ordinary formation? He did not act, yet made others do the work for him. He did not show himself, yet had his shadow press the formation. Clever indeed. When the Witch Clan sought to set up the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, all 12 ancestral witches had to be present. Later, during the war between the witches and the demons, when Hoda merged into reincarnation, and an ancestral, which was missing the formation, could no longer take shape. Behind this, there were certainly Hongjun's schemes. If it were not so, how could the 2 clans of witches and demons willingly withdraw from the wilderness chessboard? He treated the myriad heavens as a board and all beings as pieces, laying plans for eternity. Moves made in silence, the intricacies subtle. Until the endgame, no one could savor the layered flavors. Among the saints of the heavenly Dao, when it comes to deep calculations and intricate transformations, Yuanshi was indeed the top. Yet compared to Hongjun, he was ultimately just a firefly against the bright moon. But there was not a trace of satisfaction on Hongjun's face. If he could personally intervene at this moment, he would have already disrupted this battlefield in the pasture. However, it was not possible. The imprint of Pangu had not faded and the remnants of the 3,000 demons had not been cleansed. If he forced the elimination of the 6 saints, he would instead fall into a deadlock. Even if he were a saint at the level of the heavenly Dao, clashing head-on with the 6 saints, and the will of the heavenly Dao would yield little chance of victory. Indeed, the act of annihilation does not contradict the heavenly Dao, but the heavenly Dao is also not something that waits idly. The intricacies within were flowing with the cycles of creation. What a pity that fellow Tongtian has never been able to grasp any incriminating evidence. If only there were a flaw in hand, things would be much easier. However, it is also thanks to him altering the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, forcing Jie to reveal himself. Hongjun saw through the subtlety of Tongshan's modified formation. As long as there were 12 Quasi saints under his command, they could form a formation to summon the projection of the saints of their sect. The Western Church summoned Jie, or Zhuanti. The human sect summoned Taishang. The Chan sect summoned Yuanshi, and the Zixiao Palace naturally summoned Tongtian. With this method, the dynamics of the wilderness would change drastically. From now on, during calamities, it would no longer be a contest of luck, but rather which sect had more Quasi saints, and whose projections were stronger. The intensity of the killing calamity was unimaginable. Just the thought of it made Hongjun's heart burn with excitement. Unfortunately, at present, only Tongshan's disciples could utilize this formation. Others, even gathering 4 Quasi saints was difficult, let alone 12. Yet he suddenly had a thought. Could it be that all 36 disciples of Tongtian are Quasi saints? Don't ask why even a dignified saint of the heavenly Dao cannot discern the details. It is simply because the Hunyuan Wujidi formation is impermeable. Even Hongjun's divine sense sweeping through is like observing flowers in the fog. This was troublesome. Everything could only rely on deduction. Hongjun had also wondered, why did Tongtian go to such lengths to establish this grand formation? As a saint of the heavenly Dao, why would he need to guard against others prying? Just trivial matters. His gaze fell upon the ethereal figure of Tongtian above the pasture, murmuring softly, "Come down. Come down harder. Ideally take Duobao and Methreya down together." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly halted, a chill running down his spine. Not good. His mind abruptly became alert. Duobao and Methreya are the crucial linchpins I set for the resurgence of the Western Church. If they truly ascend the list of deities, what will become of the Western luck? He frowned tightly, falling into silent contemplation. What a strange occurrence. How could I have overlooked this link just now? As I attempt to calculate, I only feel chaos surging. A great calamity is approaching, and the heavenly secrets are obscure. Even the Dao cannot discern them clearly. Hongjun steadied his mind, silently making a decision. If the guide does not show himself soon, I shall have to take action personally to protect these two. Typically indifferent, he felt a subtle tension in his breath. What exactly is going on here? In the depths of the 9 nether, by the edge of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Pingxin gazed with a smile towards the 33 heavens beyond. What a pity that Hongjun noticed it so quickly. The path of causality is still lacking a bit of timing. Otherwise I would have shattered his indifference long ago. Despite speaking of pity, there was no trace of regret in her brows. Disrupting his mind was the very goal. According to reason, saints endure countless tribulations unscathed, untouched by myriad laws. Though Pingxin is the master of reincarnation, it is still difficult to shake the Dao-level saint in the slightest. Yet there is one exception. Hongjun, with one hand grasping the great calamity of the sealing of gods, is already within the tribulation, his position suspended above both the saints and the Dao. And she, holding the reins of reincarnation and destiny, is precisely the key within the calamity. This is fundamentally a test. Success brings joy, if failure also brings joy. Now she has already made up her mind. If Hongjun forcefully breaks this calamity, though it does not contradict the Dao's perception of him has undoubtedly changed. Otherwise, how could I so easily disturb his heart's lake? Her gaze shifted towards my. There the outcome of the entire sealing calamity was being determined. As long as this calamity is smoothly passed, her own tribulations can be considered truly resolved. She and Tongtian have both chosen the path of virtue to break the calamity, and thus they stand opposite to Hongjun. Long before Tongtian visited that day, Pingxin had quietly made her move. Now she awaits the final move. How far can she go? She watches with anticipation. This directly relates to how much merit she will gain. Above my, the 12 Quasi saints tread the path of battle, and as the formation solidifies, the projection of Tongshan's primordial spirit emerges vividly. The techniques of the 3 pure ones have always excelled at leveraging power. Just as the ancestral witch formation can summon the physical body of Pangu, this formation of the Eastern Mystical Gate summons the most potent and purest segment of Tongshan's primordial spirit. That primordial spirit stands with hands behind its back, robes undisturbed, yet it seems to swallow mountains and rivers. Its expression is relaxed, exuding an air of superiority over the six realms. The aura of the saint spans ancient and modern times, suppressing the eight desolates, causing both Duobao and Methria to feel a heavy weight in their hearts and tightness in their throats. They are all renowned powers of the primordial era, yet faced with this aura, they feel a suffocating sensation as if surrounded by the heavens and earth with no escape. The further they advance, the heavier it feels, and the closer they get, the more despair they sense. Suddenly, the primordial spirit's illusory figure slightly turned its head, casting a glance in the direction of the two. Then with a light lift of its finger, it drew a slight arc. Two sword intense Li Xian and Xian surged forth in response, tearing through the clouds and sky, relentless and unyielding, impossible to sever, block, or evade. The clouds above me were violently torn apart, the residual sword energy unrelenting. The great powers gazed up in astonishment, all struck dumb. The two sword intents pierced directly into the Lingxiao treasure hall, grazing the crown atop Haotian's head, causing two eastern pearls to fall in response. Fortunately, the sword's momentum only paused slightly before swiftly retracting. Had it been delayed for even half a breath, Haotian's neck would have surely been severed in two. Haotian stood frozen, his gaze locked onto that saint's illusory figure, his face drained of color, leaving only fear. Taishang and Yuanshi stood silently by, their lips curling slightly, their eyes unable to hide their amusement. This Haotian truly seemed oblivious to the impending danger. The sealing calamity was nearing its end, and it was about time for him. The two could not believe that the projection of Tongshan's primordial spirit was truly Tongshan's intention. No matter who stepped forward to testify, it would be a baseless accusation tarnishing one's reputation. It was merely an illusory figure clearly summoned by the disciples of the mystical gate through the formation. What does it have to do with Tongtian? The sword intents of Xian and Li Xian hovered in the heavens, and the 3,000 disciples of the Western Church found it difficult even to lift their heads. Anyone who caught a glimpse of the sword light would find their primordial spirit struck like a heavy blow, fainting on the spot. Even in their unconsciousness, their bodies could not stop trembling. Clearly, their souls were nearly shattered under the pressure. Duobao and Methria exchanged glances, no longer harboring thoughts of struggle. The might of Xian and Li Xian, further propelled by the saint's will, was beyond human resistance. Even if their cultivation doubled and their power surged by 30%, it would be like a paper dam, unable to withstand this overwhelming killing intent. The two sighed deeply, settled down in a lotus position, closed their eyes in prayer, and silently recited the Sutra of Rebirth. If the saint does not appear, who can stop the projection of Tongshan's primordial spirit? What a pity for these 3,000 bodhisattvas. It seems difficult to protect them in this lifetime, waiting to return to the spirit mountain in the next. The projection of Tongshan's primordial spirit suddenly descended, sword light, covering the sky, instantly enveloping the entire Mai. Bai Xiao and the others clearly intended to eradicate every last one of them, leaving no one behind. In the midst of the calamity, the more enemies sent to the list, the greater the luck of their side. Duobao and Methria looked up at the cold light that spanned the heavens, lowering their heads to wait in silence. Dear disciples, your hearts are perhaps too hard. How kind. A booming voice resonated through the 9 skies, and the sword light vanished without a trace. The golden light of compassion spread downwards, restoring Duobao, Methria, and the 3,000 disciples, healing all their injuries, their breaths returning to calm. As the two opened their eyes, they saw that above my purple chi surged for 30,000 miles. Auspicious colors like ribbons and clouds of dawn flowed, exotic fragrances wafting, golden lotuses blossoming from the void. The saint has personally arrived, the heavens present auspicious signs. The 3,000 disciples bowed in unison. May the master live forever. Duobao and Methria exchanged glances, gratitude mixed with shame. Ultimately, it was their own lack of cultivation that forced the master to step into the chaotic mortal realm. The disciples of the Eastern Mystical Gate naturally stepped forward to pay their respects. Xian Du, as the first disciple of the Mystical Gate, stepped out slowly and smiled. Western Saints, this is the battleground of our juniors. Your personal involvement is unprecedented. If my master were to act this way, the sealing calamity would have been thrown into chaos long ago. The disciples of the 3 pure ones nodded in agreement, speaking in unison. What the senior brother says is, everyone held their breath. The disciples were fighting fiercely, and it seemed they were about to send these 3,000 bodhisattvas onto the sealing list or cast them into reincarnation, yet the saint stepped in. How could this be considered saving the situation? It was clearly protecting one's own interests to the core. Jane raised a hand, pointing at the projection of Tongshan's primordial spirit, his tone calm. Since Brother Tongtian can appear, why can't I? As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Not only did the disciples of the Eastern Mystical Gate widen their eyes, but even the 3,000 disciples of the Western Church turned in shock to look at their own leader. Anyone with some cultivation knew that the 12 Quasi-Saints summoned merely an illusory projection, not the true presence of Tongtian. What kind of thickness of skin was required to dare to say such a thing? The great powers felt a tumult in their hearts, sensing their worldview shake. The face of the Western Church's leader truly was extraordinary. Xiong Xiao scrunched her small nose, muttering, "Martial uncle, this is too much bullying. How can this be considered the master's true arrival? It's clearly an illusory figure supported by the formation. Can you not see through that?" Her pure and innocent nature led her to speak without holding back a sentiment not easily voiced by others. As soon as her words fell, Xian, Duyun Zhongzi Bai Xiao, and Wu Yunxian all stepped forward to shield her. Questioning a saint is a crime against the heart. Several powerful beings silently lamented, how dare he open his eyes and spout nonsense. Are you not afraid of provoking a backlash from the guide? No amount of calculations could have predicted that the Western saint would truly lower his pride and take action personally. The guide scanned the protective formation of the Xianyuan sect's people, letting out a soft sigh. It is indeed a deep-rooted kinship. Yet on the surface a slight displeasure arose. If only Master Zhuan-Ti were here. One could turn black into white and bring the dead back to life. Oh, why would I need to speak up here? He and Zhuan-Ti always played their respective roles. He acted as the benevolent elder, while Zhuan-Ti took on the ruthless role. If Zhuan-Ti were here, all 3,000 of them would probably have been obliterated by now. But the guide was ultimately different. He was not unwilling to be ruthless, but he simply could not go that far. It all boiled down to the disposition of the two. The guide was originally the Chaos Golden Lotus, while Zhuan-Ti was the Chaos Bodhi. The Bodhi was born weak and grew by entwining with the Golden Lotus, hence the saying, when the flower blooms the Bodhi appears. Zhuan-Ti leaned on the guide, enabling him to save face and do things that others would avoid. All for the prosperity of the West. The guide needed to maintain his compassionate persona, and even in his rage he suppressed the thought of sending Xiong Xiao to the God-confirmant list. He simply said in a deep voice, "Little girl, your tongue is quite sharp, don't let it happen again." He brushed it off lightly. Yet in his heart the guide did not fully believe it. The saint is personally stepping in. Do you not know that my master Zhuan-Ti is currently trapped by your senior sister within the primordial 5 directions, 5 colors, and 5 virtues flag formation? Isn't that a joke at my expense? The guide suddenly halted. No. If Tongtian truly informed the disciples about this matter, given Xiong Xiao's straightforward nature, she should have blurted it out and could not have hidden it. But she had not mentioned a word. Why did Tongtian choose not to tell them? Strange. Just as this thought emerged, he extinguished it. What was urgent now was the God-confirmant calamity. What he was worried about was the 3,000 disciples of the Western sect. Other trivial matters could wait until after this calamity. The guide raised his voice clear and resonant. What kind of tactic is it to take advantage of the few with the many? If that's the case, I shall experience the profundity of the Xianyuan sect's Dao. Let's see if I can break this Dao. On the plains there was a moment of silence. The eastern disciples from Xuandu to Lingzhou were all astonished, almost thinking they had misheard. Is this truly what a saint said? The revered saint actually wants to engage with the second-generation disciples of Xuanyuan, and even calls it taking on the few with the many. Is he not concerned about his reputation? Is this how saints act? How embarrassing. The disciples of the Three Purities sect looked at the guide, their eyes filled with admiration. This kind of courage they truly could not learn. The thickness of his skin is indeed rare. The 3,000 disciples of the Western sect were left stunned, their faces flushed. Their own saint seemed to be in a bit of an awkward position. For some unknown reason, a hint of shame arose in their hearts. Duo Bao and Methreya exchanged glances and secretly felt moved. The teaching saint actually sacrificed his own face for us, these unworthy disciples. Which saint in the world would bow their head for this? After all, our cultivation is shallow and our virtues insufficient. If we truly had a foundation, would it require a saint to personally step into danger? The two exchanged glances, almost simultaneously harboring the thought of stepping forward to take responsibility, but quickly suppressed it. The people opposite them were too profound in their cultivation. If they went up, it would only add to the farce. Xiong Xiao, being clear-headed, did not disguise her thoughts, and asked earnestly, "Master Uncle, are you truly going to fight like this?" Of course. The guide had no way to retreat. If he did not take this opportunity, would he really allow the 12 Quasi-Saints of the Xianyuan sect to push Duo Bao and Methreya onto the God-confirmant list? If that were the case, when would the Western sect prosper? The Xianyuan disciples exchanged glances. Xiong Xiao sighed softly. Master really anticipated this. Oh, You mean Brother Tong Tian anticipated it? The guide's heart sank, sensing something was off. Just as he was about to inquire, he saw Qiong Shao grin. Master Uncle, in the wilderness the saints are revered. How could a disciple dare to take action against you? However, while I do not dare, others may not be so restrained. The guide's spirit lifted. He hoped for just that. If you all do not take action, how could I logically send you to the list? Saints act according to the will of heaven, with a name for their actions. The Xianyuan disciples observe propriety. He could hardly find an excuse. Now that someone is willing to act, it fits perfectly. The guide's expression remained calm. Whoever is coming, let them come. I would also like to see the true teachings of the Xianyuan sect. Where are the people? Before his words fell, a group of immortals from the Xianyuan sect simultaneously bowed, their voices booming. We welcome your holy presence. May the saints' longevity be boundless. The guide suddenly turned around. The entire sky was already filled with purple aura. The purple mist surged, obscuring the sun and the moon. Two figures descended upon the clouds, one with white hair and youthful features, exuding a harmonious demeanor, and the other with a stern brow and imposing aura. They were none other than the supreme of the human teaching and the origin of the teaching too of the three purities of Pangu. The guide's expression stiffened, his throat tightening. How could it be them? Does this count as breaking the rules? He and Zhuan Ti had always adhered to a strict principle. I can make exceptions, but you must not overstep. Suffer losses? Absolutely not. Yet he never expected that the first to break the agreement would be himself. Yuan Shi's expression darkened, but the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly. I heard that my friend favors taking on the few with the many. How coincidental. My brother and I are here to accompany you today. The guide's face changed slightly, his heart skipping a beat. That previous statement had actually been overheard by Yuan Shi. The Supreme nodded slightly, his tone calm. Since you have said taking on the few with the many, you must have made great progress in your Dao. Later I would also like to seek some advice. The guide's stomach churned. I have already taken enough risks, but unexpectedly the two saints from the east are even better at pretending to be oblivious than I am. 1 against 2. It would be strange if he could win. He had no intention of fighting. He had come to protect the 3,000 disciples of the Western sect, and to find some weaknesses to send the Xianyuan disciples onto the God Confirmant list. Unfortunately, the Xianyuan sect was watertight. Even the least guarded Qiong Shao always adhered to the etiquette of the saints, leaving no openings. Yuan Shi suddenly smiled. The guide's heart tightened. When had the celestial master ever smiled? A smile always signified a follow-up move. Sure enough, Yuan Shi spoke. Since I attained the Dao, I have yet to spar with anyone, nor have I ever teamed up with my senior brother. The guide's disciple possesses remarkable courage to challenge both my brother and me at the same time. Then, let us begin. Before his words fell, he raised his hand and lightly patted the top of his head. Auspicious clouds arose, 3 layers overlapping, distinct within and without. In the clouds, the primordial chaos began to open, with the sun and moon suspended in the galaxy and the universe having its own weather. 5 colors of radiant light spread across the heavens, and celestial music flowed from the void. Golden lamps, golden lotuses, pearls, and draping jewels fell like rain, surrounding in layers impenetrable. The 3 layers of auspicious clouds protected Yuan Shi tightly, forming a seamless whole. This was Yuan Shi's ultimate treasure. The auspicious clouds of the heavens, said to be transformed from the mighty righteous energy of Pangu. The guide's pupils constricted, sensing something was amiss. This time Yuan Shi was serious. Once the auspicious clouds were established, no evil could invade, and all laws could not approach. The undefeated situation of the primordial was already forged. The moment Yuan Shi manifested, he unleashed all the most reliable protective means, clearly not planning to hold back. The guide's heart sank. It had indeed come. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Shi raised his hand and summoned a long banner of dark yellow, which steadily landed in his palm. The banner's body was deep and somber, the chi of earth, water, fire, and wind swirling endlessly across its surface. The surrounding void cracked inch by inch, fine fissures spreading like a spider's web. On the open plain, all the second-generation disciples took a unified step back. Before they could even steady themselves, cold sweat had already beaded on their foreheads. Too powerful. It pressed down on their throats, making even breathing falter for a moment. Jia Yin's fingers curled slightly, alarm bells ringing in his heart. The Pangu banner, the sharpest of the 3 treasures of creation, specifically designed to break all laws, sever karma, and split the primordial chaos. He had never expected to be the first saint to face its edge after its emergence. This first place was an honor he did not want in the slightest. Yuan Shi's lips curled into a faint smile. Daoist friend, do you still not intend to make a move? Jane instinctively glanced sideways at Taishang. Unknown, he was not afraid. But Taishang stood but 3 steps away, sleeves hanging down, expression calm, yet more chilling to the spine than any killing blow. 2 against 1. As tough as Jane was, he was not tough enough to withstand the combined might of 2 saints. Had he known this would happen, he would have swallowed those words, "I shall personally go to my spoken before all those quasi-saints." Now with all eyes burning upon him, how could he possibly retreat? He could clearly hear the held breaths of the quasi-saints behind him. Fervent, excited, incredulous. Saints clashing. Who in the primordial wilderness had ever seen or heard of such a thing? Even rumors were non-existent. Enough. We are all Hongjun, who is more precious than whom? He stamped his foot, and the 12-grade golden lotus suddenly materialized steadily, supporting his form. The lotus petal's golden light surged, instantly coalescing into a perfect circular barrier of light, seamless and entire, enveloping him within. His left hand flipped over, and the seven treasures mystic tree rose into the air, its auspicious light gentle, soothing the soul. His right hand hung down a rosary of 108 jade beads quietly suspended around his wrist, each bead lustrous, secretly harboring the power of cessation. Yuancher laughed heartily. Daoist brother Jane, how refreshing. You strike when you say you will, much more straightforward than junior brother Juani. His words were light, but like a needle, they pierced precisely into an old wound. All three saints knew it well. Junti, having infiltrated the investiture battlefield via the Bodhi Grand Array, was instead trapped by Yun Xiao and the 5 immortal maidens of the Bo Palace within the primordial flag gate array, unable to escape for 3 full days. The saints' faces had been utterly disgraced, a matter of mutual understanding unspoken by any. Yet Yuancher just had to bring it up. A light mention was enough. On the plane of my winds and clouds gathered abruptly, as the auras of Taishang, Yuancher, and Jian clashed, startling all the powers of the primordial wilderness in that instant. Within the Yaoshe Palace, Kuanpeng was seated upright on a cattail cushion when he suddenly felt a numbness in his spine. The teacup in his hand trembled, spilling half its spiritual liquid onto his knee, yet he paid it no mind. Yi Xian blocked it well. Sealed them off perfectly. Thank heavens I didn't go join the fray at Zhaoge. His fingertips trembled, cold sweat soaking the back of his robe. The oppressive might of the 12 divine beings' grand array he had personally experienced, the pressure of a saint's true body descending, he dared not even imagine. In Kunpeng's eyes there was no difference between the two. Both were millstones that could grind him to dust. At this moment, he only felt a chilling afterthought. Had he truly followed Mithreya, he feared that the moment he set foot in Zhaoge his name would be on the investiture list. No matter how high the position promised by the Western faith, if his life was gone it was all empty talk. In the 5 villages manor the sound of Dao discussion had long since ceased abruptly. Zenyuanzi looked up towards the direction of Maya's mouth wide open, unable to close for a long time. Saint's projection. True body. He murmured, his voice dry. This. Is it real? Zhao Gongming stood before the steps, hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm. Saints dueling in magical arts. I have never heard of such a thing since I began my cultivation. Zenyuanzi nodded vigorously, his atoms apple bobbing up and down. Who hasn't? Zhao Gongming's gaze narrowed slightly. For the likes of us, what difference is there between a projection and a true body? Zenyuanzi nodded heavily once more. Correct. A quasi-saint against a saint only ever had one path: get beaten, or get beaten and die. He suddenly turned and solemnly bowed to Zhao Gongming. Daoist friend Zhao, thank you. Had Zhao Gongming not stopped him in time, he feared he would have already stepped into Zhaoge with Mithreya and secured a place on the investiture list. The 3 Pure Ones Jie Sect was as imposing as a mountain, and he had been so foolish as to think of backing the Western faith. What was he thinking at the time? Perhaps his primordial spirit had been clouded, a moment of utter folly. Thinking of this, he instead felt grateful for Zhao Gongming's intervention. Zhao Gongming, however, suddenly smiled and said lightly, can we cultivators truly have our primordial spirits clouded? Zenyuanzi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. How could we? We are already at the peak of quasi-saint, a step away from Hongjun. Our divine sense is clear and pure, impervious to all thoughts. Before his words even faded, his expression drastically changed. When he had agreed to help Mithreya, had he shown even a moment of hesitation? Given his naturally cautious nature, he would never have easily agreed to such a matter, unless his spiritual platform had truly been obscured. But who at the peak of quasi-saint could obscure his spiritual platform? A saint? Or the heavenly Dao? Even though the sky was clear and cloudless, he suddenly felt a chill race from his coccyx to the crown of his head, so cold his teeth chattered. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, Haotian was frozen on his jade throne, his fingers digging tightly into the golden patterns of the armrests. The sword strike, cleaved by Tongshan's primordial spirit projection, still flashed before his eyes. A hole was blasted in the roof of the hall, and the fierce wind poured in, blowing his crown askew. The sword chi had grazed past his ear, and a strand of hair at his temple silently drifted down. A hair's breadth more, and he would have been utterly destroyed, his soul cast into reincarnation. That sword strike was by no means accidental. He did not believe in coincidences. Even if that projection was summoned by the desperate efforts of 12 quasi-saints powering the Dutian array, he was certain it was a warning. The saints were watching him send a chill down his spine. Haotian's heart was a mess. He did have pride, and he did indeed yearn to stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints. That thought was absolutely true. But as arrogant as he was, he would never dare to treat the might of a saint as mere wind passing his ears. It was precisely because he knew the saint's majesty was as deep and vast as an abyss that he strove with all his might to ascend into their ranks. He wanted to firmly grasp his own destiny and secure his position as the master of the 3 realms and 6 paths of the primordial wilderness. This was Haotian's true desire. He slowly let out a breath, his voice low and deep. It seems I must make a trip to the Zixiao Palace. I only hope the Dao Ancestor is willing to lend a hand. Above the primordial wilderness saints are the celestial law. Offending one saint was like severing a root of one's foundation, angering 3, and one would find no place to stand. The only one he could entrust now was Dao Ancestor Hongjun. A slight chill ran down Haotian's spine, his palms sweating, yet he straightened his back and strode towards the 33rd heaven. Within the Zixiao Palace, clouds did not surge, incense did not burn, only a wisp of clear light floated at the heart of the hall. Hongjun sat upright on the high platform, his gaze blazing, falling directly upon Mai on the battlefield. A faint smile touched his lips, his eyes gleaming with startling brightness. Good. Come on then. His voice was kept extremely low, yet each word struck like a nail upon the void. When saints clash in magical arts, they should go all out. If you could shatter this primordial wilderness into pieces, that would be truly thrilling. The 3 of you together destroying heaven and earth, why would it take any effort? Fight fiercely. This chess game he had long since arranged. The original plan was for Tongtian to establish the Jie Sect with 10,000 immortals paying homage. The investiture calamity was to be confined to the Rinchan and Jie sects, and saints making their moves would only occur within the internal strife of the 3 pure ones. In this way, the loose cultivators would be cleared, the remnants of the demon gods eliminated, the body of the primordial wilderness itself would be shattered and cracked, and the power of the heavenly Tao would naturally weaken. Moreover, under the pretext of maintaining heaven and earth, he could openly and justifiably strip the 3 pure ones of their saint positions, quietly erasing the brand of Pangu. The groundwork laid before the breaking of the tribulation would thus be seamless. By that time, who could possibly stop him? Yet Tongtian chose to deviate from the path. He rejected the teachings, refused the authority, and forged his own way. The script written by Hongjun was forcefully torn open. If he hadn't secretly adjusted the strings and forcefully calibrated them, the primordial chaos would have already run wild. In truth, the shift in the grand scheme began the moment Tongtian refused the decree and did not bow to the Tao. How could Hongjun allow this? He exhausted his mental energy, gradually correcting the skewed Tao. He dared not let it run amok. Only by following the trap he set could he have an 80% chance of overcoming the tribulation. If he were to start over, he would not know how many Yuan meetings he would have to endure. He could not afford to wait. The longer the saints remained in their positions, the more stable the primordial chaos became, and the firmer the Tao grew, making the path to overcoming the tribulation feel like a climb to the heavens. He had thought that with Tongshan's departure the battle of the saints would dissipate. Little did he know that the situation had taken a turn. Yuan Shi and Jie were indeed facing off. Though not wielding Tongshan's sword, the Pangu banner in Yuan Shi's hand was still the sharpest blade among the 3 sacred artifacts. Hongjun lightly tapped the jade platform with his fingers, a deep smile spreading fight. The harder the better. That whisper seemed to seep into the wind and merge with the light, silent, yet quietly wrapping around the souls of every saint. On the battlefield of my Yuan Shi, in his azure robe billowed with the Pangu banner glinting coldly from his sleeve, Jie stood upon a lotus pedestal, the 12-petal golden lotus blooming layer by layer, the Buddha light sharp as a blade. The 2 had locked their energies, and in a moment the earth would shake and the mountains would crumble. Taishang stood nearby, his plain clothes as before, his expression as tranquil as a still pool of water. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it silenced the entire wilderness for a moment. Gentlemen, do you truly intend to fight here? Jie's shoulders tensed, remaining on guard. Dao brother, do you have other insights? Yuan Shi also turned his head. Senior brother has always been thorough in his considerations. Taishang's gaze swept over the densely packed disciples in the distance. The monks of the Western Church, the true disciples of the Xuanmen, the elites among the scattered cultivators, all gazed up in anticipation. If you truly come to blows, he spoke evenly, none of these children will survive. Jie's heart jolted. When saints clash, the aftermath sweeps away, mountains and rivers hang upside down. Even though his disciples possessed golden bodies, treasures, and millennia of hard-earned cultivation, they would merely be paper and clay before a saint's casual gesture. What of those on the brink of becoming saints? Until they attained sainthood, they remained mere dust. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead as he suddenly recalled why he had traveled to the eastern lands. Not to seek death. It is still Taishang Dao brother who thinks thoroughly. Jie sighed, deeply, sincerely bowing his head. May I ask what should be done to resolve this? A battle between saints is equivalent to the destruction of the world. Taishang's voice was calm and unhurried. Every move we make affects the very sinews and bones of the primordial chaos. The calamity of sealing the gods is originally meant to clarify causality and eliminate killing intent. But it has never been our arena. If we truly unleash ourselves, just a few moves would cause the heavens and earth to collapse. Destroying the foundation of the primordial chaos would be a grave sin against heaven. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two. Do you both acknowledge this? Yuan Shi and Jie nodded in unison. Indeed, they entered the calamity in accordance with heaven's will, not to sow chaos. The responsibility of the saints is to suppress the flames of calamity, not to fan the flames. That momentary lapse in thought nearly led to a grave error. Jie silently breathed a sigh of relief, thinking in the end this fight cannot happen. He had never wished to face two opponents alone. With the two great saints of the Eastern Xianmen joining forces, no matter how strong he was, it would be hard to gain the upper hand. Two fists cannot match four hands. He understood this without needing anyone to teach him. Yuan Shi, however, showed a look of regret. What a pity, what a pity. I had hoped to have a thorough discussion on the Dao with Dao friend Jie. Jie immediately replied, his tone bright. Isn't that so? Such a pity. If not for Taishang Dao brothers' timely reminder, this debate on the Dao would likely have stirred the three realms. There was 3 parts truth and 7 parts exaggeration in his words, yet he spoke without flushing or panting, utterly unrestrained. After all, no one would truly verify whether he had the courage to debate the Dao. Upon hearing this, Taishang merely smiled lightly. If you wish to fight, what difficulty is there? Yuan Shi's eyes brightened. Does senior brother have a method? Jie, however, felt a jolt in his heart, instinctively tightening his fingers. He did not believe it. Yet Taishang's face bore no hint of jest. Beneath that calm, there was an undeniable certainty. Jie's throat moved slightly, suddenly feeling the heat rising in his palm. He nearly wanted to raise his hand, to give himself a slap. Why did he always feel foolish whenever he saw Taishang's calm demeanor? Why did he not stop in time just now? Now he was caught in a dilemma. Taishang chuckled lightly. This matter is simple. Before the words had left his mouth, he suddenly called out towards the direction of the Eastern Sea's Golden Ao Island. Junior brother, lend me the formation diagram of the Zhuxian sword array. As soon as the words were spoken, an ancient sword diagram flew through the air, landing directly in his hand. Junior brother, also lend me the 4 Zhuxian swords. For a moment, Taishang added. Beneath the Yimen city, within the innate 5 directions and 5 colors and 5 virtues formation, Yun Xiao and Shi exchanged glances, each raising their hands to throw their swords. 2 swords flashed and disappeared through the tiny fissures opened by Yun Xiao, leaving no trace. Trapped within the innate flag formation, Zhuan Ti saw the Zhuxian and Zhuexian swords suddenly leave the formation. Slightly taken aback, he opened his mouth to ask, Junior nephew, has Tongtian Dao brother retrieved them? No. Yun Xiao shook his head, his expression calm. Does Uncle Master still remember what I said earlier? The time has come. Zhuan Ti's expression suddenly changed, wanting to break free, yet his body could not move. He finally sighed. If that's the case, then a delay of a moment will not matter. Yet in his heart he secretly thought, I hope it isn't true. If it truly is, it would be the first major chaos since the creation of heaven and earth. He vaguely felt that what Yun Xiao referred to was probably aimed at the Western Church. Zhuan Ti sighed again, no longer struggling, just waiting silently for the change. The calamity of sealing the gods was about to end, and when the time came, the truth would be clear. Taishang's lips curled slightly as he raised his hand to toss the sword diagram. The image of the diagram suddenly expanded like a curtain, dropping, enveloping the 3 saints in an instant. Jie felt a flash before his eyes, and the world had changed. Here the earth, water, fire, and wind surged endlessly, killing, intent, overflowing, vicious energy rampant. But to the saints it was merely an ordinary scene. Taishang waved his hand again, and the 4 fearsome swords, Zhuxian, Luxian, and Zhu, rose in response, positioned at the 4 corners, their cold light chilling their sword intent like a prison. Jie's expression darkened like iron, his heart churning. A miscalculation. A complete and utter miscalculation. I thought it was merely a duel against Taishang and Yuan Shi. Now I realize I was being led by Taishang. This is not a 1 against 2, it is clearly a lone battle against Pangu and the 3 pure ones. His heart ignited with anger. Such deceit was beyond acceptable. Yuan Shi clapped his hands and laughed. Excellent, excellent. We saints have our own game, while the disciples each battle in their own corners, not interfering with each other. It couldn't be more proper. Jie's expression suddenly froze. It turned out that the 3 saints of the East had long had a plan, plotting right here. How ruthless. His spirit faltered, nearly shattering. Within the Zhuxian formation, Taishang and Yuan Shi teamed up to suppress him alone. Above the battlefield, the 12 Quasi-Saints of the Xianmin led the Great Luo to besiege Duobao Methria and the 3,000 disciples heading west. The Eastern Xianmin actually intended to sever the roots of the Western Church. The malice behind this intention made one shudder. It was not just despicable, it was truly intolerable. In a fit of rage, Jie became eerily calm, and overwhelming might suddenly surged. The killing intent within the formation had already been thick, the earth, water, fire, and wind rampaging, yet his fury forced it back inch by inch. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, his rage piercing the 9 heavens, shaking the formation. The Western Church is the only reliance he has to repay the heavenly merits owed to Zhuan. If the Church were to collapse, the merits would have nowhere to accumulate, and he would forever be trapped by the heavenly will. A sage reduced to a common laborer, how utterly pitiful. Such matters cannot be suppressed by anyone. If it weren't for the Zhuxian sword array, which has undergone a second ritual by Tian Tong forming a cage of its own, even the outward momentum of the current situation would be enough to obliterate the Shang Tang dynasty. When a sage makes a move, it stirs the fortunes of the primordial chaos, which is never mere words. Only this array can withstand a full-force strike from a sage without collapsing. Usually Jie would surely sense the anomaly. But at this moment, consumed by rage, who has time to consider the dangers of world annihilation and the suffering of living beings? What is there to ponder? As the Western Church is on the brink of being crushed by the 2 Eastern Saints, his hopes for a carefree existence with Zhuan are gradually turning into bubbles. If not now, then when? Rationality. That hasn't pierced the heart of the matter. Even the most composed person would flip the table when faced with such circumstances. Jie urged the 12-grade merit golden lotus, and the lotus platform beneath him blossomed with a golden light spanning thousands of feet. Gripping the Jie treasure banner tightly in his right hand, he tore through the void, striking with the force of 10,000 tons directly at Yuan Shi's face. No matter your heavenly protective clouds, no matter your Pangu banner that suppresses the world, any who obstruct my path are my mortal enemies. The grudge against those who block the Dao is irreconcilable. As the treasure banner surged past the surrounding barriers of time and space, shattered inch by inch, the chaotic energy surged in like a black tide, hissing ominously. Yuan Shi laughed heartily. Jie, let's see what methods you have. The Pangu banner suddenly trembled, and the earth, water, fire, and wind surging within the array seemed to be summoned, all converging upon the banner's body. When Pangu opened the heavens, his primordial spirit was split into 3. This banner cleaved through chaos and quelled disasters. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind were originally created by him and are inherently submissive. As the 4 symbols returned to their places, the banner emitted a faint black-yellow glow, sharp and unstoppable, capable of destroying anything in its path. Among the 3 treasures of heaven, opening this banner is the most lethal, the most fierce, and the most unyielding. Jie showed no fear. As a fellow sage, even if you wield the Pangu banner, what can you do to me? If the Western Church falls, he would be eternally shackled by the heavenly will, so what is there to fear? He raised the treasure banner and charged heat-in towards the Pangu banner. The clash of the 2 innate treasures erupted like thunder. Suddenly the Zhuxian array shone bright as day. The earth, water, fire, and wind, along with the murderous intent, were all obliterated in that single collision. The brilliance surpassed that of 10 suns, appearing simultaneously, illuminating every detail within the array. Fortunately, all within the array are sages. If it were ordinary cultivators, even the residual waves would be enough to severely injure or kill them. Boom. The 2 treasures collided, and Yuan Shi and Jie both took a step back, their sleeves fluttering, their breaths slightly disordered. Yuan Shi laughed loudly. What a thrill. Come again. Before his voice faded, he shifted his foot, and the Pangu banner rose once more, not giving Jie a moment to catch his breath. The shadow of the banner swept through the depths of the Zhuxian sword array, swallowing the remnants of the earth, water, fire, and wind. The banner quivered slightly, its sharpness surged, and its cold glow struck down like a blade splitting the heavens. Jie's anger surged within him, almost overwhelming his heart's fire. How can one fight like this? Is it that Jie is merely a decoration? As a fellow sage, why do you 2 join forces to suppress me alone? Under the burning rage, this leader of the Western Church radiated an aura like an unquenchable golden flame. Even the normally gentle Jie treasure banner emitted a heavy red-gold halo, exuding an oppressive force that was suffocating. But the Pangu banner was already before him, leaving no room for hesitation. He could only horizontally hold the banner to block. If truly struck by this banner, while it would not hurt his essence, his face as a sage would surely fall to the ground. When cultivators reach the state of Huanyuan, their primordial spirit has already anchored itself in the heavenly path's void. Their physical body becomes a manifestation of the laws, merging seamlessly with the primordial chaos. The battle between sages is not about killing, but rather a contest of laws whose treasure embodies the grand Dao more in harmony with the heavenly mechanism, and